The Prem Sagur of Lallu Lal. By W. Hollings. Preface to the translation of the Prem Sagur. The object of this translation is to render the work easily intelligible to the young student, in fact, to assist the beginner from the commencement of his study of the Prem Sagur in understanding what he is reading about, and the explanations of his pundit. With this view, I have endeavored to make the translation a tolerably literal one, keeping close to what I consider to be the meaning of the text, without, however, wishing to translate every sentence exactly literally. The Hindi language is well worthy the careful study of every public officer in India, as being the one, which is most commonly spoken by inhabitants of almost every part of the country. To the military man this language is of special use, as it not only enables him thoroughly to understand his men on points of common occurrence and of duty, but by being able to converse freely with them, to study their habits, manners, customs, their general turn of thought and opinions. The Hindi of the Prem Sagur is remarkably pure, and the book is, I believe, an examination book at all the presidencies. W. Hollings, Captain. 47th Regiment. Lucknow. February 10, 1848. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit completeaudiobooks.com for more quality content. Part 1. Chapter 1. Now is the commencement of the history. At the end of the great war of the descendants of Burit, when Sri Krishna disappeared, Pandu being greatly grieved went to the Himalaya to undergo dissolution. And the Raja Purichat, having conquered all countries, began to rule with justice. Some days afterwards, the Raja Purichat went out hunting, when he saw a bullock and a cow running towards him, in pursuit of whom a Sudru with a wooden pestle in his hand was coming along and striking them. When they came near, the Raja, grieved and enraged, called out to the Sudru, "Who art thou? Explain who thou art, that knowingly beatest a bullock and a cow. Do you suppose Arjun to be far off, that you do not observe his ordinances? Hear me, in the family of Pandu, you will not find any such person, in whose presence any one will be permitted to vex the poor." Saying this, the Raja took his sword in his hand. The Sudru, on seeing this, stood still with fear. The Raja, the lord of men, having called the bullock and cow near him, inquired of them, "Explain to me who you are you gods or Brahmins, and why are you running away? Speak without fear, in my presence no one has the power of afflicting you." On hearing this, the bullock, bending its head, said, "O great king! This black-colored, frightful figure in the form of sin, which is standing in your presence is the Black Age. I am running away on account of its approach. This, my companion, is the earth in the form of a cow. She too has come running towards you from dread of the Black Age. My name is religion. I have 4 feet: penance, truth, compassion, meditation. In the age of truth my feet were complete, consisted of 20 parts, in the Treta age, they consisted of 16 parts, in the Dwapar age of 12. And now in the Black Age, I have only 4 parts left, for which reason I am not able to move about in the Black Age." The earth said, "O incarnation of justice! I also cannot remain in this age, because men of the Sudra caste, having become Rajas, will inflict very many acts of injustice on me, the weight of which I shall not be able to endure. From dread of this injustice, I too am running away." On hearing this, the Raja, being angry, said to the Black Age, "I will put thee to death immediately." On hearing this, the Black Age, falling at the Raja's feet, and imploring him earnestly, began to say, "O Lord of the earth! I have now come under your protection, appoint me some place to dwell in, because the 3 times and the 4 ages, which Brahma has established, shall not be effaced in any way." Hearing this, the Raja Purichat said to the Black Age, "Dwell in the following places: in gambling, lying, in the spirit market, harlots' houses, murder, theft and gold." Having heard this, the Black Age went to his appointed abode, and the Raja established religion in his own mind. The earth assumed his own form, the Raja returned to his own city, and began to govern justly and religiously. After some days, the Raja went again to hunt, and whilst engaged in the sport, became thirsty. The Black Age was dwelling in the golden crown on the Raja's head, and having obtained his opportunity, deprived the Raja of knowledge. The Raja from thirst came to the spot where Lallu, a chief of the saints, was seated with his eyes shut, meditating on Mahadev, and engaged in religious penance. On seeing him, Purichet began to say to himself, "This person through pride of penance remains with his eyes shut, although he saw me." Entertaining this wicked idea, and having raised up with a bow a dead snake which had fallen there, and thrown it on the neck of the chief of the saints, he came home. On taking off his crown, the Raja recovered his knowledge, and reflecting began to say, "The abode of the Black Age is in gold, he was upon my head, and this is the reason of my having performed so vicious an act as throwing a dead snake on the neck of a chief of the saints. I now know, that the Black Age has taken his revenge upon me. How shall I escape from this great sin? Why have I not been deprived today of my caste, wealth, family, wives and kingdom? I know not in what birth, this injustice of my having vexed a Brahmin will be effaced." Whilst the Raja Purichet was drowned in this sea of unfathomable reflection, some boys engaged in play came to the place where Lallu, a chief of the saints, was. They were astonished at seeing a dead snake on his neck, and being frightened, began to say to each other, "Brother, let some one go and tell his son of this, who is playing with the saints' children in the grove on the bank of the river Kushki." One of the boys hearing this ran to where Shrinji the saint was playing with the saints' children. The boy said to Shrinji, "Brother, why are you playing here? Some devil has thrown a dead black snake on your father's neck and gone off." On hearing this, Shrinji's eyes became red. Gnashing his teeth, he began to tremble. And, being enraged, to say, "In the Black Age proud Rajas have been produced, from the intoxication of wealth, they have become blind and inflictors of pain. I will now pronounce a curse on him, who threw the snake. He shall die on the 7th day from this." Having thus spoken, Shrinji the saint took the water of the Kushki river in the palm of his hand, and pronounced a curse on the Raja Purichet, that the snake would bite him on the 7th day. Having pronounced this curse on the Raja, he came to his father and took the snake from his neck, and began to say to him, "Father, be of good cheer, I have pronounced a curse on him, who threw the dead snake on your neck." On hearing this, Lallu the saint, awaking from his meditation, opening his eyes and deeply considering in his mind his son's speech, said to him, "O son, what is this thou hast done? Why have you pronounced a curse on the Raja, under whose government we lived at ease? Not a bird, nor a beast even was afflicted. So just was the government, that the lion and cow dwelt under it without altercation. O son, what mattered it, if he, in whose country we lived, threw a dead snake upon me in sport? Why did you curse him, and inflict so heavy a curse for a slight fault? You have been guilty of a great crime, and neglected to think of what you were doing. You have abandoned good, and embraced evil. It is necessary for a good man to cultivate amiable dispositions. Not to say anything himself, to hear what others say, and imitate the good qualities, and avoid the bad qualities, of all." Saying this, Lallu the saint called one of his pupils, and told him to go and tell the Raja Purichet, that Shrinji had pronounced a curse on him. Good men will impute blame to Shrinji for what he has done, but the Raja on receiving this message will be on his guard. In obedience to the words of his spiritual preceptor, the pupil came to the place where the Raja was sitting in meditation, and said to him on his arrival, "Shrinji the saint has pronounced this curse on you, that the snake shall bite you on the 7th day. Do you now arrange so that you may escape from the noose of fate?" On hearing this, the Raja stood up with delight, and joining his hands together began to say, "The saint has done me a great kindness in pronouncing a curse, because I had fallen into the boundless thoughted sea of delusion, from which he has released me." When the disciple of the sage departed, the Raja performed penance by abandoning all the pleasures of the world, and having sent for Janmejai and made over his throne to him, said, "O son, cherish the cow and the Brahmin, and give contentment to the subject." Saying this, he went into the female apartments. The women on seeing him were all sad. His wives, the Ranis, on beholding him fell weeping at his feet, and exclaimed, "O great king! We weak creatures will not be able to endure separation from you, for which reason it is better that we should give up our lives with yours." The Raja said in reply, "It is right for a woman to act in such a way, that the character and dignity of her husband may be maintained, and not to throw any obstacle in the way of an excellent work." Having said this, and having abandoned relatives, kindred, and all private and public wealth, he went and sat down on the shore of the Ganges to perform penance. Whoever heard of the circumstance was much grieved and distressed, and shed tears. When the sages heard that the Raja Purichet had gone to the bank of the Ganges to die, in consequence of Shringi's curse, Bias, Bicist, Berduich, Kayayan, Puracer, Narad, Biswamitru, Bamdeo, Jumdagun, and 88,000 sages came and sat down and rose, and thinking upon their Shastras began to explain various kinds of religious observances to the Raja. In the meantime, having seen the Raja's faith, Sri Shukdev ji came also, with a book under his arm, and naked. On seeing him, all the sages rose up, and the Raja Purichet rising up in a supplicating posture, and making an obeisance began to say, "O abode of compassion, you have shown great mercy in remembering me at this time." When the Raja had thus spoken, Shukdev the sage also sat down, when the Raja said to the sages, "O great kings! Shukdev ji is the son of Bias ji, and the grandson of Puracer ji, on seeing whom you, who are saints of high rank, rose up, which I do not think right. Explain the reason of this, that the doubts of my mind may be dissipated." Puracer the sage said, "Raja, all of us saints, however high in degree, are inferior in understanding to Shuk, and, therefore, we have all treated him with such respect. Some in this hope, that he is the savior of the saved, because from the time of his birth he has spent his life in sadness in the desert, and Raja, all your great excellencies have been increased by the coming of Shukdev ji. This will be pronounced the greatest and best of religious and virtuous acts, Duram, by means of which, having been freed from life and death, you will cross over the sea of the world." On hearing this, Raja Purichet, having prostrated himself before Shukdev ji, said, "O great king! Explain the duties of religion to me. How shall I escape from the noose of fate? What shall I do in 7 days? My impiety has been very great, how shall I cross over the sea of the world?" Sri Shukdev ji replied, "Raja, do not think the time short, as release can be obtained by religious meditation for an hour, just in the same way that Narad the sage imparted understanding to the Raja Ruktangal, and he obtained release in 2 hours. 7 days are quite sufficient time for you. If you will meditate attentively, you will understand all, what the body is, whose abode it is, and who manifests light in it." On hearing this, the Raja inquired with great delight, "O great king! Which is the most excellent Duram, kindly explain to me." Shukdev ji said, "The Vishnu Duram is the greatest amongst the Durams, and the Sri Bhagavata amongst the Puranas. Wherever the worshippers of Vishnu recite this history, there all religious observances, and pilgrimages will come together. Among all the Puranas, there is none equal to the Bhagavata. For which reason I will recite to you 9 parts of the great Purana, in which Bias the sage has instructed me. Listen with faith and joy." Upon this the Raja Purichet began to listen with pleasure, and Shukdev ji according to his promise to recite. When the sage had recited 9 parts of the history, the Raja said, "Kind to the poor, have the goodness now to explain to me the history of the descent upon earth of Sri Krishna, because he is our supporter and the object of worship of our family." Shukdev ji said, "You have conferred great pleasure on me in asking for this account, I shall most joyfully relate it. In the family of Yudha the first Raja was named Bhagwan, whose son was Prathiku, and Prathiku's son was Baidaurath. Baidaurath's son was Sorsan, who, having conquered 9 divisions of the earth, obtained celebrity. Baidaurath's wife's name was Murkya, who had 10 sons and 5 daughters. The eldest son was Basudeo, in whose wife's 8th pregnancy Sri Krishna Chand ji was born. When Basudeo ji was born, the gods had musical rejoicings in the heavens. And amongst the 5 daughters of Sorsan, Kunti was the eldest, who married Pandu, whose story has been sung in the Mahabharata. And Basudeo ji married first Rone, the daughter of Raja Rohan, and afterward 17 other wives after he had married 18 times. He married at Matra, Devaki, the sister of Kunz, upon which there was a voice from heaven. That in the 8th pregnancy of this girl the destroyer of Kunz shall be born. On hearing this, Kunz had his sister and her husband shut up in a house, and Sri Krishna was born there. On hearing thus much of the story, the Raja Purichat said, O great king! How was Kunz born, who conferred a great blessing upon him, and in what manner was Krishna brought into the world, and how did he arrive in Gokul? Please explain these circumstances to me. Sri Shukdev Ji said, there was a Raja of Mathura named Ahuk, who had 2 sons, one named Diwak, the other Oagerson. After some time, Oagerson became Raja, who had only one wife, named Pairika, very beautiful and chaste, and at all times obedient to the commands of her husband. One day she had the menses, and by permission of her husband had gone out on a party of pleasure to the jungle, in company with her female attendants. There on trees of many kinds, all sorts of flowers were blossoming. A cool gentle breeze filled with perfume was blowing, cuckoos, pigeons, parrots and peacocks were pouring forth sweet and pleasing notes, and on one side under a hill, the Jumna was flowing apart. The Rani, on viewing this scene, descended from her car, and whilst walking along alone, suddenly lost her way. By accident, a demon named Dromulik came there, and remained gazing in astonishment at her youth, and beautiful appearance. And began to say to himself, I must have connection with her. Having resolved upon this, and immediately assuming the form of the Raja Oagerson, he went into the presence of the Rani, and said to her, Embrace me. The Rani replied, O great king! It is not right to indulge in amatory pleasures in the daytime, because by so doing the good and religious qualities of the mind are destroyed. What are you not aware of this, that you have thought of such a vicious act? When Pairika had thus spoken, Dromulik having seized the Rani by the hand drew her towards him, and accomplished what he wished. After he had connection with the Rani through the artifice of the disguise, he assumed his own proper form. Upon which, the Rani, being exceedingly grieved and afflicted, exclaimed, O unjust, vile sinner! What tyranny have you committed in destroying my virtue? There is a curse on your father, mother and spiritual preceptor in thus having formed your understanding. Why was not thy mother barren, rather than produce a son like thee? O devil! All men, who destroy the virtue of women, fall into hell in each successive birth. Dromulik said, Rani, do not curse me, for I have given you the fruit of my excellence. Seeing your womb closed, I suffered great anxiety of mind, which is now gone. From today there is a hope of your pregnancy. And you shall have a son in the 10th month, and from the good properties of my body, thy son having conquered the 9 divisions of the earth shall be a king. And shall fight with Krishna. My first name was Kalnam, then I had an encounter with Billu, in my present birth I am called Dromulik. I have given thee a son, dismiss all anxiety from thy mind. After having thus spoken, when Kalnam had gone away, the Rani was restored on reflection to patience of mind. Whatever our fate may be, our understanding will be fashioned in accordance with it. What is to be, will dwell in the mind, all memory and consciousness will vanish. In the meanwhile, or after this, all the female attendants came up, and on seeing the Rani's ornaments in disorder, one attendant said, Where have you been delayed so long, and what has happened to you? Pairika replied, You left me, O attendants. Alone in the forest a monkey came and gave me great annoyance, from fear of which I am even now trembling. On hearing this, all the attendants were alarmed and seating the Rani immediately on her roof, brought her home. When 10 months were completed, a son was born, at which time a violent tempest occurred, the earth began to quake, it became so dark, that day was turned into night, stars began to fall broken in fragments, the clouds to thunder, and the lightning to crack. In this manner, on the 13th of the light part of the month Math, on a Thursday, Kunz was born, on which occasion the Raja Oagerson being delighted and having sent for all the musicians of the city, caused musical entertainments to be given. And he also sent for all the Brahmins, pundits and astrologers, and treated them with very great respect and dignity. On their arrival, the Raja offered them seats, after receiving them with great civility. After this, the astrologers having fixed upon the lucky moment, and division of time, said to the Raja, O Lord of the earth. This child, named Kunz, who has been born in your family, shall be very powerful, and shall reign, associating devils with him, and having caused affliction to the gods, and the worshippers of Vishnu, after having obtained your kingdom. He shall die suddenly by the hand of Huri. Having told so much of the history, Shukdev, the sage, said to the Raja Purichit, Raja, I will now tell you the history of Dewak, the brother of Oagerson, who had 4 sons, and 6 daughters, which 6 he gave in marriage to Basudeo. The 7th was Dewki, in consequence of whose birth, the gods were delighted, and Oagerson also had 10 sons, the eldest of whom was Kunz. From the time of his birth he was in the habit of going into the city, and violently seizing little children, and putting them to death after having shut them up in caves in the hills. Those who were grown up, he got upon their chests and strangled them. No one could escape from this calamity. Every one concealed his children. The subjects said, This Kunz is a devil, he does not belong to the family of Oagerson. Some great sinner has been born, who has brought affliction on the whole city. On hearing this, Oagerson sent for him, and entered into many explanations with him regarding his conduct, but Kunz paid no attention to what he said. Upon this, being grieved and distressed, Oagerson said, Why was I not without sons rather than have such a son as this? It is said, that when a degenerate son is born in a family, good name and character depart. When Kunz was 8 years old, he made an attack upon the Mughal country. The Raja of that country, Jurasindu, was very powerful, with whom Kunz contended. And Jurasindu acknowledged the power of Kunz, and, treating him with great deference as his superior, gave him 2 daughters in marriage, whom Kunz brought with him to Mathura, and began to increase his enmity against Oagerson. One day he said in a fit of rage to his father, Give up calling on the name of Ram, and offer up your secret prayers to Mahadeo. The father replied, Ram is my lord and the dispeller of my griefs. If I do not worship him, how shall I as a sinful man cross over the sea of the world? Hearing this, Kunz was enraged, and having seized his father took possession of the whole government, and issued a proclamation in the city, that no one should be allowed to offer up sacrifices or gifts, or say prayers, or call upon the name of Ram. Such great tyranny prevailed, that the cow and Brahmin, and the worshipper of Vishnu began to suffer affliction, and the earth to perish from excessive burdens. When Kunz had taken possession of the government of all the Rajas, he went one day with his army to attack the Raja Indra. Upon this occasion, a minister said to him, O great king, the country of Indra cannot be obtained without prayer and devotion. Do not be proud on account of your strength. Consider how their pride brought Kawan and Kunkuran to such destruction, that not one of their family has been left. Having narrated so much of the history, Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, O Raja, when this excessive tyranny was exercised upon the earth, she, the earth, assumed the form of a cow, and went lowing into the country of the gods. And having gone to Indra's court, bowing her head, she told all her troubles. O great king, evil spirits have begun to commit great crimes in the world, from dread of whom religion and justice have departed. And if I receive your orders, I will abandon the world, and descend to the regions below. On hearing this, Indra, accompanied by all the gods, went to Brahma. Brahma, having heard what they said, took them all to Mahadeo, who, having heard the circumstances, went accompanied by all the gods to the place where Narayan was sleeping in a sea of milk. Knowing him to be asleep, Brahma, Rudra, Indra and all the gods stood up with their hands in a supplicating posture, and making obeisances began to sing the praises of the Vedas. O great and powerful king, who can describe thy greatness? In the form of a fish you rescued the drowning Vedas. In the shape of a tortoise you supported a hill on your back. Being transformed into a boar, you placed the earth upon one of your tusks. In the form of a dwarf, you circumvented the Raja bull. Descending on the earth as Purusram, and having destroyed the Chu trees, you gave the earth to Kusip, the sage. Descending on the earth as rain, you destroyed the great demon, Kawan, and whenever devils afflict your worshippers, you come to their assistance, O Lord. The earth, much distressed by the tyranny of Kunsu, is calling out to thee. Be pleased to take her case quickly into consideration, and having destroyed all demons, give pleasure to the good. The gods continued thus singing the excellencies of Narayan, when there was a voice from heaven. Brahma explained to all the gods, that the voice they had just heard instructed them all, both gods and goddesses, to go to Brajmandal, and to be born in the city of Mathura. Hereafter Vishnu, assuming 4 shapes, will descend upon the earth in the house of Vasudeva, and the womb of Devaki. And by his childish sports will give pleasure to Nand and Jasoda. When Brahma had given this explanation, the gods, sages, heavenly musicians and singers were all, together with their wives, born upon the earth, and came to Brajmandal. They called themselves of the family of Yadu, and cowherds, and the female guardians of the 4 Vedas went to Brahma, and said, "We too will descend upon the earth as cowherdesses, and attend upon Vasudeva." Saying this, they also came to Braj, and called themselves cowherdesses. When all the gods had arrived at Mathura, Vishnu began to meditate in the sea of milk, that Lakshman should first be Balaram, afterwards he, Vishnu, should be named Vasudeva, Bharat should be Purdaman, Satrughan should be Anuruddha, and Sita should descend on the earth as Rukmini. Chapter 2. Having narrated so much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, "O great king, Kans continued to rule tyrannically in Mathura, and Oagerson to be afflicted with many griefs. When Devaki, the daughter of Devak, Kans' uncle, was fit for marriage, Devak went to Kans, and asked him to whom she should be given in marriage. He replied, 'Give her to Vasudeva, the son of Sorsan.' On hearing this, Devak, having sent for a Brahmin, and having fixed upon a fortunate time, sent the nuptial gifts to Sorsan's house. And Sorsan, also having formed a marriage procession with great splendor, and taking with him Rajas of all countries, came to Vasudeva's marriage. Having heard of the arrival of the marriage procession near the city, Oagerson, Devak and Kans, taking their armies with them, and advancing to meet it, brought the procession with them into the city. Having advanced to meet the bridegroom with the greatest respect, they appointed a place in the bride's house for the reception of him and his attendants. Having entertained all who composed the marriage procession, they seated them in a hall, erected for the occasion, and adorned with flowers. And Kans gave away Devaki to Vasudeva in the manner prescribed by the Vedas, and bestowed a dowry of 15,000 horses, 4,000 elephants, 1,800 rooths or cars, numerous male and female servants, and golden dishes, or trays filled with dresses ornamented with jewels without number. And Kans gave jeweled dresses also to all who composed the marriage procession. After this, all assembled to escort the procession to Vasudeva's house, upon which there was a voice from heaven, saying, "O Kans, the 8th son of her whom you are escorting shall be your destruction, you shall die by his hand." On hearing this, Kans trembled with fear, and being enraged, seizing Devaki by the hair, he dragged her from her roof. Snatching a sword, he began to say, gnashing his teeth, "The tree which is plucked up by the roots will not produce blossoms and fruits. I will now put her to death, and reign without fear." On hearing and seeing what had happened, Vasudeva began to say to himself, "This fool has given pain, he does not distinguish between good and evil. If I should show rage now, the business in hand would be ruined, wherefore, it is better in the present instance to forgive." It is said, that, when an enemy draws a sword, a virtuous man will strive to soothe him. The fool on coming to his senses will regret his conduct, just as fire is put out by water. Reflecting thus, Vasudeva went into the presence of Kans, and joining his hands in a supplicating manner, and speaking submissively began to say, "O Lord of the earth! There is no one in the world so powerful as you, and all men live under your shadow. Being so great a hero, it is very improper that you should raise your sword against a woman, and it is a great crime to kill a sister. Men will be guilty of injustice, if they know that they will never die. This is the custom of the world. We are born in one place, and die in another. A man may cherish his body by doing good or evil in 10 million different ways, but his body will never be at his own disposal. Wealth, poverty, royal power will be of no use. For this reason, be pleased to listen to what I say, and release your poor, weak sister." On hearing this, Kans, looking upon his sister as the instrument of his death, was alarmed, and became more enraged. Upon this Vasudeva thought within himself, "This sinner, with the mind of a devil, is obstinately determined to follow out his own plans, we must take measures, by which Deuki may be rescued from his hands. Reflecting thus, he began to say to himself, I will save Deuki by saying to Kunz, that I will give him every son of hers, that is born, who has seen the future, there may not be a child, or this devil may die. The present crisis is before us, we can take measures for the future hereafter. Having resolved upon this, Basudio said to Kunz, O great king! Your death shall not be caused by the hand of any son of hers, because I have determined that I will bring and deliver over to you all the sons she, Deuki, may have, this I promise you. When Basudio had thus spoken, Kunz consented to what he had proposed, and releasing Deuki, began to say, O Basudio! You have thought well in saving me from the commission of so great a crime. Saying this, Kunz dismissed him, and himself returned home. After dwelling some days in Mathura, when Deuki had her first son, Basudio took it, and weeping placed it before Kunz. On seeing the infant, Kunz exclaimed, Basudio! You are very true to your word, I have had reason to know this today, because you have not deceived me, sacrificing all your affections, you have brought and given your child to me, I have no fear from it, I therefore give the child back to you. Hearing this, Basudio took the child, and making a salutation to Kunz, returned home. And at that time Narad Ji, the sage, went to Kunz and said, Raja! Why have you given the infant back? Do you not know that all the gods have been born, and come to Bruj to serve Basudio, and in the 8th pregnancy of Deuki, Sri Krishna being born, and having put all devils to death, will remove all the burthens of the world. Saying this, Narad Ji drew 8 lines, and counted them, when in 8 countings, each in turn was the 8th, Kunz being alarmed sent for Basudio and the child. Narad, the sage, departed, after having thus informed Kunz, who took the infant from Basudio, and put it to death. In this manner, whenever a son was born, Basudio brought it to Kunz, and he destroyed it. 6 infants were thus killed, when Sri Bhagwan, in the form of the great serpent, Shesh, took up his abode in the 7th pregnancy. On the hearing this, the Raja Purichit said to Shukdev the sage, O great king! Give me some account of Narad, the sage, who was the cause of so many crimes being committed, in order that the doubts of my mind may disappear. Sri Shukdev replied, Raja! Narad Ji thought rightly, that Kunz would commit very many crimes, in consequence of which Sri Bhagwan would speedily appear upon the earth. Chapter 3. Again Shukdev Ji began to say to the Raja Purichit, O Raja! I will now narrate how Huri came into the womb, and how Brahma and the other gods sung the praises of the fetus, and how Devi took Buldio Ji to Gokul. One day the Raja Kunz came and sat in his court. And having summoned all his demons said to them, All the gods have been born upon the earth, and amongst them Krishna will also make his descent. Narad, the sage, has explained this secret to me. For this reason, it is right, that you should go, and utterly destroy all the family of Jadu, so that not one of them may be left alive. Having obtained this order, all made their obeisance and departed, and after coming to the city, searching for and seizing the members of the family of Jadu, they began to bind them, and whether they were eating, drinking, standing, sitting, asleep, awake, or going to and fro from place to place, they did not let go a single one. And having surrounded them, they brought them into one place, and put them all to death by burning, drowning, dashing them against stones, and other tortures. In this manner, all the devils both great and small, assuming various frightful shapes, began to search every city, village, lane, and house for the members of the family of Jadu, and to destroy them. And the family of Jadu being distressed, and abandoning their country, fled, taking only their lives with them. All this time, all the other wives of Basudio came with Rone from Mathura to Gokul, where Basudio's chief friend, Nunji was dwelling, who received them with great affection, and restored them to confidence. And they dwelt in his house with great delight. When Kunz began thus to vex the gods, and to commit great crimes, Vishnu created an elusive form from his eyes, which, joining its hands, came before him. Vishnu said to it, Go thou now, and make a descent into the city of Mathura. Where the demon Kunz is causing distress to my worshippers, and Kuzip and Adit, that is, Jusoda and Duki, have gone. Kunz has closely confined them, and put 6 of their children to death. The 7th in the womb now is Luchman Ji, whom having taken from the womb of Duki, and carried to Gokul, place in such a manner in the womb of Rone, that no devil may know of it. And all the people of that part of the country will celebrate your praises. Having thus instructed the elusive form, Sri Narayan said, having first gone, and completed this work, be born in the house of Nand, and afterwards in that of Basudio, I also will come to Nand's house. On hearing this, the elusive form came quickly to Mutra, and entered the house of Basudio, in the form of Moni. The fetus she took away secretly, she went and gave to Rone. All people thought at her first pregnancy Bhagwan was born from Rone. In this manner on the 14th of the light part of the month Sawan, on a Wednesday, Boldio Ji was born in Gokul. And the illusion caused Basudio and Duki to dream, that she had carried away their child from the womb of Duki, and given it to Rone, and told them not to be at all anxious. On hearing this in their dream, Basudio and Duki awoke from sleep, and began to say to each other, Bhagwan has done well in this, but we must now inform Kunz of the circumstance. Otherwise, there is no knowing what pain he may inflict on us hereafter. Thinking thus, they informed their guards, who went and said to Kunz, O great king! Duki has miscarried, no child has been born. On hearing this Kunz said in alarm, Be very careful this time, because I have a dread of the 8th pregnancy, which the voice from heaven spoke of. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, Raja. Boldio Ji having thus appeared, when Sri Krishna came into the womb of Duki, the illusion went and took up its abode in the womb of Jusoda, the wife of Nand. Both were pregnant, when Duki during a festival went to the Jumna to bathe. By chance Jusoda came, and met her there. They began to talk of their mutual troubles. Suddenly, Jusoda said to Duki, I will keep your child, and give you mine. After this conversation, they both returned to their respective homes. Afterwards, when Kunz learnt that Duki was pregnant with her 8th child, he surrounded Basudio's house. He placed guards of devils on all 4 sides, and having sent for Basudio, said to him, Do not deceive me this time, bring your child to me, because on a former occasion I believed what you said. Having thus spoken, he placed fetters and handcuffs on Basudio and Duki, and having shut them up in one room, placing locks upon locks to prevent access, Kunz came to his own house, and fasting through fear went to sleep. And again very early in the morning went to the place, where Basudio and Duki were. Seeing that the pregnancy was clearly manifest, he exclaimed, In this cave of death, my destruction is contained. I could kill the mother, but I am afraid of the infamy which would attach to me from the act, because it would not be right for me, who am so powerful, to kill a woman. Well, I will destroy her son. Saying this, and coming outside, he placed as guards elephants, lions, dogs, and his own powerful warriors, and he himself watched constantly but did not obtain a moment's ease. Wherever he looked, he beheld during the 8 pures and 64 Guris Krishna in the form of death, from dread of which, he spent every night and day in most anxious thought. This was the state of Kunz. While Basudio and Duki in great affliction, the time for the birth having arrived, were propitiating Sri Krishna, when Bhagwan came, and caused them to dream, and banished all their care by telling them, that he would soon be born. And put an end to all their anxiety, and told them not to indulge in regrets. On hearing this, Basudio and Duki awoke. At this time Brahmu, Rudru, Indru and all the gods, having left their chariots in mid-air, and being invisible, came to Basudio's house, and joining their hands, and singing the Vedas, they began to celebrate the praises of the child in the womb. At which time, no one saw them, but all heard the musical sounds of the singing of the Vedas. All the guards were amazed at this strange circumstance, and Basudio and Duki were certain, that Bhagwan would quickly put an end to their troubles. Chapter 4. Sri Shukdev Ji said, Raja. At the time Sri Krishna Chand was about to be born, such joy arose in the minds of all men, that the name even of grief did not remain. Through delight the forests and groves being green began to produce flowers and fruits, the rivers, nullas and ponds to be filled with water, birds of different kinds to sport and hop about. And there were rejoicings in every city, village and house, Brahmins offered up sacrifices, the guardians of the 10 quarters were delighted, clouds rolled over Brajmandal. The gods seated in their chariots rained flowers from the sky, the celestial dancers, musicians, bands, playing upon drums and pipes began to sing praises, and in 1 quarter Orbasi and all the celestial courtesans were dancing. Under such a combination of circumstances on the 8th of the dark part of the month of Badan, in the Rone division of the zodiac, on a Wednesday at midnight, Sri Krishna Ji was born. And being of the color of a cloud, with a face like the moon, lotus-eyed, wearing a yellow vest, with a crown on his head, and adorned with the Baijanti necklace, composed of jewels, produced from the 5 elements of nature. And having ornaments studded with jewels, in a form with 4 arms, holding a shell, quoit, club, and a lotus, he appeared before Basudio and Devaki. On seeing him, both being amazed imagined him to be the first mortal, then joining their hands, they submissively said, "Great is our good fortune, that you have shown yourself to us, and given us a release from birth and death." Having thus spoken, they narrated the first part of the history, how Kunds had caused them affliction. Upon this, Sri Krishna Chand said, "Do not now suffer any anxiety of mind, because I have descended upon the earth to dispel your griefs, but carry me now to Gokul. And at this very time Jasoda has had a daughter, which take and deliver to Kunds, listen to the reason of my going, which I will explain. Nand and Jasoda have performed religious penance. Fixing their affections upon me, they desire to see their child's happiness, I will go and stay some days with them. Hereafter, after having killed Kunds, I will return to you, keep up your confidence." Having made this explanation to Basudio and Devaki, Sri Krishna being transformed into an infant, began to cry, and dissipated his delusion, and upon this, all the knowledge of Basudio and Devaki departed. And they supposed the infant to be their own son. Thinking thus, and having made a vow in their minds to offer up 10,000 cows, they took the child in their arms and fondled it. On looking at its face, both heaving deep sighs, began to say to each other, "Let us contrive some means of carrying off this infant, that he may escape from the hands of that sinner Kunds." Basudio said, "Without the assistance of Brahmu, no one will be able to support him, whatever has been written in fate, that will happen." Then joining her hands Jasoda said, "Your friend Nand lives at Gokul, Jasoda will dispel our troubles, and there is your wife Rone, take this infant there." On hearing this, Basudio said with agitation, "How shall I escape from these strong fastenings?" Upon this, all their handcuffs and chains upon their legs fell off, the doors flew open on all 4 sides, the watchmen, off their guard, were fast asleep. Basudio Ji having then placed Sri Krishna in a basket, put it on his head, and went off immediately to Gokul. Above the gods were pouring rain, behind him lions roared. Basudio became anxious, on beholding the great stream of the Jumna. Standing on the bank of the river, Basudio began to reflect that behind lions are roaring, and in front the fathomless Jumna is flowing. What shall I do now? Saying this, and fixing his thoughts upon Bhagwan, he went into the Jumna. And the depth of the river increased as he advanced. When the water came up to his nose, he was very much frightened, perceiving that he was agitated. Sri Krishna, extending his foot, uttered the mystical sound, Hoon, and in consequence of the stretching out of his foot, the Jumna became fordable. Basudio having crossed the river, came to Nand's house, and found the doors open. On going in, he found all asleep. Devi had thrown her into such a trance, that Jasoda was not conscious of having been delivered of a girl. Basudio, having put Krishna asleep by the side of Jasoda, and taken away her infant daughter, quickly returned homeward. After recrossing the river, he came to the spot where Devaki was sitting in anxious thought. Having given her the little girl, he told her all the news of his journey. On hearing the account, Jasoda, delighted with joy, exclaimed, "O husband! What need we care now, if Kunds should put us to death, since our son has escaped from the hands of that demon?" Having told thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, when Basudio had brought the female infant, the doors of their prison became closed as before. And both had chains and handcuffs fastened on. Again the little girl began to cry. On hearing the noise or the crying, the sentinels awoke, and snatching up their arms, and being on the alert, began to fire their muskets. On hearing their report, the elephants began to scream, lions to roar, and dogs to bark. At this time, amidst the darkness of night, and in the rain, a sentinel came, and having joined his hands, said to Kunz, "O great king! Your enemy has been born." On hearing this, Kunz fell down insensible. Chapter 5. On hearing of the birth of the infant, Kunz trembling with fear arose, and taking a sword ran reeling along, his hair disheveled, bathed in sweat, he came to his sister in extreme agitation. When he snatched away the child from her, she said, joining her hands, "O brother! This infant girl is thy niece, do not kill her, as she is my last child. You have put to death my sons, the loss of whom afflicts me greatly. Why will you increase your crimes by killing this infant without cause?" Kunz replied, "I will not give the child alive to thee, that is, I will not let her live, because whoever marries her, will put me to death." Having said this, and gone outside, just as he was about to dash the child to pieces, she escaped from his hand, and ascended to heaven, and exclaimed, "O Kunz! What have you gained by attempting to dash me to pieces? Thy enemy has been born somewhere, and now thou shalt not escape with life." Having heard this, Kunz filled with regret, came to where Basudio and Diuki were standing, and on his arrival, had their handcuffs and leg irons cut off, and submissively said, "I have committed a great crime in putting your sons to death. How will this stain be washed out? In what birth shall I obtain salvation? Your gods were false, who said, that in Diuki's 8th pregnancy a boy should be born. This has not been the case, but a girl has been produced, and she too having escaped from my hands has ascended to heaven. Exercise compassion, and do not allow your thoughts to dwell upon my sins. Because no one can obliterate what has been written in fate. After having come into the world, a man cannot be free from life, death, good and bad fortune. They, who are wise, consider life and death alike, and the proud look upon them as friendly and hostile. You are great observers of truth in having brought your sons to me." Having thus spoken, when Kunz began repeatedly to entreat them, Basudio-ji said, "O great king! You say truly, that the fault is not yours in this case, as God had written what has happened in our fate." Hearing this, Kunz, being highly delighted, brought Basudio and Diuki in the most friendly manner to his house. And having entertained them, and presented them with robes, brought them back again with the greatest respect, and having sent for a counselor, he said, "Diwi has stated, that my enemy has been born. For which reason, put the gods to death wherever you find them, because they have spoken falsely to me, in stating, that my foe should be born in the 8th pregnancy of Diuki." The counselor said, "O great king! What great difficulty will there be in destroying them? They are beggars from birth, and whenever you show anger, they will run away. What power have they of opposing you? Brahma is engaged during the 8 pures in reflection and contemplation, Mahadev eats bang, and the thorn apple. Indra has no power over you. There remains Narayan, who does not understand war, he remains enjoying himself with Lakshmi." Kunz said, "Explain, how can we find Narayan, and conquer him?" The counselor replied, "If you wish to conquer Narayan, destroy all those in whose houses he dwells during the 8 pures, Brahmins, worshippers of Vishnu, Jogis, devotees with matted hair, religious ascetics, sannyasis, wandering religionists, and all the worshippers of Huri. Seize them all, from children to old men, so that not one may be left alive." On hearing this, Kunz said to the counselor, "Do you go, and destroy them all." Having obtained this order, the counselor, taking with him all sorts of devils, departed, and having gone into the city began to search for cows, Brahmins, children, and the worshippers of Huri, and adopting treachery and violence, to put them to death. Chapter 6. Having narrated so much of the history, Sri Shukdev-ji said, "Raja. Once on a time, Nand and Jasoda performed a great religious penance for a son, when Sri Narayan himself gave a promise, that he would be born in their house. When Sri Krishna came at midnight on a Wednesday, the 8th of the dark part of the month Baden, Jasoda being awake at the time, and having beheld her son's face, sending for Nand, was highly delighted. And thought that she had gained every object of her life. Early in the morning, Nand ji having got up sent for pundits and astrologers, who came with their books and almanacs, and Nand offered them seats with great respect and honor. They, according to the precepts of the Shastras, having fixed upon the year, month, lunar day, solar day, division of the zodiac, the lucky moment, an exact ray of light, and having considered the rising of a sign of the zodiac, and having settled a division of time equal to 48 minutes, said, O great king! After consulting our Shastras we are of opinion, that the child about to be born will be a second deity, as Brahmu. Having destroyed all evil spirits, and relieved the burthens of Bruj, he shall be called the Lord of Cowherdesses, and the whole world shall sing his praises. On hearing this, Nand ji made a vow to offer up 200,000 cows, with horns of gold, hoofs of silver, backs of copper, and arrayed in yellow silk robes. And having given all sorts of gifts and presents to Brahmins, and receiving their blessing, he dismissed them. After this, he sent for all the musicians and singers of the city. They came, and began to display their accomplishments. The musicians to play, the dancers to dance, singers to sing, and the bards to celebrate praises. And all the cowherds of Gokul made their wives bring vessels, containing sour milk, on their heads. Assuming various disguises, dancing and singing, they came to offer congratulatory presents to Nand. On their arrival, they threw about, and at each other, so much coagulated milk and clay, that the whole of Gokul seemed to be covered with coagulated milk. When they had finished this sport, Nand having entertained them all, presented them with dresses, made the marks of tiluk on their foreheads, and given them pawn, betel leaf, dismissed them. The congratulations lasted in this manner for some days. During this time, every one obtained whatever he asked from Nand ji. Being free from the congratulations, Nand ji sent for all the cowherds, and said to them, Brothers, I have heard that Kunz is laying hold of all the little children he can find. There is no knowing but some wicked person may say something against us, for which reason it is proper that we should in a body take presents, and offer annual tribute. They all agreed to this, and taking with them from their houses, milk, curds, butter and money, loading them on carts, they came from Gokul to Mathura, accompanied by Nand. Having had an interview with Kunz, they offered presents, and having paid their tribute, being permitted to depart, making their salutations, they returned homewards. When they reached the bank of the Jumna, Basudeo ji having received information of their coming, went there also, embracing Nand, and making inquiries regarding his affairs, he began to say, I have not such a relative and friend as you in the whole world, because when a great calamity happened to me, I sent Rone, then with child, to you. She has had a son, whom you have nurtured with great care. How can I sufficiently describe your virtues? Saying this, he asked him, Tell me, are Ram Krishna, and your wife Jasoda well? Nand ji replied, By your kindness all are well, and the root of my life, your Boldeo ji is also well. In consequence of his being born, by reason of your virtue and majesty, I also have had a son, but there is one of your griefs, which much afflicts me. Busudeo said, Friend, we have no power over the deity, the lines of fate cannot he effaced by one. For this reason, after coming into the world, who should regret, if he suffers pain and affliction? Having thus informed him, he said, Go quickly to your home, Kunz has committed many acts of violence. The vile wretch is making search for, and having brought to him all the infant children he can, good subjects have been put to death, you have all come here, and evil spirits are on the search. And prowling about, who knows but that some wicked person may go to Gokul, and cause injustice to be done. On hearing this, Nand ji being agitated, and taking all with him, engaged in thought, went from Mathura to Gokul. Chapter 7. Sri Shukdeo Jee said, Raja. Kun's counselor having taken many devils with him, was roaming about and destroying, when Kunz, having sent for a female devil, named Putna, said to her, go and kill as many of the family of Jadoo as you can find." She, hearing this, being highly pleased, and making a salutation, departed. She began to say to herself, "Nand has had a son, I heard it in the village of Gokul, I will now lay hold of it by stratagem, I will go as a cowherdess." Having said this, ornamenting herself in a most elaborate manner, putting poison in her breast, assuming a fascinating appearance, practicing deceit, taking a lotus in her hand, being fully adorned, she went forth like Lakshmi. When arrayed in all the ornaments of dress, she goes to meet her lord. Having arrived in Gokul, she came laughing into the house of Nand. On seeing her, all being fascinated, remained as though dispossessed of their senses. She went and sat near Jasoda, and asking the news, gave her a blessing. "Sister, may your Krishna live 1,000,000,000 of years." Having thus proffered friendship, taking the child from Jasoda, and placing it in her bosom, when she offered to suckle it, Sri Krishna, having seized her breast with both his hands, began fastening his mouth on her breast, to suck her life with the milk. Upon this, Putna being greatly agitated, exclaimed, "Jasoda, what sort of son is this of yours? He is not a mortal, but the messenger of death. Thinking it a cord, I have laid hold of a snake. If I escape alive from his hands, I will never come to Gokul again." Saying this, she ran off outside the village, but Krishna did not let go his hold, and all of a sudden, he took her life. She fell down, just as a thunderbolt would fall from heaven. Having heard a very great noise, Rone and Jasoda, weeping and lamenting, came to the spot where Putna, occupying a space of 2 kos, had fallen dead. And the whole village came running out after them. They saw Krishna upon her breast and in the act of sucking the milk. Taking him up quickly, and kissing him, they pressed him to their bosoms, and brought him home. Having sent for charmers, they began to exorcise him, and the cowherdesses and cowherds, standing near Putna, began to say to each other, "Friend, hearing the sound of her fall, we were so alarmed, that our bosoms are still palpitating. Who can say, what the child's state may be?" In the meantime, Nunji, having come from Mathura, saw that a female devil had fallen dead, and that a crowd of the inhabitants of Bruj had surrounded her. He inquired how this act of violence had occurred. They began to explain to him, "O great king! First of all she came to your house in a beautiful form, and gave a blessing. On seeing her, all the women of Bruj were like persons deprived of their senses. She took Krishna, and began to suckle him, and after that, we do not know what occurred." On hearing this, Nunji said, "It is very lucky the child has escaped, and that she did not fall upon Gokul. Had she fallen, not one would have escaped, all would have been crushed under her, and died." Having thus spoken, Nunji came home, and bestowed gifts and presents, and the cowherds, having brought axes, spades, mattocks and hoes, and cutting off the bones and feet of Putna, dug holes, and buried them. And collecting the flesh and skin together burnt them. From her burning, there was such a sweet scent spread abroad, that it filled the whole world with perfume. Having heard thus much, Raja Purichit said to Shukdev Ji, "O great king! That female devil was very unclean, an eater of flesh and drinker of wine. Please explain how it happened, that a sweet smell came from her body." The sage replied, "Raja, Sri Krishna Chand, having drank her milk, granted her absolution, and that was the cause of the perfume coming from her body." Chapter 8. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, "The division of the zodiac in which Krishna was born, came round again. Jasoda, his mother, performed all the 4 customary ceremonies of congratulation. When Huri was 27 days old, Nunji sent an invitation to all Brahmins and inhabitants of Bruj. They came, and were placed upon seats with respect and honor. Afterwards, having given a great many presents to Brahmins, he allowed them to depart, and having arrayed his relations in dresses, which he gave them, entertained them with every sort of delicacy. At this time, Jasoda was assisting in the ceremony of serving the food, Rone was waiting upon them, the inhabitants of Bruj were laughing and eating, the cowherdesses were singing songs. All were so delighted with joy, that not one thought about Krishna, and Krishna was fast asleep in a cradle under a heavy cart. Shortly afterwards, he awoke hungry, having his toe in his mouth, he began crying, and moving about to look around him. At that time, a demon came flying over. Seeing Krishna alone, he began to say to himself, "This is some very powerful person that has been born, but today I will revenge myself on him for Putna's death." Having resolved upon this, he came and sat in the cart, whence his name was Suktasur. When the cart began to crack, and move about, Sri Krishna, sobbing, gave such a kick, that the demon died, and the cart fell to pieces. As many pails as there were, containing milk and curds, were all broken, and the contents oozed out, and the buttermilk flowed in a stream, like a river. Hearing the noise of the cart going to pieces, and of the breaking of the earthen pots, all the cowherdesses and cowherds ran to the spot. On arrival, Jasoda taking up Krishna, and kissing him, pressed him to her bosom. Having beheld this strange occurrence, they all began to say to each other, "Brahma has done an act of great kindness today, by means of which, although the cart has been broken in pieces, the child has escaped." Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev said, "Raja. When Huri was 5 months old, Kun sent Trinawarat, who came to Gokul in the form of a whirlwind. Nun's wife was sitting with Krishna in her lap in the courtyard, when all at once Krishna became so heavy, that Jasoda, on account of the weight, was obliged to let him down from her lap. In the meantime, such a violent storm occurred, that day was changed into night, and trees began to fall, torn up by the roots, the roofs of houses to fly about. Upon this Jasoda, being alarmed, tried to lift up Krishna, but he would not rise. As soon as her hand was off his body, Trinawarat flew off with him in the air, and began to say to himself, "Today I will most certainly destroy him." Having taken off Krishna, the demon was resolving these thoughts in his mind, whilst Jasoda, not knowing where Krishna was, not seeing him before her, began to cry, and to call out, "Krishna! Krishna!" Hearing her voice, all the cowherdesses and cowherds came to the spot, and, together with her, ran about in search of Krishna. They went about groping in the dark by guess and tripped, and fell down. The cowherdesses roamed over the jungle of Bruj in search of Krishna, whilst Rone and Jasoda were talking to each other about him. None continued calling out in a voice of thunder, the cowherdesses and cowherds vociferated lustily. When Sri Krishna saw that Nand and Jasoda, as well as all the inhabitants of Bruj, were much distressed. Having twisted Trinawarat round, and brought him into the courtyard, he dashed him against a stone with such violence, that life left his body. The storm was hushed, it became light again, and all, after having lost their road, reached home. They saw a demon lying dead in the courtyard. Sri Krishna was playing upon his chest. On coming up to him, Jasoda took him in his arms, and clasped him to her bosom, and gave many gifts to Brahmins. Chapter 9. Sri Shukdev Jee said, "Raja. One day Basudeo ji having sent for Garug, the sage, who was a great astrologer, and the family priest of the members of the family of Jadu, said to him, 'Go to Gokul, and give my son a name. Rone has been pregnant, and had a son. What is his age, how powerful is he, what is his name? And Nunji has had a son, and sent for you.' On hearing this Garug, the sage, being highly pleased, departed, and came near Gokul. Someone went and told Nunji, that Garug, the sage, the family priest of the Jadus, was coming. On hearing it, Nunji delighted, and accompanied by the cowherd's children, took with him presents, and went out to meet him. And having spread carpets of silk for him to walk upon, brought him to his house amidst musical rejoicings. Having performed puja, placing him upon a seat, and taking the water, with which his feet had been washed, the wife and husband, joining their hands, began to say, "O great king! Great is our good fortune, that you have been so compassionate as to come and purify our house by giving us a sight of you. Through your majesty, 2 sons have been born, one Rani's, the other, ours. Be so kind as to give them names." Garug, the sage, said, "Thus to give them names would not be proper. Because, if it shall be spread abroad, that Garug, the sage, has gone to Gokul to give names to children, and Kunj shall hear of it, he will think that someone has conveyed Devki's son to the house of his friend, Basudeo. And, therefore, the family priest has gone there. Thinking thus he will have me apprehended, and there is no knowing what violence he may do to you. For this reason, do not make the matter at all public, but give the names silently, or have the names given silently, in your own house. Nun said, Garug ji. You have spoken truly. Saying this, he took him into his own house, and placed him upon a seat. Then Garug, the sage, having inquired from Nun ji the lunar day and time of birth of both, having determined the fortunate moment, and resolved upon what their names should be, said, Nun ji. The son of Rone, the wife of Basudio, shall have the following names, Sunkirkan, Kutiraman, Buldeo, Bulram, Kalandibadan, Holdher, and Bulbir. And with respect to your son, in the form of Krishna, his names shall be numberless. But as he was once born in the house of Basudio, he has been named Basudio. And it is my opinion, that whenever these two children of yours shall be born in the 4 ages, they shall be born together. Nun ji said, explain their good qualities. Garug the sage replied, they are deities, it is impossible to understand their state, but I know this much, that, having killed Kuns, they will remove the burdens of the world. Having thus spoken, Garug, the sage, departed in silence, and went, and told all the news to Basudio. After this, both the children began to increase in stature daily in Gokul, and give pleasure to Nand and Jasoda, by playing childish tricks. Wearing blue and yellow dresses, with short curls floating loose on their foreheads, with amulets, knotted strings and necklaces on their necks, and toys in their hands, they played about. Crawling about the courtyard on their knees, they fell down and lisped out their words. Rani and Jasoda followed them about, lest the children, frightened at any one, should trip and fall. When having laid hold of the young calves' tails, they got up, and afterwards fell down, Jasoda and Rone taking them up, and pressing them to their bosoms with the greatest affection, suckled them, and coaxed them in every possible way. When Sri Krishna grew bigger, he one day took the cowherd's children with him to Bruj to steal butter. They searched for it in empty houses, and Krishna allowed them to steal whatever they found. They carried away the milk pails, which were set apart and covered up, belonging to all whom they found asleep in their houses. Wherever they found it suspended on strings, placing a board upon a stool, a wooden mortar upon the board, and making one of their companions stand upon the mortar, and getting upon his back, they took down the butter, ate some of it, stole some, and spilt some about. In this manner, they constantly committed theft in the houses of the cowherdesses. One day, they all took counsel together, and allowed Krishna to come into the house. Having entered the house, as he was on the point of stealing the butter and curds, they laid hold of him, and said, You have been in the habit of coming night and morning, where will you escape now, you butter thief? Having thus spoken, when all the cowherdesses in a body, taking Krishna with them, were going to make a complaint to Jasoda regarding him, Krishna practiced this deception upon them. He made each mother take hold of her own child by the hand, and ran off himself, and again joined the sons of the cowherds. When the cowherdesses came to Nun's wife, they fell at her feet, and said, If you will not be offended, we will inform you, what acts of tyranny Krishna has committed. Milk, curds, buttermilk do not escape from his hand. In Bruj he commits such thefts, and roams about, thieving, morning and evening. Wherever he finds them laid by, and covered up, he fearlessly takes them away, eats some, and allows his companions to steal. If any one points out the mark of curds on his mouth, he perversely says, that the same person placed it there. In this manner, he used to come constantly, and commit thefts. Today, we have caught him, and brought him to show to you. Jasoda replied, Friends, whose child have you laid hold of, and brought to me? Since yesterday, my Krishna has not gone out of the house. Is this the way you speak truth? Hearing this, and perceiving that they had hold of their own children, they laughed and were ashamed of themselves. Upon this, Jasoda sent for Krishna, and said to him, Son, do not go to anyone's house. Whatever you wish to eat, eat at home. Having heard this, Krishna said, lisping, Do not, mother, place any reliance on what they say. These false cowherdesses have spoken falsely, and have come roaring in pursuit of me. Sometimes, they make me lay hold of the milk pails and calves. Sometimes they make me perform the drudgery of the house, and having placed me at the door to watch, they go about their business, and then come and tell you stories." Hearing this, the cowherdesses looking at Krishna, and smiling, went away. One day after this, Krishna and Balaram were playing with some companions in a courtyard. When Krishna ate some dirt, one of his companions went and told Jasoda, who came running towards him in a passion, with a stick in her hand. Seeing his mother coming towards him in a very angry humor, wiping his mouth, he was frightened, and remained standing in the same spot. She, on coming up, asked him, "Why have you been eating mud?" Krishna replied with fear and trembling, "Mother, who has told you this?" She said, "One of your companions has told me." Upon this, Mohan, being enraged, said to the companion, "When did I eat mud?" He replied in alarm, "Brother, I do not understand what you say. What answer shall I give?" When Krishna began to explain to his companion, Jasoda went and laid hold of him. Upon this, Krishna began to say, "Be not angry, mother. Do human creatures ever eat mud?" She said, "I will not listen to your thoughtless speeches. If you really speak the truth, show me your mouth." When Sri Krishna opened his mouth, the three worlds were seen inside it. Jasoda was then convinced, and she began to say to herself, "I am a great fool in looking upon the Lord of the three worlds as my son." Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev said to the Raja Purichit, "Raja." When Nun's wife thought thus, Huri dissipated the delusion, and, Jasoda, having pressed Mohan to her bosom with affection, brought him home. Chapter 10. One day, thinking it to be a proper time for churning, Nun's wife rose very early, and having awakened all the cowherdesses, gave them an invitation. They came, and having swept and thoroughly cleaned the house, and plastered it over, began churning. Upon this, Nun's wife also took a large-sized new dish, placing it upon a stand, and spreading a seat for herself. With churning staff and string, she sat down, and began to churn for Sri Krishna, after having arranged fresh, and used vessels for holding the milk. At this time, the sound made by churning in Nun's house was like thunder. In the meanwhile, Krishna awoke, and began crying, and calling out for his mother. When no one heeded his calling out, he came himself to Jasoda, and with tears in his eyes, in a state of agitation, sobbing and lisping, began to say, "Mother, how often have I called for you, and you have not come to give me victuals? Is your business not finished yet?" Saying this, he became cross. Having taken the churning staff from the large dish, putting both his hands into it, and taking out the butter, he began to throw it about, and besmear his body with it, and kicking about his feet, and laying hold of his dress, he began to cry. Then Nun's wife, being frightened and angry, said, "Son, what have you done, or what sort of behavior is this? Get up, and come along with me, and I will give you food." Krishna said, "I will not take any now." "Why did you not give it me at first, mother? For me to take it now would be a calamity." At length, with coaxing and kindness, Jasoda kissed him, and took him in her lap, and gave him thick milk, and bread and butter to eat. Huri laughed and ate. Nun's wife, placing a cloth over him in such a way that no one could see him, continued to feed him. In the meanwhile a cowherdess came, and said, "You are sitting here, while there all the milk has boiled over the fireplace." On hearing this, having quickly put down Krishna from her lap, she ran off, and went and saved the milk, whilst Krishna, having broken the vessels, containing the curds and buttermilk, destroyed the churning staves. And having taken a small earthen pot, filled with butter, ran off to the cowherd's children. He found a wooden mortar, placed upside down, upon which he sat, and having seated his companions on four sides, they began to distribute the butter to each other laughing, and to eat it. When Jasoda came back, after having taken off the milk from the fireplace, she saw that the courtyard and hall were greasy with curds and buttermilk. Reflecting, and considering upon this, she came forth with a stick in her hand, and searching about, came to the spot where Sri Krishna had formed an assembly, and was eating and distributing butter. When she went behind, and placed her hand on him, Huri, seeing his mother, crying and entreating, said to her, "Mother, I do not know who caused the buttermilk to be spilt, let go of me. Hearing him speak with so much humility, Jasoda, laughing and throwing away the stick, embraced Krishna with the greatest delight, though pretending to be angry. And having brought him home, began to fasten him to the wooden mortar. Sri Krishna contrived, that whatever string she fastened him with, should be too short. Jasoda sent for all the strings in the house. But nevertheless, Krishna was not fastened. At length perceiving that his mother was vexed, he allowed himself to be bound. Nun's wife having fastened him, and having exacted an oath from the cowherdesses, that they would not let him loose, began to occupy herself with domestic matters. Part 2. Chapter 11. Sri Shukdev said, Raja. Whilst Sri Krishna was bound, the recollection of a former birth occurred to him, when Narad had pronounced a curse on the 2 sons of Kuvuru, whom it was necessary for him to liberate. On hearing this, the Raja Purichat said to Shukdev, O great king, please explain how Narad, the sage, cursed the sons of Kuvuru. Shukdev, the sage, said, in the mountain Kailas, Kuvuru had 2 sons, named Nul and Kuvur, who, attending upon Sivu, became very rich. One day, accompanied by their wives, they went into the forest for amusement. And having drank wine there, became intoxicated. Stripping themselves and their wives naked, they began to bathe in the Ganges, and throwing their arms round each other's necks, indulged in various kinds of amatory playfulness, in the midst of which, Narad, the sage, made his appearance. On seeing him, the women came out of the water, and dressed themselves, but the 2 men, who were intoxicated, remained where they were. Seeing their condition, Narad began to say to himself, they have become proud on account of their wealth. And for this reason, indulge in anger, and amorous sports. A man without wealth has no pride. And a wealthy man, no thought of religion, or irreligion. It is said, that fools having cherished their false bodies, that is, indulging in all sorts of luxury in excess, forget themselves. At the sight of wealth, and their families, meaning, high connections, they are elated, and virtuous men do not entertain any pride of wealth in their minds, but regard good and bad fortune alike. Saying this, Narad, the sage, pronounced a curse upon them for this crime, go to Gokul, and become trees. When Sri Krishna descends upon the earth, he will liberate you. Narad, the sage, thus cursed them, for which reason they came to Gokul, and were transformed into trees, and they were named Jumlajoran. Having narrated thus much, Shukdev said, O great king. Recollecting this circumstance, Sri Krishna, dragging along the wooden mortar, came to the place in which the trees named Jumlajoran were. On going there, having cast the wooden mortar across, between the 2 great trees, he gave such a sudden jerk, that the 2 trees fell down, uprooted. And 2 very handsome human beings, coming forth from them, and joining their hands, began to sing his praises, O Lord. Who, but you, would recollect such great sinners as we are? Sri Krishna said, Narad, the sage, has shown great compassion towards you, in having granted you liberation in Gokul. Through his beneficence, you have obtained me. Now ask for me any boon you wish. Jumlajoran said, O Lord of the poor. Through the favor of Narad, we have touched your feet, and obtained a sight of you. We have now no desire of anything else, but be pleased to grant this much, that faith in you may always continue in our breasts. On hearing this, Sri Krishna, having granted what they asked, and laughing, dismissed them. Chapter 12. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, Raja. When those 2 trees fell, hearing the sound, and being alarmed, the wife of Nand came to the spot where Krishna had been tied to the wooden mortar. And all the cowherdesses and cowherds came also after her. When she did not find Krishna there, being agitated in mind, Jasoda went about calling out, and repeating the name of Mohan. Where has he gone, that was tied down? Has anyone seen my boy Kanya anywhere? In the meantime, or at this time, a woman of Bruj, having come before Jasoda, said, 2 trees have fallen down, and their Krishna has escaped. Having heard this, they all advanced and saw that 2 trees had indeed fallen down, uprooted, and Krishna was sitting between them, tied to the wooden mortar, and contracted in size. Going up to him, Nun's wife, loosing him from the wooden mortar, and weeping, clasped Krishna to her bosom, and all the cowherdesses, supposing that he was alarmed, began to snap their fingers, and clap their hands to make Krishna laugh. Upon this, Nund and Oapnand began to say to each other, "How have these trees, which have been growing up for ages, fallen down, uprooted? This strange occurrence cannot be understood, nor is the secret of it comprehensible." Having heard this, a young boy explained the circumstances of the trees falling, exactly as they had occurred, but no one could understand them. One said, "How can these children understand such a secret as this?" Another said, "Perhaps it may be so, for who can comprehend the state of Huri?" Thus making remarks of various kinds, and taking Sri Krishna with them, they all came with delight to Gokul. Then Nunji gave many presents, and performed many charitable acts. After the lapse of some days, Krishna's birthday came round. Jasoda sent an invitation to all their relations, and having given an entertainment, tied the anniversary birthday knot. When they all sat down to eat, Nund Ray said, "Brethren, how can we possibly remain in Gokul? Every day, many acts of injustice are committed. Let us go somewhere, where we can have grass and water." Oapnand said, "If you go and live at Brindaban, you will live there with delight." Having heard this speech, Nunji entertaining them all, and giving them seats after distributing pawn, sent for an astrologer, and inquired the proper division of time of 48 minutes for the journey. He, considering, said, "Tomorrow is a very good day for a journey in that direction. The spirits, attendant on good and bad luck, are on the left. The unlucky quarter is behind us, and the moon before us. You may start off early in the morning without any anxiety." Having heard this, all the cowherdesses and cowherds went to their homes, but early in the morning they all assembled together, having packed up all their goods and chattels on carts. Nunji also accompanied them, with all his relations. And proceeding on their journey, and crossing the river, they arrived in the evening. Having propitiated the goddess Tulsi, they occupied Brindaban, and all began to live there with ease and pleasure. When Sri Krishna was 5 years old, he said to his mother, "I will go out to graze the calves, tell Buldeo not to leave me alone in the jungle." She replied, "Son, there are many servants of yours, whose business it is to take the calves out to graze. Do not you go, who are the protection of my eyelids, and dearer to me than my eyes." Krishna said, "If I am allowed to go into the jungle to amuse myself, I will eat my food, if not, I will not." On hearing this, Jasoda, having called the cowherds' children, and entrusted Krishna and Bulram to them, said, "Do not go far to graze the calves, and bring them both home together before evening. Do not leave them by themselves in the jungle. Remain with them, you are their guardians." Saying this, and giving them food, she made over Ram and Krishna to them. They, having gone to the banks of the Jumna, began to graze the calves and to play with the cowherds' children. At this time, Butchasor, who had been sent by Kunz, came there under a disguised form. On seeing him, the frightened calves ran off in all directions. Upon this, Sri Krishna remarked to Buldeo with a wink, "Brother, this is some demon that has come here." Afterwards, when in the act of feeding he approached near to accomplish his treacherous design, to arrange his ambuscade, Sri Krishna, having seized him by the hind leg, and twisted him round his head, dashed him down with such violence that life left his body. Having heard of the death of Butchasor, Kunz sent Bukasor, who having come to Brindaban, and arranged his snare, went and sat on the bank of the Jumna. In the appearance of a hill. On beholding him, the cowherds began, through fear, to say to Krishna, "Brother, this is some demon, who has come in the form of a crane. How shall we escape from him?" On the one hand, the cowherds were speaking thus to Krishna. On the other, the demon was revolving in his mind, that he would certainly destroy Krishna on that day. In the meantime, when Sri Krishna went near him, he raised him up with his bill, and shut his mouth. The cowherds' children, being perplexed, looking round on all sides and crying, began to call out and say, "Alas! Alas! Holter too is not here. What shall we go and tell Jasoda?" Seeing that they were greatly distressed, Sri Krishna became so hot, that the crane could not retain him in his mouth. When the crane vomited him out, Krishna having seized his beak, and pressed it under his feet, tore it in pieces. And collecting the calves, he returned home with his companions, laughing and playing. Chapter 13. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! Sri Krishna went one day early to the jungle to feed the calves, and all the cowherds' children, taking provisions with them from their homes, accompanied him. Having gone to the pasture ground, and deposited their food, and let the calves loose to graze, staining their bodies with white and red earth, making necklaces of jungle fruits and flowers, they put them on. And imitating the sounds of beasts and birds, and indulging in sports of various kinds, they began to dance and sing. In the meantime, a demon named Ugasur, sent by Kunz, arrived, and being transformed into a huge serpent, sat with his mouth open. And Sri Krishna playing, sporting and taking his companions with him, came to the spot where the serpent, having prepared his ambuscade, was sitting with his mouth open. Having beheld him from a distance, the cowherds' children began to say amongst themselves, Brother! This is some great mountain, the chasm of which is so large. Thus conversing, and leading the calves, they came near the serpent. One child then seeing its mouth open, said, Brother! This is some very frightful cave, do not let us go inside it, we are frightened on even looking at it. One of the companions, named Tok, then said, Come, let us go inside, what fear have we, whilst Krishna is with us? If it should be any demon, he will be destroyed as Bhukasur was. They were all standing and conversing thus, when the serpent drew such a deep breath, that all the cowherds' children together with the calves fell into his mouth. There was such a poisonous, hot vapor, that the calves alarmed, began to low, and Krishna's companions to call out, O beloved Krishna! Quickly take thought of us, or we shall be burnt to death. Hearing their cries, Sri Krishna, being distressed, went also into his mouth, and the serpent delighted shut its mouth. Upon this, Sri Krishna increased his body to such a size, that the serpent's stomach was burst. All the calves and cowherds' children fell out. At this time, the gods delighted, and raining flowers and nectar, took away the heat, under which all were suffering. Upon this, the cowherds' children began to say to Sri Krishna, Brother! By putting this demon to death, you have well saved us, otherwise, all would have perished, or had perished. Chapter 14. Sri Shukdev said, Raja! Having thus destroyed Ugasur, Sri Krishna Chand having collected the calves, and taking his companions with him, proceeded on his road. Having gone some distance, standing under the shade of a kudam tree, playing on the flute, and calling all the cowherds' children, he said, Brothers! This is a nice place, why need we go farther? Let us sit down here and eat. On hearing this, they drove away the calves to graze, and having brought leaves of different trees, and made them into plates and cups, sweeping the place clean, they sat down in rows on all sides of Krishna, and producing their provisions, began to serve them out. When they had finished serving them out, Sri Krishna standing in the midst, having first himself taken a mouthful, gave the order for them to eat. They began to eat. And amongst them, Sri Krishna with a peacock crown, a necklace of various flowers reaching to his feet, with a club in his hand, standing awry, and dressed in yellow silk, laughing gave them all some of his own food. And taking some from the plate of each, tasting it he pronounced upon the different flavors, the bitter, sweet, hot and pungent, and appeared as beautiful in that assembly, as the moon among the stars. At this time Brahma and all the gods seated in their chariots looked down from the sky on the enjoyments of the cowherds' assembly. Brahma, having come down from amongst them, stole and took away all the calves. And whilst the cowherds were eating, happening to think about them, they said to Krishna, Brother! We are sitting here at our ease, and eating, who knows where the calves may have gone to? Then Krishna said to the cowherds, Do you all remain feasting, let no one get up, or be at all anxious, I will collect the calves belonging to all, and bring them here. Having thus said, and gone some distance into the jungle, when he found out that Brahma had stolen and carried off the calves, Sri Krishna made others exactly like them, and brought them with him. On his return, he perceived that Brahma had taken off the cowherd's children also. He then also created other children, exactly like those that had been taken away, and as it was evening, brought them all with him to Vrindavan. The cowherd's children went to their homes, but none discovered the secret, that the children did not belong to them. On the contrary, affection for them increased daily. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev said, O great king! Brahma having taken off the cowherd's children and calves, shutting them up in a mountain cave, and blocking up the entrance with a stone, fell into a state of forgetfulness regarding the circumstance. And Sri Krishna constantly engaged in new sports. After the lapse of a year, Brahma recollected what he had done, and began to say to himself, One of my moments has not passed, but a year of mortals has elapsed. I must therefore go and see what has been the state of Bruj without the cowherd's children and the calves. Thinking thus, he rose and came to the cave, where he had shut them all up. Having raised the stone, he saw that the children and the calves had fallen into a deep sleep. Departing thence, and coming to Vrindavan, when he beheld the children and calves exactly as before, he was astonished, and began to say, How have the cowherds and calves come here, or has Krishna created these new ones? Saying this, he went again to look at the cave. Whilst he was looking at them, Krishna created such a delusion, that all the cowherds' children and calves became four-armed, and Brahma, Rudra and Indra with hands joined, stood before each. Brahma, on beholding, became like a picture, all intelligence and thoughts were forgotten, that is departed from him, just as a stone dewi with four faces would be grieved without worshippers and worship. And being frightened, and shutting his eyes, he began to tremble. When Sri Krishna, acquainted with the secret thoughts of all, found that Brahma was very much alarmed, he took away the parts of which the rest were composed, and remained himself alone, just as separate clouds are formed into one. Chapter 15. Sri Shukdev Jee said, Raja. When Sri Krishna removed his delusion, Brahma acquired a knowledge of his own body, that is, recovered his former intelligence. Reflecting, he went to Bhagwan, and implored him most earnestly, falling at his feet, soliciting and standing before him with joined hands, he began to say, O Lord! You have done me a great kindness in having removed my pride, by which I had been blinded. Who has understanding sufficient to comprehend your actions, unless you take compassion upon him? Your illusory power has fascinated all. Who is there with powers to fascinate you? You are the God of all, in every hair of your body there are many Brahmas like me, in what reckoning am I? O kind to the poor! Be pleased now compassionately to forgive my offense, and take not thought of my fault. Having heard thus much, Sri Krishna smiled. Brahma then brought all the cowherds' children and the calves in a state of sleep, and being ashamed, and offering praises to Krishna, went to his own abode. The assembly was formed exactly as it was before, although a year had passed, no one was aware of it. When the cowherds' children awoke, Krishna collected the calves. Upon this, some of the children said, Brother! You have brought the calves quickly, we have not had time to eat our food. Hearing this, Krishna said laughing, I was anxious on your account. I found the calves, grazing near in one place. Let us now go home, having come here very early in the morning. Conversing thus, and taking the calves with them, they all came home, laughing and playing. Chapter 16. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! When Sri Krishna was 8 years of age, he one day said to Jasoda, Mother! I will go and take the cows to feed, do you prevail on my father to send me with the cowherds? Hearing this, Jasoda spoke to Nandji on the subject. He having fixed upon a lucky division of time, equal to 48 minutes, sent for the cowherds' children. And on the 8th of the light part of the month Kartik, having caused Krishna to perform puja to a cowshed, he said in a supplicating manner to the cowherds, Brothers! From today, take Ram Krishna with you, when you take the cows to pasture, but stay near him, and do not leave him alone in the jungle. Having thus said, and given them food, and marked Krishna and Balaram on the forehead with coagulated milk, he dismissed them in company with all the rest. They were delighted, and went to the jungle with the cowherd's children and the cows. There, on beholding the beauty of the jungle, Sri Krishna began to say to Baldeo, Baldeo, this is a very pleasant, agreeable place. See, how the trees are bending under the weight of their branches, and beasts and birds of various kinds, sporting in every direction. When he had thus spoken, they ascended a high hillock, and began waving white cloths over their heads, to call out to the cows of different colors, viz. black, white, yellow, purple, brown, blue. On hearing their voices, they all came running up, lowing and panting. At this time there was an appearance of such beauty, that it seemed as if clouds of different colors had been collected from the four quarters. After this, Sri Krishna Chand, having driven away the cows to feed, and having eaten his meal with his brother, went to sleep under the shade of a kudam tree, placing his head on the thigh of a companion. Having awoke after some time, he said to Balaram, let us play this game, let us fight together, each arranging a separate army in battle order. When he had thus spoken, they divided the cows and cowherds' children into 2 equal portions. Then gathering fruits and flowers from the jungle and filling wallets with them, they began to play upon different kinds of martial instruments, and engaging with each other, to call out. They fought in this manner for some time, and then having taken their divisions apart, they began to tend upon the cows, that is, take them to pasture. At this time, one of his companions said to Baldeo Ji, O great king! At a short distance from this, there is a palm jungle, in which there are fruits, equal in flavor to nectar. An evil spirit in the shape of an ass keeps guard there. On hearing this, Balaram Ji went into that jungle with the cowherd's children and began knocking down the fruits by throwing bricks, stones, clods and sticks. Having heard the noise, the ass, whose name was Dinuk, came braying to the spot. And on coming up, he turned round and kicked Baldeo Ji twice on the chest, upon which, having taken him up, Baldeo dashed him on the ground. After roiling about, the ass again got up. And pawing the ground, and putting his ears down, he began to go back, and continue kicking with both hind legs. He continued fighting in this manner for some time. On a sudden Balaram Ji, having seized both his hind legs, and twisting them round, threw him upon a high tree, from which he fell down dead, and with him the tree fell also, broken in pieces. There was a very loud noise in consequence of the fall of both, and all the trees of the forest were shaken. Having beheld from a distance, Krishna said, the trees have been shaken, and there has been a great noise. A friend of Baldeo's came, and said, Come quickly Krishna, Baldeo has sent for you, a demon has been killed, and is lying on the ground. On hearing this, Sri Krishna went also to Balaram. Then all the demons, who were companions of Dinuk, came and attacked him. Sri Krishna Chand easily destroyed them all. Then the cowherd's children, being delighted and plucking the fruit without fear, filled as many baskets as they wished. And having brought all the cows together, they said to Sri Krishna and Baldeo Ji, O great kings! It is very long since we cave here, let us now go home. On hearing this, both brothers, taking the cows with them, came home laughing and playing with the cowherd's children in the evening, and distributed the fruits they brought throughout the whole of Vrindavan. Having dismissed all their friends and companions, they went to sleep. In the morning they rose very early, and Krishna, having called the cowherd's children, and giving them breakfast, taking the cows with him, went to the jungle. And whilst feeding the cows, they came to the whirlpool where the serpent Kali lived. There the cowherds watered the cows in the Jumna, and drank some water themselves. When they got up after having drank the water, they, as well as the cows, began rolling on the ground, in consequence of the poison. Upon this, Sri Krishna, having looked at them with an immortal glance, a glance like nectar, restored them all to life. Chapter 17. Sri Shukdeo Jee said, O great king! Having thus preserved them all, Sri Krishna Chand began to play at ball with the cowherd's children. And where Kali was, the water of the Jumna for the distance of 4 kos boiled in consequence of poison, no beast or bird could approach it. If any went by mistake, they were scorched by the heat, and fell into the whirlpool. And no tree was produced on its banks. There was a solitary, everlasting Kudam tree on one shore. The Raja inquired, "O great king, how did that Kudam tree escape?" The sage said, "On one occasion the bird of Vishnu having ambrosia in its beak, alighted on that tree, a drop fell from its bill, and for this reason, that tree escaped." Having proceeded thus far in the narration, Sri Shukdev said to the Raja, "O great king, Sri Krishna Chandji having determined upon the destruction of Kali, whilst engaged in playing at ball, climbed up the Kudam tree. And as one of his companions threw the ball from below, it fell into the Jumna, and Sri Krishna jumped in at the same time. Having heard the sound of his jumping in, Kali began to vomit forth poison, and hissing flames to say, 'Who is this that can live so long in the whirlpool? Perhaps the undecayable tree, not able to bear my heat, has fallen into the water, broken in pieces, or some great beast or bird has come, the noise of which is still heard.' Having thus said, the serpent vomited forth poison from 110 hoods, while Sri Krishna continued swimming. At this time, his companions, weeping and stretching out their hands, called out. The cows with their mouths open ran about on all sides, lowing and panting. The cowherds apart were saying, 'Krishna, come out quickly, otherwise, what answer shall we give, if we go home without you?' They were grieved, and continued speaking thus, when one of them went to Brindaban, and mentioned, that Sri Krishna had jumped into the whirlpool of Kali. On hearing this, Rone, Jasoda and Nand, with the cowherdesses and cowherds, came running out weeping, and tumbling over each other on the way, reached the whirlpool all together. Not seeing Sri Krishna there, Nand's wife being agitated, rushed straight forward to throw herself into the waters. The cowherdesses, interposing, laid hold of her. And the cowherd's children having seized Nandji, thus addressed him, having left the great forest, "We have come into this one, nevertheless devils have vexed us exceedingly. Great good fortune has befallen from evil spirits, that is, Krishna has obtained many successes over them, now how will Huri come forth from the whirlpool?" In the meantime, Boldio Ji arrived there also after them, and explained to all the inhabitants of Bruj, "The immortal Krishna will come forth immediately. Why are you sad? I did not come with him today. Huri has gone into the whirlpool without me." Having told so much of the story, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, "O great king." Whilst Bulram Ji was thus instilling confidence into all the inhabitants of Bruj, Sri Krishna went swimming close to Kali, who came, and wound himself round his whole body. Upon this Sri Krishna became so large, that having quitted him, Kali came into the jungle. When hissing, he attacked Krishna with his hoods, he guarded himself. Seeing that the inhabitants of Bruj were very much grieved, Sri Krishna, having jumped up suddenly, sat all at once on Kali's head. Having the weight of 3 worlds, Krishna was very heavy, he continued dancing on the different hoods, and beat time with his foot. Upon this, Kali began to die from the weight, and having dashed his hoods against the ground, put out his tongues, from which streams of blood flowed. When all pride of his poison and strength had departed, he thought that the first man had descended upon the earth, otherwise, who has such power that he could escape from my poison? Thinking thus, and having abandoned all hope of life, he remained stupefied with fear. The serpent's wife then came and joining her hands, and bowing her head, said to Sri Krishna Chand in a supplicating tone, "O great king! You have done well in having destroyed the pride of this tyrannous and presumptuous creature. He has been fortunate in having now seen you the feat, which Brahma and all the other gods contemplate, offering up prayers with devout austerity, shine conspicuously on the head of Kali." Having spoken thus, she said again, "O great king! Have compassion on me, and release Kali, if not, destroy me also with him. Because it is proper for a wife without her husband, that is, deprived of her husband, to die, and if you consider, he is not all in fault, this is the custom of our kind, that by having milk given us to drink, our poison increases." Having heard this speech of the serpent's wife, Sri Krishna Chand jumped down from Kali's head. Then Kali, making an obeisance and joining his hands, said, "Lord, be pleased to forgive my offense. I, through ignorance, attacked you with my hoods, I am a serpent of an inferior caste, whence could I have the intelligence to recognize you? Sri Krishna said, what has happened, has happened. But do not live here any longer, go and dwell with your family in the island of Kaunak. On hearing this, Kali said with fear and trembling, O Lord of liberality! If I go there, the bird, upon which Vishnu rides, will eat me up. From dread of which I ran off, and have come here. Sri Krishna said, go there now without fear, no one will say anything to you, after having seen the marks of my feet on your head. Having thus spoken, and sent for the bird of Vishnu, Sri Krishna Chand dissipated the fears of Kali's mind. Then Kali, having offered up devotion in the manner prescribed, with perfumes, lamps and consecrated food, and having placed many gifts before Krishna, joining his hands, said in a supplicatory tone. After he had obtained permission to depart, you have danced for 4 guris on my forehead, Lord. Remember this act of friendship. Thus having spoken, and made an obeisance, Kali went with his family to the island of Kaunak, and Sri Krishna Chand came out of the water. Chapter 18. Having heard thus much of the story, Raja Purichat inquired from Sri Shukdev Ji, O great king. The island of Kaunak was a fine place, why did Kali come away from it, and why did he remain in the Jamna? Explain this to me, that the doubts of my mind may depart. Sri Shukdev said, Raja. The bird, upon which Huri rides, dwells in the island of Kaunak, it is very powerful. For this reason the great serpents in that quarter, acknowledging his superiority, constantly gave him a snake. They brought it, and placed it upon a tree, he came and devoured it. One day Kali, the son of the serpent Kadru, presuming on his poison, went and ate up the food of Vishnu's bird. In the meantime, the bird came there, and there was a great deal of fighting between the two. Of a sudden Kali, having given up all for lost, began to say to himself, how shall I escape from him, and where shall I go? Having thus said, he thought that if he were to go and dwell at Brindaban on the banks of the Jamna, he would escape, because the bird could not go there. Thinking thus, Kali proceeded there. Again the Raja Purichat inquired from Shukdev, O great king. Explain to me, why he could not go there. Shukdev Ji said, Raja. Once on a time Swobis, the sage, seated on the bank of the Jamna, was engaged in devotion, the bird of Vishnu, having gone there, killed and ate a fish. Then the sage, being angry, pronounced this curse upon him, if you ever come here again, you shall not escape with life. For this reason, the bird could not go there. And from the time Kali went to that place, it was called the whirlpool of Kali. Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, when Sri Krishna Chand came out of the water, Nand and Jasoda being rejoiced, gave many gifts, and performed many acts of charity. Their eyes were delighted at beholding the countenance of their son, and, by beholding, life was restored to all the inhabitants of Bruj. In the evening they said to each other, how shall we go home now, having suffered fatigue, hunger and thirst all day long? Let us pass the night here, and go to Brindaban in the morning. Having thus said, they all fell asleep. At midnight there was a heavy storm, and a conflagration on all sides. Trees, forests and cattle were all destroyed by the fire. When the fire occurred, they all started from sleep, and being frightened, and looking round on all sides, they began to stretch out their hands, and call out, Krishna! Krishna! Save us quickly from this fire! Or it will reduce us all to ashes in an instant. When the inhabitants of Bruj, together with Nand and Jasoda, had called out thus, Sri Krishna Chandji rising, drank up the fire in a moment, and put an end to all their anxiety. They returned to Brindaban early in the morning, and there were rejoicings and songs of congratulation in every house. Chapter 19. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev said, O great king! Listen attentively, and I will explain the seasons and the different sports Krishna engaged in the course of them. The hot season came first, and by its arrival, took away all the pleasure of the world, and having heated the earth and atmosphere, made them like fire, but owing to the glory of Krishna, there was constant spring in Brindaban. Their creepers bloomed on numerous arbors of trees, flowers of different kinds blossomed, upon which there was the buzzing of swarms of bees. Kokilas poured forth their notes on the mango branches, and peacocks strutted about in cool, shady places. A sweetly scented breeze was blowing, and on one side of the jungle, the retired Jumna exhibited its beauty. Krishna and Balaram left the cows, and were engaged in all sorts of rare sports with their companions, when a demon, named Purlant, who had been sent by Kunz, came in the form of a cowherd. On seeing him, Sri Krishna said to Baldev with a wink, "This is no friend of ours, Balbir, this is an evil spirit, who has come in a disguised form. Let us take measures for his destruction. We cannot kill him while he is in the form of a cowherd. When he assumes his own form, do you kill him immediately." Having thus instructed Baldev, Sri Krishna ji, laughing and calling Purlant to him, took hold of his hand and said, "Your appearance is most beautiful, you are certainly our friend, without any deceit." Having thus spoken, and taking Purlant with him, he divided the cowherd's children into 2 equal portions, taking half himself and giving half to Balaram ji, and having made 2 of their young companions sit down, he and Balaram began to ask and explain the names of fruits and flowers. In this sport of explanation Sri Krishna lost, Baldev won. Then those who were on Sri Krishna's side ran off with the companions of Baldev on their shoulders. Purlant outstripped them all, taking Balaram with him, and having reached the jungle, he began to increase in size. Baldev on this black hill-like monster, appeared as beautiful as the moon in a dark-colored cloud, and the splendor of his earrings was as dazzling as lightning, the perspiration fell from him like rain. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichat, "O great king." When having got him alone, the demon was on the point of destroying Baldev, he killed Purlant with blows. Chapter 20. Sri Shukdev ji said, "Raja." When Balaram returned, after having killed Purlant, he met Krishna with his companions. And the cowherd's children, who were in the jungle pasturing the cows, having heard that a demon had been killed, left their cows and came to look at him. The cows in the meanwhile went from one grass jungle to another. When the 2 brothers arrived, they could not see any cows. The cows and cowherds were dispersed, they lost their road, and wandered about the grass and palm jungles. Climbing up trees, they, the cowherd's children, called out to each other, and repeating names, they waved cloths in the air. In the meantime, one of his companions came, and said to Krishna, joining his hands, "O great king." The cowherd's children and the cows having broken through, or destroyed, the Mujj jungle have been mixed up together, just in the same way as in the months of Sawan and Baden, rivers rushing along with high waves, mix in the sea. At this time they perceived that there was a fire blazing furiously. On seeing it, the cowherds and their companions, being greatly alarmed and frightened, called out, "Krishna! Krishna! Save us quickly from this fire or we shall all be instantly burnt to death." Krishna said, "All of you shut your eyes." When they had shut their eyes, Krishna, having put out the fire in a second, caused another delusion, and having taken off the cowherd's children with the cows into a fig tree forest, told them to open their eyes. The cowherds having opened their eyes, said, gazing round, "Where has that fire gone, Krishna? When did we come into the fig tree forest? This is indeed strange, Balbir." Having thus said, they accompanied Krishna and Balaram with the cows to Brindaban, and each went home and mentioned, that Balaram had that day killed a demon, named Purlant. And that there had been a fire in the Mujj forest, which, through the power of Krishna, had been extinguished. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev ji said, "Raja." Hearing these words from the mouths of the cowherd's children, all the inhabitants of Bruj went out to see, but they obtained no clue to the actions of Krishna. Part 3. Chapter 21. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, "O great king! Having seen the excessive violence of the hot season, the mighty king of the rains, taking compassion on the 4-footed beasts, and birds and animals of the earth, and having collected clouds from all quarters, came forth to fight. At this time the thunder of the clouds was like the sounds of drums, and the clouds, of different colors, which were collected together, were brave and resolute heroes. In the midst of these the flashing of the lightning was as the glittering of arms. Here and there rows of cranes in their flight looked like white flags, frogs and peacocks sung praises, like bards, who accompany armies, and the continued rain fell in large drops like arrows. Beholding the rainy season approach in this splendid style, the hot season abandoned the plains, and ran off with its life. Then the Lord of the clouds, having rained upon the earth, conferred gladness upon it. She, the earth, having performed penance during 8 months' separation from her Lord, now compensated herself by enjoyment. Her breasts came down and became cold. She was pregnant, and had 18 sons, who, taking presents of fruits and flowers, went to pay respects to their father. The land of Brindaban appeared as beautiful at that time as a loving woman, adorned with ornaments. And on all sides the rivers, nullas and tanks were full, on which were waterfowl of different kinds, adding beauty to the scene. The branches of lofty trees were waving to and fro, and on them cuckoos, pigeons, parrots and other birds were pouring forth their mingled notes. And here and there the cowherdesses and cowherds, dressed in red and yellow dresses, and swinging, were singing melodies in high notes. Approaching them, Sri Krishna and Balaram afforded them great pleasure by engaging in, and exhibiting, their youthful sports. In this delightful manner the rainy season passed away. Then Sri Krishna began to say to the cowherds' children, brothers, the pleasure-giving Surid season has now come. Now all, I know, will enjoy great pleasure. Now is the season of enjoyment in fine weather. The stars by night shine in the sky, brilliant as the passionless Brahmu. For 4 months we have remained in the house. Now that the Surid season has come, let us give up all love for it, the house. People run to and fro, occupied with their respective affairs. Princes proceed to conquer foreign countries. Chapter 22. Sri Shukdev said, O great king. Sri Krishna Chand having thus spoken, took the cowherds' children with him again to engage in sports. And whilst Krishna was absent in the jungle, grazing the cows, the cowherdesses remained in their houses, singing his praises. One day Sri Krishna played on the flute in the jungle, and, on hearing the sound of the flute, all the women of Bruj stood up in a state of agitation. And, having assembled in one place, sat down on the road. They began to say to each other, our eyes will then be fully gratified when we behold Krishna. He is now with the cows in the jungle, dancing and singing. In the evening he will return, and then we shall see him. On hearing this a cowherdess said, hear me friend. He has played upon the flute, and behold what greatness he has conferred upon the bamboo. What excellent qualities has it, that Sri Krishna's mouth should be fastened to it all day long. And having drank the nectar of his lips, and raining forth joy, the flute emits sounds like the clouds. What, is it more beloved than ourselves, that Krishna keeps it near him day and night? It was made in our presence, and has now become a rival to us, being constantly on his person. When Sri Krishna, having wiped the flute with a yellow silk cloth, plays upon it, the gods, sages, celestial choristers and musicians taking their wives with them and seated in their chariots, come eagerly to hear him. And being fascinated by hearing him, they become fixed and motionless as pictures. What penance has the flute performed, that all are so subservient to it? Another cowherdess said in reply, having first of all been produced in the stalk of the bamboo, the flute kept Huri in constant remembrance. Afterwards it endured heat, cold and rain. Suddenly, being broken up into small pieces, it burnt its body in fire and inhaled smoke. This is the penance it has performed, by means of which it has become complete, and obtained this result, fruit. Having heard this, one of the Bruj women said, why has the Lord of Bruj not formed us into flutes, that we might stay with Huri day and night? Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev said to the Raja Purichit, O great king. The cowherdesses constantly sung the praises of Krishna, until his return from grazing the cows in the jungles. Chapter 23. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, on the departure of the Surid season, the winter came, when there was very great cold and frost. At this time the women of Bruj said to one another, by bathing in the month Agun, the sins of every birth are obliterated, and the hopes of the mind are accomplished. I have heard so from old people. On hearing this, they all resolved to bathe in a gun, that they might without doubt obtain Sri Krishna. Having resolved upon this, and risen very early in the morning, the women of Bruj dressed and ornamented themselves, and went in a body to bathe in the Jumna. Having bathed and made an offering to the sun, of 8 ingredients, coming out of the water, they made an earthen image of Parvati. Putting sandal, rice, flowers and fruits upon it, placing before it perfumes, lamps and consecrated food, performing puja with hands joined, and holding their heads, they beseeched Parvati, saying, O Devi, we constantly supplicate this boon from you, that Sri Krishna may be our Lord. In this manner the cowherdesses constantly bathed. Fasting all day, they ate coagulated milk and rice in the evening, and slept on the ground at night. With a view of quickly obtaining the fruit of their fasting, all the women of Bruj went one day to a very steep ghat to bathe, and on arrival, having taken off their clothes, and placed them on the bank, they went naked into the water. They began sporting about, and singing the praises of Huri. Sri Krishna was also at this time pasturing cows, sitting under the shade of a fig tree. Having heard by chance the sound of their singing, he came silently to the spot, and having concealed himself began to look on. A sudden thought struck him, while he was looking on, and having stolen all their clothes, he climbed up a kudam tree, and placed them all in a bundle before him. In the meantime, the cowherdesses looking on the bank for their clothes could not find them. Being alarmed, they got up and began searching all round, and saying to each other, not even a bird has come here, who can have taken away our clothes? Just then a cowherdess saw Krishna sitting hid on a kudam tree, with a crown on his head, a club in his hand, marked with saffron on the forehead, in a yellow silk dress, with a garland of flowers reaching to his feet, and preserving a strict silence, with a bundle of clothes before him. She called out, behold him, who has stolen our hearts and our clothes, seated on a kudam tree with our bundles. Hearing this, and seeing Krishna, all the women were ashamed, sitting down in the water, joining their hands and bending their heads, they supplicated and entreated Krishna, saying, O compassionate to the poor, beloved destroyer of our griefs, O Mohan, please give us our clothes. Krishna replied, by the oath of Nand, I will not give then thus, come out of the water one by one, and you shall obtain your clothes. The women of Bruj said angrily, this is a pretty lesson you have learnt, in telling us to come out of the water naked. We will go and tell this to your father and brother, and they will come and lay hold of you as a thief. And we will mention it also to Nand and Jasoda, who will teach you better. We are ashamed at what you have done, you have put an end to all recognition, acquaintance, between us. On hearing this, Sri Krishna Ji was enraged and said, you shall not have the clothes until you come, and fetch them yourselves. The cowherdesses were alarmed and said, O kind to the poor, it is you, who constantly keep us in remembrance, and who are the guardian of our good name, how shall we fetch them? It is for your sake, that we have offered up our vows, and bathed in the month of Mansar. Krishna replied, if you have bathed with sincerity on my account in the month of Agun, lay aside all bashfulness and deceit, and come and take your clothes. When Sri Krishna Chand had thus spoken, the cowherdesses on reflection began to say to each other, let us go friend. Let us mind what Krishna says, because he knows all the secrets of our bodies and minds. Why should we be ashamed before him? Having thus determined, acting according to what Sri Krishna had said, and concealing their breasts and privities with their hands, all the women came out of the water, bowing their heads. When they stood opposite to Sri Krishna on the bank, he said laughing, now put your hands together, and come forward, and I will give you your clothes. The cowherdesses said, darling of Nand, why do you deceive us, we are plain, simple women of Bruj. We have been tricked, and all our mind and memory are gone. Is this the game you have determined upon playing, Huri? Whenever we think of this, we shall be ashamed. Now do something for us, O Lord of Bruj. When they had thus spoken, and put their hands together, Sri Krishna Chandji giving them their clothes, and approaching them said, "Be not displeased at what has happened, because this is a lesson I have given you. The habitation of the god Varunu is in water, for this reason, if any one goes naked into the water, his character is entirely destroyed. Having been delighted at beholding the affection of your mind, I have told you this secret, now go home, and return in the month of Kartik to dance the circular dance with me." Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, "O great king." The cowherdesses having heard this speech, returned to their homes, delighted and satisfied. And Sri Krishna, having come to the fig tree, went along with the cowherds' children and their companions and cows. Beholding on all sides jungle of various kinds, they began to speak in high terms of trees, saying, that after coming into the world, they themselves suffered many troubles, and afforded pleasure to mankind. It is thus, that the coming into the world of those, who are attentive to the interests of others is beneficial. Conversing in this manner and advancing onward, they arrived near the Jumna. Chapter 24. Shred Shukdev Jee said, when Sri Krishna, having arrived near the Jumna, was standing under a tree, leaning on a club, all the cowherds' children and their companions came, and joining their hands said, "O great king! We are very hungry, we have eaten all the food we brought with us, still our hunger has not gone off." Krishna replied, "Observe that smoke, which appears some distance off. The inhabitants of Mathura are offering sacrifice secretly from fear of Kans. Go to them, and having mentioned my name, and made an obeisance, stand before them with hands joined. And from a distance ask for food with the same humility, as meek beggars ask for it." The cowherds, after hearing this speech, went to the spot where the inhabitants of Mathura were sacrificing, were seated preparing the sacrifice. Having gone, and paid their respects, they said with the greatest humility, joining their hands, "O great kings! Sri Krishna Chandji has, with deferential respect, sent this message to you through us. He is very hungry, and would be much obliged if you would kindly send him something to eat." When the inhabitants of Mathura had heard this message from the cowherds, they replied angrily, "You must be very hungry to make such a request at this time. We will not give anyone anything until the sacrifice is completed. When we have made the offering, if anything remains, we will distribute it." The cowherds, imploring them again earnestly, said with importunity, "O great kings! It is an act of great virtue to give food to a hungry man, who comes to your house." They listened not to what the cowherds urged, but turning away from them, said to each other, "These are very foolish, low cowherds, who beg for food in the middle of a sacrifice." The cowherds, returning thence displeased and with great regret, came and said to Krishna, "O great king! We have forfeited our dignity and character by begging, and have not obtained anything to eat. What shall we do now?" Sri Krishna Ji said, "Go and ask their wives, they are very kind and virtuous. Observe their affection, on seeing you, they will give you food with the utmost respect and deference." Having heard this, the cowherds went to the place, where the wives were cooking, and said to them, "Sri Krishna has become hungry, while pasturing cows in the jungle, and has sent us to you. If you have anything to eat, give it us." They were delighted on hearing these words from the cowherds, and ran off and brought gold dishes, filled with food of all sorts and flavors, and would not admit anyone hindering or preventing them. A woman of Mathura, whose husband would not allow her to go, having meditated and quitted her body, arrived before them all, and joined Krishna's party, in the same way that water mixes, or unites, with water. And after her the rest of the women came to the place where Krishna was standing with the cowherds' children under the shade of a tree, with his hand on a companion's shoulder, his figure bent, and a lotus in his hand. On approaching him they placed the dishes before him, and having made an obeisance, they said to each other, on beholding the countenance of Huri, "Friend, this is none's son. Let us completely gratify our eyes by looking at the moon-like face of him, on whom we meditated upon hearing his name, and let us receive the fruit, that is, the darling object of our lives." Conversing thus, and joining their hands together, they began to say in a tone of solicitation to Krishna, "O Lord of compassion! Except through your mercy, who can obtain a sight of you? Great is our good fortune today, that we have seen you, and got rid of all our sins in every birth. The foolish, avaricious proud priests, whose minds have been stained by the spirit, avarice and fascination of wealth, regarded God as man. How shall men, blinded by delusion, recognize the difference? Why should they not give food to him, to whom they offer up prayers, penance, sacrifice and love? O great King! That wealth, those mortals, and that modesty are advantageous, which may be useful to you, and likewise the penance, prayers and knowledge, by which your name is celebrated. After hearing this, Sri Krishna Chand, having made inquiries about their welfare and condition, said, Do not make obeisance to me, I am merely the child of the chief Nand. Do they who cause themselves to be worshipped by Brahmins' wives, obtain greatness in the world? Knowing me to be hungry, you took compassion, and thought of me in the jungle. How shall I now entertain you? Brindaban, my home, is far off. How shall I be able to treat you with proper dignity and respect? If I were there, I would bring flowers and fruits, and place them before you. You have suffered inconvenience on my account by coming into the jungle. And I regret, that I have not been able to serve you in any way. He said again in the same complacent manner, It is a long time since you came here, be pleased now to go home, as the Brahmins, your husbands, will be expecting you. Because the sacrifice is not propitious without the presence of the wife. Having heard this speech of Krishna's, they said, joining their hands, O great King! We fixing our affections on your lotus-like feet, have abandoned all feelings of consideration for our families and relatives. How can we return to those, in disobedience to whose injunctions we came here? If they will not admit us into their houses, where shall we live, for which reason it is better that we should remain under your protection. And Lord, one of our women, from a wish to see you, was coming here, her husband stopped her, and the wife being distracted resigned her life. When Krishna heard this, he laughed, and showed them the woman who had quitted her body, and said, They who show love for Huri are never destroyed. She came here before you all. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great King! On seeing her, they were all astonished. Afterwards, when they recovered their understanding, they began to sing the virtues of Huri. In the meantime Krishna, having eaten the food they gave him, said to them, Return home now, your husbands will not say anything. When Sri Krishna had thus explained to them, having made their salutations they took their departure and went home. And their husbands, engaged in thought and expressing great regret, continued saying, We have heard a story in the Puranas, that at one time Nand and Jasoda performed great penance for a son. And Bhagwan came and gave them a promise, that he would descend upon the earth in the family of Jadu, and go to their house. He has been born, and it was he, who sent to procure food through the cowherd's children. What have we done in refusing food to Krishna, when he asked it? Today we have not gone into the presence of him, for whose sake sacrifice and religion have been established. We regarded Krishna as a mortal, and did not listen to what the cowherd said. Accursed are our minds, and the performance of this sacrifice, that we did not recognize Bhagwan, and worship him. Our wives are superior to us, who went in such a spirited manner to behold Krishna, and gave him food with their own hands, without having offered prayers, penance or sacrifice. Thus expressing their regret, the inhabitants of Mathura said in presence of their wives, joining their hands, Great is your good fortune in having seen Huri, your lives have been most propitious. Chapter 25. Sri Shukdev Ji said, Raja. I will now inform you, how Sri Krishna Chand raised the hill Govardhan, and destroyed the pride of Indra. Listen with attention. All the inhabitants of Bruj, on the anniversary of the 14th of the dark part of the month of Kartik, having bathed, and filled a square place with saffron and sandal, bringing different kinds of sweetmeats and confectionery, and perfumes and lamps, were in the habit of worshipping Indra. This was a traditional custom with them. On one of the returns of that anniversary, Nandji made great preparations for a feast, and there were also great preparations in the houses of all the inhabitants of Bruj. Sri Krishna Chand came and asked his mother, what is the reason of there being so many sweetmeats, and so much confectionery in each house today? Explain the secret to me, that the doubts of my mind may be removed. Jusoda replied, Son, I have no leisure now to talk, go and ask your father, and he will explain to you. On hearing this, Sri Krishna came to Nand and Oapnand, and said, Father, for what gods worship are such splendid preparations being made today, that there are sweetmeats and confectionery in each house? What power has he of accomplishing men's desires, of granting absolution from sin and conferring boons? Explain to me his name, and his virtues, that the doubts of my mind may disappear. Nand said, Son, have you not yet found out the secret, that it is the worship, puja, of the Lord of the clouds, who is the ruler of the gods, through whose benignant liberality, prosperity and increase are obtained in the world, and also grass, water and grain. The forests and groves produce flowers and fruits, and through him all living things, animals, four-footed beasts and birds have a joyful existence. This custom of performing puja to Indra has obtained from the times of our ancestors' ancestors, and is not one, which has been lately introduced. On hearing these words from Nandji, Sri Krishna replied, Father, our ancestors may with knowledge or without knowledge have worshipped Indra, but why do you intentionally leave a straight road and follow a steep one? By obeying Indra nothing is gained. Because he has not the power of granting men's desires, or absolution from sin, and who has obtained prosperity in the accomplishment of his objects from him, mention to me on whom has he ever conferred a boon. It is indeed true, that in consequence of his penances and sacrifices, the gods made him their Raja, and seated him on a throne, but he has no divine power. Often, when he is worsted by evil spirits, he runs away, and passes his time in some hiding place. Why serve such a coward, and why not have proper regard for your own dignity of character? Indra has not power to do anything. What is written in fate, happens. Men obtain enjoyment, wealth, benefactors, brothers and relations, as the result of their virtues, or their fates. And the sun, which dries up the water for 8 months of the year, causes it to fall down in rain for the remaining 4. In consequence of this, grass, water and grain are produced on the earth. And Brahma, who has formed the 4 castes, Brahmins, Kshatris, Vaishyas, Sudras, has attached particular occupations to each, viz., that Brahmins should read the scriptures, Vedas, Kshatris should protect all the others. Vaishyas should carry on agriculture, and trade, and Sudras should be servants to the 3 other divisions of caste. Father, we belong to the Vaisya caste. In consequence of the number of cows we possess, we obtain the town of Gokul, and thence is derived our name of cowherds. Our business is to carry on agriculture and trade, and to attend upon cows and Brahmins. The Vedas command us not to abandon our family customs. They, who abandon their own religious customs and conform to others, are like a virtuous woman of a good family, who should form an attachment to a stranger of another family. Be pleased, therefore, to abandon the worship of Indra, and perform puja to the forests and hills, because we are inhabitants of the forest, and they are our kings. It is not right for us to abandon those, under whose government we live happily, and worship others. Wherefore take all the sweetmeats, confectionery and grain, and perform puja to the mountain Govardhan. Having heard these remarks, Nand and Oapnand arose, and went to a place of assembly, where all the grown-up cowherds were seated. On hearing what Krishna had said, they remarked, Krishna speaks truly, do not consider his words as those of a child, and set them aside. If you yourselves consider well, who is Indra? And why do we treat him with deference? It is proper we should worship those who give us sustenance. What have we to do with the ruler of the gods? Let us worship forests, rivers, and the hill Govardhan. The cowherds again said, Krishna has given good counsel, let us abandon all the gods, Govardhan is a great mountain, let us worship it. On hearing this Nandji was delighted, and caused proclamation to be made throughout the village, that on the next day, he and all the inhabitants of Bruj would go and perform puja to Govardhan. Having heard this proclamation, all the inhabitants of Bruj rose very early next morning, And having bathed, and performed their religious meditations, placed all articles necessary for the puja in baskets, plates, dishes and pots of various kinds, and brought them on carts and bangis to Govardhan. Nund and Oapnund also with their relatives took a stock of things necessary, and accompanied the rest, and advancing in musical procession, they arrived at Govardhan. On arrival there, having swept and cleared the ground all round the hill, and sprinkled water, they selected and deposited all kinds of sweetmeats, food, condiments and pickles, so much indeed, that the mountain was concealed by them. And they spread garlands above, and silks of all colors. The beauty of the scene at this time is not to be described. The mountain appeared as splendid as a person in a jeweled dress, ornamented from head to foot. And Nunji having summoned a family priest, and accompanied by all the cowherds' children, placed on the ground the mixture ruli, unbroken rice, flowers, perfumes, lamps, consecrated food, pawn, betel nut and sacrificial presents. And performed puja according to the injunctions of the Vedas. Upon this Sri Krishna said, meditate now with pure minds upon the mountain Govardhan, and he will appear and eat with you. Hearing this all the cowherds, together with Nund and Jasoda, stood with their hands joined, their eyes shut, and in deep meditation. Nund Lal on the other hand, having then assumed a huge, monstrous form, with large hands and feet, came forth silently from the middle of the hill, having lotus eyes, a face like the moon, a crown and a garland of flowers reaching to his feet. Dressed in yellow, and wearing jewels and ornamented gems, and with his mouth open. And at the same time, in his own proper form, looking at his assumed form, Krishna calling out to all his companions said, Behold! The mountain Govardhan, whose puja you performed with such sincerity, has manifested itself. Having said this, Sri Krishna Chand-ji made a salutation to Govardhan. The cowherdesses and cowherds, seeing this, did the same, and began to say to each other, When did Indra show himself in this manner? We have worshipped him to no purpose, and there is no knowing why our ancestors abandoned so perceptible a deity as Govardhan, and obeyed Indra. There is no understanding this. Whilst they were thus talking, Sri Krishna said, What are you looking at? Give him the food, which you have brought. On hearing this the cowherdesses and cowherds filled plates and dishes with food of all kinds, literally of 6 flavors, and began to offer it to Govardhan, who stretched out his hands to receive it, and began eating. At length all that the inhabitants of Bruj, and Nund and Jasoda had brought with them was eaten up. The form of Govardhan then went back to the hill. Having finished these wonderful sports, Sri Krishna Chand, taking all his companions with him, went round the hill to the right by way of adoration, and next day leaving Govardhan they arrived at Brindaban, laughing and playing on the road. Then there were rejoicings and festivities in every house, and the cowherds' children, having painted all the cows and calves, and fastened rings, small bells and other tinkling ornaments on their necks, engaged in games and sports separately. Chapter 26. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, When they abandoned the worship of the ruler of the gods, and worshipped the mountain, Indra was enraged and summoned all the gods. On their arrival, Indra asked them to explain, whose puja had been performed yesterday in Bruj. At this time, Narad-ji came and said to Indra, O great king! Every one obeys you, except the inhabitants of Bruj. And they do not obey you, because Nund has had a son, according to whose instructions they act. He has abolished your worship, and caused them since yesterday to worship the mountain. On hearing this Indra was angry, and said, The inhabitants of Bruj have great wealth, and therefore they have become excessively proud. They have given up the prayers, penances, sacrifices and fasts, which they used to observe, and offer up on my account. They have invited famine and wretchedness. They look upon the man, Krishna, as a god, and believe all he says to be true. He is a foolish, unintelligent child, a great talker, and very proud. I will now put an end to his pride by destroying all cattle, and deprive him of wealth. Having spoken in this angry, foolish manner, the ruler of the gods sent for the Lord of the clouds. On receiving the message, he came and stood before Indra trembling, and with his hands joined. Indru, when he saw him, said, passionately, take all your army immediately with you, and overwhelm with water the mountain Govardhan, and the space round about Bruj. So that not a single trace of the mountain, or the name of the inhabitants of Bruj may remain. Having received this order, the Lord of the Clouds made his obeisance, and received permission from Raja Indru to depart. On reaching his own abode, he called together all the great clouds, and said to them, it is the order of the great king, that you should go immediately and pour down rain in such quantities as to set adrift the whole of Govardhan. Having heard this, all the clouds collected their masses, and accompanied their ruler. He came and surrounded the whole country about Bruj. And having thundered, began to pour down heavy rain in large drops, and to point out the hill with his finger. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichet, O great king. When the thundering clouds began to pour down rain in this manner from all quarters, the cowherdesses and cowherds together with Nand and Jasoda, alarmed and drenched with wet, trembled violently, and having gone to Krishna called out, O Krishna! How shall we escape from this great deluge? You made us abandon the worship of Indru, and perform puja to the hill, please call him quickly to preserve us, otherwise, we shall all be drowned in a second, together with the city. Having heard this speech, and perceiving that they were all terrified, Sri Krishna Chand replied, be not at all anxious, the Lord of Hills will come immediately and protect you. Thus saying, and heating the hill Govardhan, he made it like fire, and raised it up, and supported it on the little finger of his left hand. Upon this, all the inhabitants of Bruj with their cattle came and stood under it, and on beholding Sri Krishna, began to say with astonishment to each other, some Vishnu has descended upon the earth, Krishna is a god of gods. How, brother, can Mohan be a mortal, since he has supported a hill upon his finger? Having proceeded thus far in the history, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said to the Raja Purichet, the Lord of the Clouds, with his collected force and in great wrath, poured down rain very heavy, which fell upon the hill with a hissing sound, and became like drops falling upon a hot baking plate. Having been informed of this, Indra was enraged, and came himself and poured down rain for 7 days without ceasing, but through the glory of Huri, not a drop fell upon Bruj. When all the water was expended, the clouds came with joined hands and said, Lord, we have expended as much water as was expended at the general destruction, the great deluge, what shall we do now? Having heard this, Indra reflecting and meditating, thought to himself, Vishnu has descended upon the earth, otherwise, who else could have had the power, by supporting the hill, to protect Bruj? With these thoughts, and feeling great regret, Indra returned to his abode with the clouds, which having been dispersed, there was light. Then all the inhabitants of Bruj, being delighted, said to Krishna, O great king! Be pleased now to restore the hill to its former position, as the clouds are all gone. On hearing which Sri Krishna Chand placed the hill where it was before. Chapter 27. Sri Shukdev said, when Huri had let the hill down from his hand, and restored it to its former place, all the older cowherds, on beholding this miraculous work, said amongst themselves, how can we call him the son of Nand? Whose power has this day saved the country all round Bruj from this great deluge? Truly, Nand and Jasoda must at some time have performed a great penance, for which reason, or in consequence of which, Bhagwan has been born in their house. And the cowherd's children having come and embraced Krishna, asked him, Brother, how did you support the weight of such a huge hill on your soft lotus-like hand? And Nand and Jasoda, clasping their son with tenderness to their bosoms, rubbing his hand, and making his finger crack, began to say to him, You placed the hill for 7 days on your hand, it must now be painful. And the cowherdesses came to Jasoda, and having mentioned to her all the sports which Krishna had last been engaged in, said, May this child, your son, live a very long time, the guardian of Bruj. He has destroyed demons, giants and evil spirits. Where are the limits to his liberation of the inhabitants of Bruj? Everything has happened, exactly as Ray Garug, the sage, said. Chapter 28. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king! Early in the morning, taking the cows, cowherdesses and cowherds with them, Krishna and Balaram playing on the flute, and singing sweet notes, were proceeding to the jungle to give grazing to the cows, when Raja Indra, accompanied by all the gods, preceded by the cow Ramdanu, and mounted upon the elephant Yarawat, having come to Brindaban from the region of the gods, stood obstructing the road to the jungle. When he beheld Sri Krishna Chand at a distance, dismounting from his elephant, he came barefooted and trembling, with a cloth thrown about his neck, and fell at the feet of Krishna. And expressing great regret, and shedding tears began to say, O Lord of Bruj, have mercy on me. I have been very proud, and presumptuous, and have given up my mind to sensual enjoyment and illusion. Intoxicated with wealth I have placed my enjoyment in riches. Your nature I have not understood at all. You are God, the Lord of all, who, except you, is the Lord of the world. Brahmu, Rudru and all others, who grant boons, have obtained prosperity by your gift. You are Lord of the world, dwelling in the Vedas. Lakshmi, constantly attending on you, has become your servant. You descend upon the earth for men's sake. And then remove all the burthens of the earth. Put away all my faults, I have been very presumptuous and foolish. When Indra had eulogized Krishna with such humility, Sri Krishna Chand, taking compassion on him, said, You have come now with the cow Ramdanu, and, therefore, I pardon your sin. Do not again indulge in pride, because by doing so the understanding is destroyed, and foolishness, from which disrespect proceeds, is increased. On hearing these words from the mouth of Sri Krishna, Indra having risen, performed puja according to the injunctions of the Vedas. And having pronounced the name of Gobind, took the water, in which his feet had been washed, and circled to the right hand by way of adoration of Krishna. At this time the heavenly musicians, playing upon instruments of different kinds, began to celebrate the praises of Sri Krishna, and the gods, seated in their chariots, to rain down flowers from the sky. And the crisis appeared the same, as if Sri Krishna had been born for the second time. When Indra had finished the puja, he stood before Krishna with hands joined, and Sri Krishna gave him the order to return to Lay's own city with the cow Ramdanu. On receiving the order, Ramdanu and Indra taking their departures, after having made obeisance, went to the region of Indra. And Sri Krishna Chand having allowed the cows to graze, returned, in the evening with all the cowherds' children to Brindaban. They having gone to their homes, related that they had that day seen Indra in the jungle, through the glory of Huri. Having related so much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, Raja, by hearing and reciting this account of Sri Gobind, which I have narrated to you, the four blessings of religion, substance, desire and deliverance are obtained in the world. Chapter 29. Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! One day Nandji, abstaining from food, observed the fast of the 11th day of the lunar fortnight. He spent the day in bathing, meditation, worship and prayer, and the night in vigil. When 6 guris of the night remained, and the 12th day of the lunar fortnight had begun, having got up, and purified his body, and perceiving that it was daybreak, he took a bathing cloth and ewer, and went to the Jumna to bathe. Many cowherds followed him. Having gone upon the bank, made a salutation and taken off his clothes, as Nandji went into the water, the servants of Varunu, who were guarding the stream, that no one might bathe at night, went to Varunu, and said, O great king! Someone is now bathing in the Jumna, what are your orders to us on the subject? Varunu replied, Lay hold of him, and bring him here. On receiving this order, the servants returned to the spot where Nandji, having performed his ablutions, was standing in the water, muttering prayers. The servants coming, and having quickly thrown a noose over Nandji, took him to Varunu. Then the cowherds, who accompanied Nandji, came to Krishna and said, O great king! The attendants of Varunu have carried off Nand Ray Ji from the banks of the Jumna to the region of Varunu. On hearing this, Sri Krishna got up enraged, and went off, and arrived in a second at the abode of Varunu. On beholding him, Varunu rose and stood up, and joining his hands, said in a supplicating manner, My birth has this day been propitious, that is, all the objects of my present birth have been gained today, by my having obtained a sight of you. O Lord of the Judus! Put away far from me all my crimes, I have circumvented Nund, your father, with this object in view. You are celebrated as the father of all. We know not your father. Seeing none bathing at night, my attendants through ignorance laid hold of him. Well, by stratagem, I have obtained a sight of you, be pleased now to have mercy on me, and do not think of my crime. Being thus humble, and having brought many presents, which he placed before Nunji and Sri Krishna, when Varuna with hands joined, and having bowed his head, stood before them, Sri Krishna, having taken the presents, returned thence to Brindaban, accompanied by his father. On seeing them, all the inhabitants of Bruj came crowding together. The cowherds inquired from Nund Ray, where did the attendants of Varuna carry you to? Nunji replied, Sri Krishna arrived just as they had laid hold of me, and taken me to Varuna's. On seeing him, Varuna having descended from his throne, and fallen at his feet, said with the greatest supplication of manner, Lord, pardon my offense, I have committed this crime through ignorance, which be pleased not to cast a thought upon. Hearing this speech of Nunji's, the cowherds said to each other, Brother, when Sri Krishna Chand by supporting the hill protected Bruj, we knew that Vishnu had descended on the earth in the house of Nund, our chief. Conversing thus amongst themselves, all the cowherds with hands joined, said to Sri Krishna, O great king! You have deceived us for a long time, but now we have found out all your secrets, you are the creator of the world, and the remover of all affliction. O Lord of the three worlds! Be so kind as to show us the paradise of Vishnu. On hearing this, Sri Krishna Ji, having in a second made a paradise, exhibited it to them in Bruj. On beholding it, the inhabitants of Bruj became possessed of knowledge, and they said with hands joined, and bended heads, Lord, your greatness is infinite, we cannot speak of it, but through your goodness we have this day discovered, that you are Narayan, and have been born in the world to remove the burthens of the earth. Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! When the inhabitants of Bruj had thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand, having brought them all under the influence of charms and fascination, carried off the paradise which he had just created for their inspection, and made his own deceptive power vanish. All the cowherds thought what had happened a dream, and Nunji, being under the power of delusion, regarded Sri Krishna as his own son. Chapter 30. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev said, will relate, in 5 sections, according to the light of my understanding, the manner in which Huri engaged in pleasures and festive songs and dances with the cowherdesses. When Sri Krishna Ji stole the clothes, he gave a promise to the cowherdesses, that he would engage with them in festive songs and dances in the month of Kartik. From the time the promise was made, the cowherdesses, entertaining a hope of its accomplishment, and of engaging in festive songs and dances with Krishna, became dispirited in mind, and constantly endeavored to propitiate the month of Kartik. By lucky accident, while they were engaged in propitiation, the pleasure-giving season, including Asin and Kartik came. From the time the month of Kartik commenced, heat, cold and rain were destroyed. Tanks were filled with pure water. Lotuses flourished in full bloom. The white lotus, partridge and loving couples are filled with delight on beholding the moon at night. The female ruddy goose is dirty, and the lotus withered, who regard the sun as friendly to them. Sri Shukdev, the sage, then said, O Lord of the earth! Sri Krishna Chand having come forth on the night of the full moon in the month of Kartik, saw the stars scattered in the sky. The light of the moon was spread abroad on all sides, a cool, fragrant, gentle breeze was blowing. And on one side a thick forest of great beauty exhibited its many ornaments. Beholding such a scene it came into his mind, that he had made a promise to the cowherdesses to engage in festive songs and dances with them in the season, comprising the month of Asin and Kartik. And that it was necessary for him to fulfill this promise. Thinking of this, and coming to the jungle, Krishna played upon the flute. Having heard the notes of the flute, all the young women of Bruj, who were filled with desire of Krishna, on account of their separation from him, were very much frightened. At length, having laid aside all feeling for kindred and family modesty, abandoning their household occupations, they put on their ornaments and came forth in the greatest confusion. One cowherdess, in attempting to go off, was stopped by her husband on the road, who brought her back home, and would not allow her to go. Upon this she meditated upon Huri, and having quitted her body arrived before them all. Sri Krishna Chand, having seen her affection, immediately granted her deliverance of the soul from the body, and exemption from further transmigration. At this point of the history, Raja Purichat said to Sri Shukdev Ji, O Lord of kindness. The cowherdess did not esteem and regard Sri Krishna Ji as the deity, but merely as an object of sense, for which she felt desire in her mind. How came it to pass that she obtained this state of deliverance and exemption? Please explain this to me, that the doubts of my mind may disappear. The sage replied, O incarnation of justice! Even mortals, who without knowledge celebrate the greatness of Sri Krishna Chand, obtain without doubt this religious deliverance and exemption. Just as a man who drinks the water of life without knowing it, will be immortal. In like manner he who knowingly drinks it, will derive full benefit from its excellent qualities. All men are aware, that the virtues and benefits of blessings must manifest themselves. And the same holds good with reference to the glory of the adoration of Huri. In whatever manner a man may worship him, he will obtain deliverance. Muttering prayers, rosaries, sectarial marks on the body and forehead, are all utterly useless and unprofitable, if the mind is wavering and infirm. But if the mind be true, Ram is pleased with them. And I will explain the various ways, in which different persons have acknowledged Sri Krishna, and obtained deliverance. Nand and Jasoda looked upon him as their son, the cowherdesses as their gallant, Kunds worshipped him through fear. The cowherds' children prayed to him as their friend, the Pandus regarded him as their most dearly loved, Sisupal acknowledged him as an enemy. The descendants of Jadu made him one of their own family, and Jogis, and devotees with long hair, and sages meditated on him as the deity. But in the end, all obtained the blessing of deliverance and exemption. What reason is there for wonder that a single cowherdess should have obtained this blessing by meditating on Krishna? Having heard this explanation, Raja Purichat said to Sri Shukdev, the sage, O Lord of favor. My doubts have vanished, do me the kindness to proceed now with the narrative. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! The meeting of the cowherdesses with Krishna, the light of the world, and sea of beauty, to meet whom they rushed forth in crowds, may be compared to the violent rushing of rivers in the rains to mix with the sea. The splendid manner in which Sri Krishna was decorated, baffles description. Ornamented from head to foot, and in the guise of a juggler, he appeared so fascinating, beautiful and elegant, that the women of Bruj were lost in delight at beholding his splendid appearance. Mohan, having inquired after their health, asked them in a rather dry, rough manner, whether they had been very much frightened traveling at night, when goblins and spirits appear abroad, over a dreadful road. And with all their clothes and ornaments put on in the greatest disorder. How did you come to this immense forest, abandoning all affection for your relatives and family? Such obstreperous, violent conduct is unbecoming in women. It is said, that a wife should perform her duties with strict obedience to her husband, whoever he may be, whether she marry one who is a coward, wicked, foolish, deceitful, ugly, a leper, one-eyed, blind, decrepit, lame or poor. From acting thus, her welfare and reputation in the world are derived. It is the highest excellence in a high-born, chaste woman not to leave her husband for a second. And the wife, who having abandoned her own husband, goes to another, obtains in each birth a residence in the regions below. Krishna added, You have come here and seen the thick forests, pure moonlight, and the beautiful banks of the Jumna. You had better now return home, and minister affectionately to your husbands. On hearing these words from the mouth of Sri Krishna, all the cowherdesses at once lost their reason, and were overwhelmed with the boundless sea of thought. Afterwards they looked down, and heaved deep sighs, and dug up the earth with their toes. The tears, which streamed from their eyes, were like the falling pearls of a broken necklace. At length, being much depressed with grief, they said weeping to Krishna, You are a great impostor. First of all by playing on the flute you stole away, unawares, our mind and thoughts, now being altogether without compassion, and practicing deceit, you wish to destroy us by harsh speeches. Again they said, we have left our families, relatives, homes, husbands, and have put out of our minds the reproach of our relations, to which our conduct has exposed us. We are deprived of our husbands, there is no one to protect us. Grant us an asylum, O Lord of Bruges. Persons who live under your protection, desire not wealth, corporal form, modesty, or greatness. You are their Lord in each successive birth, O God, in the form of life. To what home shall we go? Our souls are wrapped up in affection for you. On hearing these words, Sri Krishna smiled, and calling the cowherdesses said to them, if you really have such great affection for me, engage with me in festive songs and dances. On hearing these words, the cowherdesses abandoned all grief, and gathered round him with delight from all sides, and began to feast their eyes with beholding the face of Krishna. The cloud-colored Krishna stood in the midst. And the women, engaged in diversions, appeared like golden creepers, growing from under a dark-colored hill. Sri Krishna had before intimated to his delusive power, that he would engage in festivities, and had ordered the power to raise a fine building, remain in it, and grant all the desires and wishes, which any one might form. O great king! The delusive power, on hearing the order, went to the banks of the Jumna, and having made a large, round golden terrace, studded with pearls and diamonds, and surrounded it on all sides with pillars of sprouting plantains, in which were wreaths and garlands of flowers of all kinds, came and informed Sri Krishna Chand of what he had done. He was delighted at hearing it, and taking all the women of Bruges with him, went to the banks of the Jumna. On arrival, they saw that the splendor of the circular terrace, which had been made for their festivities, was 4 times more brilliant than the moon's orb. The sand, which surrounded it, appeared like the light of the moon. There was a fragrant, cool, sweet breeze blowing. And on one side the verdure of all the forests displayed its numerous beauties in the brightness of the night. On viewing this scene the cowherdesses were highly pleased, and having gone to the bank of a tank, named Manusrower, which was near the terrace, and putting on pleasing, elegant dresses and ornaments, adorning themselves from head to foot, they brought sweet-toned lutes, timbrels and other musical instruments. And being intoxicated with love, abandoning all reflection and modesty, they began to play, sing and dance with Krishna. At that time, Sri Gobind, in the assembly of cowherdesses, appeared as beautiful as the moon amidst stars. Having recited so much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said, O great king! When the cowherdesses, having utterly abandoned reason, looked upon Huri in the course of their festivities, as their natural husband, and considered him as subservient to themselves, Sri Krishna Chand reflected in his mind, the cowherdesses now think me in their power, and regard me, in their minds, as their natural lord. They have become ignorant, abandoning all modesty, and twine themselves round my neck, and embrace me with great affection. They have all utterly forgotten knowledge and meditation. I will now leave them, as they have increased their pride. I will see what they will do, and how they will live without me in the jungle. Having thus reflected, and taken Sri Radhika with him, Sri Krishna Chand disappeared. Part 4. Chapter 31. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king! All at once on their not seeing Sri Krishna Chand, darkness clouded the eyes of the cowherdesses. And being much troubled in mind, they were agitated in the same degree, as a snake is alarmed at having lost the jewel on its head. Upon this, a cowherdess began to say, Tell me friend, where has Mohan gone, after having dispersed us? He was caressing me with his arms round my neck. He was but now engaged with us in festive songs and dances. Where has he gone, and did not any of you see him, while he was going away? On hearing these words, all the cowherdesses were exceedingly sad at their separation from Krishna, and said, heaving deep sighs, Where shall we go, what shall we do, to whom shall we call out? No one knows where he is, how shall we find Krishna? Speaking thus, and being inflamed with the love of Huri, all the cowherdesses began to search for Huri in every direction, and singing his praises, celebrating his many good qualities, and weeping exclaimed, "Why have you left us, O Lord of Bruj? We have given up everything to you." When they did not find Krishna where they first searched, they advanced some distance, and said to each other, "We can see no one here, from whom shall we inquire where Krishna has gone?" A cowherdess said, "Friends, a thought occurs to me, that all the beasts, birds and trees in this forest are saints and sages. They have descended upon the earth to behold the sports of Krishna. Inquire from them, who must have seen from their present position, and who will be able to point out where Huri has gone." On hearing this suggestion, the cowherdesses, who were very uneasy in their minds in consequence of their separation from Krishna, began to question every animate and inanimate object, O fig tree and other trees. You have obtained your present lofty form through the performance of acts of virtue. You have been beneficent to others, assuming on earth the form of trees. You have endured the pains of heat, cold and rain, and remained standing for others' advantage. O bark, blossoms, roots, fruits and branches, with which you benefit others, be so kind as to tell us, whether Huri, who has stolen all our affections and wealth, has come here. O palm, mango, and kuknari, have you seen Morari going off in any direction? O champa and other trees, have you seen Bulbir anywhere? O full-blown tulsi, much beloved by Huri, whom he never allows to be separated from his body, have you met Krishna today? Who will point out to us where he is? O jasmines of different kinds, has Sri Krishna come in this direction? The women of Bruj called out to the deer, have you seen Krishna pass in this direction? Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdeoji said, O great king. The cowherdesses, inquiring in this way from animals, birds, trees and creepers, where Krishna had gone, began, after the manner of Sri Krishna, to represent the death of Putna, and to go through all the sports and amusements which Huri had engaged in, and continued to search for him. At length, after searching some time, and having gone some distance, they beheld the marks of Krishna's feet, his lotus banner and iron goad, glittering on the sand. The women of Bruj, seeing the dust, which gods, men and sages search for, made an obeisance to it, and having placed it upon their heads, and entertaining a hope of meeting Krishna, proceeded onward, when lo! The traces of a woman's feet became visible near the marks of the feet, which they had first beheld. They were surprised at the sight, and advancing further, they found a beautiful looking glass, studded with gems, on a bed of soft leaves. They began to question it. When it would not speak in consequence of the pain of separation from a loved object, they asked each other, Friend, why did he take this with him? Then, one, who knew the mutual feelings of lovers and their beloved, replied, Friend, when the lover sat down to plait the hair of his beloved, and his lovely form was concealed from sight, his beloved then took the looking-glass in her hand, and showed it to her lover. Then the image of Shri's face was reflected from the mirror. The cowherdesses were not at all angry at hearing this remark, but began to say, she must have worshipped Shivu and Parvati well, and performed great penance, to be able to enjoy diversion with the Lord of Life in this retired manner, without fear. O great king! All the cowherdesses, intoxicated with love, were thus idly talking, and wandering about in search of Krishna, whilst Sri Radhika ji, deriving great enjoyment from Huri, and thinking her beloved in a state of subserviency to her, considering herself greater than all others, and indulging in great presumptuousness of mind, said, O beloved! I am not able to walk, please carry me on your shoulders. On hearing this, Sri Krishna Chand, the annihilator of pride, and acquainted with the secrets of the heart, smiled, and sitting down, said to her, Come and sit on my shoulders. When she put forth her hands to climb up, Sri Krishna disappeared, and she remained standing in that posture, with her arms stretched out. Just as lightning forces its way presumptuously from the clouds, or the angry moonbeams separate themselves from the moon. And the splendor of her fair form, escaping and spreading upon the earth, displayed as much beauty, as an elegant woman, standing upon ground of gold. Tears streamed from her eyes. And she could not drive away the bees, who overpowered by the sweet smell came and settled near her face. And heaving deep sighs, she wept so violently in her solitude in the jungle, distressed by the separation from Krishna, that the animals, birds, trees and creepers, hearing her lamentations, began weeping also. And thus she exclaimed, O Lord! Best of lovers, where have you gone, O self-willed Bihari? I am the slave of the asylum of thy feet. O sea of beneficence! Have compassion on me. In the meanwhile the cowherdesses, continuing their search, came up to where she was. And throwing themselves on her neck, embraced her with the same degree of pleasure, as a man, who had lost great wealth, would experience in the midst of his losses, in recovering half of it. At length, observing that she was very much distressed, the cowherdesses, taking her with them, went in the great forest, and searched for Sri Krishna Chand as long as the moonlight lasted. When they could not find their road in the jungle on account of the darkness, they all returned thence with a confident hope of meeting Krishna. And came and sat down on that bank of the Jumna on which Sri Krishna Chand had afforded them very great pleasure. Chapter 32. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! All the cowherdesses, sitting on the bank of the Jumna, and intoxicated with love, began to sing the exploits and virtues of Huri, O most beloved. Since you came to Bruj, you have diffused new pleasures there. Lakshmi in the hope of your protection, has corn and taken up her fixed abode. We, cowherdesses, are your slaves, show compassion, and quickly take thought of us. Since we have seen your elegant, dark-colored, beautiful form, we have become your slaves without purchase. The arrows of your eyes have pierced our breasts. Beloved! In what way and manner are we not yours? Have mercy on us, as our lives are ebbing out. Lay aside relentlessness, and be pleased to present yourself soon to our sight. If your wish was to destroy us, why did you save us from the poisonous serpent, from fire and from inundation? Why not have allowed us then to die? You are not merely Jusoda's son. Brahmu, Rudru, Indru, and all the gods, humbling themselves before you, have brought you on the earth for the protection of the world. O Lord of life! It is a subject of great wonder to us, whom you will preserve, if you destroy your own. Beloved! You are acquainted with the secrets of the heart, why do you not put an end to our affliction, and grant the accomplishment of our hopes? What, beloved? Do you wish to display your heroism towards us weak women? What pain do we not suffer, when we behold your gentle smile, your affectionate glance, the bend of your eyebrows, the coquetry of your eyes, the undulating motion of your neck, and the splendor of your discourse? And when you used to go to the jungle to give pasture to the cows, the stones and thorns of the forest gave pain to our minds when we thought of your soft feet. You went early in the morning, and returned in the evening, but still these 4 pures appeared to us like 4 ages. When sitting in your presence, we gazed on your elegant form, we thought in our minds, that Brahma was very foolish in having formed the eyelid, to prevent our fixed and uninterrupted gaze. Having told so much of the story, Sri Shukdev said, O great king! The cowherdesses, distressed at their separation from Krishna, continued in this disconsolate manner to sing his exploits, and were worn out by their exertions in doing so. But still Bihari did not come. At length, being utterly without hope, and giving up all expectation of living, they became quite senseless from total want of resolution. And falling down, wept so violently and with such lamentations, that all things, animate and inanimate, on hearing them, were very much afflicted. Chapter 33. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand, who is acquainted with the secrets of the heart, knew that the cowherdesses would not survive without him, then appeared amongst them the son of Nand, just as a juggler would appear again, after having been concealed. Whilst a person shut his eyes. When they saw that Huri had come, the senses of all of them were revived, just as the organs of perception are restored to animation, when life is revived in a dead man. Whilst they did not see him, their minds were in a state of agitation, as though they had all been bitten by the mind-agitating snake. Their troubles were ended on the arrival of him they loved, as creepers are revived by being sprinkled with the water of life. In the same way that the lotus appears withered at night, but revives on beholding the splendor of the sun, the large eyes of the women of Bruj were restored to animation on beholding Krishna. Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! The cowherdesses, on seeing Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, being all at once released from the sea of despondency, approached him, and were as much rejoiced, as a man, drowning in the unfathomable ocean, would be to find a shallow place. And they collected round him on all sides. Then Sri Krishna took them with him to the place where they had first engaged in festive songs and dances. On their arrival, one of the cowherdesses took off her scarf, and spread it for Krishna to sit down upon. As he sat down upon it, many of the cowherdesses were angry, and said, O great king! You are very deceitful, and steal away the minds and wealth of others, but do not respect the good qualities of any one. After this, they said to each other, He has abandoned what is good, and embraced what is bad. Deceit suits his mind. Consider, friend. How can we possibly form an association with him? On hearing this, one of them said, Friends, do you remain apart, as we derive no benefit from our own speaking, I will make Krishna himself speak. Saying these words, she smiled and inquired from Sri Krishna, O great king! Explain to us who is a good man, and who a bad man in the four following instances. 1. Who without having done a good action, shall expect good actions from others. Or shall expect to have his non-performance of good actions considered in the light of the performance of them. A second shall make a return for a good action, a third shall return evil for good, a fourth shall take no thought whatever of any good that may be done to him. Sri Krishna Chand replied, All of you listen with attention, whilst I explain who is the good, and who the bad man, in the cases mentioned. The best is he who does good without receiving any, as a father loves a son. It is no virtue to return good for good, in the manner that a cow gives milk for the food she receives. Consider as your enemy one who regards good and evil alike. The most ungrateful of all is he who forgets good done to him. When the cowherdesses, on hearing these words and looking at each other, began to laugh, Sri Krishna Chand was frightened, and said, I am not to be reckoned amongst any of these four kinds of persons, which you seem to think by your laughing. Moreover, it is my custom to grant the accomplishment of any wish or desire a person may ask from me. Perhaps you will say, if this is your practice, why did you abandon us in the jungle? The reason was, that I made trial of your affection. Do not think ill of me for this, but believe what I say. After this, he again said, I have now tried you, remember and meditate upon me. You have increased your affection for me, who am like a poor man that has obtained wealth. You have met my wishes in every respect, and in doing so, have foregone the reproach of the world, and the Vedas, just as a religious devotee, who abandons his home, and entertains a love for Huri with sincerity of mind. If I should live for 100 years of Brahma, I should never be quit of my debt to you. Chapter 34. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, Raja. When Sri Krishna Chand had spoken in this agreeable manner, all the cowherdesses, laying aside their anger, and being greatly rejoiced, arose, and having united with Huri, began to indulge in every kind of pleasure, delight and pastime. When Krishna had recourse to his deceptive power, and divided his body into numberless particles, desiring to give pleasure to them all, and engaging in their sports with the greatest affection, Sri Krishna Chand, having assumed as many bodies as there were cowherdesses, took them all with him to the circular terrace, where he had before gone, and again began engaging in festive dances and songs. The cowherdesses, in pairs, joined their hands, and Huri was in the midst of them. Each thought he was at their side, and did not recognize him near anyone else. They placed their fingers within his fingers, and whirled about with the greatest enjoyment, taking Huri with them. The son of Nand in the midst of the cowherdesses was like thick masses of clouds, surrounded on all sides by lightning. The dark blue Krishna amongst the fair women of Bruj was like a sapphire on a necklace of gold. O great king! Standing thus together, the the cowherdesses and Krishna began to tune various kinds of musical instruments, preluding difficult airs, and played and sang, producing great varieties of tone, and singing whilst they danced. And so delighted were they, that they seemed to lose all recollection of their very existence. Sometimes the breast of one was uncovered, and the diadem of another slipped off. At one place, the pearl necklaces of some were broken, and the pearls fell on the ground. At another, garlands of flowers were strewed about. The drops of perspiration on their foreheads glittered like strings of pearls. And the ringlets of the cowherdesses were spread in such a loose and dishevelled manner over their faces, that they resembled young snakes, who had flown up, and then become fastened to the moon, from an eager desire to obtain the water of life. Sometimes a cowherdess, singing in high tones, accompanied Krishna's flute, and sometimes one of them sang without accompaniment. And when any one of them, having stopped Krishna's flute, poured forth the same notes from her own voice, he was as much fascinated as a child on beholding its own image in a mirror. Thus singing and dancing, and practicing all kinds of coquetry and ogling, they passed the hours in mutual enjoyment, and being pleased with each other, they laughed and embraced and made a propitiatory offering of their dresses and ornaments. At that time, Brahma, Rudra, Indra, and all the gods and celestial musicians, seated in their chariots with their wives, looked down upon the festivities, and showered down flowers with delight. And the wives, gazing on this scene of pleasure with eager desire, thought to themselves, that if they could be born in Bruj, they also might join in festivities with Huri. And to such a pitch were the musical notes and tones carried, that on hearing them, the air was stilled, and water ceased to flow, and the moon, together with the whole of the stars, was astonished, and poured down the water of life from its rays. The night was prolonged so that 6 months passed away, whence that night was named, Brahma's night. Having proceeded thus far with the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O Lord of the earth! Whilst engaged in these festive sports, a whim seized Krishna, and he went with the cowherdesses to the banks of the Jumna. Going into the water and engaging in aquatic pastimes, after he had got rid of his fatigue, he came out. And having accomplished the wishes of them all, said to them, There are 4 guris of the night remaining, go all of you to your homes. The cowherdesses were sad at these words, and said, Lord, how shall we go home, leaving your lotus-like feet? Our greedy minds do not approve of what you have suggested. Sri Krishna replied, Meditate on me in the manner that religious devotees meditate. And wherever you may be, I will always be with you. They were gratified at these words, and taking leave returned home, and no one at their houses was aware that they had not been all along at their respective house. Having heard thus much of the history, Raja Purichit said to Sri Shukdev, the sage, O kind to the poor. Sri Krishna Chand had come upon the earth to destroy evil spirits, and remove the burthens of the world, and, having conferred happiness on saints and religious men, to promote piety. Explain to me, why he engaged in festivities with other men's wives, as it is the act of a dissolute person to enjoy himself with another man's wife. Shukdev Ji replied, Raja, you do not understand this mystery, and regard the deity as a mortal. His body is glorious and pure, by remembrance of whom sin is obliterated, just as anything falling into fire, itself becomes fire. What cannot the powerful do? Because by their acts they overcome fate, as Shivu took poison, and after having taken it made of it an ornament for his neck, and formed a black snake into a necklace. Who can understand his actions? Beings with power do nothing for themselves, but confer boons on all petitioners, who worship and hold them in remembrance. The nature of Krishna is this. That he seems to associate with all, but if you consider, you will perceive, that he appears as separate as the lotus leaf from the water. I have already narrated to you the history of the cowherdess's birth, and that Dewi and the mystical prayers of the Vedas were born, and came to Bruj to see and touch Huri. And in this manner Sri Radhika also, having obtained a blessing from Brahma, was born to be a servant to Krishna Chand, and remained in the service of her master. Sri Shukdev Ji continued, O great king! We are told to believe all the acts that Krishna performed, but not to turn our thoughts to the manner in which, and the means by which, they were performed. Whoever celebrates the fame of the Lord of the Cowherdesses, obtains, fearless and unmoved, the highest dignity. And the same benefits which are procured by bathing in the 68 places of pilgrimage, are procured by celebrating the great renown of Sri Krishna. Chapter 35. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, Raja. Listen with attention, and I will relate to you, how Sri Krishna Ji released a celestial dancer, and destroyed Sungchor. Nand Ji one day called all the cowherds, and said to them, Brothers. When Krishna was born, I made a vow to my family Dewi in Unbaika, that I would go in musical procession with all the city, and perform puja on his 12th birthday. As, through the mercy of Dewi, I have lived to see his 12th birthday, which is today, we must go and perform the puja. All the cowherds arose, on hearing these words of Nand Ji, and immediately brought forth from their houses all things necessary for the puja. Nand Ray did the same, and loaded carts and banjis with milk, curds and butter. And accompanied them with all his relations, and arrived at the abode of Unbaika. Having gone and bathed in the river Suraswati, Nand Ji sent for a family priest, and went, accompanied by all his retinue, to the temple of Dewi, and performed puja. And having placed before her all the different articles they had brought to offer, and having performed the act of going round to the right by way of adoration, they exclaimed with joined hands and in a supplicating manner, O Mother! Through your beneficence, Krishna has attained the age of 12 years. Having thus spoken, and bowing their heads, they quitted the temple, and fed 1,000 Brahmins. In consequence of the delay which this caused, Nand Ji remained there with all the inhabitants of Bruj, and they fasted, as they would at a place of holy pilgrimage. As they were sleeping at night, a boa came and seized Nand Ray's foot, and began swallowing it. He was alarmed at seeing this, and called out, Krishna! Krishna! Take thought of me quickly, otherwise the snake will swallow me up. On hearing his voice, all the inhabitants of Bruj, both men and women, started from sleep, and came to where Nand was. Having struck a light, they saw a boa lying on the ground, having hold of his foot. In the meantime, Sri Krishna Chand Ji having arrived, placed his foot upon its back in sight of them all. On which the snake, immediately abandoning its former body, was transformed into a handsome man. And having made an obeisance, stood before them with joined hands. Then Sri Krishna inquired, Who art thou, and explained for what crime thou wast transformed into a snake. He, bowing his head, said in a supplicating voice, O thou who knowest the secrets of the heart! All the circumstances of my origin are known to thee. I am a celestial dancer, named Sudarsan, and dwelt in the region of the gods. And through pride thought myself superior to all others in beauty and excellence of mind, I went forth one day, seated in my chariot, to the place where Angira, the saint, was sitting, engaged in religious devotion. And I went backwards and forwards 100 times over him. Once on seeing the shadow of my chariot, he looked up, and being angry pronounced a curse upon me, saying, O presumptuous, be thou changed into a boa. As he uttered these words, I fell to the earth, in the form of a boa. The saint told me at the time that my release would be accomplished by Sri Krishna Chand. For this reason, I came and seized the foot of Nand Ray Ji, in order that you might come and grant me release. O Lord of compassion! You have come, and mercifully released me. Thus having spoken, the celestial dancer circled to the right by way of adoration, and having obtained Krishna's permission to depart, ascended his chariot, and went to the region of the gods. On beholding this wonderful act, all the inhabitants of Bruj were astonished. In the morning, having gone to see Dewi, they all returned together to Brindaban. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O Lord of the earth! Holdher and Gobind one moonlight night were singing in the forest with the cowherdesses, and enjoying themselves, when a demigod, attendant of Kuvru, named Sungchor, who had a jewel on his head, and was very powerful, came forth amongst them. He saw the cowherdesses engaged in sports on one side, and in another direction Sri Krishna and Baldio intoxicated, and singing in a state of great delight. A thought having occurred to him, he collected all the women of Bruj together, and drove them before him. The women were frightened, and called out to Krishna and Balaram to protect them. The brothers, having heard the cries of the women, uprooted a tree, and seizing it in their hands, rushed forth as drunken elephants rush upon lions, and told the cowherdesses not to be at all alarmed, as they had arrived. The demigod, looking upon them as the agents of his destruction, was filled with fear, and ran off for his life, leaving the cowherdesses. Nand Lal left Buldio with them, and went after Sungchor himself, and seizing him by the hair behind, brought him to the ground. After this, lowering his hand, he cut off his head, and taking possession of his jewel, gave it to Balaram. Chapter 36. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, Raja. Whilst Huri remained in the jungle pasturing the cows, all the women of Bruj went and sat near Nand's wife, and sung the praises of their lord, and related the sports in which Sri Krishna had engaged in the forest. Friend. When he plays on the flute, animals and birds derive pleasure. Dewi, seated with her husband in a chariot, is fascinated, hearing the notes with the greatest delight. The bracelets and rings on his hand steal away all sensation from the agitated mind and body. Then one of the women of Bruj said, the clouds were so overcome, that they ceased to thunder. Huri sings joyfully standing in one position, and makes his eyebrow, feet and cheek keep time. The doe and deer are fascinated with the notes. The Jumna is turned from its course, and the cows gather together. The charmed clouds cast a shadow, and form a canopy over Krishna's head. At one time Krishna retired to arbors with thick foliage, at another, all sat with him under a fig tree. The cows roamed about behind him. And when they were collected, he took them to water. In the evening Huri returned, and the cows lowed on hearing the sound of the flute. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king. In this manner the cowherdesses constantly celebrated the great fame of Krishna during the whole day, and going forth in the evening to meet Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, derived the greatest enjoyment from his society. And at the same time the Rani Jasoda, having wiped the dust-covered face of her son in a most affectionate manner, was delighted to embrace him. Chapter 37. Sri Shukdev ji said, O great king. One day Sri Krishna and Balaram, having given pasture to the cows, were returning home in the evening from the jungle, when a demon, in the form of a huge bull, came amongst the cows. His body reached to the sky, his hard back was like a stone, his two sharp horns were standing erect, and blood-red eyes filled with rage. Raising his tail, he wandered about bellowing, sometimes he stopped, and then roamed about again, letting fall dung. He made his shoulders writhe, and ears shake. All the gods left their chariots, and ran off. With his hoof he dug up the bank of the river, and upset a hill with his back, and cast it on the ground. All were in consternation at that time, the supporters of the world, and the guardian deities of the 10 quarters trembled. The earth quaked, the king of the serpent race, on whose head the world is supported, trembled. Cows dropped their calves, and women miscarried. On seeing the bull, the cows dispersed in every direction. And the inhabitants of Bruj ran off to where Krishna and Balaram were coming up behind them. Making obeisance they said, O great king. A little distance in front, there is an immense bull, standing in the road, save us from it. On hearing this, Sri Krishna Chand, acquainted with the secrets of the heart, said, Do not be afraid of it. It has come upon the earth in the form of a bull, because it desires its destruction from me. On saying these words, he went forward, and on seeing the bull, Krishna exclaimed, Come to me, you, who have assumed a treacherous form. Why do you frighten anyone else, why not come near me? The so-called lion's enemy runs not after deer. Behold! I am Gobind, in the form of death, and have utterly destroyed many like you. He again called out, striking the upper parts of his arms in preparation for battle, Come and fight with me. On hearing these words, the enraged demon rushed forth with such impetuous violence, that it seemed as if a thunderbolt of Indra were hurled upon the earth. As often as Krishna drove him back, he recovered himself, and rushed on again. At one time, when Krishna had dashed him upon the earth, he rose up in great fury, and pinned Huri between his two horns. Then Sri Krishna ji, escaping with activity, and placing his foot on one of the legs of the bull, laid hold of his horn, and twisted it in the same way, that a person would wring wet clothes. At length, the bull fell down, and its life ebbed out. At this time, the gods seated in their chariots, were so rejoiced, that they began to rain down flowers, and the cowherdesses and cowherds, to celebrate with songs the great renown of Krishna. In the meanwhile Sri Radhika ji came and said to Huri, O great king! You have committed a crime in having killed any being in the form of a bull. For this reason go and bathe in some place of holy pilgrimage, then you may touch other persons. Krishna replied, I will summon all the places of pilgrimage to Bruj. Having thus said, he went near the hill Govardhan, and caused 2 deep pits to be dug. And the places of pilgrimage came there in bodily shape. And having mentioned their names, and thrown water into the pits, departed. After this Sri Krishna, having bathed in the pits, on coming out, made an offering of a great many cows, and having fed many Brahmins, was purified. And from that day, the 2 pits became famous as the pit of Krishna, and the pit of Radhika. Having finished narrating this incident, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king! One day, Narad ji, the sage, came to Kunz. And when he had explained to him the secrets of the birth of Balaram and Krishna, and of the coming of the delusive power, and of the going off of Krishna, Kunz was angry, and said, You speak truth. At first, he brought his son and gave him to me, having by that means increased the confidence of my mind, as a thug, who shows you something, and afterwards runs off with all your property. On saying these words, having sent for Basudio, he had him bound down, and putting his hand on his sword, said with great agitation of mind, I have discovered that you acted with great treachery towards me. I looked upon you as a good and virtuous man. You sent Krishna off, and gave him to Nand, Devi has come and shown me. Your words corresponded not with your thoughts and designs, I will certainly put you to death today on this spot. A friend, relation, attendant or person professing great regard for another, who practices deceit, is very sinful. Your words were sweet, but your mind filled with poison. You were intent only on deceit. An evil spirit is better than one who acts maliciously in affairs which concern himself. Speaking in this vain, foolish manner, Kun said again to Narad ji, O great king! I have not yet found out the secrets of his mind. A boy was born, and he came and showed me a girl. The child, which he mentioned as having died in consequence of the mother's miscarriage, was born at Gokul as Boldio. Thus having said, he gnashed his teeth with rage, and as he raised his sword to kill Basudio, Narad, the sage, having laid hold of his hand, said, Raja, keep Basudio a prisoner for the present, and arrange so that you may lay hold of Krishna and Boldio, or so that Krishna and Boldio may come here. When Narad ji had made this suggestion and departed, Kunz shut up Basudio and Devki in a room. And being distracted with fear, sent for a devil, named Kasi, and said to him, O possessed of great strength! You are one of my retainers. I have great confidence in you. Go at once to Bruj, and having killed Balaram and Krishna, show their bodies to me. Kasi, on hearing this speech, and receiving the order, bowing his head, took leave, and went to Brindaban. And Kunz summoned Sal, Tusal, Chanor, Arisht, Biomasor and all his other counselors. On their arrival, he explained to them and said, My enemy has taken up his abode near me. Reflect and deliberate how you can draw out the thorn which is pricking my mind. The counselor said, O great king! You are very powerful, whom do you fear? What great difficulty will be in destroying Balaram and Krishna? Be not at all anxious. We will counsel you, how, by means of stratagem and force, they will come here. First of all we will cause to be built such a beautiful and elegant theatre, that on hearing of its splendor people will crowd from towns and villages to see it. After this, do you cause a sacrifice to be made to Mahadev, and procure goats and buffaloes for the burnt offering. On hearing news of this, all the inhabitants of Bruj will bring presents, and Balaram and Krishna will come with them. Then some wrestler will throw them down, or some other very strong man will kill them at the gate. On hearing these suggestions, Kunz, assenting to the advice, said, "Counselors, you have given good counsel." He sent for a wrestler, and having treated him with great respect gave him a bira of betel. After this, holding a court, he began to say to his powerful devils, "When my nephews, Balaram and Krishna, come here, one of you destroy them, that the apprehensions of my mind may be removed." Having thus explained to them, he sent for a mahout and said to him, "You have a musk elephant under you, take it to the gate and remain there. When the two brothers come and attempt to enter, have them torn to pieces by the elephant, and do not give them a chance of escape. If you will destroy them both, I will give you whatever wealth you may ask for." Having thus explained to them all, and determined upon a sacrifice to Shivu on the 14th of the dark part of the month Kartik, Kunz sent for a crore in the evening, and having given him a most civil reception, took him inside his house. Giving him a seat on a throne near him, and laying hold of his hand, he said with the greatest affection, "You are the greatest in the family of Jadoo, intelligent, religious and resolute, and, therefore, all know and respect you. There is no one who is not pleased at seeing you. For this reason, as a dwarf, the fifth incarnation of Vishnu, accomplished an important business for Indra, having by stratagem taken possession of the whole government of Bali, the sovereign of the infernal regions, and made it over to Indra. So do you perform an important action for me, and go at once to Brindaban, and bring the two sons of Devaki here, in whatever way the affair may be managed, whether by artifice or force. It is said, that the great endure difficulties themselves in accomplishing the objects of others. You have the same interest in all my affairs as myself. What more shall I say? Bring them here in any way you can, and they will easily be destroyed. Either Chanor will throw them prostrate, or the elephant Kabliya will lay hold of and tear them to pieces. If not, I, myself, will kill them, and accomplish my object with my own hand. And after having destroyed them, I will put Oagerson to death. Because he is very deceitful and desires my destruction. And after that, having first burnt Devaki's father, Devak, I will drown him. Having thus put Basudeo to death with him, I will thus destroy by the very roots all the worshippers of Huri. Then, if you will but bring Balaram and Krishna, reigning without any opposition, I will unite with my very powerful friend, Jorasindh, from dread of whom, the 9 divisions of the world tremble. And with Nrkasur, and Banasur, and other great and mighty demons, who are his attendants. Kunz continued to urge Akrur, saying, "Go to Brindaban to the house of Nand, and tell him, that a sacrifice is about to be made to Shivu. The bow has been placed upon it, and that there will be all kinds of sports and pastimes." On hearing this, Nand and Oapunad will come with the cowherds, and bring goats and buffaloes to offer as presents, and Krishna and Baldeo will accompany them to see what goes on. This is the plan I suggest to you for bringing them here. Hereafter, as you are possessed of great knowledge, if it should be necessary to slake up any other story, do so, and act accordingly. What more need I say? There is a saying, if the ambassador is a man of wonderful capacity, who possesses understanding and power himself, and is bold in others' affairs, place implicit confidence in him. On hearing these speeches, Akrur thought to himself, if I were now to speak honestly to him, and give him good advice, he would not listen to it, wherefore, it is better that I should now say what may be flattering and agreeable to him. There is also a saying, applied in another sense, that we should make speeches, which will please. With these thoughts in his mind, Akrur joined his hands, and bowing his head, said, "O great king! You have given good advice. I give my most full consent and approbation to all you have said. We have no power over the future. Man busies himself forming many projects, but those alone, which are written in fate, are brought to completion. The event does not always correspond with our thoughts, and no man has all his wishes fulfilled. You have considered this business, predicting the future, we know not what may happen. In compliance with what you have said, I will go off tomorrow morning early, and bring Balaram and Krishna. On saying this, Akrur, having obtained the permission of Kunz to depart, came to his own house. Chapter 38. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! Listen attentively, and I will narrate how Sri Krishna Chand killed Kasi, and Narad came and eulogized the act, and afterwards how Huri destroyed Biomasur. At dawn of day, Kasi came to Brindaban in the form of an immense horse of terrifying aspect, and began to paw the ground, and dig up the earth, having bloodshot eyes, and uplifted nostrils, and ears and tail erect. And continued neighing and writhing its shoulders and kicking. On seeing the animal, the cowherd's children were frightened, and ran off and told Krishna, who came to the spot, and on beholding it, made preparations for an encounter, and striking the upper parts of his arms, roared like a lion, exclaiming, If you are a great friend of Kunz, and have come here in the form of a horse, why do you run after others? Come and fight with me, that I may see your strength. How long will you wander about, like a moth circling round a lamp? Your death is at hand. On hearing these words Kasi was enraged, and began to say to himself, Today I will make trial of his power, and laying hold of him and chewing him like sugar cane, will do what Kunz wishes. He then rushed forward with his mouth open, as though he would devour the whole world. On his first approach he attacked Krishna with his mouth, who drove him back. When he rushed forward the second time with his mouth open, after having recovered from the first shock, Sri Krishna thrust his hand into his mouth, and so enlarged his hand, which was like an iron club, that it blocked up the 10 passages of the horse's body. Kasi was alarmed, and began to say to himself, My body is now bursting, how has this happened? I have admitted my own death into my mouth, and have lost my life, as a fish loses its life by swallowing a hook. He then attempted many plans of extricating the hand, not one of which succeeded. At length, he ceased to breathe, and his belly burst, so that he fell backwards. The blood streamed from his body like a river. At this time the cowherd's children came to see what had happened, and Sri Krishna Chand advanced into the jungle, and stood under the shade of a kutum tree. In the meanwhile Narad, the sage, arrived with a lute in his hand. Having made an obeisance, he stood up, and playing on the lute, and singing of the past and future sports and exploits of Sri Krishna Chand, he said, O Lord of compassion! Your sports are unlimited. Who has power to describe your actions? But through your favor I know so much, that you frequently descend and are manifest upon the earth to confer happiness on your worshippers, protect virtuous men, destroy demons and evil spirits and remove the burthens of the world. On hearing these words Krishna permitted Narad, the sage, to depart, and he bowed his head and went away. Krishna took all the cowherd's children and his companions with him. And sitting under a fig tree, he made one a minister, another a counselor of state, a third the chief of an army, and being himself a Raja, they all began to play a game in imitation of royalty, and afterwards at blind man's buff. Having recited so much of the history, Sri Shukdev said, O Lord of the earth! Kunz having heard that Kasi had been killed, early in the morning, raving and trembling, said to Biomasur, O powerful Biomasur! The extirpator of enemies, great is your fame in the world. As the son of Punuvu, the ape Hanuman, is rain's messenger of death, so are you mine. Destroy the sons of Basudeo, effect this object for me today. Biomasur with joined hands said in reply, O great king! Today I will do all in my power. My body is yours. They, who are fond of life, shrink from sacrificing it for their masters. The good name and virtue of servants and wives consist in giving up their lives for their lords. Having thus spoken, and taken up the bira of betel in token of undertaking the project, proposed by Kunz, against Krishna and Buldeo, Biomasur made an obeisance to Kunz, and set out for Brindaban. On the road he assumed the appearance of a cowherd, and arrived in that disguise at the place where Huri was playing at blind man's buff with the cowherd's children and their companions. When, as he was going along, he said to Krishna from a distance with his hands joined, O great king! Allow me also to play with you. Huri invited him to come near, and said, Do not conceal any wish you may have formed, but play with us at any game you prefer. He was delighted, and replied, the wolf and rams is a good game. Sri Krishna Chand smiled and said, very good, you be the wolf, and the cowherd's children shall be the rams. Bhyomasura was rejoiced at these words, and became a wolf, and the cowherd's children were rams, and they began to play the game together. The demon took them off one by one, and placed them in the cave of a hill, and shut them up there, by placing a stone across the entrance. When he had thus placed them all there, and Sri Krishna alone remained, he called out, I will today accomplish Kun's business for him, and destroy all the family of Judu. Having thus spoken, and abandoned the appearance of a cowherd, and having been transformed into a real wolf, he rushed upon Krishna, who seizing him dispatched him by means of suffocation and blows, in the way the sacrificial goat is killed. Chapter 39. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king! Kasi and Bhyomasura were killed on the 11th of the dark part of the month of Kartik. And early in the morning of the 13th, Akrura obtained permission from Kunz to set out, and when he had ascended his chariot, these thoughts passed in his mind on his road to Vrindavan. What prayers, devotion, sacrifice, offering, pilgrimage or fast have I performed, by virtue of which I have obtained this great benefit? To my knowledge I have not once during my present birth mentioned the name of Huri, but have constantly remained in the retinue of Kunz. How shall I obtain a knowledge of the mysteries of his adoration? Of the manner in which I am to offer adoration to him, I must certainly have performed some very virtuous act in a former birth, the excellence and glory of which have procured me this very great advantage. That Kunz has sent me to bring Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy. By going and obtaining a sight of him, I shall obtain the greatest happiness my present birth can afford, literally, I shall make my birth fruitful. I will fall at his feet with joined hands, and afterwards put the dust of his feet on my head. The feet, which have come to destroy crime, and which Sri Brahmu and the other gods worship. The feet, which fell on Kali's head, and which are filled with the milk of the breast, and the perfume of sandal, which danced beautifully amidst the festivities, and the assemblage of the cowherdesses, and after which the cows roamed. The feet, by the dust of which the wife of Gautama was saved, from which the Ganges issued forth, having deceived the Raja Buli, they performed an important act for Indru. Those feet I shall see today, the omens are propitious to me, herds of deer are running on the right. O great king! With these thoughts in his mind, Akrura said again to himself, I hope they will not any of them look upon me as the ambassador of Kunz. Again it occurred to him, that he, whose name is acquainted with the secrets of the heart, requires the true affection of the mind, and can recognize friends and enemies. He will never look upon me as Kunz ambassador. Moreover, on seeing me, he will embrace me with kindness, and place his soft, lotus-like hand on my head, then by gazing fixedly on his moon-like body, on which body Brahmu, Rudru, Indru, and all the gods constantly meditate, I will feast my eyes. In the way the red partridge is delighted by gazing at the moon. Having recited so much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king! Occupied with these thoughts, and driving his chariot along, Akrura ji proceeded on his journey, and Krishna and Baldev were coming in an opposite direction, after having taken the cows to pasture, and the two parties met outside Vrindavan. On beholding the brilliance of Huri, from a distance, Akrura dismounted from his roof, and running fell at his feet in great agitation of mind, and was so overjoyed, that he could not speak, and through excess of joy began to shed tears. Sri Krishna lifted him up, and embracing him with the greatest affection, laid hold of his hand, and brought him to his house. Nand Ray, on seeing Akrura there, was delighted, and rose up to meet him. And having treated him with very great respect, and washed his feet, placed him upon a seat. The attendants brought oil, and bathed him, after having rubbed his body with perfumed paste, and anointed it with sweet scents. Jusoda gave him a square place to cook upon, and a board to sit upon, and prepared all sorts of delicacies for him to eat. When he had rinsed his mouth after eating, and sat down to eat pawn, Nunji made inquiries regarding his health and welfare, and said, Amongst the members of Jadu's family, you are esteemed very virtuous, and always maintain the dignity of your character. Explain to us, how you fare with the demon Kuns, and what is the condition of people in that quarter, speak without any reserve. Akror Ji said, from the time Kuns has come to the city of Mathura, he has caused affliction to all. You ask after the welfare of the city, the inhabitants suffer great distress. How can any of the family of Jadoo escape, so long as Kuns remains at Mathura? As the hunter is an enemy to beasts, rams and goats, Kuns is an enemy to his subjects. Every one suffers. Akror added, you are well aware of Kuns' proceedings, what more need I say about them? Chapter 40. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O Lord of the earth. When Nunji had finished conversing, Krishna and Balram, having made a sign to Akror, took him aside. Treating him with respect and dignity, they inquired about the welfare and affairs of Mathura. Are Basudeo and Devaki well? Has the enmity of the Raja fallen upon them? Our maternal uncle, Kuns, is a great sinner, who has destroyed all the family of Jadoo. Some great disease of the family of Jadoo must have been born upon the earth in bodily shape, which has distressed them severely. In truth, Basudeo and Devaki suffer all their present affliction on our account. If they had not concealed us, they would not have been subjected to so much misery. Again Krishna said, what did they say to you as you were starting? We shall remain indebted to them forever. They will keep us in remembrance, and must be very wretched in their present misfortunes. At these words Akror Ji said, O Lord of Beneficence! You know all things. Why need I speak of the tyranny of Kuns, who has not friendship or affection for any one? He is constantly thinking of putting Basudeo and Devaki to death, but they have hitherto escaped through their good fortune. And since Narad Ji, the sage, came and explained to him all the circumstances of your birth, he has subjected Basudeo and Devaki to very painful imprisonment with fetters and handcuffs. Tomorrow, he will offer sacrifice to Mahadeo, and the bow has been placed upon the sacrifice. All people will come as spectators. And he has sent me to invite you, saying, go and bring Balram, Krishna and Nand Ray, together with their presents, for the sacrifice. I have, therefore, come to bring you. When Akror had thus spoken, Balram and Krishna went to Nand Ray and said, our uncle, Akror, says, that Kuns has invited us, father. It is the sacrifice, in which the bow is introduced, let us take buttermilk, rams and goats, as offerings. Come, accompanied by us all, the Raja Kuns says he will not admit any excuse. When Sri Krishna Chand had explained this matter to Nandji, Nand Ray sent for a public crier, and had proclamation made throughout the whole city, that all should go with him together to Mathura, as the Raja had invited them. On hearing the proclamation, all the inhabitants of Bruj came early in the morning with presents, and Nandji having taken milk, curd, butter, rams, goats and buffaloes, and having yoked oxen in carts, went in company with them. And Krishna and Baldev were conveyed on a ruth, accompanied by their companions, the cowherds' children. Nand and Oapnand went in advance, Holdher and Gobind behind all the rest. Sri Shukdev Ji said, O Lord of the earth! Having heard of Sri Krishna's sudden departure, all the women of Bruj were in a state of great alarm and agitation, and came rushing forth from their houses in a state of confusion. They came to Krishna's ruth, with lamentations and trembling, and surrounding the ruth on all sides, said, with joined hands, and in a supplicating manner, why are you leaving us, O Lord of Bruj? We have sacrificed everything for you. The friendship of a virtuous man never diminishes, but always endures, like the lines of the hand, and the friendship of a fool is unstable, like a wall of sand. What fault towards you have we committed, that you are leaving us? Having thus addressed Sri Krishna Chand, the cowherdesses, looking at Akror, said, this Akror is very cruel, he does not sympathize with our pain. He is taking away him, by being separated from whom, for a second, we are widowed. Crowar is deceitful, and hard-hearted, who has wrongly given him the name of Akror, that is, not cruel. O perverse Akror! Void of all understanding, why do you destroy, with fire, us poor, weak creatures? Having uttered these harsh words, and laying aside all modesty and reflection, they laid hold of Huri's ruth, and began to say, to each other, the women of Mathura are very playful, lively and possessed of beauty and many good qualities. Bihari will fall in love with them, and being under the influence of their agreeable and pleasing dispositions, will remain with them. Why should he then think of us? The women of Mathura are very fortunate, in having won so much love to stay with them. What error has there been in our prayers and penance, that Sri Krishna Chand is separated from us? After thus conversing amongst themselves, they began to address Huri again, your name is Lord of the Cowherds, why do you not take us with you? How will the moments pass away without you? You have become the shade of our eyelids, our bosoms will burst, after having felt love for us, why do you absent yourself? You are relentless and unkind, and have no affection. The women thus offered their supplications, and were filled with anxious thoughts, having fallen into a sea of affliction, they remained gazing at Huri with unmoved gaze, like a doe that has been charmed, or a red partridge fascinated by the moon. Tears gushed from their eyes, and their tresses were spread in disorder over their faces. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, the state of the cowherdesses was such as I have described. And the Rani Jasoda, having embraced her son with affection, said to him in a very endearing manner, Son, take provisions with you for as many days as you will be absent. Do not form an affection for any one there, and come back quickly to your own. On hearing these words, Krishna descended from his roof, and having entered into an explanation with them all, took leave. Making a salutation, and receiving his mother's blessing, he ascended the roof again, and started on his journey. The cowherdesses and Jasoda were deeply grieved, and shedding tears, continued to call out the name of Krishna. Whilst Krishna stood up in his roof, and said to them, as he went along, Go to your homes and be not at all anxious, I will return hither in 4 or 5 days. Whilst he was thus speaking, and looking at them, when the roof had gone some distance, and there was so much dust, literally, the dust was spread to the sky, that the flag of the roof could not be seen. Being in despair, they fluttered like fish deprived of water, and fell fainting to the ground. After some delay they recovered, and rose up and consoled themselves with the confident hope of his return. Jasoda took all the cowherdesses back with her to Vrindavan, and Sri Krishna arrived with his companions at the banks of the Jumna. The cowherds' children drank water there, and Huri placed his roof under the shade of a fig tree. When Akrur-ji descended from the roof with the intention of bathing, Sri Krishna Chand said to Nand Ray, Be pleased to take all the cowherds' children on with you, my uncle Akrur will bathe, and we will join you by and by. Nand-ji, on hearing these words, went forward. And Akrur-ji undressed, and having washed his hands and feet, sipping a little water from the palm of his hand, he went upon the bank and into the water. After this, he dipped his head under water, performed puja, poured out a libation of water to the manes of deceased ancestors, engaged in prayers and meditations. And after having dived his head under the water, opened his eyes, and beheld Sri Krishna and his roof in the water. He then raised his head, and saw the Lord of the Jadus in the same place, as he first occupied. He was astonished on reflecting upon this strange appearance, when he saw Krishna far off on the roof. They were both under the shade of a fig tree, and he saw them both in the water. He said to himself, I cannot understand the mystery of their being both out of the water, and in it. Which shall I call the real figures? O great king! Akrur-ji, on seeing the same forms in and out of the water, was thinking of the phenomenon. When in the meanwhile, Sri Krishna Chand-ji appeared first of all in a form with 4 arms, and bearing a shell, quoit, club and lotus. And the gods, sages, celestial musicians and dancers together with all the worshippers of Huri, appeared in the water, and afterwards, Krishna appeared as the sleeper on the serpent Shishu. On beholding this Akrur-ji was still more perplexed. Part 5. Chapter 41. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O great king! Whilst Akrur was standing in the water, and meditating for some time on Krishna, he obtained knowledge. And joining his hands, and making obeisance, began to say to Krishna, You are the divinity, both creator and destroyer, and having come into the world for the sake of your worshippers, you assume endless forms and shapes. And gods, men and sages are particles of you. Being manifested from you, they are contained in you, as water is contained in the sea, having issued from the sea. Your greatness is incomparable. Who can describe it? You remain constantly in the form of the embodied spirit. The heaven is your head, the earth your feet, the sea your belly, the atmosphere, your navel, clouds your hair, trees the hair of your body, fire your mouth, the 10 quarters of the world your ears, the sun and melon your eyes. Indra your arm, Brahma your intellect, Rudra your pride, thunder your speech, air your life, water your seed, day and night depend on the opening and shutting of your eyelids. This is the form, in which you constantly dwell. Who can recognize you? Akrur, having thus offered up praises to Krishna, and meditated upon his feet said, O Lord of compassion! Take me under your protection. Chapter 42. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! When Sri Krishna, with a delusive power, like that of jugglers, had shown himself in many shapes to Akrur, and had stolen away his senses, Akrur came out of the water, and standing on the bank, made an obeisance to Huri. Nand Lal then inquired from Akrur, Uncle, why do you stay so long in the water, when it is so cold? I was very anxious about you, supposing that you had forgotten to proceed on your journey. Have you seen anything strange? Explain to me, that the doubts of my mind may be removed. On hearing these words, Akrur said, joining his hands, Lord of Bruj. You know everything. You have shown yourself admirably to me in the water. Nothing is too wonderful for Krishna to perform. I have confidence in thee, let us proceed, Lord. On the road to Mathura. Let us not delay here, but go on quickly, and perform what we have to do. At these words Huri went into the Ruth, accompanied by Akrur, and stood up. Nand and all the cowherds had proceeded on their journey, and on arrival had pitched their tents outside the city of Mathura. And in anxious expectation of the arrival of Balaram and Krishna, said to one another, what has been the reason of the delay they have made in bathing, and why has Huri not yet arrived? When Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, arrived and met them. Then Akrur ji, with joined hands, and bowing his head, said in a supplicating manner, O Lord of Bruj! Come and make my house pure, and gratify your worshippers with a sight of you. Huri said in reply to Akrur, first acquit yourself of your debt to Kunz, then show me your house. Present our humble compliments. Akrur bowed his head at these words, and departed. Having descended from his Ruth, he arrived after some time at the place where Kunz was holding a court. On seeing him, Kunz descended from his throne, and gave him a most friendly reception. And taking hold of his hand with great respect, seated him on a throne near himself, and asked him to communicate all the news, and the occurrences of his late visit. Akrur replied, the greatness of Bruj cannot be explained. How shall I speak in fitting terms of the greatness of Nand? I have accomplished what you instructed me to do. Balaram and Krishna have both come here, and all the inhabitants of Bruj have brought presents. They are encamped on the banks of the river, great numbers of them have come with numerous carts. Kunz was delighted at these words, and said, Akrur ji, you have executed a most important business for me today, in having brought Balaram and Krishna, go now to your home, and repose. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king! On receiving permission from Kunz, Akrur ji went home, and was occupied with many thoughts and reflections. And Huldar and Gobind, having gone to where Nand and Oapnand were sitting, and asked their permission to look at the city, Nand Rai ji produced some sweetmeats, which the two brothers ate. And afterwards he gave them permission to go, and not to delay long. When Nand, the chief, had thus spoken, the two brothers being greatly rejoiced, took their companions, the cowherds' children, with them, and went forth to see the city. As they proceeded, they saw woods and orchards on all sides of the city, in full blossom and fruit, and birds were pouring forth in them all kinds of agreeable melodies. There were large tanks, filled with pure water. In them, lotuses were in full flower, on which swarms of bees were humming. And on the bank, geese and herons, and other birds were sporting. A cool, fragrant breeze was blowing. And on the margins of the enclosed grounds, gardens of betel were planted. In the midst, for many costs, beds of flowers were blooming. At different places, wheels and leather buckets were in full play at the wells. And the gardeners, singing sweet songs, were sprinkling water. Being pleased at beholding this beautiful appearance of the woods and groves, Krishna entered the city of Mathura with his companions. There were castles of copper on all sides of the city, and there was a deep, broad ditch, with water springing at the bottom. There were 4 crystal gates, whose doors were composed of 8 metals, and inlaid with gold. And in the city, there were 5-storied and 7-storied houses of all colors, red, yellow, green and white, which vied with the clouds in height. The brilliancy of the ornaments on their domes shone like lightning, flags and banners were waving, the sweet scent of the perfume, burnt at the time of worshipping, came forth from the trellis work, lattices and air holes. At the doors there were pillars formed of plantain trees, and golden water pots filled with sprouts. There were garlands and nosegays, and strings of flowers suspended in every direction. There was music in every house. And on one side, the jeweled and golden palace of the Raja stood apart in its splendor, of which the beauty admits not of description. Such was the beautiful and elegant city of Mathura, which Sri Krishna and Baldev, accompanied by the cowherd's children, went to see. There was great bustle in Mathura on the arrival of Nun's son. All the people, on hearing it, rushed forth from their houses, leaving their domestic business. And the women of Mathura, on hearing the news, were very much agitated. They exclaimed to each other, Bulbhudru and Morari are come, let us go friend. And see those whom a crore went to bring. Some ran off in the middle of their dinner, others, while bathing, and others, while engaged in plaiting their hair. They forgot all amorous sport and dalliance with their husbands. And put on their dresses and ornaments in a most confused, irregular manner. They got up, and went off in the state they were then in, and came to look upon Krishna. Laying aside shame, modesty and fear, some stood at the windows, some in the balconies, some at the doors, and some wandered about the lanes. Wherever the women stood, they pointed to Krishna, stretching out their hands. The fair Balaram was dressed in blue, and Krishna in a yellow silk vest. These are the 2 nephews of Kans, from whom no evil spirit escapes. Let us behold with our own eyes the forms of those, of whom our ancestors have only heard. One of us in a former birth must have performed a most meritorious act, as a reward for which Brahma has granted us an opportunity of seeing them. Sri Shukdev, the sage, continued, O great king. In this manner, the inhabitants of the city, both men and women, conversed with each other, making all kinds of remarks, and were rejoiced at beholding Krishna and Balaram. In whatever market, road or cross-road, they and their companions made their appearance, the inhabitants stood upon their houses, and through joy sprinkled them with, and poured down upon them, perfumes and sandal, and flowers. And whilst admiring the beauty of the city, they said to the cowherd's children, Brothers, do not any of you mistake the road, and if any should mistake it, let him go to our last encampment. When they had gone some distance, they saw the dobis of Kans with loads of washed clothes and bundles. They were drunk and besmeared with colored earths, and singing the praises of Kans, as they were coming out of the city. On seeing them, Sri Krishna Chand said to Baldev Ji, Take away all their clothes, and wear some yourself, and give some to the cowherd's children to wear, and allow them to steal whatever is surplus. When he had spoken thus to his brother, they all went up in a body to the dobis, and Huri said to them, Give us the fine white clothes, and receive them back again, when we have paid our visit to the Raja. We will give you some dresses from amongst those, which the Raja presents us with. At these words, the head dobi amongst them, laughed, and said, We will arrange and place the clothes at the Raja's gate. Come there, and take them, and give us what you please. You wander about the jungle, tending cows, you are of the cowherd caste, and wear blankets. You have come here disguised as jugglers, do you flatter yourselves, that you are to wear the Raja's garments? By going all together to the Raja, with the hope of obtaining his dresses, you run an almost sure risk of losing your lives." At this speech of the Dobis, Huri smiled, and again said, "We ask you for the clothes in a proper manner, why do you misunderstand us? It will be no loss to you, giving us the clothes, but you will gain a good name by doing so." The Dobi was enraged at these words, and said, "Just look at the fellow, who wants to wear the Raja's clothes, be off with you, or I will put you to death instantly." Krishna was angry at these words, and gave him a blow with the side of his hand, so that his head flew off like a stalk of Indian corn. Then all his companions and assistants, fearing to meet the same fate, left their bundles and loads behind them, and ran off to Kunds, and bawled out, "Sri Krishna Ji has taken all our clothes, some he wears himself, and has given some to his brother to wear, and distributed some to the cowherds' children, and allowed them to steal the remainder." In the meantime, the cowherds' children were much pleased, and began to put the clothes on wrong. Having tightened their waists, they put the upper garments on their feet, and their arms in drawers. They did not understand the proper way of putting on the different articles. Krishna laughed on seeing what took place. When they proceeded thence, a tailor came, and making a salutation said, standing before them with joined hands, addressing Krishna, "O great king! I am called the servant of Kunds, but in my mind I am constantly celebrating your many virtues. If you will be so kind as to give me the order, I will put on the clothes for them, and from doing so, shall be called your servant." When he had thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand, acquainted with the secrets of the heart, knowing him to be one of his worshippers, called him near, and said, "You have come at a lucky moment. Or it is lucky you have come, fit the clothes well on them." Upon this he began at once to unseam and unravel, and cut and patch, and sewed the clothes up again so as to fit exactly. Then having selected dresses for Krishna and Balaram and all the rest, he assisted in dressing them. After this, Nand Lal, having granted him absolution from sin, took him with him and went on. Sudama, gardener, came there and brought them to his house. He placed garlands upon all of them. There were songs of congratulation and rejoicing in the gardener's house. Chapter 43. Sri Shukdev Jee said, "O Lord of the earth." Having seen the gardener's great attachment, Sri Krishna Chand was rejoiced and granted him a blessing for his faith. And as he proceeded onwards, he saw standing before him in a lane a humpbacked woman, who had cups and broad plates, filled with saffron and sandal in her hand. Huri inquired, "Who art thou, and where art thou taking these things?" She replied, "O kind to the poor. I am the servant of Kunds, my name is Humpback, and I constantly rub and anoint Kunds' body with sandal, and in my own mind, sing of your many excellent qualities. Through the glorious favor of which I have obtained a sight of you today, and gained the greatest happiness in my present birth, and have seen the object my eyes most wish to see. The wish of this slave now is, with your permission, to rub you with sandal." Seeing her great faith, Huri said, "Rub me with it, if it will give you any pleasure." On hearing these words the humpbacked woman, with very great affection and endearment, anointed Krishna. Who, perceiving her sincere attachment, took compassion on her, and placing his foot on hers, and putting his 2 fingers under her chin, caused her to jump up, and made her straight. On being touched by Huri's hand, she became very beautiful, and said in a most supplicating manner to Krishna, "O Lord of favor! As through your beneficence you have made this slave's body straight, be pleased to extend your compassion by coming to my house, and purifying it, and having taken repose confer happiness on your servant." Huri taking hold of her hand, and smiling, replied, "Thou hast removed all my fatigue by rubbing me with cool sandal, thy beauty is great, and the good qualities of thy mind, and thy virtues are excellent. My friendship for thee shall be without end. After having destroyed Kunds, I will come to see thee." Saying these words, Krishna went on, and the humpbacked woman, who had been made straight, went home. And having filled a square place with colored meal, perfumes and sweetmeats, and entertaining a firm hope of again meeting Krishna, began to indulge in rejoicings. The women of Mathura came there, and on seeing her, were astonished, and said, "Great, very great is your good fortune, O humpback! To whom Brahmu has shown affection. What difficult act of penance have you performed, that the Lord of Cowherdesses has visited you and taken you in his arms? We, who are without bodily defects, have not seen Huri, he has had an interview with you, and shown you the greatest affection." The women continued talking thus, whilst Krishna went about, looking at Mathura. Whilst they were engaged in seeing the city, Krishna arrived with his companions at the gate, where the bow was. On seeing them approach, besmeared with colors of different kinds, and in a state of intoxication, the sentinels called out angrily, "Where are you coming, you stupid villagers? Go away some distance off, this is the royal gate." Huri, pretending not to hear what the sentinels said, went straight to the spot where the bough of Mahadeo, which was very large and weighty, and as long as 3 palm trees, was placed. On arrival there, he immediately took it up, and, bending it with ease to its full extent, broke it in pieces, in the same way that an elephant breaks sugar cane in pieces. All the sentinels of Kunz, who were guarding the bough, rushed forward and attacked him, but Krishna overthrew and killed them also. On beholding these exploits, the inhabitants of the city began to reflect, and say fearlessly to each other, "Behold! The Raja, sitting in his own house, has himself invited his own death, he will not escape alive from the hands of these 2 brothers." And having heard the crash, caused by the breaking of the bough, Kunz inquired, with great terror from his people, what had occasioned so great a noise. In the meanwhile, many of his attendants, who were looking on at a distance, came with their heads uncovered, and called out, by the oath of the great Raja. Balaram and Krishna, by coming into the city, have caused great disturbance, they have broken in pieces the bough of Shivu, and killed all the guards. On hearing these words, Kunz assembled a great many powerful men, and said to them, "Accompany these men, and having by artifice or force, destroyed Krishna and Baldeo, bring their bodies here immediately." When Kunz had thus spoken, they took their arms and weapons, and went forth to meet the 2 brothers. They had no sooner called out to them, than the brothers killed them all. When Huri saw, that not a single attendant of Kunz was left, he said to Balaram ji, "Brother, it is some time since we came here. We ought to return to our encampment, because our father Nand will be expecting us, and will be anxious on our account." Having thus said, Krishna returned with Balaram and the cowherds to the encampment. On arriving, he said to the chief Nand, "Father, we have been to the city, and seen fine games, and have shown our honorary dresses to the cowherds." Then Nand, looking at him, said, "Your old practices will not leave you. This is the habitation of the Raja Kunz, and not our own village in the forest of Bruj. Keep my instructions, son, in Mincy, and do not commit any violence here." When Nand Ray had thus instructed him, Nand Lal replied, with great coaxing and endearment of manner, "Father, we are hungry, please give us whatever our mother may have sent for us to eat." Nand, at these words, produced the different articles of food they had brought with them, and Krishna and Baldeo, and the cowherds partook of them. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, "O great king! Krishna and all his party on their return ate their supper in the highest glee, and went to sleep, whilst Kunz, having heard what Krishna had done, suffered the greatest anxiety of mind, and could not obtain any ease or relaxation of his griefs, whether reclining or standing erect. His mind mourned, and did not communicate its griefs to any one. It is said, as the weevil eats into wood, and no one knows the pain the wood suffers, thus, when there is anxiety in the mind, the understanding, strength and body are diminished. At length, being in a state of great fear, he went into his house, and reclined upon a bed, but he was so alarmed, that he could not sleep. He remained awake during 3 watches of the night, when he shut his eyelids, and had a moment's sleep. Then in a dream he saw, in imagination, the shadow of a body, wandering about without a head. He sometimes bathed naked upon the sand, and then, having eaten poison, rushed about, mounted on an ass. He took up his abode in a burial ground with ghosts, wearing garlands of blood-red flowers. Then he saw trees all round him, on which young children were sitting. O great king! When Kunz had this dream, he was in a state of such excessive agitation, that he awoke, and being occupied with anxious thoughts, rose up, and came forth. And having summoned all his ministers, said, Go immediately, and have the place of amusement sprinkled over with water, and thoroughly arranged and prepared, and invite Nund and Oapnund, and all the inhabitants of Bruj. And Basudio and all the members of the family of Judu. And invite also all the Rajas, who may have come here. Whilst this is being done, I will come also. Having received Kun's orders, the councillors came to the place of amusement, and having had it thoroughly swept, and sprinkled with water, they spread silken cloths. And having suspended garlands, and strings of flowers, and flags, and banners, and having caused musical instruments of all kinds to be played, they issued invitations to all. They, who were invited, came and took their seats on their chairs of state. In the meantime, the Raja Kunz came, filled with very great pride, and took his seat on a platform erected for him. The gods, at that time, seated in their chariots, began to look down from the sky. Chapter 44. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O great king! When Nund, Oapnund and all the older cowherds had joined the assembly at the place of amusement, Sri Krishna Chand said to Baldio, Brother, all the cowherds have already gone, do not delay now, but let us take our companions, the cowherds' children, with us, and go quickly to visit the place of amusement. On hearing these words, Bulram Ji arose, and said to the cowherds' children, his friends, brothers, let us go and see the preparations at the place of amusement. At these words they all accompanied him. Sri Krishna and Bulram afterwards assumed the appearance of jugglers, and proceeding with their companions, the cowherds' children, came to the gate of the place of amusement, and stood near where the must elephant Kabliya, possessing the strength of 10,000 elephants, was moving to and fro. Beholding the elephant in a state of the greatest excitement at the gate, Bulram called out to the keeper, Mahout, listen to what I say, and drive away the elephant from the gate. Let us have access to the Raja, lest the elephant should be destroyed. I tell you beforehand it will not be our fault, do not consider Huri a child. He is Lord of the 3 worlds, and has descended upon the earth to destroy the wicked and remove the burdens of the world. To this speech, the driver replied angrily, I am aware that while tending herds, he has become Lord of the 3 worlds, and for this reason has made his appearance here as a very great hero. Do not look upon his breaking the bow as anything, my elephant possesses the strength of 10,000. You shall not obtain entrance, until you fight with it. You have destroyed many powerful creatures. But if you escape today from this elephant, I will acknowledge that you are very strong. Huldher was enraged, and said, Hear me. You foolish, low creature, be cautious what you say, or I will presently dash you in pieces, and the elephant also. To hesitate is not advisable, as the elephant will be put to death immediately. Believe what I am saying, and calling out to you. At these words the driver was in a great passion, and drove the elephant towards them. As the elephant charged Baldio Ji, he struck it such a blow with his hand, that it folded up its trunk, and reeled back, screaming. When the strong men of Kunz, who were standing near, beheld this wonderful act, they began to despair, and say to themselves, Who can possibly win against 2 such powerful antagonists? And the elephant driver, perceiving that the elephant had been forced back, was very much alarmed, and began to reflect, that unless these 2 children were killed, Kunz would not allow him to escape with life. With these thoughts in his mind, he goaded on the elephant again, with his iron goad, and made it enraged, and impelled it against the 2 brothers. When he laid hold of Huri with his trunk, and, in his rage, endeavored to crush him between his teeth, Krishna assumed a very subtle body, and escaped between his teeth. At this time all rose up through fear, gods, sages, men and women. Krishna escaped between the elephant's 2 tusks, and the treasury of strength clapped his hands. He rose up with the elephant, and then in sport drove him forward. All became conscious of being restored to their lord, on beholding the exploits of Krishna. On hearing the sound of Krishna impelling Kabliya, many more elephants rushed to the spot, enraged, and with trunks uplifted. Murari remained crouched under Kabliya's belly, who thinking he had gone, continued looking after him. Huri then appearing behind the animal called out, and Buldeo circumvented it in front. They both began to make the elephant sport and gambol. And all were frightened at seeing this. O great king! Sometimes Balaram laid hold of its trunk, and Krishna of its tail, and when the elephant ran to lay hold of them, they slipped away. They remained sporting with it for some time in the same way that they used to play with calves in their infancy. At length Huri seizing it by the tail, and whirling it round, dashed it on the ground, and killed it with blows. He pulled out the elephant's tusks, and blood streamed like a river from its mouth. On the death of the elephant, the driver came bawling out to Krishna, who instantly destroyed him, and threw him under the feet of the elephant. And the two brothers laughing disguised as jugglers, each with an elephant's tusk in his hand, went and stood in the center of the place, which had been prepared for amusement, the theatre. Whoever beheld Nand Lal at this time, he appeared to him in the same form as the beholder, wrestlers thought him a wrestler, rajas a raja, the gods as their lord, the cowherd's children, as a companion, Nand and Oapnand as their child. The women of the city regarded him as the abode of beauty, Kunz and all evil spirits looked upon him in the light of death. O great king! Whilst looking at Krishna and Buldeo, Kunz being very much afraid called out to the wrestlers, to knock them down and destroy them, or drive them away from his presence. When Kunz had thus spoken, the wrestlers, accompanied by their instructors, their sons and pupils, and adopting various different appearances, striking their arms in preparation for battle, collected together on all sides to attack Krishna and Balaram, who remained firm, as they advanced. Chanor, one of the wrestlers, looking towards them, said with sly impertinence of manner, "Our Raja is a little out of spirits today, and wishes to see you fight by way of amusing his mind. Because during your abode in the jungle, you have learnt all the science of fighting. Be not at all anxious in your minds, but come and wrestle with us, and give pleasure to our Raja." Sri Krishna replied, "The Raja Ji has acted with great kindness in having invited us today, what shall we be able to do for him? You are very powerful, and possessed of skill, and we are ignorant children, how shall we be able to encounter you? It is said, that we ought to marry, and have friendship and enmity with equals, but we have no power over the Raja Ji, and therefore consent to what you propose, save us and do not exert your strength to dash us to pieces. It is proper that both parties should act with due regard to justice, and unite in endeavoring to please the Raja." On hearing these words, Chanor was alarmed and said, "It is impossible to understand your nature and condition. You are not two children, but powerful men in disguise." Whilst playing with the bow you broke it into two pieces, the elephant Kabliya was immediately killed and obtained deliverance. You never sustain defeat in fighting, every one knows these circumstances. Chapter 45. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, "O Lord of the earth." Having made various speeches of this kind, and striking his arms in preparation for the contest, Chanor opposed himself to Krishna, and Mustak encountered Balaram Ji, and both parties began to wrestle. They joined head to head, arm to arm, eye to eye, and leapt about laying hold of each other's feet, and entwining themselves round each other's bodies, hugged and shook each other. The spectators said to each other, "Brothers, great cruelty is being perpetrated at this meeting. What comparison is there between these beautiful children, and those strong wrestlers, or what chance have these beautiful children with those strong wrestlers? If we prohibit the wrestling, Kunz will be angry, and if we do not, our character for justice will be forfeited. It is not proper for us to stay here as spectators, since we have no power to act. O great king!" Whilst the spectators were carrying on this conversation, Krishna and Balaram were contending with the wrestlers. At length the two brothers threw their adversaries and killed them. On their death all the other wrestlers rushed upon them. But Krishna destroyed them also in a second. At this time the worshippers of Huri were rejoiced, and playing upon musical instruments, raised shouts of victory. And the gods, seated in their chariots in the firmament, celebrated the praises of Krishna, and rained flowers. Kunz, being greatly afflicted, restless and enraged, said to his attendants, "Why are you playing on musical instruments? What? Is the victory of Krishna agreeable to you?" He afterwards added, "These two children are very wanton, seize and remove them from this assembly, and also lay hold of Devaki and Oagerson, and the treacherous Basudio, and bring them here. I will first destroy them, and afterwards these two children." When Kunz had thus spoken, Krishna, the friend of his worshippers, in an instant put all the evil spirits to death, and leapt upon a lofty platform, on which Kunz was sitting in great pride and pomp, wearing a coat of mail, and with a helmet, shield and sword. On seeing Krishna approach, Kunz, regarding him as death, stood erect, and was greatly terrified, and began to tremble violently. His secret wish was to fly, but through shame he could not. Seizing his sword and shield, he commenced an attack upon Krishna, who contrived to escape from all his attempts to wound him. And the gods, men, sages and celestial musicians, who beheld this great encounter, were alarmed, and exclaimed, "O Lord! O Lord! Destroy this wicked sinner quickly." The fighting continued for some time on the platform. At length, Krishna, perceiving that all the spectators were afflicted, seized Kunz by the hair, and dashed him down from the platform, and leapt down himself. Life departed from the body of Kunz, when all the assembled people exclaimed, "Sri Krishna Chand has destroyed Kunz." All the gods, men and sages were delighted at hearing this exclamation. The gods, being overjoyed, then began to glorify Krishna, and to shower upon the earth heaps of flowers. In their delight they played upon the large kettle drum, raising shouts of victory, and eulogizing Nand. The men and women of the city of Mathura were in the highest degree pleased. And as the beautiful lotus of the forest expands into full bloom on beholding the light of the moon, in like manner the inhabitants of Mathura experienced the greatest joy on again beholding Huri. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, "O incarnation of justice! On the death of Kunz, his 8 brothers, who were possessed of great strength, came to fight with Krishna, who destroyed them all. When Huri saw that not a single evil spirit was left, he dragged away the body of Kunz, and brought it to the banks of the Jumna, where the 2 brothers sat down and rested, and from that day, the name of that place was, the God of Rest." On hearing of Kunz's death, his wives and brothers' wives came in a state of great agitation, and with lamentation and tears, to the banks of the Jumna, where the brothers were sitting and had brought the corpse. They began to look upon the face of their Lord, and to call to mind the happiness he had conferred upon them, and to celebrate his many good qualities. And through excessive grief and affliction they reeled about, and suffered all the agonies of death. In the meanwhile Krishna, the receptacle of compassion, taking pity on them, approached and said, "Be not grieved, mothers. But perform the last funeral offices of my uncle, Kunz. No one lives forever, he speaks falsely, who calls any relation his own. Mothers, fathers, sons, brothers and other relations belong exclusively to none, the revolutions of birth and death constantly succeed each other. So long as a relation remains with us, we should derive pleasure from associating with him. O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand had given this explanation to the wives of Kunz, they rose up. And being restored to tranquility of mind, came to the banks of the Jumna, and performed the last obsequies to the corpse of their husband, and Krishna himself assisted in the funeral rites by lighting the pile. Chapter 46. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, "Raja. The wives of Kunz and his brothers' wives, having completed the necessary ablutions, returned in tears to the royal palace, and Sri Krishna and Balaram, having come to Basudio and Devaki, and knocked off their handcuffs and fetters, making obeisance, stood before them with joined hands. Whilst beholding the countenance of Krishna, Basudio and Devaki became possessed of knowledge, and had a firm belief in their minds, that both brothers were deities, and that they had descended upon the earth to destroy evil spirits, and remove the burthens of the world. Whilst these thoughts were passing in the minds of Basudio and Devaki, Huri, acquainted with the secrets of the heart, sent forth his delusive power, which deprived them both of understanding. And they looked upon them both again as their children. In the meanwhile, Sri Krishna Chand said, with very great humility, "You have for a long time past suffered great afflictions, and have retained a constant recollection of us both. It has not been any fault of ours, because since you placed us under charge of Nand, at Gokul, we have been under the authority of others, and have had no power of our own. But this thought was constantly in our minds, that we had not contributed in any way to the happiness of her, who had borne us in her womb, and had not enjoyed the delightful society of our parents, and had wasted our lives to no purpose in the house of strangers. They have suffered great misfortunes on our account, and we have not done them any service. In the world they are possessed of power, who serve their fathers and mothers. We have remained indebted to them, and have not been able to do any kind offices for them. O Lord of the earth!" When Sri Krishna Ji had thus given expression to his mental grief, Vasudeva and Devaki embraced the two brothers with the greatest affection, and forgot all their former affliction in their present joy. Having thus made their parents happy, the two brothers went thence to Oagerson, and joining their hands said, "Grandfather, be pleased to assume the regal power, this is a favorable constellation and a propitious day for doing so." When the Raja Oagerson had heard these words of Huri, he rose up, and having come and thrown himself at the feet of Sri Krishna Chand, began to say, "O Lord of compassion, be pleased to listen to my humble petition. That, as you have destroyed the great sinner, Kunz, and all evil spirits, and thereby conferred happiness on your worshippers, you should yourself ascend the throne and rule over Mathura, and grant protection to your subjects." Krishna replied, "O great king, the members of the family of Jadoo have not any right of inheritance to the kingly power, a circumstance which is universally known. When the Raja Jujat was in his old age, he called his son Jadoo, and said to him, 'Give me your youth, and take my old age.' On hearing this, Jadoo thought to himself, 'If I give my father my present youth, he, being young again, will have sexual connection, the sin of which will fall on me, wherefore, it is better I should not do so.' Having thus reflected and considered, he said to his father, 'I cannot comply with your request.' On hearing these words, the Raja Jujat was angry and pronounced a curse upon Jadoo, saying, 'Begone! None of your descendants shall ever have regal power.' In the meanwhile, his younger son, named Pur, presented himself, and joining his hands said, 'Father, give me your old age, and accept my youth. This body is useless to me, if any advantage can accrue to you from it, what can be better?' When Pur had thus spoken, the Raja Jujat was highly pleased, and exchanged with him his old age for Pur's youth, and said, 'The succession to the throne shall continue in your family. For this reason, grandfather, as I am a descendant of Jadoo, it is not right for me to exercise sovereign power. Do you ascend the throne, and assume royal authority and banish all solicitude. We will accomplish whatever you may order us to perform. We will inflict severe punishment on all who do not obey your commands. And be not troubled with care and anxiety, but carry on a just and equitable government, and promote the welfare of your subjects. Cause search to be made for all members of the family of Jadoo, who, from dread of Kunz, have abandoned their own cities to dwell under the authority of strangers, and grant them a happy settlement in Mathura. Worship Brahmins, cows, and the gods, and constantly give your attention to their protection and support." Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, "O incarnation of justice! Sri Krishna Chand, the king of kings and the benefactor of his worshippers, knowing Oagerson to be one who offered devotion to him, having thus advised and seated him on the throne, made the marks of sovereignty on his forehead. And having raised the royal canopy over his head, both the brothers began to fan him. All the inhabitants of the city were highly delighted, and began to shout forth exclamations of joyful praise, and the gods to rain flowers. O great king! Having thus seated Oagerson upon the throne, the brothers brought away with them many rich dresses and jewels, and went thence to Nand Rai Ji, in whose presence they stood with joined hands, and said with the greatest humility, "How shall we speak in fitting terms of your greatness? If we had 1,000 tongues, we could not explain your many excellent qualities. You have brought us up with the greatest affection as your own sons, and shown us the most tender kindness. And our mother, Jasoda, loves us greatly, fixes her kindest regards upon us, and always treats us as her own children. She never allows her mind to be estranged from us. Sri Krishna added, Father, you must not be offended at my words. I will speak to you with sincerity, and will call you both my parents. But shall now remain for some days at Mathura, and having visited my brethren of the same caste, hear the history of the family of Jadu, and will gladden my mother and father with a meeting, for they have suffered great griefs on our account. If they had not had us conveyed to your house, they would not have endured any troubles. With these words Krishna placed the dresses and jewels before Nand, and, abandoning all affection, said, Offer my respects to my mother by kissing her feet and continue to love me with affection. On these words coming from Sri Krishna's mouth, Nand Ray was very sad, and began to heave deep sighs. And the cowherd's children said to themselves, reflecting on what Krishna had said, This is a very strange speech he has made. We are inclined to infer from it, that he is about to deceive us, and go away. Otherwise he would not have spoken so unkindly. O great king! After a short time, one of their companions, named Sudamu, said, Brother Krishna, what business have you now at Mathura, that you thus unfeelingly abandon your father? You have done well in destroying Kunds, and completing the work you came to accomplish. Unite now with Nand, and come and rule over Brindaban. Be not eagerly desirous to reign here, you will not be so happy as at Brindaban. Fools, on obtaining sovereign power, forget themselves, and are delighted at beholding elephants and horses. Do not quit Brindaban to dwell elsewhere. Spring is perpetual there. The beauty of the thick woods and of the Jamna is never effaced from the mind. Brother, if you are determined on taking up your abode at Mathura, resigning the pleasures of Brindaban, not attending to my suggestion, and abandoning all affection for your parents, what accession to your greatness will you acquire by doing so? You will attend upon Oagerson, and suffer anxiety night and day. You must be subservient to him, on whom you have conferred the government. How will you submit to this disgrace? It is, therefore, most advisable that you should not cause grief to Nand Ray, but continue to remain with him. Think of the forests, the rivers and sports of Bruj. Forget not the herds. We will not let you go alone, O Lord of Bruj. But will all accompany you. Having proceeded thus far in his recitation, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said to the Raja Purichit, O great king. When they had made many speeches to the above effect, 10 or 20 of their companions remained with Sri Krishna and Balram. And they suggested to Nand Ray to go on, without any anxiety, with all others, and that they would come afterwards with Krishna and Balram. On hearing these words, the cowherds were in great agitation, as though they had been bitten by snakes. Gazing on the face of Krishna, and losing all resolution, they stood like pictures. Buldeo Ji, perceiving that Nand Ray was deeply grieved, said to him, Father, why are you so sad? We will return in a few days, after having accomplished what we have to do here. We send you on in advance of us, because our mother must be much disquieted by being left alone. She will, in a measure, be restored to confidence by your going. Nand Ji replied, Son, come once with us, and return after the interview. Having thus spoken, Nand was greatly disquieted and continued embracing his feet. The splendor of his understanding abated and became dull, he could not shed tears. O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand Ji saw, that Nand and the cowherd's children were greatly troubled in mind, without being under the power of delusion, he thought to himself, that they would not live, if separated from him. He then sent forth that particular delusive power belonging to him, which has deluded the whole world. This power deprived Nand and the cowherds of all understanding. Krishna then said, Father, why do you indulge in such regrets? Consider what a short distance there is between Mathura and Brindaban. We are not going far from you, that you should be so sad. The people of Brindaban must be in grief, and, therefore, we send you before us." When Krishna had thus explained to Nand, his confidence was restored, and joining his hands, he said, "Krishna, if these are your sentiments, I have no power to gainsay them. I will depart, as I cannot refuse compliance with your expressed wishes." When Nandji had thus spoken, Huri permitted him and the cowherds and their children to depart to Brindaban, and the two brothers remained at Mathura with some of their companions. The cowherds, who accompanied Nand, were all during the whole journey, perplexed with heavy thoughts, like gamblers, who have lost everything. Some retained their senses, but others had lost them entirely. They fell down on the road, tripping over each other. Although going to Brindaban, they continued looking towards Mathura, and were greatly distressed by the pain of separation. In this state, they managed, by some means or other, to arrive at Brindaban. Hearing of their arrival, the Rani Jasoda came running forth in a state of great perturbation. And being greatly disquieted in mind, at not seeing Balram and Krishna, she said to Nandji, "Husband, where have you lost our sons, that you have only brought back dresses and jewels? You have thrown away the gold, and kept the glass. You have foolishly rejected nectar, and taken poison. Like a blind man, obtaining possession of the philosopher's stone, who throws it away, and afterward strikes his forehead on hearing of its valuable qualities. You have thrown away gems of high value, meaning Krishna and Balram. You have thus lost our sons, and brought dresses and jewels instead of them. What will you do with wealth without them? O foolish husband! How can we pass life without them, whose separation from us even for a moment caused us the deepest grief? What was the state of your feelings, when they suggested separation?" Nandji was much grieved at these words, and replied, with downcast looks, "It is true Krishna gave me these dresses and jewels, but I know not who brought them here. How shall I mention what Krishna said to me? You will also be grieved, when you hear his words. He returned to me after having killed Kans, and made use of most unkind expressions. They have become the sons of Basudeo, and have gone away from us, after having completely gained our affections. When I was astonished at what they said, they talked of remuneration to us for bringing them up. Do not call Huri, Nun's son, look upon and worship him as a deity. I thought, that he was Narayan from the very first. But being under the power of delusion, regarded him as a son. O great king! When Nand Rai Ji had repeated truly all Sri Krishna had said to him, Jasoda, being under the influence of delusion, at one time looked upon Krishna as her son, and was sorrowful and disturbed in mind, and shed tears. At another time, recovering her reason, she regarded him as a deity, and meditating upon him, and celebrating with songs his excellent attributes, she dissipated the grief of her mind. And in this manner all the inhabitants of Bruj, both men and women, being deeply imbued with love for Huri, held various discourses regarding him, which I have not power to describe. For which reason, I will mention the sports of Mathura. Listen attentively. When Holdher and Gobind came to Basudeo and Devaki, after having permitted Nand Rai to depart, they were delighted at seeing them, and forgot all their former griefs. As a devotee is delighted on obtaining the fruit of the penance which he has performed. Basudeo Ji first addressed Devaki, saying, Krishna and Baldeo have dwelt amongst strangers, and have ate and drank with them, and are not acquainted with the customs of their own caste. It is right, therefore, that we should send for, and consult the family priest, and act by his advice. Devaki assented. Basudeo Ji then sent for Gurg, the sage, who was the family priest. And on his arrival, after having explained all the perplexities of his mind, inquired, O great king! Kindly inform us, what we ought to do. Gurg, the sage, replied, First of all send an invitation to all their brethren of the same caste. And afterwards admit Balram and Krishna to the caste, and present them with Brahminical threads. When the family priest had thus spoken, Basudeo sent an invitation into the city, and invited all Brahmins, and all descendants of Judu. They came, and were received with the greatest respect, and offered seats. Basudeo, first of all, having gone through all the ceremonies of initiation into caste, and caused their nativities to be written, presented to the Brahmins 10,000 cows with horns of gold, backs of copper, and feet of silver. Dressed out in silken cloths, which cows he had made a vow to give at the birth of Krishna. He afterwards caused festive rejoicings to be made, and having observed all the customs and ordinances of the Vedas, bestowed Brahminical threads on Balaram and Krishna. And, having made presents to the two brothers, sent them forth to acquire knowledge. They departed and came to the house of a learned sage and great pundit, named Sandipan, of the city of Awantika, who was then residing at Benares, and possessed of great knowledge. And approaching him with an obeisance, and joined hands, they said to him with great humility of manner, O King of sages! Take compassion on us, and with sincerity of mind bestow upon us the gift of knowledge. O great King! When Sri Krishna and Balaram ji had made this humble address to Sandipan, the sage, he brought them to his house in the most affectionate manner, and began to instruct them with great kindness. In a short time, having read the 4 Vedas, and Vedas, 6 Shastras, 9 treatises upon grammar, 18 Puranas, and discourses upon charms, amulets, enchantments, futurity, astrology, physic, copulation, music and prosody. They became the receptacles of the 14 sciences. After this, the two brothers said one day to their spiritual preceptor, with joined hands and great humility, O great King! It is said, that however much a man may give in different births, and various descents upon the earth, he cannot give a sufficient recompense to those who have imparted knowledge to him, but please to direct that we should make you a present according to our power. And we will bestow it to the utmost limit of our means, and receiving your blessing return home. When Sri Krishna and Balaram had thus spoken, Sandipan, the sage, rose up, and engaged in thought and reflection returned home. He explained to his wife, that the two children, Balaram and Krishna, are immortal deities, and have descended upon the earth for the sake of their worshippers, and to remove the burthens of the world. I have discovered this secret by witnessing their sports. Because they, who read continually in several successive births, cannot fathom the depths of sea-like knowledge, and behold they have, in this state of infancy, passed over this limitless and unfordable sea in a few days, they can accomplish whatever they wish in a single second. The sage added, What boon shall we ask of them, wife? On hearing these words, she thought for a short time and said, Go and ask them for our deceased son's corpse, they will bring it to us, if they possess the powers of Huri. Having thus reflected, Sandipan, the sage, came out of his house with his wife, into the presence of Sri Krishna and Balaram, and joining his hands said, in a supplicating manner, O great King! I had a son, with whom, on a certain festival, I went, accompanied by my relations, to bathe in the sea. When we arrived there, and all having undressed began to bathe, a great wave of the sea came, in which my son was drowned, and did not come forth again. Some shark must have swallowed him. I am greatly grieved for his loss. If you desire to make me a present, as your spiritual preceptor, restore that son, and remove the affliction of my mind. On hearing these words, Sri Krishna and Balaram, having made obeisance to their spiritual preceptor and his wife, and having ascended their roof, went towards the sea for the purpose of bringing their son. And, having proceeded on their journey for some time, arrived on the shore. Seeing them approach in angry mood, the sea was alarmed, and assuming mortal shape came forth with many presents from her own element, and stood on the shore before them trembling, and greatly agitated with fear. Placing her presents before them, and bowing her head, and making submissive salutations, she said with joined hands, and in a tone of supplication, Great is my good fortune, that Krishna has appeared to me. For what purpose have you come here? Sri Krishna Chand said, My spiritual preceptor came here with his relatives to bathe, whose son you swept away with a wave. Bring him here, and give him up to us. This is the purpose for which we have come. The sea replied, bowing her head, I have not overwhelmed him with a wave. You are the spiritual guide of all, and Lord of the universe, and are the deity under the form of Ramu. I have been very much afraid since this circumstance occurred, and have continued to live with a regard to the dignity of my character and my limits. Huri replied, if you did not take him off, who else did so? The sea said, O Lord of compassion! I will explain the mystery. There is a demon, named Sankasur, in the form of a shell, who dwells in me, and who exercises tyranny over all animals, moving in the water, and carries off all who come to the shore to bathe. Perhaps he may have taken away your preceptor's son. I do not know certainly that he has done so, but be pleased to come into the sea yourself and ascertain. On hearing these words Krishna went eagerly into the sea. On beholding Sankasur, he killed him, and splitting his belly, cast out his entrails. He did not find his spiritual preceptor's son, and in consequence thereof, expressed regret to Bulbhudru, saying, Brother, I have destroyed Sankasur to no purpose. Balram Ji replied, It does not matter, carry him now about with you. On hearing this Huri made that shell his weapon. The two brothers proceeding thence reached the city of Jum, the region of the dead, the name of which is Sanjamni, and Dharm Raj, the Raja thereof. On beholding them, Dharm Raj descended from his throne, and advancing to meet them, gave them a most welcome reception. Having seated them on a throne, washed their feet, and taken the water with which their feet had been washed, he said, Happy is this place. Fortunate this city, which Krishna has visited, and fulfilled the supplications of his worshippers. Give me some business to perform for you, that your servant may execute it. Krishna replied, Bring the son of my spiritual preceptor. When Huri had thus spoken, Dharm Raj went off immediately and brought the child, and joining his hands said in a tone of submission, O Lord of compassion! Through your favor I knew, beforehand, that you would come to fetch the child, and have therefore taken the greatest care of him, and have not yet restored him to life. O great king! With these words Dharm Raj presented the child to Huri, who immediately placed him upon his roof, and proceeding thence conveyed him in a short time to the presence of his spiritual preceptor. The two brothers, joining their hands said, O divine preceptor! What further orders have you for us? On hearing these words, and seeing his son, Sandipan, the sage, was highly delighted, and bestowing many benedictions on Sri Krishna and Balram Ji said, What more shall I ask, O Krishna? You have conferred the greatest happiness on me by restoring my son. Great will be my renown from having had such pupils as you. Return home now, and may you have a safe and pleasant journey. When the spiritual preceptor had given them this injunction, the two brothers departed, after the usual ceremonies of obtaining permission to go, and salutation, and ascending their roof proceeded on their journey, and arrived at Mathura. On hearing of their arrival, the Raja Oagarsan, together with Basudio and the inhabitants of the city, both male and female, came forth to meet them. They met them outside the city, and being greatly pleased brought Krishna into the city in musical procession, spreading silken cloths on the road for him to walk upon. There were rejoicings and festivities in every house. Chapter 47. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O Lord of the earth! I will give an account now how Sri Krishna Chand brought Brindaban to mind, listen attentively. One day Huri said to Balram Ji, Brother, all the inhabitants of Brindaban must be very much grieved on thinking of me, because the time has elapsed, in which I promised to return. We ought therefore, to send someone there, to console them for my absence. Having thus advised his brother, Huri sent for Uddhav, and said to him, Uddhav, you are a great friend of mine, and are wise and intelligent, and resolute. I therefore wish to send you to Brindaban to offer explanations and consolation to Nand and Jasoda, and the cowherdesses, and to bring my mother Rone here. Uddhav expressed an immediate readiness to comply with this request. Sri Krishna Chand again said, First of all, inform Nand and Jasoda, and cheer up their spirits, and suggest to them to abandon all grief, and to look upon my arrival as near at hand, and not to regard me as their son, but worship me as a deity. Afterwards explain to those cowherdesses, who for my sake have given up all respect for the world and for the Vedas, and day and night sing of my sports, and are ready to die, if I do not fulfill their expectation of my returning. That they must no longer consider me as their Lord, but worship me as Bhagwan, and lay aside all the anxiety they now suffer in consequence of my separation from them. O great king! Having thus instructed Udo, the two brothers wrote a letter, in which they expressed to Nund and Jusoda, and the cowherds and their children their respects and compliments. And blessing in due form, and advised all the women of Bruges to perform penance, and delivered the letter to Udo, and told him to read it to them. And after having made the necessary explanations to return quickly. Having given him this message, Krishna dressed Udo in his own clothes, and gave him his own jewels and crown, and seating him on his own roof, allowed him to depart to Brindaban. Proceeding on his journey, Udo reached the neighborhood of Brindaban after a short time, and on arrival there, heard birds singing melodiously in the thickly stocked arbors, and cows of all colors, scattered like clouds in every direction, and the cowherdesses and cowherds, with their children, singing the praises of Sri Krishna. He was delighted at the beauty of the scene, and making obeisance to the sight of Krishna's sports, arrived at the outskirts of the village, when some one having recognized the Ruth of Huri from a distance came, and having inquired his name, went to Nund and said, O great king! A person, named Udo, has arrived from Mathura, in the appearance and Ruth of Sri Krishna. On hearing these words, Nund Ray came forth from amidst the assembly of the cowherds, where he was then sitting, and immediately approached Udo. Regarding him as the companion of Balaram and Krishna, he embraced him with the greatest affection, and inquiring kindly of his health and welfare, escorted him to his house with great dignity and respect. Having caused his feet to be washed, he offered him a seat, and feasted Udo with delicacies of all kinds. When Udo had enjoyed and finished his meal, Nund had an elegant couch prepared for him, shining like the foam of the sea, on which, after eating pawn, he reclined most agreeably, and forgot all the fatigues of his journey. When after some time, Udo awoke, Nund, the chief, came and sat near him, and inquired after his son, Sorsen, and his great friend, Basudio and his family, and asked whether they still continued to love him. Nund added, Give me news of my son, with whom you have abode constantly. Does he ever think of me, who am greatly grieved at his absence? He promised us all to return, but the time of his return has long elapsed. Jusoda constantly churns and makes butter for Krishna, and places it apart for him. Does Krishna ever think of her and the women of Bruges, who are deeply imbued with love and affection for him? Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, O Lord of the earth. In this manner, inquiring the news and celebrating the former sports of Sri Krishna Chand, Nund Ray Ji, being deeply impregnated with affection for Krishna, and meditating upon him, became silent. He has destroyed Kans, and other powerful men. Why should Krishna now forget us? In the meanwhile the Rani Jusoda, greatly agitated, and losing all sense and perception, came weeping bitterly to Udo and inquiring after Balaram and Krishna said, Tell me, Udo Ji, how has Huri passed his time so long without us, and what message has he sent us, and when will he return to us? On hearing these words Udo Ji read the letter of Sri Krishna and Balaram to Nund and Jusoda, and said, Who can explain the greatness of those, in whose house Bhagwan has been born, and whom he has made happy by his sports? You are most fortunate, because how can the immortal Vishnu, the Lord of Shiva and Brahma, who has neither mother, nor father, nor brother nor relations, whom you look upon as your own son, and constantly fix your thoughts and meditate upon, remain separated from you? Huri is constantly near those who love him, having assumed mortal shape for the sake of men, he has neither friends nor enemies, whether of high or low estate. Whoever offers adoration and worship to Huri, will be united to him, and become a follower of his. As the large black beak carries off another insect, and molds it to its own form, and as it remains enclosed in the flower of the lotus, and does not leave it and fly away, although other bees buzz over it during the whole night, in like manner Huri fashions after his own model, and never abandons those who love him, and meditate upon him. Udo added, Do not any longer regard Huri as your son, but reverence him as the deity. Krishna, the Lord, who knows the secrets of the heart, and befriends his worshippers, will appear and come to you, and accomplish all your desires. Be not at all anxious in your minds, O great king. When in conversation of this kind the whole night, with exception of about an hour, was spent, Udo Ji said to Nund Ray, O great king. It is now time for churning, with your permission, I will go and bathe in the Jumna. Nand, the chief, gave his assent. He remained seated where he was, engaged in thought and reflection, and Uddhavji went in his ruth to the banks of the Jumna. Having taken off his clothes, and purified himself, he approached the water, and placing dust on his head, and joining his hands, singing the praises of the Jumna, sipping water in the palm of his hand, he went into the river. And having bathed, and performed his ablutions, and completed his meditations, adorations and libations, began to count his beads. At the same time, all the women of Bruj rose, and having swept and besmeared with mud and cow dung, the inside of their houses, and having burnt perfumes and lighted lamps, began to churn. The sound of the churning was like thunder, and like the sound produced by anklets and ornaments for the toes. The beautiful women of Bruj, having churned, took away the butter, and finished their household work, went all together for water. O great king! The cowherdesses being distracted at separation from Krishna, and deeply imbued with love for him, and celebrating his many excellent qualities with songs, began, as they went along the road, to meditate upon him, and sing of his sports. One said, I have seen Krishna, another, that he had run off and hid himself. He has laid hold of my arm from behind, Huri is now standing under the shade of a fig tree. One remarked, I saw him milking, another, I beheld him very early. Some said, he is tending herds, others, listen. He is playing the flute. We will not go this road, as Krishna will ask for presents. He will break our water pots, and untie the knots, on which we carry them. And will steal away our senses by his many glances. He is hid somewhere, and will come running towards us, and then where shall we escape? The women of Bruj went along, conversing thus with each other. Their minds being much agitated in consequence of their separation from Krishna. Chapter 48. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O Lord of the earth. When Uddhavji had finished counting his beads, he came forth from the river, and putting on his clothes and ornaments sat down in his ruth. As he came near Nun's village on his way from the banks of the river, the cowherdesses, who had come for water, saw his ruth from afar coming along the road. On seeing it, they began to say to each other, Whose ruth is this? That is coming towards us, let us see, and afterwards proceed on our journey. One of them said, Friend, I hope that deceitful creature, a crore, has not come, who took off Sri Krishna Chand to live at Mathura, and caused him to kill Kunds. Another said, Why has this treacherous wretch come again? He has already taken away the root of our lives, and what more will he take away? O great king! Carrying on various conversations of this kind, the women of Bruj stood still, having taken the water pots from their heads, and placed them on the ground. In the meanwhile, as the ruth came near, some of the cowherdesses, having seen Uddhav a short way off, said to each other, Friend! Why, this is someone of a black color with lotus-like eyes, and a crown on his head. Wearing a garland that reaches to his feet, dressed in yellow silk, and with a scarf of the same color. He is sitting on a ruth like that of Sri Krishna, and is looking at and coming towards us. One of them remarked, This person has been at Nun's house since yesterday, his name is Uddhav, and Sri Krishna Chand has sent some message by him. On hearing these words, the cowherdesses, observing a retired spot, and laying aside all propriety and reserve, rushed towards Uddhavji, and regarding him as the friend of Krishna, they made obeisance, and inquired after Krishna. Standing on all sides of the ruth, with joined hands. Seeing their affection, Uddhavji left his ruth. And the cowherdesses, having seated him under the shade of a tree, sat themselves down on all sides of him, and began to say in a most affectionate manner, You have done well, Uddhav, in coming, and bringing us news of Krishna. You associate constantly with him, please inform us what message he has sent. You have been sent here only for the sake of his father and mother, he thinks of no one else. We have sacrificed everything for him, our souls are entangled in his feet. He is occupied with his own affairs exclusively, and has given pain to all by his departure. And as birds leave trees without fruit, Huri in like manner has abandoned us, and although we have given up everything to him, he has not become ours. O great king! When the cowherdesses, filled with delight in their love for Krishna, had talked thus for some time, Uddhav, perceiving the great sincerity of their love, was about to rise to make a salutation, when a cowherdess, who saw a bee on a flower, addressed Uddhav, under pretense of addressing the bee, O bee! Thou hast imbibed the sweetness of Krishna's lotus-like feet, and, therefore, thou hast obtained the name of the honey maker. Thou art the friend of one who is deceitful. And, therefore, he has sent you as his messenger. Do not touch our feet, because we know that all of a black color are treacherous, such as you are, such is Krishna, therefore, do not make salutations to us. In the same way that you roam from flower to flower, tasting its sweets, and belong not to any particular one, Huri does not love any one, or belong to any one. Whilst the cowherdess was thus speaking, another bee came. On seeing it, a cowherdess, named Sielta, said, O bee, remain apart, and go and tell this in Mathura, where there is a humpbacked queen, and where Sri Krishna Chand dwells. Why need I speak of one birth? In each succeeding birth your behavior is the same. The Raja Buli gave up everything, and you sent him to the infernal regions, and drove from her home one so virtuous as Sita without fault on her part. Since they were thus treated, what had we to expect? After this, all the cowherdesses in a body, joining their hands, said to Uddhav, Uddhav ji! We have lost our Lord by the absence of Krishna, take us away with you. Sri Shukdev ji said, O great king! When the cowherdesses had thus spoken, Uddhav ji said, I will explain the contents of the letter Krishna has sent by me, to which listen attentively. He has written, that you must give up all hope of sexual pleasure, and offer devotion to him, and that he will never be separated from you. And he has added, that from the day you began to meditate on him, none have been so much loved by him as you. Uddhav added, you have established a never-ending love for the first male, the immortal Huri. And regarded him as your Lord, whom all else celebrate as the invisible, imperceptible, inscrutable being, and as earth, wind, water, fire and air dwell in the body, so Krishna dwells in you. But through the influence of his delusive powers seems to be apart. Bear him in mind and meditate upon him. He always promoted the advantage of his worshippers, and by his remaining near meditation and religious knowledge are utterly destroyed. For this reason Huri has gone to live at a distance. And Sri Krishna Chand gave me also to understand, that playing on the flute he invited you into the jungle, and when he saw the strength of your love and passion for him, he took part in your festivities. When you forgot his divinity, the Lord of Judus disappeared. When having recovered understanding, you again meditated upon Huri, he, knowing the piety of your minds, presented himself to you. O great king! When Uddhav had thus spoken, the cowherdesses said angrily, We have heard all your speeches, stand apart from us now. You tell us to cultivate knowledge and understanding, and perform penance, and tell us to abandon meditation and look up at the sky. You call him Narayan, in whose sports our minds have been deeply engaged. Why has he become an invisible and imperceptible being, who has conferred happiness on us from his childhood? And how has he, who was endowed with all good qualities and great personal beauty, become a being without qualities and form? Who will pay any attention to what you have said, considering that our souls are wrapped up in his beloved body? One of them rose up and said, Let us endeavor to conciliate Uddhav, say nothing to him, but listen to what he says, and watch his looks. Another said, It is not his fault, the humpbacked woman, Kubja, has sent him here. He is now merely repeating what Kubja has taught him to say. Krishna would never speak as Uddhav has spoken since his arrival at Bruj. We are pierced with thorns at hearing such speeches, and cannot endure listening to them. He tells us to abandon all thought of sexual pleasure, and engage in devotion. When would Krishna speak thus? Prayers, penance, fasting, vows and prescribed rules of conduct are all acts becoming widows. May Sri Krishna live in every age, having conferred happiness on us all. Who makes use of ashes, and of cow dung while her husband is alive? Say, where does this custom prevail? Our vows, penance and fasts consist in showing our love for Nand and Nandan constantly. Who can possibly blame you, Udo? This is a dance of Kubjas getting up. Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king. When Udo had heard these affectionate words of the cowherdesses, he regretted and was ashamed that he had mentioned the subject of penance to them, and remained silent, with downcast looks. One of the cowherdesses inquired after Bulram, and said, Does he ever think of and call to mind our childish love? Another replied, Friend. You are all cowherdesses and common village women, and the women of Mathura are beautiful, by whom Huri has been captivated, and is engaged in sports with them. Why should he now think of us? Since he went to reside there, he has become the beloved of other women. Had we known beforehand this would happen, we would not have let him go away. Regrets are now of no avail, it is better to lay aside grief, and hope for his return. Because, as during 8 months the earth, forests and hills, endure heat in expectation of rain, which comes in due course and cools them, in like manner Krishna will also come to us. One said, Huri has accomplished all his business, and has destroyed his enemies, and taken possession of their government. Why should he come to Vrindavan, and leave his kingly power to tend herds? O companions! Give up all expectations of his coming. The case is quite hopeless, and we ought not to think any more about it. One of them said, in great distraction of mind, why should we give up all hope of Krishna? On seeing the forests, hills, and the banks of the Jamna, where Sri Krishna and Balbir engaged in sports, our recollection of Huri, the lord of our hearts, returns forcibly. She then said, This village of Bruj has become a sea of grief, his name is a boat in the midst of the stream. Krishna will take across all who are immerged in the waters of absence and separation. Why has he forgotten, that he is lord of the cowherdesses? Is he not ashamed on account of his name? On hearing these words, Udo, reflecting, began to say, Happy are these cowherdesses. And blessed be their firmness, in having given up all else, and become absorbed in meditation upon Sri Krishna Chand. O great king! Udo ji saw and praised their love, when at the same time all the cowherdesses rose up, and brought him to their homes with great respect and dignity. Perceiving their affection, he dined with them. And after resting he made them all very happy by telling them stories of Sri Krishna. All the cowherdesses, having then performed puja to Udo ji, and placed many presents before him, said with joined hands and the greatest humility, Udo ji, go and say to Huri, Lord. Formerly you were very kind to us, and used to take us by the hand about with you, but since you have obtained power, you have written to us about penance at the suggestion of that strumpet, Kubja. We, poor, impure creatures, have never been initiated by a spiritual preceptor in any mystical prayer. What knowledge can we possibly possess? From our childhood we have loved him, and what do we know of the customs of penance? Why has Huri not come himself to tell us what penance to perform? This is not a subject to send a message about. Udo, go and explain to him, that our lives are ebbing out, let him come and preserve them. O great king! When they had thus spoken, the cowherdesses were delighted in fixing their thoughts on Huri, and Udo, having made the usual salutation, took leave and, returned thence in his roof to Vrindavan. He remained there for some days. And on his way back he visited and stayed a few days at each of the places, where Sri Krishna Chand had been engaged in sports. At length after some days he returned to Vrindavan, and having gone to Nand and Jasoda, said with joined hands, Owing to your friendship, I have stayed for some time at Bruj, and now, with your permission, will go to Mathura. On hearing these words, the Rani Jasoda went into the house, and brought forth milk, curds, butter and sweetmeats in large quantities. And presenting them to Udo, said, Give these to our beloved Sri Krishna and Bulram, and tell our sister, Devaki, to send them both to us without any delay. Having communicated this message, the wife of Nand began to weep. Then Nandji said to Udo, What more need we say to you? You are yourself possessed of great sense, understanding and knowledge, and many excellent qualities. Intercede for us with Krishna in such a way that he, taking into consideration the sufferings of the inhabitants of Bruj, may come to us quickly, and not forget us altogether. After having thus spoken, when Nund Ray shed tears, and all the inhabitants of Bruj, male and female, standing round, began also to weep. Uddhavji consoled them, and restored them to composure of mind by his explanations. And, accompanied by Rone, took his departure for Mathura, and after journeying some time, arrived at the abode of Sri Krishna Chand. On seeing him, Sri Krishna and Baldio rose and embraced him, and inquired in the most affectionate manner regarding his health, and the news of Brindaban. Say Uddhavji. Are Nand and Jasoda, and the inhabitants of Bruj all well, and do they ever think of us? Uddhavji replied, O great king! I am quite unable to describe the greatness of Bruj, and the love of its inhabitants. You are their life. Night and day do they think of you, and their love for you is as complete as a perfect worship, performed with all prescribed ceremonies. I mentioned to them your advice regarding the performance of penance. But I have learnt from them the manner, in which adoration should be offered. Uddhavji, having communicated this intelligence, added, O merciful to the poor! What more need I say? You are acquainted with the secret thoughts of each mind. And understand me without any lengthened explanation on my part, that all things in Bruj, animate and inanimate, are greatly distressed at not being able to see and touch you, and the only hope they have is, that you may return. On hearing these words, the two brothers were greatly dispirited, and Uddhavji, taking leaving of Sri Krishna Chand, conveyed the message of Nand and Jasoda to Basudeo and Devaki, and went home. Roneji was filled with joy at meeting with Sri Krishna and Balram, and abode in her own house. Chapter 49. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king! One day the sportive Krishna, the benefactor of his worshippers, thinking of the affection of Kubja, went to her house, with the view of performing the promise he had made her. When Kubja knew that Huri had come, she had cloths of silk spread for him to walk on. She advanced to meet him with the greatest joy, and all the good acts she had done in former births then received their reward. Having given Uddhav a seat outside, Krishna entered the house of Kubja. He there saw a splendid carpet spread in a picture gallery, on which was arranged a beautiful couch of flowers. Huri repaired to the couch, and Kubja, having withdrawn to another room, bathed and perfumed herself, and having combed her braided hair, wearing a most elegant dress and handsome jewels, adorned from head to foot, having eaten pawn, and being sweetly scented, approached Sri Krishna Chand with the gaiety and endearment, with which Rati, the wife of Ramudavu, approaches her husband. Having veiled herself from a feeling of modesty, she remained apart and silent, having a great dread of the first interview. On seeing her, Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, took her by the hand, and placing her near him, satisfied her desires. He then arose, and came to Uddhav, blushing and smiling, and with downcast looks. O great king! Having thus made Kubja happy, Sri Krishna Chand returned home with Uddhavji, and said to Balram, I promised a crore that I would pay him a visit, so let us go to his house first and afterward send him to Hastinapur, to bring us the news of that quarter. Upon this both brothers went to Akrore's house. He was much pleased at seeing Krishna, and making a salutation, and putting the dust of his feet on his head, said with joined hands, and with great humility of manner, O Lord of compassion! You have shown me great favor by coming here, and making my house pure. Sri Krishna replied, Uncle, why do you exalt me so highly? I am your son, and added, through your kindness, uncle. All the demons have been destroyed, but there is one subject, which occasions me anxiety, as I have heard that Pandu has gone to heaven, and that Duryodhana tyrannizes over my 5 brothers. My aunt, Kunti, is greatly distressed. Unless yon go, who can afford her relief by explanations? Akrore, on hearing these words, said in reply to Huri, Be not anxious on that subject, I will go to Hastinapur and explain matters, and bring back all the news. Chapter 50. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O Lord of the earth! When Sri Krishna ji heard these words of Akrore, he sent him off to bring intelligence of Pandu. After travelling from Mathura some days in his roof, he reached Hastinapur. And, on arrival there, went to the court of the Raja Duryodhana, who was sitting on his throne, and, having made a salutation, stood before him. On seeing him, Duryodhana arose with all his court, and embraced him. And seating him with great dignity and respect near him, made various inquiries, saying, Happy are Sorsen and Basudeo. Happy Krishna and Boldeo. Oagerson has been made a Raja by them, and on their account does not think of any one. Since his son's death he has reigned and is independent of every one. When Duryodhana had thus spoken, Akrura was silent, and began to reflect, that this was a court of wicked men, where it was not right for him to remain, because if he stayed there, they would make many more such speeches, to which he could not with propriety listen. And, therefore, he ought not to remain there. With these thoughts in his mind, Akrura arose, and went thence to the house of Pandu, accompanied by Bidor. On arrival there he beheld Kunti in great affliction at the loss of her husband, and shedding tears. He went and sat by her side, and said to her, Mother, no one has power over Brahmu, and no one is immortal, and lives forever. Whilst in the body, the soul suffers pain and pleasure, for which reason it is not becoming in man to grieve and be anxious, because nothing is gained by indulging in grief, the mind only is afflicted by it. When, O great king, Akrura had thus reasoned with Kunti, she reflected upon what he had said, and remained silent, and then inquired from Akrura, whether her mother, father, her brother, Basudeo, and his relations were all well. And whether Sri Krishna and Balram ever thought of their 5 brothers, Bhim, Yudhisthira, Arjuna, Nukul and Sahadeo. They are here fallen into a sea of trouble, and when will they come to their assistance and rescue? We cannot endure the tyranny of the blind Dhritarashtra, because he acts by the advice of Duryodhana, and is day and night planning to destroy the 5 brothers. He has frequently mixed poison for them, which my Bhimsen once drank. Kunti afterwards added, O Akrura, since all the members of the family of Kuru are such great enemies, to whom are my children to look with affection, and how shall they grow up, and escape death? How shall I explain to you the great afflictions I endure? And as a doe, separated from the herd, is greatly alarmed, in like manner I am constantly disquieted and sad. They are my protectors, who have destroyed Kuns and all evil spirits. Go and tell them of the griefs of their brothers, Yudhisthira, Arjuna and Bhim. Akrura's eyes filled with tears at hearing these words of Kunti, spoken with great humility, and he reasoned with her and said, Mother, banish all anxiety, these 5 sons of yours will be very powerful and celebrated. They will utterly destroy their enemies, and all wicked persons as Sri Gobind is their ally. Again Akrura said, Sri Krishna and Balram sent me here with this message, tell our aunt not to vex or fret herself, as we will soon come to her. O great king! Having thus delivered Sri Krishna's message, Akrura entered into explanations with Kunti, and restored her to confidence and composure. And, taking leave went to Dhritarashtra, accompanied by Bidor, and said to him, Why do you, who are an old man, exercise such tyranny? And being under the influence of your son, make your nephews, brothers' children, unhappy, after having forcibly seized upon the government of your brother? According to what code are you guilty of such injustice? You have lost your sight, but can you not see with the eyes of your mind, your family is being destroyed by your crimes? Why did you, when you were enjoying great ease and happiness, seize upon the government of your brother, and bring distress upon Bhim and Yudhisthira? On hearing these words, Dhritarashtra laid hold of Akrura's hand, said, What can I do? No one will obey my orders. All follow their own counsel, and I am looked upon as a fool by them. For this reason I never take part in their affairs, but remain apart, and worship my Lord in silence. When Dhritarashtra had thus spoken, Akrura made a salutation, and rising went thence in his ruth, and departing from Hastinapur came to the city of Mathura. He mentioned to Oagerson and Basudeo the affairs of the Pandaris, the sons of Kunti are greatly afflicted, and their bodies much emaciated with grief. Having told Oagerson and Basudeo all the news of Hastinapur, Akrura went to Sri Krishna and Balram, and, making a salutation, said with joined hands, O great king! I have been to Hastinapur, and seen that your aunt and 5 brothers suffer great calamities at the hands of the Kauravas. What more need I say? You know the secrets of the heart, and the state of affairs there. And the ruin which has befallen your family, are not hidden from you. Having thus spoken, and delivered Kunti's message, Akrur-ji took leave, and returned home. And having heard all the intelligence which Akrur brought from Hastinapur, Sri Krishna and Baldio, the gods of all the gods, sat down after the fashion of men, and engaged in thought, revolved in their minds how they might remove the burthens of the world. Sri Shukdev, the sage, having recited thus much of the history to the Raja Purichat, said, O Lord of the earth! I have related the first half of history, comprising what took place in the forest of Bruj and at Mathura. I will now relate the last half, if I obtain the power of the Lord of Dwarka. Part 6. Chapter 51. We now write the last half of the history. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king! I will relate, how Sri Krishna Chand conquered Jarasindhu and his army, destroyed the right of the dead, released Muchkund, and, having left Bruj, took up his abode in Dwarka. Listen with the greatest attention. The Raja Oagarsan ruled over Mathura with great skill and policy, and Sri Krishna and Balram, like servants, were obedient to his orders. Under his government all his subjects were happy. Except the widows of Kunds, who were greatly grieved at the loss of their husband. They could not sleep, and had no sensation of hunger or thirst. During the whole 8 pures, they were in a state of sorrow. One day the 2 sisters, being deeply engaged in thought, said to each other, A woman has no excellence without her husband, as the subject has no excellence without his lord, or night without the moon. As we have lost our husbands, we ought not to stay here now, and it is better for us to go and live in the house of our father. O great king! The 2 queens, having thus determined, sent for a Ruth, and travelled in it from Mathura to their father's house, in the Bihar country, and with tears related to him, how Sri Krishna and Balram had destroyed Kunds and all evil spirits. On hearing their account, Jarasindhu entered his court in great wrath, and said, What powerful men are these, who have been born in the family of Jadu, and have made my daughters widows. After destroying the very powerful Kunds and all evil spirits, I will attack them with my whole army, and destroying with fire the city of Mathura, and all the family and descendants of Jadu, will carry off Balram and Krishna bound and alive, otherwise my name is not Jarasind. Having thus spoken, he wrote letters to all the neighboring Rajas, asking them to come to him with their armies, as he was about to revenge himself for the death of Kunds, by destroying all the descendants of Jadu, and making their race extinct. On receiving Jarasindhu's letters, all the Rajas of the different countries came quickly with their forces, and Jarasindhu also arranged and prepared his army. At length when Jarasindhu took his departure from the Bihar country to Mathura with all his army of demons, he had 23 complete armies with him. Each army consisting of 21,817 charioteers and as many men mounted on elephants, 109,350 foot soldiers and 66,000 horsemen. Such were the 23 complete armies he had with him, each demon of which was powerful beyond description. O great king! When Jarasindhu, accompanied with all his army of evil spirits, advanced, sounding the kettle drum, the guardians of the 10 quarters began to shake and tremble, and the gods to fly through fear. The earth apart began to be agitated, like the roof of a house, from the load. At length, after some days' progress he arrived, and surrounded the city of Mathura on all sides. Upon this, the inhabitants of the city went in the greatest alarm to Sri Krishna Chand, and exclaimed, O great king! Jarasindhu has encompassed our city on all sides, what shall we do, and where shall we go? On hearing these words, Huri reflected for a short time. And Balram having, in the meanwhile, come to him, said, O great king, you have descended upon the earth to remove the miseries of your worshippers, be pleased now to assume a body of fire, and destroy the forest in the form of an evil spirit. At these words Sri Krishna Chand went with him to Oagarsan, and said, O great king! Give us an order to fight, and do you, having taken all the descendants of Jadu with you, protect the fort. After these words, when they came to their father and mother, all the inhabitants of the city came round them and being greatly agitated began to say, O Krishna! How shall we escape from the hands of these demons? Huri, perceiving that his mother and father and all the other people were alarmed, explained to them and said, Suffer not any anxiety. This army of demons, which you now see, shall in a moment be dispersed in every direction, in the same manner that bubbles disappear in the water. Having thus explained, and restored their confidence, he took leave. And as Krishna advanced, the god sent 2 youths, filled with arms for him. The chariots stood before them, and the 2 brothers entered them. The 2 chiefs of the family of Jadul went forth and reached Jarasindhu's army safely. They came to the place where Jarasindhu was standing. On seeing them, Jarasindhu said with great haughtiness to Sri Krishna Chand, Fly from before me, why should I kill you? You are not my equal that I should attack you. I will see what Balaram is made of. Sri Krishna Chand replied, O proud fool! What silly talk is this of yours? The brave never make high-sounding speeches to any one, but behave with moderation to all. When occasion requires they exhibit their power. Can they be called brave, who extol their own greatness? There is a saying, that when it thunders, it does not rain, so, wherefore, do you talk boastingly? At these words, Jarasindhu was enraged. And Sri Krishna and Baladev retired a short distance, and stood in a state of preparation. He pursued and attacked them with his whole army, and called out, O wicked wretches! Where will you fly from my presence? You have long escaped alive. I know not what may be your thoughts, but you shall live no longer. I will send you and all the descendants of Jadul to the same place, where Kunz and all his demons have gone. O great king! When that devil had made this wicked speech, the 2 brothers retired some distance further, and stood. Sri Krishna was armed with weapons of all kinds, and Balaram ji with a plough and wooden pestle. As the army of demons approached them, the 2 heroes shouted and rushed upon them like lions on a herd of elephants, and encountered them sword in hand. Then the kettledrum sounded like thunder, and the assembled army of the demons was spread in every direction like clouds. The din of arms was as continued rain. In the midst of which Krishna and Balaram, whilst fighting, appeared as brilliant and beautiful, as lightning amidst thick clusters of clouds. All the gods were sitting in their chariots, and viewing the battle from the sky, they celebrated the praises of Krishna, and earnestly wished that he might be victorious. And Oagerson and all the descendants of Jadul were extremely anxious, and regretted that they had allowed Sri Krishna and Balaram to go forth to the army of demons. Sri Shukdev, the sage, having proceeded thus far in his narrative, said, O Lord of the earth! When in the course of the battle a great portion of the army of demons had been destroyed, Baladev ji descended from his chariot, and bound Jarasindhu. Upon this, Sri Krishna Chand said to him, Brother! Let him live, do not kill him, because he will return and again bring more demons with him, whom we will destroy, and remove the burthens of the world, and if we do not spare his life, we shall lose the evil spirits, who have fled. In consequence of this expostulation of Krishna, Baladev ji released Jarasindhu, who went off and joined those who had fled from the field. Looking around he said with regret, My whole army has vanished, the greatest calamity has befallen me. Why should I live? I will abandon my home, and turn devotee. A counselor said to him, expostulating, Why should a wise man like you regret? Sometimes there is defeat and sometimes victory. No one should abandon his government and home. What matters it that you have been defeated in this battle? We will collect our forces again, and send Krishna and Baladev, and all the descendants of Jadul to heaven, banish all anxious thought. O great king! The counselor having thus expostulated, returned home with Jarasindhu, and all the demons, who had fled from the battle, and there began to assemble another army. Sri Krishna and Balaram saw blood flowing in a stream on the battlefield, in which chariots without their charioteers were carried along like boats. In different places the dead elephants appeared like hills, from whose wounds blood spouted forth like springs. There Mahadeo, accompanied by goblins and spirits, and wearing a necklace of human heads, was dancing and singing in the greatest glee. And female spirits and goblins, and the attendants of Devi were drinking blood out of skulls, vultures, jackals and crows were devouring the bodies, and contending with each other, for the flesh. Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! The regent of the winds collected all the chariots, elephants, horses and demons together, and fire burnt them to ashes in a second. The 5 elements were reunited with each other, all saw them come but no one saw where they departed. Having thus put the demons to death, and removed the burthens of the earth, Sri Krishna and Balaram, the benefactors of their worshippers, came to Oagerson, and, making a salutation, said with joined hands, O great king! Through your excellence and majesty, we have destroyed and routed the army of the demons, rule now without fear, and promote the happiness of your subjects. The Raja Oagerson was very much pleased at these words, and made great rejoicings, and began to rule with justice. After some time, Jarasindhu came forth to attack with another army as large as the former one, which Sri Krishna and Baladev destroyed and dispersed as before. In this manner, Jarasindhu attacked 17 times with his 23 armies, which Krishna drove back, after having inflicted great slaughter on them. After reciting thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said to the Raja Purichat, O great king! At this time upon a sudden thought Narad rose, and went off to the abode of Kaljaman. On seeing him, he stood up with all his court, and making a salutation, inquired in a respectful manner, and with joined hands, the reason of his coming. At these words Narad, after a little thought, said, Balbhadra and Krishna are at Mathura, no one, except you, can drive them away. Jarasindhu has not met with any success. You are immortal and very powerful, Baladev and Huri are children. Narad added, Do not cease to follow him, whom you observe of the color of the clouds, with lotus eyes, a very elegant person dressed in yellow silk, and with a yellow scarf. Having thus spoken, Narad, the sage, departed. And Kaljaman began to prepare his army. After some days, he collected 3 crores of very unclean men of terrifying aspect, with stout arms and thick necks, large teeth, dirty appearance, brown hair, red eyes, like small red and black seeds. With whom, sounding the kettle drum, he advanced against the city of Mathura, and surrounded it on all sides. Sri Krishna Chand, having seen what he had done, thought to himself, It is not right to remain here, because today he has come to attack, and tomorrow Jarasindhu will come, the inhabitants will be distressed. Wherefore, it is most advisable, that all should leave this place, and go and dwell elsewhere. O great king! Huri, having thus reflected, sent for Vishnukarma, and, explaining to him, said, Go and build a city in the midst of the sea, in which all the descendants of Jadu may live comfortably, without knowing that they are not living in their own houses. And convey them all there in a second. On hearing these words Vishnukarma departed, and, according to the injunction of Sri Krishna Ji, built, during the night, in the sea, on the quoit of Vishnu, a city, 48 kos in extent. And having named it Dvarka, returned and informed Huri, who ordered him to convey all the descendants of Jadu there in such a manner, that no one might know, whence they had come, and who had brought them. When Krishna had thus spoken, Vishnukarma conveyed all the descendants of Jadu, together with Oagerson and Vasudeo to the city in the course of the night, and Sri Krishna and Balaram also went there. In the meanwhile, on hearing the sound of the waves of the sea, the descendants of Jadu awoke, and being greatly astonished began to say to each other, Whence has the sea come to Mathura? We cannot understand this mystery at all. Having proceeded thus far in his narrative, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichat, O Lord of the earth! Having thus had the descendants of Jadu brought to Dvarka, Sri Krishna Chand said to Baladev Ji, Brother! Let us go now, and afford protection to our subjects, and kill Kaljaman. Upon these words, the 2 brothers went thence to Brajmandal. Chapter 52. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king! Sri Krishna Chand came to Brajmandal alone, having left Balaram Ji at Mathura, and went forth and stood in front of the army of Kaljaman, a sea of beauty, the light of the world, dressed in yellow silk, wearing a scarf of the same color, and ornamented from head to foot. On seeing him, Kaljaman began to say, "This must be Krishna, he has all the marks mentioned by Narad, the sage, it is he who has destroyed Kuns and all evil spirits, and slaughtered the armies of Jarasindhu." With these thoughts in his mind, Kaljaman called out, and said, "Why are you running away, Krishna? Come here, you have now to deal with me, stand and fight. I am not Jarasindhu nor Kuns. I will extirpate the whole race of Judu." Raja. Having thus spoken, Kaljaman advanced alone in pursuit of Sri Krishna Chand, leaving his whole army behind him, but that fool did not understand Krishna's nature. Krishna ran on, and Kaljaman followed him at a hand's distance. When he had advanced some distance, Krishna entered a cave in a hill, where he saw a man lying asleep. Having quickly put his yellow silk scarf upon him, he concealed himself apart on one side. Afterwards, Kaljaman came running and panting to the same very dark cave. And seeing a man asleep with a yellow scarf thrown over him, thought to himself, that it was Krishna, pretending to be asleep. "O great king!" Thinking thus, and being angry, Kaljaman gave the sleeper a kick, and said, "O trickster! What deceit are you practicing, in pretending to be sleeping at your ease like an honest man? Rise, as I intend to kill you immediately." With these words he snatched away the yellow cloth from over him. He started up. And when he cast an angry look at Kaljaman, he was burnt to ashes. At this part of the history, the Raja Purichat said, "Explain to me, Basudeo, who the man was, that had gone into the cave, by whose look Kaljaman was reduced to ashes, who conferred a great boon on him." Sri Shukdeo, the sage, said, "O Lord of the earth! It was Muchkund, Mangada's son, a chew tree of the family of Ichwak, very powerful and renowned, whose fame, for destroying enemies and armies was spread over 9 divisions of the earth. On one occasion, the gods, having been harassed by evil spirits, came in great alarm to Muchkund, and said in a tone of great supplication, "O great king! Evil spirits have increased greatly. We cannot escape from them, come quickly, and protect us." It has been an immemorial custom for chew trees to assist gods, sages and saints, when their own power fails them. On hearing these words, Muchkund accompanied them, and began to fight with the evil spirits. The battle lasted for many ages, when the god said to Muchkund, "O great king! You have undergone great labor on our account. Rest somewhere now, and give ease to your body. You have fought for many days, your wealth, dwelling and family are all gone, not one of your relations is left, do not therefore set foot in your own house. Go anywhere else you please." Muchkund said in reply to the gods, "O lords of the earth! Kindly point out to me some retired spot, where I may sleep, free from all care and anxiety, and no one awake me." The gods were delighted at this speech, and said to Muchkund, "O great king! Go and sleep in the cave of the great white mountain. No one will awake you there, and if any one should go there by accident, and do so, he will be burnt to ashes by a single glance of your eye." Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdeo Ji said to the Raja, "O great king! Having obtained this boon from the gods, Muchkund went and dwelt in that cave, and therefore, Kaljaman was burnt to ashes by a glance from his eye. Shortly afterwards Krishna, the abode of compassion, the benefactor of his worshippers, of the color of the clouds, with a face like the moon, lotus eyes, 4 arms, and holding in his hand a shell, quoit, club and lotus. Wearing a crown in the shape of a peacock, and earrings formed like the sign Capricorn, having a garland reaching to his feet, and dressed in yellow silk, appeared to Muchkund. Who, on beholding him, prostrated himself, so as to touch the ground with the 8 principal parts of his body, and rising up, said with joined hands, "O Lord of mercy! As you have come into this great dark cave, and by your light have dispersed the darkness, please take compassion on me, and explaining your name and nature, remove all the doubts of my mind." Sri Krishna Chand replied, "My births, destinies and attributes are manifold, and cannot be counted by any one, whatever computations he may make. But I will explain to you the secrets of my present birth, to which listen. I have been born in the house of Basudeo, and been named Basudeo in consequence. And in the city of Mathura, I have destroyed Kuns and all evil spirits, and removed the burthens of the earth. And Jorasindhu has been defeated by me, who attacked me 17 times with 23 armies. And this Kaljaman, who has been reduced to ashes by your glance, had brought a mob of 3 crores of unclean persons to fight with me. When Krishna had thus spoken, Muchkund became possessed of knowledge, and said, O great king! Your delusive power is exceedingly great, it has enchanted the whole world. And under its influence no one's understanding and senses retain their balance. All engage in schemes for the sake of happiness, and suffer calamity. As a dog, who, in gnawing a bone, sucks in his own blood, he thinks he sucks it from the bone, and looks upon calamity as a pleasure, and, O great king! Whoever comes into the world, cannot, without your favor, escape from this dark well, in the form of a dwelling. I am, therefore, anxious to know how I shall be released from it. Sri Krishna ji said, Listen, Muchkund. The case is as you have stated it, but I will explain to you a plan, by adopting which, you will obtain release. Having obtained royal authority, you have, for the sake of land, wealth and women, committed many acts of injustice, which cannot be obliterated without the performance of penance. Wherefore, go to the northern quarter, and there practice religious austerity. On quitting your present body, you shall be born again in the house of a holy man, and afterwards obtain salvation. When Muchkund, O great king, heard these words, he thought the black age had come. With these thoughts in his mind, he took leave of Krishna, having made a salutation, and circled to the right by way of adoration, and went to Badrinath. Sri Krishna Chand, having returned to Mathura, said to Balram ji, I have extirpated Kaljaman, and sent Muchkund towards Badrinath. The army, with which Kaljaman has surrounded Mathura, is immense. Come, and let us kill those impure wretches, and remove all the burthens of the earth. Having thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand, accompanied by Balram, went forth front the city of Mathura, and came to the place where the army of Kaljaman was standing in battle array, and on their arrival, they both began to fight with it. At length when, in the course of the battle, Krishna had slaughtered all the army of the barbarians, he said to Baldev ji, Brother, let us now take all the wealth of Mathura and send it to Dwarka. Balram ji assented. Then Sri Krishna Chand had all the riches of Mathura brought out and laden on buffaloes, carts, camels and elephants, and sent to Dwarka. In the meanwhile, Jorasindhu made another attack upon Mathura, with 23 complete armies. Sri Krishna and Balram came out in great alarm, and showing themselves before Jorasindhu ran off with a view of quieting the troubles of his mind. A counsellor then said to Jorasindhu, O great king! Who is so powerful as to make a stand before your majesty? Behold the 2 brothers, Krishna and Balram, running away from dread of you, leaving their wealth and home, and escaping with uncovered feet, with their lives alone. On hearing these words from the minister, Jorasindhu followed them with his army, and called out, Why are you flying from fear? Stand, and do something. Why do you tremble violently, whether lying down or sitting up? Your death is at hand. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O Lord of the earth! When Sri Krishna and Baldev ji fled after the manner of mortals, all Jorasindhu's former disasters were banished from his mind. And he was rejoiced beyond description. Sri Krishna and Balram ran on, and ascended a hill, named Gautam, which was 44 kos high, and stood upon the summit of it. Jorasindhu on perceiving this, exclaimed, Balbhadra and Morari have ascended the peak of the hill. How can they escape me now? Set fire to the hill. When Jorasindhu had thus spoken, all the evil spirits surrounded the hill. And bringing wood and doors from the towns and villages spread them on all sides of it, and throwing old clothes upon them, saturated with ghee and oil, set fire to the whole. When the fire rose up in a flame to the top of the hill, the 2 brothers contrived to take the road to Mathura, so as that no one saw them going, and the hill was burnt to ashes. Jorasindhu then, supposing that Krishna and Balram had been consumed by fire, together with the hill, was greatly rejoiced, and taking his whole army with him came to Mathura. And seizing the government, issued a proclamation, establishing his own authority. He pulled down all the old houses belonging to Oagerson and Basudio, and built new ones of his own. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja, O great king. Having thus deceived Jorasindhu, Sri Krishna and Balram Ji went and abode at Dwarka, and Jorasindhu also departed from Mathura with all his army. And returned home rejoicing, and without fear. Chapter 53. Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O great king. Hear the progress of the history. When Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, came to Dwarka, after having slain Kaljaman, released Muchkund, deceived Jorasindhu, accompanied by Buldio Ji, life was revived in all the descendants of Judu. And joy was diffused over the whole city, the inhabitants began to enjoy ease and happiness. Some time after this, several of the descendants of Judu went one day to the Raja Oagerson and said, O great king! It is now necessary to make some arrangements for Balram Ji's marriage, because he is of a marriageable age. On hearing these words, the Raja Oagerson sent for a Brahmin, and entering into many explanations, and giving very particular instructions, said, Go and betroth Balram in some good family. Having thus spoken, and ordered the mixture roli, rice, a rupee and a coconut to be brought, Oagerson marked the Brahmin's forehead, and presenting him with the rupee and coconut allowed him to depart. He pursued his journey, and arrived at the abode of the Raja Rewut in the Anurta country. Having betrothed Balram Ji to his daughter Rewuti, and fixed upon a favourable moment, he brought the marks for the forehead by the hands of the Raja's Brahmin, and presented them to Oagerson at Dwarka. And informed him of all that had occurred, while he was in the Raja's country. The Raja Oagerson was very much pleased with the account. And, giving a festive entertainment, he sent for the Brahmin, who had brought the marks, and received them from him. And dismissed him with a large present of money, and afterwards went himself in great splendour and state, accompanied by all the descendants of Judu, to the country of Anurta, and celebrated Balram Ji's marriage. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said to the Raja, O Lord of the earth. In this manner the descendants of Judu celebrated Balram's marriage. And Sri Krishna Chand Ji, accompanied by his brother, went to Kundalpur, and having fought with evil spirits, carried off Rukmini, the daughter of the Raja Bhikmak, who had been betrothed to Sisupal, and married her at his own home. Having heard this, the Raja Purichit inquired from Sri Shukdev Ji, O Sea of Compassion. How did Sri Krishna Chand go to Kundalpur, and slay the evil spirits, and carry off Bhikmak's daughter, Rukmini? Please explain these circumstances to me. Sri Shukdev Ji replied, O great king! Listen with attention, and I will give you a full account of all the circumstances. In the Bidurb country there was a city, named Kundalpur, the Raja of which, Bhikmak, was renowned, and known to fame in all parts of the world. Sri Sita Ji descended upon the earth in his house. At the birth of his daughter, the Raja sent for astrologers, who came, and having determined upon a fortunate moment, named the child Rukmini, and said, O great king! We are of opinion, that this girl will possess an excellent disposition, be a receptacle of beauty, and equal Lakshmi in excellent qualities, and be married to the first male, Vishnu. When the astrologers had thus spoken, Raja Bhikmak was highly pleased, and indulged in great rejoicings and made many presents to Brahmins. After this, the girl increased daily in stature, like a digit of the moon. And delighted her parents by her childish play. When she was a little older, she engaged in all kinds of rare games with her female companions. One day this young creature, with eyes like a deer, a voice like the kokila, complexion like the flower champa, and a countenance like the moon, went with her companions to play at blind man's buff. Whilst engaged in the diversion, her companion said to her, Rukmini, you have come to spoil our sport. Because wherever you hide with us in the dark, there is a flood of light from the brilliancy of your moonlike countenance, which prevents our being concealed. On hearing this speech, she smiled and was silent. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! She constantly played in this manner with her companions, and her beauty greatly increased every day. In the meanwhile Narad Ji came one day to Kundalpur. And, having seen Rukmini, went to Sri Krishna at Dwarka, and said, "O great king! A young virgin has been born in the house of the Raja Bhikmak, who is a mine of beauty and virtue and excellent qualities, equal to Lakshmi, and worthy of being wedded to you." From the time he heard this account from Narad Ji, Huri thought of her night and day. In this manner, O great king! Sri Krishna Chand heard of the name and excellent qualities of Rukmini. And I will now explain how she heard of the fame and celebrity of Krishna. On one occasion several beggars from different countries went to Kundalpur, and sung the celebrated exploits of Krishna, his birth at Mathura, his joining with the cowherds' children in childish games at Gokul and Vrindavan, and how he had made the descendants of Jadu happy by destroying evil spirits, and removing the burthens of the earth. All these circumstances they mentioned. On hearing the recital of Huri's wonderful actions, the inhabitants of the city were greatly astonished, and said to each other, "When shall we see him, of whose exploits we have heard?" By some means, the beggars contrived to enter the court of the Raja Bhikmak, and began to sing of the famous deeds, and the attributes of Krishna. At that time the beautiful Rukmini had gone up to a balcony. And the voices of the beggars, reciting Krishna's exploits, reached her ears. She wondered and was absent in mind, and turning round and peeping, wanted to see the beggars. The Raja's daughter, having heard Krishna's history, remained absorbed in thought of him. The creeper of love sprung up in her breast, she was delighted and agitated by turns. Huri stole away her senses, memory and mind. Sri Shukdev Ji continued, "O Lord of the earth." In this manner Sri Rukmini Ji heard of the fame and celebrity of Krishna, and from that day she continued to think of him day and night, during the 8 pures, and 64 guris. Whether asleep or awake, sitting, standing, walking, eating, drinking or engaged in amusement, and celebrated his good qualities with songs. She was in the habit of rising very early, and having bathed, and made a mud image of the goddess Parvati, she put upon it the mixture ruli, rice and flowers. And preparing perfumes, lamps and consecrated food, propitiated the goddess with joined hands, and downcast looks, and pronounced these words in presence of the image, "Take pity on me, O Parvati. Give me the Lord of the Judus as a husband, and remove all my troubles." In this manner Rukmini passed her life. One day she was amusing herself with her companions, when the Raja Bhikmak, beholding her, began to think and say to himself, "She is now of an age to be married. If we do not marry her to someone quickly, people will laugh. There is a saying, that it is useless for a man, in whose house there is a grown-up unmarried daughter, to offer gifts, or perform good acts, or be engaged in prayers, or religious penance. Because he obtains no benefit from the performance of such acts, until he shall have discharged the debt due to his daughter." Having thus reflected, the Raja Bhikmak came into his court. And, having summoned all his ministers and relations said, "Brothers, my daughter is marriageable, it is necessary to look out for a bridegroom for her, of good family, mine of good qualities, an abode of beauty and of a good disposition." On hearing these words, they mentioned the families, virtues, personal appearance and power of the Rajas of many different countries, but Raja Bhikmak did not approve of any of them. Then his eldest son, named Rukam, began to say, "Father, Sisupal, the Raja of the city of Chundari, is very powerful, and in every respect our equal, betroth Rukmini to him, and gain reputation in the world. O great king!" When the Raja would not acquiesce in his opinion, his younger son, whose name was Rukamkesh, said, "Father, give Rukmini to Krishna, and betroth her through Basudeo." Bhikmak was highly delighted at these words, and commended his son's speech. "You, although only a child, are more intelligent than the rest, I approve entirely of what you have said. There is a saying, inquire from persons of high and low degree, in order to give confidence to your own judgment, seize upon what is valuable in the discourse of each, this is the custom of the world." After this the Raja again said, "Rukamkesh has given good counsel, amongst the descendants of Jadu, the Raja Sorsen is very celebrated and of great renown, whose son Vasudeo-ji is. And in his house the immortal Vishnu, the god of gods, Sri Krishna Chand-ji, has been born, and destroyed the mighty Kuns, and all evil spirits. And, having removed the burthens of the earth, has shed splendor on the family of Jadu, and conferred happiness on all the descendants of Jadu and other subjects. We shall acquire fame and greatness in the world by bestowing Rukmini on such a personage as Sri Krishna Chand-ji, the Lord of Dwarka. At these words, all the people of the court were highly delighted, and said, O great king! You have determined well, and will not meet with such a bridegroom, and of so good a family anywhere else. It is, therefore, most advisable to give Rukmini in marriage to Sri Krishna Chand-ji. When, O great king! All the courtiers had thus spoken, Raja Bhikmuk's eldest son, Rukam, was exceedingly wroth, and said, These stupid, ignorant people speak without thinking, and do not understand Krishna's condition. He has lived with none 16 years, and is universally called a cowherd. He tends herds, and wears a blanket, and eats his laborer's food, seated on a fig tree. He is a village cowherd, and has no caste or rank. And how do we know whose son he is? Seeing that no one knows anything about his father and mother, some look upon him as the son of the cowherd, Nund, and others as Basudeo's son, but no one has yet found out, to a certainty, whose son Krishna is. And, therefore, each person speaks of him as he pleases. O great king! All people honor and respect us, and know our family, but since when have the descendants of Jadu become Rajas? What matters it, that lately they have acquired greatness, the first stain cannot yet be got rid of. He is called the servant of Oagerson. How can we possibly obtain a great name in the world by betrothing Rukmini to him? There is a saying, that it most fitting to contract marriages, enmities and friendships with equals. And if we give her to Krishna, the world will call me a cowherd's brother-in-law, and my good name and reputation will be utterly ruined. O great king! Rukam went on to say, that Raja Sisupal of the city of Chundari was a very mighty and potent prince. From dread of him the world trembles, and the throne has descended in his family from time immemorial. Your best plan, therefore, is to give Rukmini to him, and please never mention Krishna's name again before me. On hearing these words, the courtiers felt deep regret, and remained silent through fear, and the Raja Bhikmuk did not say anything. Upon this Rukam sent for an astrologer. And having fixed upon a lucky day and fortunate moment, forwarded the nuptial gifts to the Raja Sisupal by the hand of a Brahmin, who went with them to the city of Chundari, to the court of the Raja Sisupal. On seeing him, the Raja made a salutation, and inquired from the Brahmin, Say, O God! Whence have you come, and with what object? The Brahmin gave him his blessing and explained the reasons of his arrival. Raja Sisupal was delighted at hearing them, and having sent for his family priest, received the nuptial gifts and dismissed the Brahmin with many presents. He afterwards invited Jorasindhu and other Rajas, who came with their armies. And he also went forth with his troops to the marriage. The Brahmin, who had taken the marks for the forehead, said on his return to the Raja Bhikmuk, O great king! I have given the marks to the Raja Sisupal, and he is coming to the marriage in splendid procession, arrange your plans accordingly. Raja Bhikmuk was at first very sad, when he heard these words. Afterwards, having reflected and thought upon the matter, he went into his palace and mentioned the subject to his wife, who immediately sent for musicians. And invited all her female relations. And gave a great festive entertainment, with a view of celebrating the marriage in due form, and with all the prescribed ceremonies. The Raja then came forth, and ordered his minister and counsellors to collect together all things necessary for the marriage, and they immediately carried the Raja's order into full effect by procuring everything. People saw and heard what was being done, and a report got abroad in the city, that Rukmini was to have been married to Sri Krishna Chand, but the wicked Rukam would not permit it, and that now she was to be married to Sisupal. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev-ji said to the Raja Purichit, O Lord of the earth! Such was the talk in each house in the city, and in the palace, the women sang and played, and made the necessary preparations. Brahmins read the Vedas, and caused all the usual customs of marriage to be duly observed. Large kettle drums resounded in many places. Pillars formed of sprouting plantain were fixed in the earth, and golden water pots, placed in front of each door. Strings of flowers and garlands were fastened in every direction, and on one side, the inhabitants of the city apart, swept and spread with cloths the markets, roads and crossroads. Whilst there was this bustle and preparation inside and outside the house, some female friends of Rukmini came and said to her, "Rukam has given thee to Sisupal, and now Rukmini, you have become a queen." Engaged in thought, and drooping her head she said, "My affections, words and vows are all centered in the Lord of the world, Krishna." Having thus spoken, Rukmini was much depressed in spirits, and sent for a Brahmin, to whom she explained all her wishes, with joined hands and with many supplications, and treating him with great consideration, said, "O great king! Take my message to Dvarka, and having mentioned it to Dvarkanath, Krishna, bring him here with you. I shall be under the greatest obligation to you, and shall think that I am indebted to your kindness in obtaining Sri Krishna, as my bridegroom." The Brahmin replied, "Tell me what message I am to take, and I will mention it to Sri Krishna Chand. He is the Lord of compassion, and if he should compassionately consent to come, I will bring him with me." When the Brahmin had thus spoken, Rukmini ji gave into his hands a letter, written in the most affectionate terms, and said, "Deliver it to Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, and say to him for me, that his servant, with joined hands and the greatest supplications, looks upon him, as being acquainted with the secrets of the heart, and knowing the inmost thoughts of every one. What more need I say? I have sought his protection, my character is in his hands, let him act in such a way, that it may be preserved, and come quickly and see me." When Rukmini ji, O great king, dismissed the Brahmin with these words, he meditated upon Krishna, and repeating his name started for Dvarka, and through his love for Huri, arrived immediately. On arrival, he beheld the city in the midst of the sea, surrounded on all sides by extensive forests and hills, and beautiful groves, in which were heard the cries of animals, and notes of birds of all kinds. There were elegant tanks, filled with pure water, in which the lotus was in full bloom, and bees buzzed in swarms around. On the bank, geese and cranes and other birds were disporting. Gardens of fruits and flowers of every kind extended for many toss, on the borders of which betel plantations flourished. Gardeners were standing at the wells, singing sweet melodies. And, plying the water wheels and buckets, poured forth water in every direction, and the quays were thronged with female water carriers. As the Brahmin progressed, after having viewed this beautiful scene with delight, he saw very lofty castles on all sides of the city, having 4 gates, and doors studded with jewels, and inlaid with gold. Inside the city were 5 and 7-storied houses of gold and jewels, glittering with great splendor, and reaching to the sky, the spires of which were as resplendent as lightning. Flags and banners of various colors were waving, perfumed odors came forth from the doors, blinds, air holes and trellis work. At each door were pillars of plantain sprouts, and golden water pots filled with water. Wreaths of flowers and garlands were fastened in every direction. And there were sounds of musical rejoicing in every house. In many places the Puranas were recited, and people discoursed of Huri. The 18 different classes lived happily and at ease, the Koit Sudarsan protecting the city. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said, "Raja." Viewing this beautiful and elegant city, the Brahmin arrived at the court of the Raja Oagarsan. And, giving him his blessing inquired, "Where does Sri Krishna Chand ji dwell?" Someone pointed out his house. And when he arrived, and stood before the gate, the watchman made a salutation on seeing him, and inquired, "Say, whence do you come, and from what country have you brought a letter?" He replied, "I am a Brahmin, and an inhabitant of Kundalpur, and have come to deliver a letter to Sri Krishna Chand from Rukmini, the daughter of Raja Bhikmuk." The doorkeepers answered, "Be pleased to go into the house, Sri Krishna Chand is sitting opposite on a throne." At these words, when the Brahmin entered, Huri, on seeing him, immediately descended from his throne, and making a salutation, received him with the greatest respect and dignity. Having seated him on his throne, and washed his feet, he took the water with which his feet had been washed, and waited upon him with the same assiduity, that a person would observe in attending upon a deity. At length Krishna, having rubbed him with perfumed paste, and having finished his ablutions, placed before him all kinds of delicacies. And afterwards presented him with pawn, and sprinkling him with saffron and sandal, placing a garland of flowers on his neck, took him to a chamber, ornamented with precious gems, and placed him on a bed with curtains, and studded with jewels. O great king! He was weary and fatigued with his journey, and soon fell into a most pleasant sleep. Sri Krishna sat for a long time near him from an anxious desire to hear what he had to communicate to him, and kept constantly saying to himself, that the Brahmin would wake soon. When, at length, he found that he would not rise, he became uneasy, and sitting at the foot of his bed, began to rub his feet. The Brahmin was awakened by this, and sat up. Then Huri made kind inquiries, and said, Your government, country and person are auspicious, explain to me your circumstances, for what purpose have you come here, and conferred happiness on me by your arrival? The Brahmin replied, O abode of mercy! Be pleased to listen with attention, and I will explain the reasons of my coming, since, O great king, the daughter of Bhikmak, Raja of Kundalpur, heard of your great name, and your many excellent qualities, she has her thoughts fixed on you constantly, night and day, and desires to attend upon your lotus-like feet. A chance offered of her doing so, but it was rendered unsuccessful. Krishna inquired, what the chance was. The Brahmin said, O kind to the poor! One day the Raja Bhikmak, having assembled all his courtiers and relations, said to them, Brothers, my daughter is of an age to be married, we must now fix upon a husband for her. When the Raja had thus spoken, they mentioned the families, virtues, renown and power of a great many Rajas, of whom, however, he did not approve. Upon this, Rukamkesh mentioned your name, at which the Raja was delighted, and acquiesced in what he proposed, and said to them all, Brothers, his words are engraved in my mind, as though they had been engraved on stone, what is your opinion? They replied, If, O great king, you were to search the aggregate of the three worlds, you would not meet with such a bridegroom, and such a family as his, for which reason, you should, without any delay, quickly give Rukmini in marriage to Sri Krishna ji. O great king! This had been resolved upon, when Rukam prevented its being carried into effect, and betrothed Rukmini to Sisupal, and he has gone forth to the marriage, taking all his army of evil spirits with him. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said, O Lord of the earth! The Brahmin, having thus informed Huri, delivered Rukmini ji's letter to him, who received it with the utmost affection, and placed it in his breast. And after reading it said with delight to the Brahmin, O divinity! Suffer not any anxiety, I will accompany you, and, having slain the evil spirits, will fulfill Rukmini's wishes. The Brahmin was restored to confidence by these words. But Huri was occupied with anxious thoughts of Rukmini. Chapter 54. Shukdev Jee said, Raja. Sri Krishna Chand, having thus inspired the Brahmin with confidence, said, As a burning flame comes forth from wood by rubbing it, so will I bring away the beauteous Rukmini, having destroyed the army of wicked demons. Having thus spoken, and arrayed himself in an elegant and handsome dress, covered with jewels, Krishna went to the Raja Oagarsan, and said with joined hands, O great king! Bhikmak, the Raja of Kundalpur, has written me a letter, offering his daughter, which he has sent by the hand of his family priest, and has invited me to come alone. With your permission I will go, and, having married his daughter, bring her here. Oagarsan said in reply, Why have you fixed your affections in so distant a country? You are going there alone, Morari. Avoid entering into quarrels, or wrangling with any one, who will send us intelligence here of you. Oagarsan afterwards added, Well, if you must go there, take all your army with you, and go accompanied by your brother, and return quickly after the marriage, do not fight or quarrel with any one there. Because you will live long and will be able to obtain many very beautiful women. On receiving his permission, Sri Krishna Chand said to Oagerson, O great king! You have spoken truly, but I will proceed in advance. And please send Bulram Ji after me with the army. With these words, Huri took leave of Oagerson and Basudio, and, having gone to the Brahmin, sent for his Ruth, and Derek, his charioteer. On receiving Krishna's order, he immediately harnessed a chariot with 4 horses, on which Sri Krishna ascended, and, having seated the Brahmin by his side, proceeded from Dwarka to Kundalpur. On emerging from the city, he saw herds of deer running on his right hand, and lions and lionesses, rushing roaring from opposite him, with their food. Upon observing this good omen, the Brahmin reflected and said, O great king! From beholding this omen, I am of opinion, that you will obtain a full accomplishment of your wishes, just as these animals have obtained the object of their desires. Sri Krishna Chand replied, By your favor it will happen so. Having then spoken, Huri advanced thence, and beholding new countries, cities and villages arrived at Kundalpur. And observed, on his arrival, that the beauty of the city had been very much increased by the marriage preparations, which were being everywhere made. The lanes were swept clean, and the crossroads spread over with cloths, and sprinkled with perfumes and sandal wood. There were clusters of betel nut and vegetables, in the midst of which, coconuts of gold were distributed. There were innumerable garlands in each house, composed of green leaves, fruits and flowers, flags, banners and wreaths were waving in the air, and elegant golden spires were attached to the tops of domes, and there was rejoicing in each house. O great king! Such was the beauty of the scene in the city, but it is impossible to give a description of the festivities inside the palace, which required to be seen to be properly appreciated. Sri Krishna Chand having, in the course of his progress, seen all the city, encamped in an enclosed ground, belonging to the Raja Bhikmak, and seated in the refreshing shade, having cooled himself after his journey, said to the Brahmin, O divinity! Go first of all, and inform Rukmini Ji of my arrival, that she may acquire confidence, and banish her sorrows. Afterwards acquaint me with all that has transpired there, that I may arrange my plans accordingly. The Brahmin said, O Lord of mercy! Today is the first day of the marriage, and there is great confusion and bustle of preparation in the palace. I will go and take an opportunity of mentioning your arrival to Rukmini Ji, when I find her alone. With these words the Brahmin went thence. O great king! Huri thus arrived quietly and alone. Whilst on the other hand, Raja Sisupal, accompanied by Jorasindhu and armies of demons, arrived with boundless show and splendor, and brought such a crowd with him, that the king of the serpent race, the snake Shishu, on one of the heads of which the world rests, began to totter from the weight, and the earth to be upset. Having received information of their arrival, Raja Bhikmak advanced with his ministers and relations to receive them, and having met the bridegroom with great honor and dignity, robing all the party in robes of honor, and presenting them with arms studded with jewels, and ornaments, elephants, and horses, brought them into the city. And having fixed upon a place in the bride's house for the reception of the bridegroom and his train, entertained them with deferential respect. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, O Lord of the earth! I will now narrate an intermediate story, to which be pleased to listen with attention. When Sri Krishna Chand left Dwarka, all the descendants of Jadu went to Raja Oagerson, and said, O great king! We have heard, that Raja Sisupal has got to Kundalpur with Jorasindhu and all his army of evil spirits to the marriage, and Huri has gone alone. From this, we are certain, that there will be fighting between them and Sri Krishna Ji. With this opinion, firmly fixed in our mind, how can we remain here, pretending ignorance, and abandon Huri? Our own wishes are averse to this, and we are ready to act according to your instructions. On hearing these words, the Raja Oagerson was greatly alarmed and frightened. And having sent for Bulram Ji, explained to him and said, Go quickly with all my army to Kundalpur, so as to reach the city before Sri Krishna's arrival, and bring him back with you. On receiving the Raja's order, Buldeo took with him to Kundalpur 56 crores of the descendants of Judu. The elephants of the army of all colors, black, white and purple, appeared like clouds, and their white tusks appeared like rows of cranes. The large kettle drums sounded like thunder, and their arms shone like lightning. Troops of horsemen, dressed in red and yellow, were seen scattered here and there, whole ranges of chariots advanced, glittering with splendor, on beholding the beauty of which, the gods were delighted, and with the greatest joy rained down flowers from the sky, seated in their cars and expressed wishes for Krishna's success and victory. In the meanwhile, and about the time of Huri's arrival, Balram Ji arrived also at Kundalpur. After this, Sri Shukdev Ji added, O great king! Sri Krishna Chand, the sea of beauty and light of the world, arrived thus at Kundalpur. But Rukmini, not having been informed of his coming, was displeased, and gazed in every direction, like the moon, which is dimmed on the approach of morning. Her elegant mind was greatly overwhelmed by excess of anxious thought. And she stood gazing and looking in every direction from a lofty balcony. She peeped through the windows and doors, tears streaming from her eyes. Dissatisfied, and greatly depressed in mind, she sighed deeply, weeping from agitation, and oppressed with sad thoughts she said, Why has Huri not come yet, whose name is, the acquainted with the secrets of the heart? What fault have I committed, that he has not yet thought of me? Has the Brahmin not gone to him, or does he think me ugly, and not wish to return my affection, or has he been prevented by the arrival of Jorasindhu? Tomorrow is the marriage day, and the demon has come. If he should take my hand tomorrow, how can this sinful soul survive without Huri? Prayers, penance, vows and acts of charity have been no protection to me. What shall I do? Whither shall I go? Sisupal has come with his marriage procession, why has the merciful Krishna delayed coming so long? When Rukmini had thus spoken, one of her companions said, How can Huri come to such a distant country, without permission from his father and brother? Another said, He, whose titles are acquainted with the secrets of the heart and merciful to the poor, will certainly not fail in coming. Be of good cheer, Rukmini. Be not agitated, I have a firm belief, that someone will come presently, and announce Huri's arrival. O great king! Whilst these two were thus engaged in discourse, the Brahmin arrived. And having pronounced a blessing said, Sri Krishna Chand Ji has arrived, and is encamped in one of the royal enclosures, and Buldeo Ji is following with all the army. On seeing the Brahmin, and hearing what he had said, Rukmini Ji's spirits were revived, and then she was as happy as a devotee, who has obtained the fruit of his penance. After a short time, Sri Rukmini Ji, with joined hands, and bowing her head, began to say in presence of the Brahmin, By coming today, and mentioning the arrival of Huri, you have restored me to life, what return shall I make you for this? If I were to give the wealth of the universe, I should still be in your debt. Having thus spoken, she remained fearful, and abashed. The Brahmin being highly gratified, and pronouncing a benediction, rose and went thence to the Raja Bhikmuk, and explained all the circumstances of Sri Krishna's arrival. On hearing this authentic account, the Raja Bhikmuk rose up and proceeded to the enclosure where Sri Krishna and Balram, the abodes of pleasure, were living. Prostrating himself on his arrival so as to touch the ground with the 8 principal parts of his body, he appeared before them, and with joined hands said, You are the root of my mind, Huri. How shall I explain to you what our wicked enemies have done? My desires have been accomplished by your coming here. Having thus spoken, and having had Krishna comfortably housed, Raja Bhikmuk returned to his own palace, and reflecting began to say, Every one knows the exploits of Huri, who can say, how his arrival here has been brought about. And all the inhabitants of the city, male and female, came to where Sri Krishna and Buldeo were, and sung of their renowned actions, and celebrated their praises, saying to each other, Rukmini is a fit bride for Sri Krishna. Brahmu grant that this match may take place, and last long. In the meanwhile, upon a sudden thought the two brothers went to look at the city. Crowds of men and women were collected at every market, road and crossroad, to which the two brothers went. Who sprinkling perfumes and sandal, and rose water, and raining down flowers on them stretched out their hands, and pointed out the two brothers to each other. Balaram is dressed in blue, and Krishna in yellow silk, they have crowns on their heads. And tremulous earrings. Their lotus eyes, wish to steal away our hearts. The two brothers went on viewing the city. At length, having seen all the city in the forces of Raja Sisupal, they returned to their own army. On hearing of their arrival, Raja Bhikmak's eldest son was exceedingly wroth, and going to his father began to say, "Truly, at whose invitation has Sri Krishna come here? I cannot understand how he can have come, without being invited. A marriage is an occasion and affair of pleasure, what business has he here? Wherever these two deceitful, perverse creatures go, they occasion injury. If you value your own welfare, tell me, truly, by whom were they invited? O great king!" Rukam, having thus endeavored to terrify his father, rose and went thence, uneasy and disturbed in mind, to the court of Sisupal and Jorasindhu, and said to them, "Balaram and Krishna have come here. Inform all your people of this, that they may be on their guard." On hearing the names of the two brothers, Raja Sisupal, looking back upon the exploits and history of Huri, became low-spirited, and began to be very thoughtful, and Jorasindhu said, "Wherever these two come they commit some violence or other. They are very powerful, and treacherous. In Bruj they have slain with ease Kuns and other mighty demons. Do not look upon them as children, they have never been defeated in any encounter. Sri Krishna destroyed my army 17 times. When I attacked the 18th time, he ran away, and climbed up a mountain, which I set on fire, and he, by some trick, escaped to Dwarka. No one understands Krishna's nature, he has come here to commit violence. He is very deceitful, and will practice great deceit, and no one will be able to understand him. Arrange, therefore, your plans, so that our characters may be preserved." When Jorasindhu had thus spoken, Rukam replied, "What things are they, that you are so apprehensive about them? I know them well, they wander about the jungles, singing and dancing, and playing the flute, and tending herds. What do those village children know of the science of war? Banish all anxiety from your mind, I will in a second repel and slay Sri Krishna and Balaram, and all the descendants of Judu." Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king!" Rukam returned home that day after having entered into explanations with Jorasindhu and Sisupal, and inspired them with confidence, and they spent the night in uneasiness. In the morning Raja Sisupal and Jorasindhu, considering it the marriage day, were engaged in all the bustle and preparation of bringing forth the marriage procession, and there were festive rejoicings also at the palace of the Raja Bhikmak. In the meanwhile Rukmini Ji sent a message to Sri Krishna Chand by a Brahmin, saying, "O abode of kindness! This is the marriage day, when 2 guris of the day are left, I will go to perform puja at a temple of Dewi, eastward of the city. My modesty and good name have been entrusted to you, act, so that they may be preserved." Afterwards, when the day was somewhat advanced, her female friends and companions, and relatives arrived. On coming there, having first filled up a square place in the courtyard with large pearls, and arranging upon it a golden chair, studded with ornaments, they seated Rukmini upon it, and had her rubbed with oil by the hands of 7 married women. Afterwards, having applied perfumes and scented paste, and bathed and washed her, they decked her out completely with jewels and ornaments, and arraying her in a red bodice, they placed her in her full bridal dress on the chair. When about 4 guris of the day remained, the youthful Rukmini, accompanied by her female friends and companions, went forth in musical procession to perform puja to Dewi, and Raja Bhikmak sent some of his people to protect her. On hearing that the Raja's daughter had gone outside the city to worship Dewi, Raja Sisupal, through dread of Sri Krishna Chand, summoned some of his mighty heroes, and powerful warlike attendants. And, having given them most minute instructions, sent them to guard Rukmini Ji. They came, bringing with them their arms and weapons of all kinds, and accompanied the Raja's daughter. At that time Rukmini, accompanied by crowds of her female companions, proceeding veiled under the guard and protection of black demons, appeared as beautiful as the moon surrounded by stars, in the midst of a black cloud. At length, after proceeding some distance, she reached the temple of Dewi. Having gone to the temple, she washed her feet and hands, and sipping water from the palm of her hand, became purified. The Raja's daughter, having made an offering of sandal, rice, flowers, perfumes, lamps and consecrated food, went through the ceremony of worshipping Devi with great faith, and according to the injunctions of the Vedas. Having afterwards prepared food agreeable to female Brahmins, she arrayed them in elegant dresses, and making sectarial marks on their foreheads, and fastening thereon the unbroken rice used in the oblation, made them presents. And received their blessing. Having afterwards offered adoration to Devi by going round to the right, that lovely creature, with a face like the moon, of the color of the flower champa, with deer-like eyes, a voice like the kokila, and the gait of an elephant. Taking her companions with her, was occupied with the thought of meeting Huri. And as she was on the point of returning, after having finished all the necessary rites and ceremonies, Sri Krishna Chand, seated on his roof, arrived alone at the spot where the warlike attendants of Rukmini were standing fully armed. Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdeoji said when she was returning, after having worshipped Devi, one of her companions said, in a state of agitation, "O beautiful Rukmini! Huri has arrived, behold his waving banner." Having heard this speech of her companions, and beholding the flag attached to Krishna's roof, the Raja's daughter was so overjoyed, that her body could not contain her. Placing her hand in that of her companion, she advanced amongst them all in the hope of meeting Huri, with such a fascinating look, smiling, and at such an easy, composed pace, that all description is impossible of the beauty of her appearance. The guards on seeing Sri Krishna Chand all seemed to be deprived of sense, and stood still, and the screen of cloth, behind which Rukmini was concealed, dropped from their hands. And on beholding the beautiful and fascinating face of Rukmini, they were more distracted, and were so upset, that they lost all thought and recollection. She raised her eyebrow, in the form of a bow, and having shot forth the arrows of her eyes from the bowstring of her darkened eyelashes, in the act of killing them, restored them to life. O great king! At that time all the demons stood gazing like painted pictures, and Sri Krishna Chand, having advanced his chariot amongst them, stopped near Rukmini, on beholding her soul's lord, was suffused with blushes. And, as she stretched out her hand to meet Krishna, he raised her up with his left hand, and seated her on his roof. She trembled and was greatly abashed, and, having abandoned all others, went off with Huri. Like a religious ascetic who abandons his home, and fixes his affections on the feet of Krishna. O great king! Rukmini ji obtained the fruit of all the prayers, penance, fasts and acts of charity she had performed, and forgot all her former sorrows. Her enemies seized their arms, and stood gazing at her. Krishna carried off Rukmini from the midst of them, just as a lion would spring amongst large troops of jackals, and seizing its prey, go off fearless and roaring. After Sri Krishna Chand's departure, Bulram ji, sounding the kettle drum, joined him with all his army. Chapter 55. Sri Shukdeoji said, O great king! Having gone some distance, and looking on the thoughtful and blushing Rukmini ji, Sri Krishna Chand said, O lovely creature! Banish all anxiety, I will sound my shell, and dissipate your fears, and, on arrival at Dwarka, marry you according to the prescribed rites and ceremonies of the Vedas. With these words Krishna put his own necklace on her neck. And, seating her on his left, sounded his shell, when the attendants of Sisupal and Jorasindhu all started from their sleep, and it was spread abroad, throughout the whole city, that Huri had carried off Rukmini. Raja Sisupal and Jorasindhu, having heard of Rukmini's abduction from the guards they sent with her, were exceedingly enraged. And putting on their coats of mail and helmets, and fastening their waistbands, and arming themselves completely, followed in quick pursuit of Krishna with all their forces, with a view of engaging him. When they came near, poising their weapons, they exclaimed, Why are you running away? Stand and take your arms and fight. Kshatris and heroical brave men do not show their backs in the field. On hearing these words, O great king! The descendants of Jadu faced about, and the engagement began on both sides. The youthful Rukmini was at that time greatly alarmed. And, covering herself with a veil, shed tears, and heaved deep sighs, looking intently on the face of her beloved, she thought to herself, that he endured all these troubles for her sake. Krishna, who is acquainted with the secrets of the heart, knowing the thoughts of her mind, said, O lovely Rukmini! Why art thou afraid? In thy very sight I will slay the army of demons, and remove the burthens of the earth, do not be at all anxious. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said, Raja. The gods, seated at that time in their chariots in the sky, beheld the descendants of Jadu fighting with the demons, and a mighty battle raging. Krishna stood looking on, whilst Balaram fought. Kettle drums sounded, bards sang war songs, panegyrists celebrated the praises of the combatants, horsemen encountered horsemen, elephant riders, charioteers, and foot soldiers. In every direction heroes and brave men attacked and engaged each other, and cowards, leaving the field, ran off with their lives. The wounded stood writhing with pain, headless trunks, with swords in their hands, wandered about in every direction, and bodies were heaped upon bodies, from which a river of blood flowed. The elephants, which were lying dead here and there, appeared like islands, and their trunks like alligators. Muhadio, accompanied by ghosts, goblins and spirits, wore a garland of heads, which he had selected. And vultures, jackals and dogs tore and fought with each other for the corpses of the slain, and, rending them in pieces, devoured them. Crows plucked out eyes from their sockets, and carried them off. At length, in sight of the gods, Balaram destroyed the army of demons, in the manner that a husbandman would reap a field. Jorasindhu and Sisupal, when their whole army was destroyed, took a few wounded men with them, and flying arrived and made a stand at the same place. Sisupal, expressing great regret and shaking his head, said to Jorasindhu, It is not right I should live, having lost my honor, and brought disgrace on my family. With your permission, therefore, I will return to the battle, and die fighting. If not, I will take up my abode in the forest, I will become a devotee, and abandon all worldly hopes. My good name and character are lost, why should I live, and preserve life by submitting to disgrace? Jorasindhu replied, O great king! You are a man of understanding and great experience, how shall I advise you? The wise do not allow themselves to be troubled by the events that occur, because another being is the disposer of good and evil. Man has no power, but is under the authority of, and subservient to, another. As the juggler makes the wooden puppet dance as he pleases, so is man in the power of his maker, who acts according to his own will, for which reason you should not be elated in prosperity, nor depressed in adversity. But look upon everything as a dream. I advanced 17 times to attack the city of Mathura with 23 complete armies, and my whole army was 17 times slain by this Krishna. I did not give myself any uneasiness, nor was I at all elated when on the 18th occasion I destroyed his forces. He ran away and climbed up a hill, which I set on fire. It is impossible to know how he escaped with life, his nature is not to be understood. Jorasindhu after this again said, O great king! It is advisable for you to submit to this present crisis of your affairs. There is a saying, that if life is spared, all will go well, as it happened to me to be defeated 17 times, and again a victory on the 18th occasion. Consult, therefore, your own welfare and interest, and act accordingly, and abandon obstinacy. When Jorasindhu, O great king, had given this advice, Sisupal recovered confidence, and, taking with him all his armed followers, who had escaped wounded, he accompanied Jorasindhu in a state of great sorrow and regret, and they went thence after their defeat. And now listen to the account of what happened in the family of Sisupal. As his mother began to prepare festive entertainments in expectation of the arrival of her son, someone sneezed in front of her, and her right eye began to palpitate. When she beheld this unfavorable omen, her forehead throbbed, and in the meanwhile, someone came and said to her, Your son's army has all been destroyed, and he has not obtained the bride, and he is running away thence to save his life. On hearing these words, Sisupal's mother was greatly troubled, and became speechless. Rukam having heard of the flight of Sisupal and Jorasindhu, came and sat in his court in a state of great rage and excitement. And began to say in the presence of all, how can Krishna escape from me? I will now go and slay him, as sure as my name is Rukam, otherwise, I will not return to Kundalpur. O great king! Having made this vow, Rukam took with him a complete army, consisting of 109,350 foot, 65,610 horse, 21,870 chariots and 21,870 elephants, and advanced to fight with Sri Krishna Chand, and surrounded the army of the descendants of Judu. He then said to his followers, "Do you destroy all the descendants of Judu, and I will go on in advance, and bring Krishna here alive and bound." On hearing these words, his followers began to fight with the descendants of Judu. And he went forward in his chariot, and, on approaching Sri Krishna Chand, called out, "O deceitful villager! What do you know of the nature and duties of government? In the same way, that in your childhood you stole milk and curds, you have come and carried off a beautiful woman. I am not a herdsman, inhabitant of Bruj." With these words, he seized some arrows, and discharged 3 poisoned ones from his bow at Krishna. Perceiving the arrows coming towards him, Sri Krishna Chand warded them off, or stopped them midway. Rukam discharged more arrows, with the same result on the part of Krishna, who, having prepared and arranged his bow, let fly several arrows with such force, that the charioteers and all the horses of the chariot were destroyed. And Rukam's bow was pierced, and fell from his hand. Huri after this cut in pieces and cast on the ground all the weapons Rukam used against him. He was exceedingly enraged, and seizing a shield and sword, leaped from his chariot, and rushed towards Sri Krishna Chand, as a mad jackal would rush upon an elephant, or as a moth would fly into a lamp. On coming up, he attacked the chariot of Huri with a club, who immediately laid hold of and bound him, and was on the point of killing him, when Rukmini ji interposed, and said, "Do not kill him, he is my brother, release, Lord, your servant. What can such a blind fool know, who looks upon the husband of Lakshmi as a mortal? You are the first and eternal God of devotion, and have become manifest, O divine being. For the sake of your worshippers. How could this silly creature recognize you, who are celebrated as the compassionate benefactor of the poor?" Having thus spoken she added, "Good men take no thought of the faults of fools and children, as the lion pays no regard to the barking of a dog. If you kill him, my father will be afflicted, you ought not, therefore, to put him to death. Wherever your feet fall, all men live happily. It would be strange indeed, if having such a relation as you, Raja Bhikmuk should suffer grief on account of his son. O great king!" After this speech, Rukmini ji once again thus said, "You have shown great affection towards my relation, in having laid hold of and bound him, and in being prepared with a sword in your hand to kill him." Afterwards, she was very much agitated, and trembling, with downcast eyes and sobbing, she fell at his feet, and throwing open her breast, began to say, "O Krishna! Give my brother to me as an act of charity. And acquire renown for yourself in the world by this deed." Sri Krishna Chand ji's anger was entirely cooled by hearing these words, and looking towards Rukmini, he did not deprive Rukam of life, but made a sign to his charioteer, who immediately pulled off his turban, and tying his hands behind his back shaved his mustachios, beard and head, leaving 7 locks of hair, by which he fastened him to the chariot. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said, "O great king! Sri Krishna ji thus treated Rukam. And Baldeo, having slain and put to flight all the armies of the demons, hastened to meet his brother with the same celerity as a white elephant runs about a place, abounding with water lilies, destroying, devouring, and scattering about the flowers in great fury. At length he reached the presence of Krishna, and perceiving that Rukam was bound, addressed Sri Krishna ji with great warmth and anger, "What is this you have done in binding your brother-in-law? You cannot leave off your bad habits. You have shown little sense in binding him, and by this act, Krishna, you have severed the relationship, and brought a stain upon the family of Jadu, who will now connect himself with us. When he came before you to fight, why did you not expostulate with him, and send him back? O great king!" Having thus spoken, Bulram ji released Rukam, and, having entered into explanations with him, dismissed him with the greatest politeness. And then joining his hands, Bulram, the abode of delight, said to Rukmini ji with great humility of manner, O beauteous Rukmini! It has not been our fault, that your brother has been subjected to this treatment. It is the recompense of his deeds in a former birth, and it is honorable for Kshatriyas, and their usual practice to arrange armies, and fight for land, wealth and women with each other. Be not displeased at what has happened, but believe what I say, defeat and victory happen to him according to his fate, and this world is a sea of troubles, who from his entrance into it tastes of happiness. But men, being under the influence of delusion, estimate according to their different judgments, and form opinions of good and evil, pain and pleasure, victory and defeat, good and bad fortune. The soul, however, has no sensation of delight or misery. From these things do not vex yourself with the thought of your brother having been disfigured. The wise consider the soul as immortal, and the body as mortal. For this reason, the soul is not affected by any disgrace that happens to the body. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichat, O incarnation of justice. When Bulram ji had thus advised Rukmini, she having heard and reflected upon what he had said, was ashamed in presence of her husband's elder brother. In the midst of the army, she said to her husband, O Lord of Bruj! Drive on the chariot. She covered herself with a veil, and spoke sweetly to Huri, Buldeo is standing before us, O husband. Drive on the chariot quickly. When Sri Rukmini ji had thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand ji directed the chariot towards Dwarka. And Rukam having returned to his own people, and suffering great anxiety, said to them, I started from Kundalpur with this vow, that I would go and destroy Krishna and Bulram and all the descendants of Jadu, and bring Rukmini here. My vow has not been accomplished. And I have instead of performing it, lost my honor. I will not survive this disgrace, but abandoning my country and home, and family, and all worldly affairs, will become a religious ascetic and seek death somewhere. When Rukam had thus spoken, one of his household said, O great king! You are a great hero, and very renowned, it was their good fortune to have escaped alive from your hands, they are indebted to the strength of their fate for this escape, otherwise, what enemy could encounter you, and escape alive? You are possessed of great understanding, why, therefore, do you think of pursuing such a course as you have mentioned? Sometimes defeat occurs, and sometimes victory, but it is the attribute of the brave and resolute not to lose confidence. Suppose your enemy has escaped today, we will destroy him some other time. When he had thus advised him, Rukam replied, I have been defeated by them, and my good name is gone, and I am most heartily ashamed. May I die, if I return to Kundalpur, but I will establish some other village. Having thus spoken, he peopled a city with inhabitants, to which he conveyed his children, wife and wealth. He named it Bhajkutu. In this manner Rukam established a village. O great king! Rukam dwelt there, being at enmity with the Raja Bhikmak, and Sri Krishna Chand and Buldeo ji proceeded on their journey and arrived near Dwarka. The inhabitants of the city received intimation of their approach by the dust, caused by their chariots, which reached the sky. When they knew that Huri was coming, they completely arranged and prepared the city for his reception. Its beauty equaled that of the three worlds, who can attempt to describe it. At that time there were rejoicings in every house. Pillars of plantain were fixed at each entrance, golden water pots filled with water and sprouts, were placed in every direction, flags and banners waved. Garlands and wreaths of flowers were fastened in different places, and crowds of women were standing in every market, road and crossroad, holding lamps with 4 wicks. And the Raja Oagerson, accompanied by all the descendants of Jadu, advancing in musical procession to meet them according to the prescribed forms and ceremonies, escorted Bulram, the abode of pleasure, and Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, to the city. The beauty of the scene baffles description. All the inhabitants, both men and women, were delighted. They came into the presence of Krishna and presented their offerings. And the women sang songs of rejoicing at the gates and doors of their houses, and from sheds and housetops, and performing the ceremony, Arta, showered down flowers. Sri Krishna Chand and Buldeo ji displayed towards all great fascination of manner, and delighted them greatly, and progressing in this manner, they arrived at the palace and took up their abode there. Some days afterwards, Sri Krishna Ji went one day to the royal court, where Rajas Orgerson, Sorsen, Basudio and all the grandees of the family of Jadoo were sitting, and, having made a salutation, said, in their presence, O great kings! It is called a devil's marriage, if a man carry off a woman, after having gained a victory in battle. On hearing these words, Sorsen Ji sent for a family priest, and explaining to him said, fix a day for Sri Krishna's marriage. He immediately drew forth an almanac, and having decided upon a favorable month, day, time, constellation and an auspicious period with respect to the sun and moon, fixed upon a day for the marriage. Raja Oagerson then gave the order to his ministers to collect all necessary materials, and make preparations for the marriage, and sitting down wrote letters of invitation to the members of the family of Kuru and Jadoo, and all Rajas, far and near, and dispatched them by the hands of Brahmins. O great king! All the Rajas were highly gratified at receiving the letters of invitation, and started off, accompanied by Brahmins, Pundits, bards and beggars. When Raja Bhikmuk received intelligence of these events, he delivered over to a Brahmin many dresses, arms, ornaments, studded with gems, chariots, elephants, horses and male and female servants, sedan chairs. And, having made a vow in his mind respecting the giving his daughter in marriage, with very great humility, sent off all the different presents to Dwarka. The Rajas of the different countries came, and the Brahmin also arrived, whom the Raja Bhikmuk had dispatched with presents. The beautiful appearance of Dwarka at that time cannot be described. When at length the marriage day came, after having gone through all the prescribed forms and ceremonies, they conducted the bride to a building, erected for the occasion, and adorned with flowers, and placed her upon a seat. And all the great chiefs and members of the family of Jadoo came, and sat there also. At that time, pundits recited the Vedas, Huri circled round with Rukmini. Drums and other musical instruments resounded, the delighted gods rained down flowers. Demigods, saints, bards and celestial musicians were all spectators from the sky. The wives of the gods, ascending their chariots, and collecting together, and stooping down, all sang songs of rejoicing. Taking hold of Rukmini by the hand, Krishna circled her round, and seated her on his left. They untied the knot, and returned the board used for sitting on at meals, and then performed puja to the family Devi. Huri, unloosing Rukmini's bracelet, joined with her in the sport of eating milk, boiled rice and sugar together. The Lord of the universe was highly delighted. All the spectators were filled with joy, and pronounced benedictions. May the marriage of Huri and Rukmini last long, whose natures have imbibed the spirit of nectar. They gave presents to all the Brahmins, who came, and robes of honor to the bards and panegyrists, and, having allowed them to take leave, had all the Rajas of the different countries escorted back. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! Whoever shall read or hear of the actions of Huri and Rukmini, and, having heard and read, shall remember them, will obtain religion, absolution from sin and celebrity. Moreover, whatever benefits are to be gained by the sacrifice of a horse and other sacrifices, by the gift of a cow and other gifts, by bathing in the Ganges and other holy bathing places, by going on a pilgrimage to Prague and other holy spots, will be bestowed on hearing and reciting this history. Chapter 56. Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! One day Sri Mahadev Ji was sitting in his house in a state of religious meditation, when Ramdeo came suddenly, and annoyed him, and his thoughts wandered from Huri. And, being without knowledge, he began to indulge in amorous dalliance with Parvati Ji. When, after having sported some time, his intellect returned to Shivu, he was filled with anger, and burnt Ramdeo to ashes. When Shivu had burnt the powerful Ramdeo, Rudi lost all firmness. Without her husband, she was in a state of great agitation, and became weak and restless. The wife of Ramdeo wandered about, rolling on the ground, and calling on her husband, embraced the ground. Observing that she was much distressed at the loss of her husband, Parvati thus addressed her, O Rudi! Be not sad, but listen while I mention how your husband will be restored again to you. He will first be born in the house of Sri Krishna Chand, and his name will be Pradyuman. Afterwards, a demon, named Sunbur, will carry him off, and set him adrift in the sea. Having after this come into the belly of a fish, he will appear in the food of Sunbur. Go, and take up your abode there, and when your husband arrives, take him and bring him up. Eventually he shall slay Sunbur, and, having taken you to Dvarka, shall live there happily with you. O great king! The wife of Shivu thus advised Rudi, who, having recovered her spirits, came to the house of Sunbur, and took up her abode in his cook-room, and night and day, was in anxious expectation of the arrival of her husband. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, Raja. Rudi, in expectation of meeting with her husband, began thus to take up her abode in the kitchen of Sunbur, and Rukmini became pregnant. And after the full period of 10 months, was delivered of a son. Having obtained intelligence of this event, the astrologers came, and having determined upon the proper moment, said to Basudeo Ji, O great king! On beholding the favorable planet of this child, we are of opinion, that he will be equal to Sri Krishna Chand Ji in beauty, qualities of mind and strength, but during his childhood, he will dwell in water. And hereafter, having slain his enemy, will return. Having thus spoken, the astrologers named him Pradyuman, and receiving presents took leave. And in the house of Basudeo, the usual forms and ceremonies were observed, and there were festive rejoicings. Narad Ji, the sage, after this went to Sunbur, and, having entered into an explanation with him, said, Why are you asleep at this time? Are you without all thought? He inquired the reason of the question, and Narad replied, Thy enemy, named Pradyuman, one of the descents upon earth of Ramdeo, has been born in the house of Sri Krishna Chand Ji. Raja. Narad Ji having thus informed and put Sunbur on his guard, departed, and Sunbur having reflected, and thought over the subject in his mind, determined upon this plan. In the form of air I will go, and will bring him away with me thence. And will launch him into the sea, in order that the troubles of my mind may be quieted. And that I may live, free from alarm. Having formed this resolution, Sunbur went thence in an invisible shape, and arrived at the abode of Sri Krishna Chand, where Rukmini Ji was nursing and suckling the infant in her chamber. And having silently made all his secret arrangements, stood there. When Rukmini's hand was withdrawn from the child, the demon spread his delusive power, and carried off the infant, so as that not one of all the women sitting there knew or saw whether anyone had come, and how the child had been carried off. Rukmini was very much frightened, when she did not see her child, and began to weep. On hearing her lamentations, all the descendants of Jadu, male and female, gathered together, and discoursing variously amongst themselves, were in a state of great anxiety. In the meanwhile Narad Ji came and explained to them, Be not apprehensive on account of the disappearance of the child, there is not the slightest cause for fear. The child will go to some other place, but death will not affect it. And when his childhood is past, he will return to you with a very beautiful wife. O great king! When Narad, the sage, had thus explained the course of events, the descendants of Jadu reflected on what he had said. And on his taking leave, became satisfied, and tranquil in mind. Be pleased now to listen to the progress of the history, how Sunbur, having carried off Pradyuman, cast him into the sea. A fish swallowed him, and was swallowed by another large fish. A fisherman came and throwing a net into the sea, caught the fish. On drawing the net, and seeing the fish, the fisherman was much pleased, and brought it home and subsequently made a present of it to Raja Sunbur, who sent it to his kitchen. When the cook cut open the fish, another fish came forth. And on ripping open its belly, a very beautiful child of a black color made its appearance. The cook was greatly astonished, and took away the child, and gave it to Rudi, who was highly delighted at receiving it. When Sunbur heard of it, he sent for Rudi, and said to her, Bring up this child with the greatest care. On hearing these words, Rudi brought the child to her own house. Narad Ji then came and said to Rudi, Bring up this child with the greatest care, as it is your husband, who has appeared in the form of Pradyuman. He will destroy Sunbur, and take you hence, passing his childhood here. Having divulged thus much of the future, Narad, the sage, departed, and Rudi began to bring up the infant with the greatest care and affection. As the child grew up, Rudi became desirous of meeting with her husband. Sometimes, whilst looking at him, she clasped him with affection to her bosom. And sometimes kissing his eyes, mouth and cheeks, she smilingly clung to his neck, and thus said, Krishna has contrived this lucky circumstance, and I have found my husband in a fish, and O great king. She brought milk for him, and gave it to him in a fond, affectionate manner, and dandled him in her arms, singing his praises, and lovingly calling him husband. When Pretty Yeoman was 5 years old, Rudi dressed him in all kinds of dresses and ornaments to satisfy the longings of her mind, and gratify her eyes. When the child laid hold of the hem of her garment, and began to call her mother, she replied laughingly, O husband! What are you saying? I am your wife, think and reflect upon this. Parvati ji told me to dwell in the house of Sunbur. And that my husband should be born in the house of Sri Krishna Chand ji, and should come to me in the belly of a fish. And Narad ji told me not to be sad, and that I should recover my husband. From that time I have been in expectation of meeting with you, and have abode here, my hopes have been realized by your coming. Having thus spoken, Rudi instructed her husband in the science of archery. When he had acquired a perfect knowledge, she one day said to him, Husband, we ought not to stay here any longer, because your mother, Sri Rukmini ji, is as uneasy without you as a cow without its calf. You ought, therefore, to slay the demon Sunbur. And, taking me with you, return to Dwarka to your parents, and make them happy, for they have a most ardent desire to see you. Having narrated these circumstances, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja, O great king! Listening in this manner to the discourses of Rudi, when Pretty Yeoman had grown up, he went one day playing to the Raja Sunbur. On beholding him, and regarding him as his own son, he said, fondling him, I have brought this child up as my own son. On hearing these words, Pretty Yeoman ji replied with very great anger, I, though a child, am your enemy, fight with me now, and see my strength. Having thus spoken, he came forward, striking his arms in preparation for the encounter. Upon this Sunbur laughed, and began to say, Brother, whence has this other Pretty Yeoman come here on my account? What, have I fed with milk, and nourished a snake, that he should thus speak to me? After this, he again said, Son, why do you talk thus? Has the messenger of death come to take you away? O great king, on hearing these words from Sunbur, he replied, Pretty Yeoman is my name, fight with me today. You it was, who set me adrift in the sea. But I have now returned to take my revenge. You have brought up the instrument of your death in your own house, and I am neither your son, nor are you my father. On hearing this, Sunbur seized his weapons, the passions of his mind being greatly inflamed with rage, like a person, who has trodden on a snake's tail in the dark. Sunbur sent for all his army, and taking Pretty Yeoman outside, he, in great fury, raised a club, and said in a voice of thunder, Let us see, who will now save you from death. When he rushed towards him, and brandished the club, Pretty Yeoman ji easily evaded and parried his attacks. Being furious with rage, he then discharged arrows of fire, which he quenched with arrows of water. Sunbur in great wrath then expended all the weapons he had, and Pretty Yeoman warded them off. When he had not a single weapon left, he rushed forward furiously and grappled with Pretty Yeoman ji, and they both began to wrestle. After some time, Pretty Yeoman flew off with him to the sky, and there cut off his head with a sword, and on his return, slew the army of demons. Sunbur being slain, Rudi was made happy. And at that time, a chariot descended from the sky, on which Rudi and her husband ascended, and went to Dwarka with the same celerity, as a beautiful cloud with lightning flies. And on arriving there, they observed houses of gold, glittering like lofty hills. On descending from the chariot, they both retired at once to the female apartments. All the women were startled at seeing them, and were ashamed, thinking that Sri Krishna had brought a beautiful woman with him. But no one knew, that it was Pretty Yeoman, all of them called him Krishna. When Pretty Yeoman asked where his father and mother were, Rukmini ji began to say to her companions, friends, "Who is this in the likeness of Huri?" They replied, "We think, that this must be a son of Sri Krishna's." On hearing these words, a stream of milk came forth from the breast of Rukmini ji, and her left arm began to shake, and her mind was in a state of fear and agitation for the meeting, but without her husband's permission, she could not meet him. At that time, Narad ji came there, and related all the preceding history, and tranquilized the minds of them all. Then Rukmini ji ran forward, and kissing her son's head, clasped him to her bosom. And having his marriage celebrated with all due forms and ceremonies, received her son and daughter-in-law into her house. At that time, all the descendants of Jadoo, men and women, came and joined in festive rejoicings, and were highly delighted. Songs of congratulation resounded in every house, and happiness was diffused throughout the city of Dwarka. Having recited thus much of the narrative, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, "O great king! Pretty Yeoman having thus been born, having spent his childhood in another place, killed his enemy, and came with Rudi to the city of Dwarka, there was joy and festivity in every house." Chapter 57. Sri Shukdev ji said, "O great king! Satyajit charged Sri Krishna Chand first with the theft of a jewel, and afterwards, finding his accusation to be false, he was ashamed, and gave his daughter Satbhama in marriage to Huri. Raja Purichit inquired from Sri Shukdev ji, "O abode of compassion! Who was Satyajit, where did he obtain the jewel, and how did he accuse Huri of theft, and afterwards finding the charge false, in what manner did he give his daughter in marriage? Explain these circumstances to me." Sri Shukdev ji replied, "O great king! Be pleased to listen, and I will explain all the circumstances. Satyajit belonged to the family of Jadoo, who for a long time was engaged in an act of very difficult religious penance in honor of the sun. The sun god was highly gratified, called him and having given him a jewel, said, "This jewel's name is Sumantka, it contains an unbounded power of conferring happiness and wealth. Worship it continually, and look upon it as equal to me in power and splendor. If you meditate upon it, having offered up prayers, and performed acts of penance, abstinence and fasting, you shall obtain whatever you ask for. Into whatever country, city and house this jewel shall enter, their misery, poverty and death shall not have access. There shall be constant plenty in increase, and prosperity. O great king!" Having thus spoken, the sun god allowed Satyajit to take leave, who went home with the jewel. After this, rising early and performing his morning ablutions, and finishing his religious meditations and libations, he was in the habit of offering adoration to the jewel, with unbroken rice, flowers, sandal, perfumes, lamps and consecrated food. And taking away the 8 loads of gold, which came from the jewel, he was delighted. One day whilst engaged in worship, beholding the beauty and brilliancy of the jewel, he thought to himself, "It will be a good act to take this jewel and show it to Sri Krishna Chand." Having come to this resolution, and fastening the jewel on his arm, Satyajit went to the court of the descendants of Jadoo. On seeing the brilliancy of the jewel from a distance, the descendants of Jadoo stood still with admiration, and began to say to Sri Krishna ji, "O great king! The sun is coming here from a longing desire to see you. Brahma, Rudra, Indra, and all the gods worship you, and meditating upon you during the 8 pures, sing of your celebrity. You are the immortal first male, Vishnu, Lakshmi has become your servant, and constantly waits upon you. You are the god of all the gods. No one knows your nature. Your attributes and qualities of mind are limitless. Now, O Lord, why will you be concealed, having come into the world? O great king!" When the descendants of Jadoo began to discourse thus, on seeing Satyajit approach, Huri said, "This is not the sun. It is Satyajit, one of the family of Jadoo, who has obtained a jewel for having performed an act of penance in honor of the sun. Its splendor is equal to that of the sun. He is coming with that jewel, fastened on his arm. O great king!" Whilst Sri Krishna ji was thus speaking, Satyajit came and sat down in the court, where the descendants of Jadoo were playing at chupper and dice. The minds of all were fascinated by beholding the brilliant luster of the jewels, and Sri Krishna Chand remained also looking at it. Satyajit, then, upon something occurring to his mind, took leave, and returned home. And afterwards used constantly to come to the court with the jewel fastened about his neck. One day, the descendants of Jadoo said to Huri, "O great king! Take the jewel from Satyajit, and give it to Raja Oagerson and obtain celebrity in the world. This jewel does not suit him, but is fit for a Raja." On hearing this, Sri Krishna Ji smilingly said to Satyajit, "Give this jewel to the Raja, and acquire for yourself a great name and reputation in the world." On hearing this proposal to give the jewel away, he made an obeisance, and rose up. And, engaged in thought, went to his brother, and said, "Sri Krishna Ji asked me for the jewel today, and I did not give it him." When Satyajit had thus spoken, his brother, Person, was angry, and took the jewel, and threw it on his own neck. And arming himself, and mounting a horse, went out hunting. Having gone into an extensive forest, he began to kill various kinds of deer and antelopes with his bow and arrows. A deer having rushed out before him, he was enraged, and pursued it on horseback, and in the course of the pursuit came alone to a large deep cave, which had existed for ages. On hearing the sound of the deer and horse's feet, a lion came forth from the cave, and killing all three, and carrying off the jewel, went into his cave again. The light was so great in consequence of the jewel coming into the cave, that its rays extended to the infernal regions. A bear, named Jamwant, that had been with Sri Ramchand in the descent of Ram upon the earth, and had since the Treta age dwelt in the regions below with all his family, seeing that shining light in the cave, rose up. And pursuing his journey came to the lion. Having killed the lion, he carried off the jewel, and went with it to his wife who fastened it in her daughter's cradle. The child constantly played and amused herself with the jewel, which filled their abode with a perpetual stream of light. Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king! The jewel was thus lost, and such was the fate of Person." The people, who had accompanied Person, came and said to Satyajit, "O great king! He left us, and went off alone, and we have found no trace of where he went." They searched again in consequence of their statements not being believed, but could not find Person anywhere in the forest. On hearing this statement, Satyajit abstained from all food and drink. And being greatly depressed and troubled in mind began to say to himself, "This is Sri Krishna's doing, he has killed my brother for the sake of the jewel, and has carried off the jewel to his own home. First of all he asked me for it. But I did not give it, and he has thus carried it off." With these thoughts, he passed his time in great anxiety. One night, he was sitting on his wife's bed, emaciated, low-spirited, silent and deeply engaged in thought, when his wife said to him, "Why are you so thoughtful, husband? Tell me your secret anxieties." Satyajit replied, "It is not right to reveal important secrets to a wife, as she cannot keep them. What she hears at home, she publishes abroad. She is ignorant, and without knowledge of anything, good or bad." Satyajit's wife was angry at this speech, and said, "When did I ever publish abroad anything I heard at home, as you state? Are all women alike?" She added, "Until you mention to me, what is preying upon your mind, I will abstain from all sustenance." Satyajit replied, "Truth and falsehood are known to Bhagwan, but I will inform you of what I am thinking, provided you will not tell any one." His wife assented. Satyajit began to say, "One day Sri Krishna Ji asked me for the jewel, and I did not give it. I, therefore, think that he has killed my brother in the forest, and taken away the jewel. This must have been done by him, as no one else has the power to perform such an act." Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king!" His wife did not sleep after hearing this account, and passed the night in great perplexity of mind. Early in the morning, she said to her female companions and servants, "Sri Krishna Ji has killed Person, and taken away the jewel. I heard this from my husband last night, but do not mention it to any one." They went away silently agreeing not to speak of the matter, but in private, began to talk to each other, in astonishment, upon the subject. At length one of the servants went and mentioned the subject in the female apartments of Sri Krishna Chand. On hearing it, all the women thought, that if Satyajit's wife had said so, the statement could not be false. And having formed this opinion, they began to blame, and speak ill of, Sri Krishna. In the meanwhile, someone came, and said to Sri Krishna Ji, "You are under a suspicion, O great king, of having killed person, and taken away the jewel. Why are you sitting idle? You should adopt some measures to counteract these statements." On hearing this statement, Sri Krishna Ji was at first frightened. Afterwards, reflecting on the subject, he came to the court, where Oagerson and Basudeo and Bulram were sitting, and said, "O great king, I am accused of having killed person, and carried off the jewel. I will, therefore, with your permission, go and search for them both, in order that this disgrace may be wiped away." Having thus spoken, Sri Krishna Ji went thence to the forest, taking with him several of the descendants of Jadu, and the companions of person. When they had gone some distance, they saw marks of horses' feet, on tracing which, they reached the spot where a lion had devoured person and his horse. On seeing the remains of their bodies, and the marks of a lion's feet, they were all of opinion, that the lion must have killed them. Thinking thus, and not having obtained the jewel, Sri Krishna Chand went, accompanied by them all, to that deep, dark and terrible cave. At the entrance, he saw a lion lying dead, but did not find the jewel there. On beholding this strange sight, they all said to Sri Krishna Ji, "O great king, whence has such a powerful animal come into this forest, as to be able to kill a lion, and carry off the jewel into the cave? Adopt measures immediately against him. You have made all necessary search, and have obliterated all the suspicions that were raised against you. The disgrace is now upon the lion's head." Sri Krishna Ji said, "Come, let us go into the cave, and see who has killed the lion, and taken away the jewel." They all replied, "O great king, we are terrified at beholding the mouth of the cave. How shall we be able to enter it? Moreover, we beseech you also, not to go into this frightful cavern. Let us return home. We will all say in the city, that a lion killed person, and carried off the jewel. And that some animal killed the lion, and went into a deep and very terrible cave with the jewel. We all saw this with our own eyes." Sri Krishna Chand replied, "My mind is intent upon the jewel, and I will go into the cave alone. In 10 days, I will return, stay here that time, and if I delay beyond that time, return home, and give information of the matter." O great king! Having thus spoken, Huri entered that dark, frightful cave, and pursuing his journey arrived at the place, where Jamwant was sleeping, and his wife rocking her daughter in a cradle of chalk. On beholding Krishna, she called out through fear, and Jamwant awoke, and making a rush, grappled Krishna, and they both began to wrestle. When neither his stratagems nor strength succeeded against Huri, he began to reflect and say, "Lakshman Ram is my equal in strength, who else in the world is so powerful as to be able to fight with me? O great king!" Jamwant having thus reflected, and meditating upon Krishna, shrunk back with joined hands, and said, "O Rughunath, appear to me. I know you to be acquainted with the secrets of the heart, and recognize you by beholding your exploits. You have done well in descending upon the earth, remove the burthens of the world. I have dwelt here since the Treta age. Narad has told me your history, that Krishna would come here for the jewel, and then he will appear to you." Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, "Raja." When Jamwant, having recognized Krishna, spoke thus, Sri Morari, the friend of his worshippers, beholding the attachment of Jamwant, was delighted. And assuming the appearance of Ram, appeared to him with a bow and arrows, and Jamwant, having prostrated himself so as to touch the ground with the 8 principal parts of his body, stood up. And joining his hands said, with the greatest humility, "O sea of compassion and brother of the poor, with your permission, I will explain my wishes." Krishna granted permission. Then Jamwant said, "O purifier of the guilty and lord of the poor, it is the wish of my mind to give you this damsel, Jammuti, in marriage, and obtain celebrity and greatness in the world by so doing. Bhagwan replied, if such is your desire, it is acceptable to me. When Krishna had thus spoken, Jamwant took sandal, unbroken rice, flowers, perfumes, lamps and consecrated food, and worshipped him. And afterwards married his daughter to him in the manner, and with the ceremonies prescribed by the Vedas, giving her the jewel as a part of her dowry. Having related thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, Raja. Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, taking with him Jammuti the jewel, came forth from the cave. And now be pleased to listen to what befell the descendants of Jadu, and companions of Person and Sri Krishna, who were standing at the mouth of the cave. When 28 days had elapsed and Huri did not return, they went thence, devoid of all hope, and came to Dvarka, troubled with all kinds of perplexing thoughts, and shedding tears. The descendants of Jadu were very much alarmed at the intelligence they brought, and calling on the name of Sri Krishna, and suffering great affliction, they began to weep and lament, and there was mourning in all the female apartments. At length, all the women being much agitated, emaciated and in low spirits, went forth from the palace, and weeping violently came to a temple of Devi, distant about a toss outside the city. Having worshipped and propitiated Devi, joining their hands and bowing their heads, they began to say, O Devi! Gods, men and sages, all meditate upon thee, and receive from thee whatever boon they ask. Tell us, when will Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, come? O great king! All the women sat down at the entrance of the temple, and continued imploring Devi. O Agursan, Basudeo, Boldeo and the other descendants of Jadu were sitting in a state of great anxiety, when Sri Krishna, the immortal, the dweller in Dvarka, smiling and bringing Jammuti with him, came and stood in the royal court. All were delighted at beholding the moon-like face of Krishna. And on hearing the good news of his arrival, all the women having worshipped Devi, returned home, and began to engage in festive rejoicings. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev ji said, O great king! Sri Krishna ji, sitting in the court, sent for Satrajit, and, having given him the jewel, said, I did not take away this jewel, and you suspected me falsely. Jamwant took away this jewel, and has given it to me, together with his daughter. Taking the jewel, Satrajit went away, bowing his head, and thoughtful, I have committed a great crime against Huri, and ignorantly abused his family. I have cast a slur and suspicion on the lord of the Jadus, and have shown great enmity to him for the sake of the jewel. I must now endeavor to atone for my fault, and give the jewel, Satbhama, to Krishna. With these thoughts in his mind, Satrajit went home with the jewel, depressed in spirits, and explained all his anxieties to his wife. His wife said, O husband! This is a good thought of yours. Give Satbhama to Sri Krishna, and obtain celebrity in the world. On hearing these words, Satrajit sent for a Brahmin. And having fixed upon a favorable rising of a sign of the zodiac, and a division of time equal to 48 minutes, and placing on a dish a colored mixture for the forehead, unbroken rice, a rupee and a coconut, sent the nuptial gifts to Sri Krishna Chand by the hands of the family priest. Sri Krishna ji came to the marriage with great pomp and splendor, wearing a high-crowned hat. Then Satrajit, having observed all the usual forms and ceremonies, gave his daughter in marriage according to the injunctions of the Vedas, and having bestowed great wealth upon her, added the jewel also to her dowry. On beholding the jewel, Sri Krishna ji drew it forth, and said, This jewel is of no use to me, because you have obtained it for having performed a penance in honor of the sun. Keep this in your own house, as my family do not accept the things bestowed by other gods, with exception of Bhagwan. O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand had thus spoken, Satrajit took the jewel, and was ashamed, and Sri Krishna ji returned home in musical procession with Satbhama, and lived happily with her in the royal palace. The Raja Purichit interrupted Sri Shukdev ji in this part of the story, and inquired, O abode of compassion! Kindly explain, why the suspicion and calumny of the theft were fastened upon Sri Krishna ji. Shukdev ji replied, Raja! Mohan had seen the moon, when it was 4 days old in the month of Badan, and hear me, whoever, having heard this history, shall see the moon when 4 days old in the month of Baden, shall escape unblemished. Chapter 58. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! I will now describe how Sathanwa killed Satyajit, and, taking away the jewel, and giving it to Akrur, fled from Dvarka. Listen with attention. The son of the blind Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana, invited the Pandus, and gave them beds in his house. At midnight, he surrounded the house with flames. On hearing of this circumstance, the two brothers were greatly grieved and perplexed, and ordered the charioteer, Derek, to bring their chariot, mounting which, they went to Hastinapur, and descending entered the court of the Rarus, and there beheld them all sitting, emaciated and low-spirited. Duryodhana was thoughtful. Bhikmuk was shedding tears, Dhritarashtra was in great affliction, and tears were even falling from the eyes of Dronakraj. Bidarath was greatly dispirited, and Gandhari was sitting near him. And the other wives of the Rarus, thinking of the Pandus, continued to weep, and the whole court was sad. O great king! Seeing this state of affairs, Sri Krishna and Balram went and sat near them, and made inquiries regarding the Pandus, but all remained silent, and would not divulge anything. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev said to the Raja Purichat, O great king! Sri Krishna and Balram having heard of the burning of the Pandus, went to Hastinapur. And there was in Dvarka a member of the family of Jadu, named Sathanwa, to whom Satbhama had been first betrothed. Akrur and Krutbrahma went together to him, and both said to him, Sri Krishna and Balram have gone to Hastinapur. Now is your opportunity, take your revenge upon Satyajit, because he has acted very wrongly towards you, in having given a girl, who was betrothed to you, to Sri Krishna, and, in having abused you. There is no one here now to assist him. On hearing these words, Sathanwa rose in great wrath, and, having gone in the night to the house of Satyajit, called out, and at length, having by stratagem and force, put him to death, carried away the jewel. After this Sathanwa, sitting alone in his house, began to reflect, and to say to himself with regret, by listening to Akrur's counsel, I have made an enemy of Krishna. Krutbrahma and Akrur both came here, and advised me. If a good man speaks deceitfully, what control can anyone have over him? O great king! Whilst Sathanwa, thus regretting, repeatedly exclaimed, No one has power over the future, the events of fate are not known by any one. The wife of Satyajit, on beholding her husband lying dead, embraced his corpse, and wept and poured forth lamentations. On hearing her cries, all her relations, male and female, speaking in a very confused, disjointed manner, began to shed tears and strike their bodies, and there was mourning in the whole house. Having heard of the death of her father, Satbhama came to where her father was lying. And having offered them all advice and consolation, and washed her father's corpse in oil, sent for her chariot, and ascending it, went off to Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, and arrived after a journey of a day and night. Huri rose on seeing her, and inquired, whether all was well at home. Satbhama replied, joining her hands, How can things go on well without you, O Lord of the Jadus? Sathanwa has brought calamity on me, by killing my father, and carrying off the jewel. Your father-in-law's corpse is preserved in oil. Remove all my griefs. Having thus spoken, Satbhama stood before Sri Krishna and Baldev and exclaiming, Alas, father! Alas, father, began to weep, and groan bitterly. On hearing her cries, Sri Krishna and Balram were at first very sad, and began, after the manner of the world, to shed tears. Afterwards, having consoled and comforted Satbhama, they brought her thence with them to Dvarka. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! On coming to Dvarka, Sri Krishna Chand, perceiving that Satbhama was very much grieved, made her a promise, and said, O beautiful Satbhama! Be of good cheer, and banish all anxiety, what was to happen, has happened. But I will now destroy Sathanwa, and revenge your father's death, and afterwards perform other acts. On the arrival of Sri Krishna, Sathanwa was greatly terrified, and, abandoning his home, said to himself, at the suggestion of others, I have made Sri Krishna ji my enemy, whose protection shall I now seek? He went to Krutbrahma, and, joining his hands, said with many supplications, O great king! I have acted by your advice, and Sri Krishna and Balaram are now enraged against me. I have, therefore, fled and come to seek an asylum with you. Appoint me some place to reside in. Krutbrahma replied, I can do nothing for you. Whoever is at enmity with Sri Krishna Chand, is cut off from the rest of mankind. Did you not know, that Krishna is very powerful, and that you would be a loser by being at enmity with him? What does it signify, who advised you? Why did you not act, with reference to your own strength? It is customary in the world to contract enmities, marriages and friendships with equals. Banish all hope of my being able to do anything for you, as I am a servant of Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy. It does not become me to show enmity to him. Go somewhere else for protection. Sudhanwa, O great king, was very sad at these words, and went thence to a crore, joining his hands, bowing his head, supplicating, and expressing great sorrow and regret. He began to say, Lord, you are the greatest chief among the Judus. All of them respect and bow their heads to you. You are holy, merciful and resolute, and submitting to afflictions yourself, remove the griefs of others. The shame of having advised me rests with you. Grant me your protection. I have done this deed at your suggestion. Save me now from the hands of Sri Krishna. Akrurji replied, You are a great fool, in talking thus to me. Do you not know that Sri Krishna Chand is the creator of all men and the dispeller of griefs? How can anyone remain in the world, who is at enmity with him? What evil can befall the adviser? The whole affair is now upon your head. There is a saying, that it is the custom of gods, men and sages to form friendships for the furtherance of their own selfish objects. And there are many kinds of men in the world, who for the sake of their own interests, advise after various fashions. It is, therefore, advisable for a man not to act according to the opinions of others, but in every affair of life to consider first, what may benefit, and what may do him harm, and then enter upon it. You have premeditatedly done this act, and now there is not any refuge for you in the world. Whoever has shown enmity to Krishna cannot live. To whatever quarter he may fly, he will be destroyed. I do not wish to die, that I should render you assistance. Life is dear to all men. O great king! When Akrurji had made this unpalatable speech to Sudhanwa, he, being devoid of all hope, and giving up all thoughts of life, left the jewel with Akrur, and mounting a chariot, fled from the city. Sri Krishna and Balaram pursued him in a chariot, and overtook him after a pursuit of 400 kos. On hearing the sound of their chariot, Sudhanwa was in great alarm, and descending from his chariot, entered the city of Mithila. On seeing him, Krishna was enraged, and ordered the quoit, Sudarsan, to cut off his head, which he did forthwith, and Sri Krishna Chand went up to him and searched for the jewel, but without success. He then said to Baldioji, Brother, I have killed Sudhanwa, and not obtained the jewel. Balaram replied, Brother, some great man must have obtained possession of it, who has not brought it and shown it to us. That jewel cannot possibly be concealed. Wait a little, and it will turn up somewhere. Baldioji proceeded to say, Brother, set out now for Dwarka, and I will go and search for the jewel, which I will bring with me, wherever I may find it. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdeoji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king! Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, having killed Sudhanwa, started for Dwarka. And Balaram, the abode of happiness, set out to search for the jewel. After having searched in various countries, cities and villages, Baldioji went to the city of Ajudhya. On receiving intelligence of his arrival, Durjodhan, the Raja of Ajudhya rose up, and having advanced with presents to meet him, escorted Balaram with music playing, and in silken clothes to his own palace. Having seated him on a throne, and gone through various forms of adoration, he entertained him, and standing in his presence, said, with joined hands and bended head in great humility of manner, O sea of compassion! Please inform me, how you came here. O great king! Buldio Ji, observing his affection, was delighted, and explained all the particulars of his journey. After hearing the account, Raja Dorjidhan said, "Lord, no one will be able to keep that jewel concealed, it will be manifested of itself at some time or other." He again said, with joined hands, "O kind to the poor! Great is my good fortune in having obtained a sight of you at my own home, and having thereby obliterated the sins of every preceding birth. Do me the kindness now to gratify your servant's desire. And, remaining here some days, make me your pupil, and obtain celebrity in the world by instructing me in the art of fighting with clubs. O great king!" Having heard this speech, Bulram Ji made Dorjidhan his pupil. And, staying a few days, instructed him in the science of fighting with the club, but although he made search throughout the city, he did not find the jewel. Some days after the arrival of Sri Krishna Chand at Dwarka, Bulram arrived also. When having taken all the Jadus with him, and brought forth Satrajit's corpse from the oil, Sri Krishna Chand Ji made a purification of fire and lighted the funeral pile with his own hands. When Sri Krishna Ji had performed the funeral obsequies, Akrur and Krutbrahma, consulting with each other, went to Sri Krishna, and, having taken him aside and shown him the jewel, said, "O great king! The Jadus have become impious, and fascinated by riches, they have become blinded by wealth, and given up all thought and meditation and memory of you. If they were now to suffer some affliction, they would return to your service. We will, therefore, take away the jewel and fly from the city, and when we have revived in them the adoration and memory of you, we will return to Dwarka." Akrur and Krutbrahma, with all their relations, fled from Dwarka at midnight, with the knowledge of Sri Krishna, and no one knew in what direction they had gone. Early in the morning, there was a report throughout the city, that they had gone off somewhere during the night, but no one knew where and what was the cause of their going. Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king!" This was a constant and general topic of conversation in the city, whilst on the other hand, Akrur Ji first went to Prague, and, having caused himself to be shaved, bathed at the confluence of the 3 sacred rivers, and presented many gifts. And having performed many acts of charity, built a god in honor of Huri, and went to Jaya, there, sitting on the bank of the river Folgu, they performed funeral obsequies in the manner prescribed by the Shastras. And, having feasted the Brahmins of Jaya, gave many gifts. Having afterwards visited a temple of Vishnu, they went thence to the city of Kasi. Hearing of their arrival, all the neighboring Rajas came with presents to meet them. And they remained there offering sacrifices and presents, and performing acts of penance and fasting. Some days having elapsed, Sri Murari, the friend of his worshippers, determined to send for Akrur Ji, and coming to Bulram, said, "Brother, bring some calamity on the inhabitants of the city, and send for Akrur." Buldio replied, "O great king! Do whatever is most agreeable to yourself, and confer happiness on virtuous men." When Bulram had thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand caused fevers and diseases of all kinds to rage in the city of Dwarka. During 4 months, there was no rain. In consequence of which, all the rivers, nullas and tanks of the city were dried up, grass and grain were not produced, birds, fishes, beasts and all animals with life and cattle were greatly distressed, and died of drought. The inhabitants of the city, through hunger, began to raise cries to heaven for deliverance. At length, all the male and female population were in a state of the greatest consternation, and came to Sri Krishna Chand, the extirpator of grief. And imploring him earnestly and beseeching him with the utmost humility, began to say, with joined hands, and bowing their heads, "We have come to you to seek an asylum, how shall we be able to endure our great calamities? We are sorely afflicted from the want of rain, why has Brahma brought this disaster upon us?" They proceeded to say, "O compassionate Lord of Dwarka! You are our creator and dispeller of our griefs. To whom else shall we go and address our petitions? Whence has this misery fallen upon us, whilst we were living quietly at our homes, and why has it happened? Kindly explain to us." Sri Shukdev, the sage said, "O great king!" On hearing these words, Sri Krishna Chand replied, "Famine, misery and distress make their entrance into every city, which holy men have abandoned. Since Akror has departed hence, you have endured this state of calamity. Where holy men, lovers of truth and servants of Huri dwell, their evil and want, and misfortune cannot exist. Indra has a friendship for the worshippers of Huri, and, therefore, rain falls plentifully in the cities where they dwell. All the Judus exclaimed, O great king! You have spoken truly. This thought had occurred to us also, because Akror's father's name is Sufalak, and he too is a very holy, truth-loving and just man. Where he dwells, there distress, poverty and famine have no existence, but rain falls frequently, in consequence of which, the seasons are prosperous and abundant. At one time, there was a terrible famine in the city of Kasi, when the Raja thereof sent for Sufalak. O great king! On the arrival of Sufalak, rain fell copiously, and as much as was desired. And there was a plenteous season, and an end to all their misery. After this, the Raja of Kasi gave his daughter in marriage to Sufalak, who dwelt there happily. This Raja's daughter's name was Gadinka, whose son Akror is. They went on to say, O great king! We were aware of this before, and will now do whatever you order. Sri Krishna Chand replied, Behave with the greatest respect to Akror, and bring him back here, wherever you may find him. On receiving this injunction, the Judus went forth in a body to search for Akror, and pursuing their search, arrived at the city of Varanasi, Benares. Having had a meeting with Akror, and presented gifts, they stood before him with joined hands, and bending their heads forward said, Return home, O Lord. Balaram and Krishna have sent for you, the inhabitants of the city have been troubled during your absence. Where you are, their happiness dwells, and where you are not, calamity and distress take up their abode. A grievous famine has fallen upon the city, although Sri Gopal, Krishna, dwelt there. The husband of Lakshmi, Vishnu, is subservient to holy men, from them, all mortals derive wealth and happiness. O great king! On hearing these words, Akror rose up to depart in great agitation, and arrived, after some days, at Dvarka, accompanied by his relations, Krutbrahma, and the members of the family of Jadu, with music playing during the journey. Having received news of his arrival, and going out to meet him, Sri Krishna and Balaram escorted him to the city with the greatest dignity and honor. O Raja! Rain fell on the entrance of Akror into the city, and there was abundance. All the distress and want that had been raging, disappeared. Akror was greatly exalted, and the inhabitants of Dvarka began to rejoice and indulge in festivities. On a subsequent day, Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, sent for Akror, and taking him aside said, What have you done with Satrajit's jewel? He replied, I still have it. Krishna said, Restore it to its owner. And if he should not be alive, make it over to his son. If there should not be a son, give it to his wife, and if there should not be a wife, give it to his brother, and if there should not be a brother, give it to a relation, in default of relations. Give it to his spiritual preceptor's son, and if there should not be a son of the spiritual preceptor, give it to a Brahmin. But do not receive yourself any man's wealth. This is equity, wherefore, it is right that you give the jewel to Satrajit's grandson, and obtain a great name in the world by doing so. O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand had thus spoken, Akror took the jewel, and placing it before Krishna, joining his hands said in a very supplicating manner, O Lord of the poor! Be pleased to accept this jewel yourself, and forgive my fault. Because I have expended in the course of my pilgrimage the gold which the jewel yielded. Krishna assented, and went and presented the jewel to Satyabhama, and removed all the anxieties of her mind. Chapter 59. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! One day Sri Krishna Chand, the brother of the world, the root of joy, determined to go and see whether the Pandus had escaped alive from the conflagration. Huri started from Dvarka with several of the descendants of Jadu, and went to Hastinapur. On hearing the news of his arrival, Yudhisthira, Arjun, Bhim, Nukul and Satyo, 5 brothers, rose up with the greatest delight. And, having gone outside the city, and met Krishna with a most cordial reception, escorted him to their house. As they were entering the house, Kunti and Draupadi summoned 7 married women, and having filled up a square with pearls, placed a chair of gold upon it, upon which they seated Sri Krishna. Having caused all kinds of festive rejoicings to be made, they performed the ceremony of arta with their own hands, and washing his feet, they conducted him to the banqueting room, and feasted him with all sorts of delicacies. O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand had finished his repast, and began to eat betel, Kunti sat next him, and entering into conversation inquired after her father and brother, Arsorsan and Basudeo, my brother, and my nephew, Boldeo, well, in whom my soul is bound up, who, except you, can drive away affliction and grief? You afforded me protection, when great calamity befell me. O Krishna! You are the dispeller of the sorrows of others, your 5 brothers fly to you for refuge. As the doe dreads a herd of wolves, so do Duryodhana's subjects dread him. O great king! When Kunti had thus spoken, Yudhisthira joined his hands and said, You, O Krishna, are chief and lord of the Judus. Devotees meditate constantly upon you, and not upon Shivu and Brahmu. What meritorious act have I performed, that you have visited me in my own house? Gratify me by remaining 4 months, and return home after the rainy season. Having recited thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! On hearing these words, Sri Bihari, the friend of his worshippers, having inspired them all with hope and confidence, remained there, and added daily to their joy and delight. One day, Sri Krishna Chand taking a bow and arrows in his hand, went in a chariot to hunt in the forest, accompanied by the 5 brothers, and on arrival there, dismounting from his chariot, and fastening his belt, prepared to shoot his arrows. And, beating the jungle, began to kill lions, tigers, rhinoceroses, wild buffaloes, and deer and antelopes of different kinds. And brought all his game to the Raja Yudhisthira, who distributed some of it, and sent some for the supply of his own table. Whilst Sri Krishna Chand and Arjun were engaged in sport, they advanced some distance beyond the rest of the party, and stood under a tree. They then both went to the banks of a river, and drank some water. At this time Sri Krishna Ji saw on the river bank a very beautiful young virgin, with a face like the moon, of the color of the flower champa, with eyes like those of a deer, a voice like the kokila, the gait of an elephant and a waist like a lion's. Ornamented from head to foot, having imbibed the spirit of Kamu, Cupid, of a most brilliant appearance, wandering about alone. Huri was amazed and struck with astonishment at beholding her, and said, Who is that beautiful creature, with such a charming figure, wandering about without a companion? O great king! When Krishna had thus spoken, Arjun, who saw her also, ran hurriedly to the spot, where the lovely girl was wandering about, exulting on the river bank, and began to address her, say, Beauteous damsel, who art thou, and whence hast thou come? And why art thou wandering here alone? Explain this strange mystery to me. On hearing these words, the beautiful girl explained her history. I am a virgin daughter of the sun, my name is Kalindi, my father appointed me an abode in water. He came and having built for me a house in the river, thus instructed me, continue wandering, O daughter. Near the river, where you will meet with a husband. Krishna will descend upon the earth in the family of Jadu, and will come after you to the place of your wandering, the first male, the immortal Huri, for whom you have been born. From the time my father, the sun, thus spoke to me, I have longed for the approach of Huri. Arjun, O great king, was very much pleased to hear these words, and said, O beauteous creature! The immortal Lord, the inhabitant of Dvarka, Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, for whose sake thou art wandering here, has arrived. When Arjun, O great king, had thus spoken, Sri Bihari, the friend of his worshippers, came up in his chariot. When, on beholding Krishna, Arjun explained her history to him, Sri Krishna Chand Ji smiled, and quickly placing her upon his chariot, returned towards the city. And Bishukurma, consulting privately the taste and wishes of Sri Krishna Chand, built a most beautiful palace, whilst Krishna was coming from the forest to the city, and brought Kalindi there, and abode there himself. Some time after this, on one occasion Sri Krishna Chand and Arjun were sitting together at night, when the element fire having conic, said to Huri, joining his hands and bowing his head, O great king! I have wandered about the whole world for a long time in a state of hunger, and have not obtained anything to eat. My only hope is in you. With your permission, I will go and devour the forests and jungles. Krishna granted him permission. Fire then said, O Lord of compassion! I cannot go into the jungle alone, if I do, Indra will come and extinguish me. On hearing this, Sri Krishna Ji said to Arjun, Brother, go and allow fire to eat some food, he is dying from excessive hunger. O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand Ji had thus spoken, Arjun accompanied fire with his bow and arrows. Who having reached the jungle blazed forth, and began to burn up mango, tamarind and every kind of tree, and the grass and bamboos crackled with a loud noise, and the animals in the forest wandered about, losing their road. On all sides fire raged and spread in the forest, and smoke ascended in wreaths to the sky. On perceiving the smoke, Indra summoned the Lord of the Clouds and said, Go and shower down rain most copiously, and put out the fire, and save the lives of the beasts and birds, and animals of the forest. Having received this order, the Lord of the Clouds, taking masses of clouds with him, came there, and began to thunder, and as he was on the point of pouring down rain, Arjun discharged such arrows of wind, that the clouds were dispersed and blown in every direction, like flocks of cotton, driven about by gusts of air. No one saw them come, or depart, they vanished as they came, and fire, burning up the forest and jungle, came to the abode of a demon, named Mai. Beholding fire approach, full of rage, Mai was terrified, and coming out of his house, with naked feet, and a cloth thrown about his neck, came and stood in fire's presence with joined hands. And prostrating himself so as to touch the ground with the 8 principal parts of his body, said, most beseechingly, O Lord! O Lord! Save me quickly from this fire, and protect me, O deity of fire! You have obtained a satiety of food, do not now meditate any crime, listen to my supplications, and save me from fire. O great king! When the demon Mai had thus spoken, the deity of fire laid hold of his fiery arrows. And even Arjun started with amazement. At length, they both took Mai with them to Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, and said, O great king! This demon Mai will be of use, and will build a place of abode for you. Take thought now of Mai. And, having extinguished the fire, banish all his fears. Having thus spoken, Arjun placed his bow, Gandhib, and arrows upon the ground. And Krishna, looking towards the deity of fire, made a sign by winking his eye, and the fire was put out immediately, and the whole forest became cool. Sri Krishna Chand then went on with Arjun and Mai. There Mai erected, in a second, a most beautiful, elegant and fascinating house of gold, studded with gems, a description of the beauty of which is impossible. Whoever came to see it, stood gazing like a picture with astonishment. Sri Krishna Ji remained there 4 months, and came thence to the royal court of Yudhisthira, and, on arrival, he solicited the Raja's permission to go to Dwarka. When they heard this request, Raja Yudhisthira and his whole court were very sad, and there was great anxiety amongst the women in the female apartments. At length Krishna, having entered into suitable explanations with them all, and inspired them with confidence, took leave of Yudhisthira, accompanied by Arjun. Having left Hastinapur, he arrived in a few days, after a very pleasant trip, at Dwarka. Joy was spread through the city on the news of his arrival, and the pangs of separation, which they had all endured, were felt no longer. His mother and father, on seeing their son's face, were delighted, and forgot all their sorrows. Sri Krishna Ji went, on a subsequent day, to the Raja Oagarsan, and explained the history of Kalindi, O great king! I have brought Kalindi, the daughter of the sun, marry her to me in the manner prescribed by the Vedas. On hearing this, Oagarsan gave an order to one of his ministers, to go immediately and prepare all things necessary for the marriage. On receipt of the order, the minister immediately procured all that was required. Oagerson and Basudio then sent for an astrologer, and having fixed upon a lucky day, united Sri Krishna ji in marriage to Kalindi, according to the forms and ceremonies prescribed by the Vedas. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said, Raja. In this manner Kalindi was married. I will now mention, how Huri brought away and married Mitrabinda. Listen with attention. Mitrabinda was the daughter of Rajtu, the aunt of Krishna and Sorsan's daughter. When she was marriageable, she selected a husband for herself. Rajas from all countries were collected together on the occasion, possessed of many eminent mental qualities, very handsome, intelligent, powerful, courageous, brave and resolute, and dressed and decked out, so as each to rival the other. Having received intelligence of this event, Shred Krishna Chand ji went, accompanied by Arjun, and stood amongst the rest of the party, assembled on the occasion. The girl was delighted at seeing Krishna. Throwing a garland on his neck, she remained gazing on his countenance. O great king! All the Rajas were ashamed and displeased on observing this proceeding, and Dorjadhan went to her brother, Mitrasen, and said, Brother, Huri is your uncle's son, with whom your sister has fallen in love. This is contrary to the custom of the world, and the world will laugh at such behavior. Go and advise your sister not to marry Krishna, otherwise the whole crowd of Rajas will laugh. Upon this Mitrasen went and advised his sister against the marriage. O great king! When Mitrabinda, listening to the advice of her brother, withdrew and stood apart at some distance from Krishna, Arjun leaning forward whispered in his ear, O great king! What are you hesitating about? The business is a failure. Carry into execution immediately, and without delay, any plan you may have formed. When Arjun had thus spoken, Sri Krishna ji instantly seized Mitrabinda's hand in the midst of the assembled party. And, carrying her off, placed her on his chariot, and drove off in sight of them all. The Rajas seized their arms, and mounting their horses, and circling round to the front of Krishna, stood in battle order. And the people in the city laughing, and clapping their hands together, played upon musical instruments, and pouring forth abuse, began to say, Krishna has come to marry his father's sister's daughter. A notable act no doubt, which will make him very famous. Sri Shukdev ji, having narrated thus much of the history, said, O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand saw that he was surrounded on all sides by the army of demons, and could not avoid fighting, he drew forth several arrows from his quiver. And bending his bow, discharged them in such a manner, that the whole army of demons was scattered and dispersed in every direction, and Krishna arrived safely at Dwarka, and free from all alarm. Sri Shukdev ji said, O great king! In this manner Sri Krishna ji took Mitrabinda to Dwarka, and married her there. Listen with attention, and I will now mention, how he brought away Sutya. In the Kosal country, there was a Raja, named Nugnajit, who had a daughter, named Sutya. When she was of a marriageable age, the Raja procured 7 huge, terrible bulls without strings in their noses, and let them loose in the country, making a vow that he would marry his daughter to any person who should fasten strings in the noses of the 7 at once. O great king! Those 7 bulls ranged about the country, bellowing and pawing the ground with their heads down and tails raised, and killed whomsoever they met. Hearing of this circumstance, Sri Krishna Chand went, accompanied by Arjun, and stood in the presence of the Raja Nugnajit. On seeing him, the Raja descended from his throne, and prostrating himself so as to touch the ground with the 8 principal parts of his body, seated Krishna upon his throne. And placing sandal, unbroken rice and flowers on his head, offering perfumes, lamps and consecrated food, said, in a most supplicating manner, with joined hands and bended head, My good fortune today is very great, that Krishna, the Lord of Shivu and Brahmu, has come to my house. He went on to say, O great king! I have made a certain compact, which is difficult of accomplishment, but I am now certain, that, through your favor, it will be speedily accomplished. Krishna said, Tell me, what vow you have made so difficult of fulfillment? The Raja replied, O Lord of compassion! I have let loose 7 bulls without strings in their noses, and made this compact, that I will marry my daughter to any person who shall put strings in the noses of the 7 at once. Sri Shukdev said, O great king. Huri, having heard this, fastened his girdle, and, having assumed 7 different forms, went and stood where the bulls were. No one saw what was done invisibly, and Krishna put strings in the noses of the 7 at once. The bulls stood as quietly as wooden bulls, whilst the strings were being fastened in their noses. And when this was done, Krishna led them all, with one rope, to the court of the Raja. When the inhabitants of the city beheld this exploit, they were all, both male and female, astonished, and began to pour forth loud exclamations of praise. The Raja Nagnajit then sent for the family priest, and gave his daughter in marriage according to the prescribed injunctions of the Vedas. Her dowry consisted of 10,000 cows, 9 lakhs of elephants, 10 lakhs of horses, 73 lakhs of chariots, and male and female servants without number. When Sri Krishna Chand departed thence, taking the dowry with him, the Rajas of the country were greatly enraged, and came and surrounded him on his way back. Arjun destroyed and put them to flight, with arrows. And Huri returned with them all to Dwarka, happy and rejoicing. The inhabitants of the city, coming out to meet him, and spreading silken cloths, brought Krishna, in musical procession, to the royal palace, and were amazed at seeing the dowry. The people extolled Nagnajit, and said, This is a great alliance. The Raja of Kosal has done well in marrying his daughter to Krishna, and giving such a large dowry. O great king! The inhabitants of the city discoursed thus amongst themselves, when Sri Krishna Chand and Balram arrived there, and gave all Raja Nagnajit's dowry to Arjun, and acquired a great reputation in the world by the act. I will now mention the circumstances, attending the marriage of Sri Krishna Ji with Budra. Listen attentively, and at your ease. Budra, the daughter of the Raja of Kaiki, chose a husband for herself, and wrote letters to all the neighboring Rajas, who all came, and were assembled together. Sri Krishna Chand went also, accompanied by Arjun, and stood in the court amongst the rest of the party. When the Raja's daughter, looking at and observing the different chiefs with a garland in her hand, came to the sea of beauty, the light of the world, Sri Krishna Chand, she was fascinated, and threw the garland upon his neck. When her mother and father saw this, they were delighted, and married their daughter to Huri according to the Vedas, bestowing upon her an unbounded marriage portion. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev said, O great king! Sri Krishna Chand having thus married Budra, I will now mention how he married Lukmuna. When Lukmuna, the daughter of the very powerful and renowned Raja of Bidrades, was marriageable, she chose a husband for herself, and sent letters of invitation to the Rajas of all countries. Who came with great pomp and splendor, with their armies arrayed and fully equipped, and sat down in the assembly in well-arranged rows. Sri Krishna Chandji went there also, accompanied by Arjun. And as he stood amongst the rest of the party, Lukmuna, having observed all who were present, came and threw a garland on the neck of Krishna. Her father married Lukmuna to him according to the Vedas. All the Rajas who had come there, were greatly abashed, and said to one another, Let us see whether Krishna will take away Lukmuna while we are here. Having thus spoken, they all arranged their forces, and blocking up the road, stood ready for battle. As Sri Krishna Chand and Arjun advanced in the chariot with Lukmuna, they came and stopped them, and began to fight. At length, after some time, Arjun and Sri Krishna destroyed, and put them all to flight with arrows, and reached the city of Dwarka, happy and rejoicing. On their arrival, there were songs of congratulation and rejoicing in every house throughout the city, according to the injunctions of the Vedas. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev said, O great king! In this manner Sri Krishna Chand contracted 5 marriages, and lived happily at Dwarka with his 8 queens, who were in constant attendance upon him. The queens' names were Rone, Jamuti, Satbhama, Kalandi, Mitrabinda, Sutya, Budra and Lukmuna. Chapter 60. Sri Shukdev said, Raja. On one occasion the earth, having assumed mortal shape, began to perform a very difficult penance. Upon this, The three gods, Brahma, Vishnu and Rudra, came and inquired, "Why do you perform such excessively severe penance?" The earth replied, "O seas of compassion! I am very desirous of having a son. And am therefore performing this great penance. Have compassion on me and grant that I may have a very powerful, renowned, and glorious son, who shall not have an equal in the world, and who shall never die." The three gods were delighted at hearing these words, and, having granted the boon she solicited, said, "Thy son, by name Nrkasur, shall be very potent, and of great reputation, and no one shall obtain a victory over him in battle. He shall conquer, and bring under subjection, all the kings of the world. Having gone to the sky, he shall destroy and put to flight the gods, and carrying off the earrings of Aditi, the mother of the gods, shall wear them himself, and carry off and place the canopy of Indra over his own head. He shall collect together, without marrying them, 16,100 virgin daughters of different rajas. Sri Krishna Chand shall then attack him with all his army, and you shall tell him to kill your son, which he will do, and take away with him to Dwarka all the Raja's daughters." Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichat, "O great king! When the three gods, having granted the boon, had thus spoken, the earth said, 'Why should I ever tell anyone to kill my son?' and was silent. After the lapse of some days, the earth's son, Bhaumasur, was born, who is also called Nrkasur, and dwelt in Pragajyotikpur. The city was protected on all sides by hills. And, having built forts of water, fire and air, he carried off by violence the young daughters of all the rajas in the world, and brought them, and kept them there with their nurses. He was incessantly occupied with arrangements for their food and clothes, and brought them up with the greatest care. One day, Bhaumasur was in a great passion, and sitting in a chariot of flowers he had brought from Lanka, Ceylon, went to the regions above, and began to vex the gods. From the troubles he brought upon them, the gods fled for their lives in every direction, abandoning their celestial abodes. He then carried off the earrings of the mother of the gods and the canopy of Indra, and began to inflict great griefs on all the gods, mortals and sages of the world. Having heard of all his practices, Sri Krishna Chand, the brother of the world, said to himself, "I will destroy him, and carry off all the women, and will convey Indra's canopy to the celestial regions. I will restore Aditi's earrings, and will arrange that Indra shall govern, free from all fear." Sri Krishna Chand then said to Satyabhama, "O wife! If you come with me, Bhaumasur shall be put to death, because you are a portion of the earth, and in this manner are his mother." When the gods granted the earth the boon of a son, they said to her, "Thy son shall die, when thou givest the order, otherwise, no one will be able to put him to death." Satyabhama, hearing and reflecting upon these words, remained thoughtful. "O great king! My son is also your son, why will you kill him?" Krishna evaded this question, and said, "I am not very anxious to destroy him, but on one occasion, I made you a promise, which I wish to fulfill." Satyabhama inquired, "What promise?" Krishna said, "Narad Ji once came, and gave me a flower of the tree Kolpu, which I sent to Rukmini. You were angry, when you heard of this. I then made an agreement, that if you would not be uneasy, I would bring the Kolpu tree to you. I, therefore, take you with me, in order that I may fulfill my promise, and show you the paradise of Vishnu." Satyabhama was much pleased at hearing these words, and prepared to accompany Huri, who seated her behind him on the sovereign of the feathered race, the vehicle of Vishnu, and set off on his journey. After they had gone some distance, Sri Krishna Chand said to Satyabhama, "Say, truly, why were you displeased, when I first mentioned this subject to you? Explain the reason of this, that the doubts of my mind may be removed." Satyabhama replied, "O great king! After killing Bhaumasur, you will bring away his 16,100 damsels, and will consider me as one of them. This is the reason of my having been displeased." Sri Krishna Chand said, "Do not allow yourself to suffer anxiety on any account. I will bring the tree Kolpu, and place it in your house. And do you make a present of it, and also of me to Narad, the sage. Having afterwards purchased me again, keep me near you, I will always be subservient to you. In this manner, Indrani made a present of Indru, together with the tree, and Aditi also made a present of Kusub. If you bestow this gift, no wife of mine will be equal to you. Discoursing, O great king. In this manner, Sri Krishna arrived at Pragajotikpur. There beholding a hill fort, protected by fire, water and air, Krishna gave the order to the sovereign of the feathered race, and to the quoit, Sudarsan, who, by leveling, making smooth, lopping away and fixing, made a good road in a second. When Huri, advancing, was about to enter the city, the demons, who were guarding the fort, came out to fight. Krishna easily killed and overthrew them with a club. On hearing the news of their death, a devil, named More, with 5 heads, who was sentinel over the city and fort, was greatly enraged, and made an attack upon Sri Krishna with a trident in his hand, and his eyes red with fury. And gnashing his teeth, began to say, Who, in the world, is more powerful than me? I should like to see him here. With these words, O great king. The devil, More, rushed at Sri Krishna Chand, as the king of the feathered race would rush upon a snake. He then aimed blows with the trident, which Krishna parried with a quoit. As many weapons as More, in his rage, made use of, and discharged against Huri, he, with the greatest ease, warded off. He then ran and threw himself upon Krishna, in a state of great confusion, and began to wrestle. When the fight had lasted some time, Sri Krishna, perceiving that Satpama was alarmed, cut off his 5 heads with the quoit, Sudarsan. Bomasur, having heard the sound of the heads falling from the body, inquired, What very loud noise was that? Someone came and informed him that Sri Krishna had killed the devil, More. Bomasur was very sorrowful on first hearing this account, but afterwards gave the order to his commander-in-chief to fight. He arranged his forces, and stood ready for battle at the gate of the fort. After this, the 7 sons of More, who were very potent and mighty warriors, hearing of their father's death, came to fight with, and encounter, Krishna, armed with weapons of all kinds. Bomasur, after a while, sent a message to his commander-in-chief, and the sons of More to fight cautiously, as he was also coming. On receiving the order to fight, the commander-in-chief of Bomasur and the sons of More, accompanied by their armies of evil spirits, came forth to fight with Sri Krishna Ji. And all at once, their troops spread like clouds in every direction round Krishna. The warriors of Bomasur began to shower from all sides missiles of every description, and to make use of all kinds of arms against Sri Krishna Chand. Which he, parrying with ease, collected in heaps. At length Huri, perceiving that Satpama was greatly disquieted, cut in pieces, in a second, with the quoit, Sudarsan, the whole army of demons, together with the 7 sons of More. Just as a husbandman would cut a field of jowar. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king. On hearing of the destruction of all his army, and of the sons of More, Bomasur was at first very thoughtful, and perplexed. On subsequent reflection, he recovered his confidence. And taking several very powerful demons with him, his eyes inflamed with rage, tightening his waist belt, preparing his arrows, talking foolishly, he got ready to fight with Sri Krishna Ji. Bomasur was exceedingly wroth when he saw Sri Krishna, and, seizing arrows by the handful, began to discharge them. Huri cut them into 3 pieces. Then Bomasur drew a sword, and howled angrily at Krishna. He sent forth a sound like thunder, exclaiming, You shall not escape from me now, you villager. Having spoken these harsh words, Bomasur engaged in a fierce encounter. He, O great king, attacked violently with a club. And his blows made as much impression on the body of Sri Krishna, as a stick of flowers would make on the body of an elephant. He fought with Krishna with weapons of all kinds, which Huri cut in pieces. Bomasur then returned to his house, and brought forth a trident, and prepared for an encounter. Then Satpama called out, When will the lord of the Jadus kill him? On hearing these words, Krishna poised his quoit, and killed Bomasur by cutting off his head. His head fell, together with the earrings and crown. The snake, on which the world rests, trembled when the body fell. There was joy in the three worlds, and the cares and miseries of all were removed. His splendor went into the body of Huri. Gods and wise men raised shouts of victory. They rained down flowers from their chariots, which were assembled together. The gods, singing praises to the Vedas, celebrated the exploits of Krishna. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev, the sage, said, "O great king! On hearing of Bhaumasur's death, the earth and Bhaumasur's wife with her son came to Krishna, and standing in his presence, with joined hands and bended heads, began to say, in a most supplicating manner, O luminous form of Brahma! Be Hari, thou friend of thy worshippers, for the sake of holy and virtuous men, thou assumest numberless shapes. Your greatness, exploits and delusive power are boundless, who can understand them, and who has power to explain them without your favor? You are the God of all the gods, no one understands your nature. O great king!" Having thus spoken, and placed the canopy and earrings before Krishna, the earth again said, "O Lord of the poor and sea of compassion! This son of Bhaumasur, Subhagdant, has come to you for protection. Take compassion on him, and be pleased to place your soft, lotus-like hand on his head, and grant that he may be free from all dread of you." On hearing these words, the abode of mercy, Sri Krishna, compassionately placed his hand on Subhagdant's head, and caused him to be free from all fear of him. Then Bhagavati, the wife of Bhaumasur, having brought many gifts to Huri, standing before him with joined hands, and bowing her head, said with the greatest humility, "O kind to the poor compassionate being! As you have fulfilled all our desires by showing yourself to us, be pleased now to make our houses pure by going to them." On hearing this request, Sri Murari, acquainted with the secrets of the heart, the friend of his worshippers, went to the house of Bhaumasur. The mother and sons, having spread silken cloths for Krishna to walk upon, and having accompanied him into the house, seated him upon a throne. And having given him an oblation with 8 ingredients, and taken the water with which his feet had been washed, said, with the greatest submissiveness, "O Lord of the three worlds! You have done well, in having destroyed this great demon. Who that has done acts of enmity towards Krishna, has ever obtained happiness in the world? Rawan, Kankuran, Kunz and others, who were your enemies, have lost their lives. And whatsoever persons have borne malice toward you, have none in the world to perform the commonest offices for them." Bhomawati proceeded to say, "O Lord! Listen to my supplication. And, looking upon Subhagdant as your servant, be pleased to marry the 16,100 young unmarried daughters of Rajas, whom his father kept confined." Having thus spoken, she, O great king, brought out all the young daughters of Rajas into the presence of Krishna, and arranged them in rows. On seeing the light of the world, the sea of beauty, Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, they were fascinated. And imploring him earnestly, and with expressions of deep grief, they said, joining their hands, "O Lord! As you have come and released us, poor, weak creatures, from the bonds of this great affliction, be pleased now to show us favor, and take us with you, and permit us, your servants, to attend upon you." On hearing this petition, Sri Krishna Chand said to them, "I will procure roofs and pakis to convey you hence," and looked at Subhagdant. Subhagdant, understanding the thoughts of Krishna's mind, went to the seat of his empire, and brought back with him elephants and horses fully equipped, carriages with 4 wheels, and shining, glittering roofs, and all sorts of splendid pakis. On seeing them, Huri gave orders to all the Raja's daughters to get into them. He took Subhagdant with him to the royal palace, and having seated him on the throne, made the royal marks on his forehead with his own hand, and took leave. The splendor of the scene, in the course of his journey with the Raja's daughters thence to Dwarka cannot be described. The splendor of the elephants and horses, the glitter of the white and black trappings, and the brilliancy of the iron armor of the horses, the beauty of the coverings of the chariots, wheeled carriages and pakis and the luster of their fringes of pearls, shone forth, equaling the sun in brightness. Sri Krishna Chand arrived, after a few days' journey, with the Raja's daughters, at Dwarka. On arrival there, he placed them in the royal palace, and having gone to the Raja Oagerson, and made a salutation, Sri Krishna related all the circumstances of his slaying Bhaumasura, and releasing and bringing away the Raja's daughters. Then taking leave of the Raja, Krishna, accompanied by Satyabhama, and taking the canopy and earrings with him, seated on the sovereign of the feathered race, went to the paradise of Vishnu. On arrival there, he gave the earrings to the husband of Aditi, and placed the canopy over the head of the Lord of the gods. Having received intelligence of this event, Narad came there, to whom Huri said, "Go and tell Indru, that Satyabhama asks for the tree Kalpu from him, let us see what he will say, and bring his answer back to me. I will form my plans after receipt of his reply." Narad ji, O great king, having heard this request of Sri Krishna Chand, went to the Lord of the gods, and said, "Satyabhama, your brother's wife, solicits from you the tree Kalpu. Tell me what answer I am to take back from you to this request." When Indra had heard what Narad said, he was at first confused and thoughtful, and afterwards went and mentioned to Indrani all that Narad, the sage, had said. Indrani, on hearing the account, was angry, and said, "Your dullness of intellect, O Lord of the gods, will never leave you. You are a great fool, O blind husband. Who is Krishna, and whose brother is he? Do you remember or not, that in Bruj he abolished the adoration of you, and caused the inhabitants to worship a hill, and deceitfully ate the sweetmeats, which had been prepared for your puja? Again, having caused you to pour down rain on the hill, for 7 days, he lowered your pride, and dishonored you throughout the world. Are you not ashamed of this? He respects what his wife says. Why do you not listen to my suggestions?" When Indrani, O great king, had thus addressed Indru, he was annoyed, and returned to Narad ji and said, "O chief of the sages, go and say to Sri Krishna Chand from me, that the tree Kalpu shall never leave the forest of Nandan to go elsewhere. Nor shall it remain anywhere else. Explain also to him, that there will be a great battle between us if he should injure me as he did formerly. When having misled the inhabitants of Bruj, and pretending to worship a hill, he ate up all the sweetmeats and other confections, which had been collected for my worship." Narad ji, on hearing these words, returned to Sri Krishna Chand, and having repeated Indru's speech, said, "O great king, Indru would have given the tree Kalpu, but his wife would not let him." On hearing these words, Sri Murari, the destroyer of pride, went into the forest of Nandan, and having slain, and put to flight the keepers, carried off the tree Kalpu, and brought it away with him on the bird, which is the vehicle of Vishnu. The keepers who had been wounded by Krishna and fled, went to Indru and called out, mentioning what had happened. O great king! Raja Indru was greatly enraged, when he received intelligence of the tree Kalpu having been carried off. And taking thunderbolts in his hand, and summoning all the gods, he mounted the elephant Yarawat, and prepared for battle with Sri Krishna Chand. Narad, the sage, having come again to Indru, said, "Raja, you are very foolish in preparing to contend with Bhagwan at the instigation of your wife. Are you not ashamed of having said what you did? If you intended fighting, why did you not do so, when Bhaumasura carried off your canopy and the earrings of Aditi? Now that Krishna has slain Bhaumasura, and restored the canopy and earrings, you are preparing to fight with him. Why did you not fight with Bhaumasura, if you are so powerful? Have you forgotten that day, on which you went to Krishna at Bruj, and asked forgiveness of your fault with the greatest humility, and obtained it? And do you now proceed to fight with him again? O great king!" On hearing this speech of Narad ji's, Indra regretted and was ashamed, and repented having made preparations for battle. When Sri Krishna Chand reached Dwarka, all the Judus were highly delighted at seeing him. Krishna took the tree Kalpu and placed it in Satyabhama's palace. And the Raja Oagerson gave the 16,100 unmarried daughters of Rajas in marriage to Sri Krishna Chand, in the manner prescribed by the Vedas. There were festive rejoicings according to the prescribed injunctions of the Vedas. Thus did Krishna enjoy himself in the world. Huri showed great affection for the 16,100 daughters of Rajas, and had an unceasing love for his 8 queens. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, Raja. Thus did Huri slay Bhaumasura, and restore the earrings of Aditi and the canopy of Indra. Then having contracted 16,108 marriages, Sri Krishna Chand brought all his wives to Dwarka and began joyfully to indulge in sports and diversions. Part 7. Chapter 61. Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king. On one occasion, a jeweled bedstead of pure gold with curtains was laid out in a golden palace, studded with gems. On the bedstead a bedding, white as foam, and decorated with flowers was spread. Pillows for the cheek, and the head of the bed exhaled perfumes. Vessels filled with camphor, rosewater, sandal and other perfumes were arranged on all sides of the bed. Pictures of all kinds were drawn on the walls. Flowers, fruits, sweetmeats and confectionery were placed here and there in the recesses, and everything, that could contribute to pleasure, was provided. Wearing a petticoat, and full loose robe of great splendor, on which were sewn real pearls. And a shining bodice, glittering cloth for the body, and a brilliant cloak, ornamented from head to foot. With red horizontal lines drawn across the forehead, a ring for the nose of large pearls, ornaments for the head, earrings, lines on the top of the head, where the hair is parted, marks between the eyebrows, ornaments for the ears, and forehead. A necklace composed of circular pieces of gold, a string of gold beads and coral, an ornament for the breast and decked out with numerous other jewels and ornaments bright as the moon, of the color of champa, with eyes like those of a deer. A voice like the kokilas, the Indian cuckoo, the gait of an elephant and waist of a lion, Sri Rukmini Ji was reclining. And also Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, of the color of the clouds, a countenance like the moon, lotus eyes, wearing a peacock crown, a garland of various flowers reaching to the feet, dressed in yellow silk, with a scarf of the same color. The sea of beauty, the light of the three worlds. They were enjoying the pleasures of mutual love, when suddenly Sri Krishna said to Rukmini, O beautiful Rukmini. I wish to say something to you, to which you must give me an answer. You are possessed of great beauty, and many excellent qualities of mind, and the daughter of Raja Bhikmuk. Why did you reject Raja Sisupal of Chundari, who was very mighty and renowned? In whose family kingly power has descended for 7 generations, and from dread of whom I fled, and abandoning Mutra took up my abode in the sea, and to whom your mother, father and brother wished you to be married. And he himself came with a marriage procession. And having refused to marry him sent for me through a Brahmin, thereby sacrificing all respect for the honor of your family, disregarding the opinion of the world and laying aside all fear of your parents and your brother. I am not worthy of you, nor equal to you in accomplishments, I am not a Raja, nor have I beauty or mental superiority. Some beggars talked of my renown, whose praises of me you heard, and treasured up in your mind. A Raja came to marry you, accompanied by his army, you then sent an invitation to me. On my arrival, there was a fierce battle, and how was my honor saved? I took you away in sight of them all, and Bulram dispersed all their army. You wrote to me, requesting that I would deliver you out of the hands of Sisupal, which wish of yours has been accomplished, and I have no desire, believe me, O lovely Rukmini, you have not hitherto suffered any loss or injury. Go and live with some powerful Raja, of high family, and excellent qualities of mind, who may be worthy of you. O great king! On hearing these words, Sri Rukmini Ji was in a state of consternation, and fell staggering and reeling upon the earth. And struggling like a fish deprived of water, became senseless and heaved deep, long-drawn sighs, then her curls fell in the greatest disorder over her beautiful face, and became entangled with each other. Like the moon wandering from her path, as a snake that has imbibed the water of immortality. On observing her condition, Sri Krishna Chand rose up in a state of great agitation and alarm, thinking that she was about to die. And assuming a form with 4 arms, went up to her, and raising her from the ground with 2 hands placed her on his bosom, and began to fan her with the 3rd hand, and arrange her hair with the 4th. O great king! Nandlal, Krishna, exerted himself greatly in consequence of his affection. He sometimes wiped his beloved's face with a silken cloth, and sometimes placed his soft, lotus-like hand on her breast. At length Sri Rukmini revived. Huri then said, "Thou hast a very deep love for me, O beloved Rukmini. And didst not retain a particle of firmness in thy mind. You thought that I really meant to abandon you, when I was only jesting and trifling with your affection. Be now of good cheer, and, recovering your spirits and animation, open your eyes." On seeing that Krishna had taken her in his lap, she blushed, and was very much ashamed. She rose and stood up in great confusion. And, joining her hands, fell at his feet. Krishna said, patting her on the back, "Beautiful creature, who becamest insensible from love, what I said in jest, you thought serious. It is not right to be angry, at what is said in joke. Rise and banish all anger and affliction. O great king." Sri Rukmini ji rose on hearing these words. And, joining her hands and bending her head, began to say to Krishna, "You have spoken truly in saying that you are not worthy of me, because you are the husband of Lakshmi, and the lord of Shivu and Brahma, who is equal to you in the three worlds. O Lord of the world! Whoever abandons you, and goes to, worships any other, is like a man, who should give up singing the praises of Huri, and sing the praises of a vulture. And, O great king! With respect to what you said regarding some mighty and potent Raja, say where in the three worlds shall I find a Raja more powerful and greater than you? Brahmu, Rudru, Indru and all the gods who bestow boons, are obedient to your commands. Through your favor, they make whomsoever they please great and powerful, renowned, celebrated and glorious, by conferring boons. And whatsoever persons perform a very difficult penance in honor of you, for 100 years, attain to the dignity of Raja. And whoever forgetting and abandoning your worship, meditation, prayers, penance and guidance, do wicked acts, are of themselves utterly ruined and disgraced. O Lord of compassion! It is your constant custom to descend in various forms and frequently upon the earth for the sake of your worshippers. And, having destroyed wicked demons, and removed the burthens of the world, you confer happiness on your own, and grant all their supplications. And, O Lord! On whomsoever your great compassion is shed, and he thereby obtains wealth, royal power, youth, beauty and eminence, and subsequently being blinded by pride, forgets religion, penance, truth, mercy, worship and adoration, you reduce him to poverty. Because the poor constantly meditate upon you, and keep you in remembrance, for this reason the poor man is acceptable to you. He, to whom your great mercy is shown, will always be without riches. O great king! Rukmini proceeded to say, O Lord of life, I will not do as Anba, the daughter of Indradown, Raja of Benares, did, abandoning her husband, and going to the Raja Bhikmak. And when he would not receive her, she returned to her own husband, who, after this, turned her out of doors. Then having gone, and sat on the bank of the Ganges, she performed a great penance in honor of Mahadev, who came there, and granted the boon she solicited. By means of that boon, she took her revenge upon Raja Bhikmak. I certainly will not imitate such conduct. You have explained, O Lord, that some beggars came, and extolled your greatness, and that I believed what they said, and sent a Brahmin to you, the beggars who came, were Shivu, Brahmu and Durga. Narad, the sage, constantly praises your excellent qualities. Knowing you to be compassionate, I sent a Brahmin, you came and brought destruction upon wicked men. Knowing her humility, you brought me, your servant, with you, and have raised me, Lord, to greatness. Krishna said in reply, O beloved, you have had experience of my mind, thoughts and nature. You have attended upon me, and worshipped me, and known my love, for this reason the affections of my mind are fixed upon you. O great king! Rukmini was gratified by this speech of Huri's, and attended upon him. Chapter 62. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O great king! Having taken his 16,100 wives to Dwarka, Krishna began to engage in joyful sports and diversions with them. And his 8 queens attended constantly upon him day and night, rising continually early in the morning, some washed his face, some applied perfumed paste, and bathed his body. Others served up, and fed him with all sorts of delicacies, some having made an image of their husband with cloves, mace, nutmegs and other spices gave it to Krishna to eat, others arrayed him in elegant garments and ornaments studded with jewels, which they selected and prepared. Several of them gave him a garland of flowers to wear, and sprinkling rose water, smeared his body with saffron and sandal, some fanned him and others rubbed his feet. O great king! All his queens thus constantly performed various acts of attendance on Krishna, who made them completely happy. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! After some years, each of the wives of the Lord of the Jadus brought forth children, each having a daughter, equaling Lakshmi, and 10 dutiful sons. Thus the number of children amounted to 161,000, all alike, and possessed of unbounded excellence of mind, strength and beauty, all of them of the color of clouds, with countenances like the moon, lotus eyes. Dressed in blue and yellow frocks, and wearing knotted strings, necklaces and amulets on their necks. Pleased and gratified their parents by their childish sports and pastimes in each house, and their mothers brought them up with the most tender and affectionate care. O great king! On hearing of the birth of Sri Krishna Chand's sons, Rukam said to his wife, I will not now give my daughter Karamuti to Kritbrahma's son, to whom she has been betrothed, but will allow her to choose a husband for herself. Send someone to invite my sister Rukmini with her sons. On hearing these words, Rukam's wife wrote a most pressing letter of invitation to her brother's sister and her sons, which she sent by the hand of a Brahmin, and made preparations for the ceremony of her daughter selecting a husband for herself. On receipt of her brother's wife's invitation, Rukmini, having obtained the permission of Sri Krishna Chand, took leave and starting from Dwarka with her son, arrived at her brother's house at Bajkut. Rukam was highly delighted at seeing her, and respectfully bowed his head, falling at her feet. His wife said, This is the first visit you have paid us, since you were carried off. She again said to Rukmini, O sister-in-law, as you have come here, kindly take compassion upon us, and receive this our daughter, Karamuti, for your son. Rukmini Ji replied, You know your husband's disposition. Do not give occasion for him to quarrel with any one, there is no understanding or depending on my brother, who knows what he may do, for this reason, both his words and actions excite apprehension. Rukam said, Fear not, sister. There shall be no violence, it is an injunction of the Vedas, to give a daughter in marriage to a sister's son in the Deccan country, for this reason, I will give my daughter, Karamuti, to your son, Pradyuman. And, abandoning my habit of enmity towards Sri Krishna Ji, unite myself to him by a new bond of relationship. O great king! Having thus spoken, when Rukam, rising thence, went to the court, Pradyuman having arrayed himself in full dress, went also, with his mother's permission, to the assembly that was collected on the occasion of Karamuti selecting a husband for herself. He beheld Rajas of all countries standing there with the hope of marriage, splendidly dressed, and wearing a variety of jewels and ornaments. And the young girl was moving about in the middle of the crowd with a garland in her hand, and looking in every direction, but her glance did not rest upon any one. In the meanwhile, when Pradyuman Ji entered the assembly, she was fascinated at beholding him, and came and threw the garland on his neck. All the Rajas beheld the act with regret, and remained standing there in a state of disappointment and pique, and began to say to themselves, Let us see whether he will lead away this girl in our presence, we will carry her off on the road. O great king! The Rajas thus continued discoursing to themselves. And Rukam, having taken the bride and bridegroom under the temporary building which had been erected for the occasion, and having made a solemn vow in the manner prescribed by the Vedas, gave away his daughter, and bestowed upon her a dowry of unbounded wealth and riches. When Sri Rukmini Ji had celebrated her son's marriage, and taken leave of her brother and his wife, she mounted her chariot, taking with her, her son and daughter-in-law, and started for Dwarka. The Rajas then came in a body, and blocked up the road, with the view of fighting and forcibly carrying off Pradyuman's bride. Observing their wicked design, Pradyuman seized his arms, and prepared for battle. The battle lasted for some time between them, when at length Pradyuman, having slain and routed them all, arrived joyfully and happily at Dvarka. On hearing of their arrival, all their relations, male and female, came outside the city, and observing the usual and prescribed ceremonies, and spreading silken cloths on the ground, conducted them in musical procession. There was rejoicing throughout the city, and they dwelt happily in the royal palace. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king. After some years, a son was born to Pradyuman, the son of Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy. On that occasion, Sri Krishna ji sent for astrologers. And, having had seats placed for all his relations, gave a festive entertainment, and made preparations for giving a name to the child in the manner prescribed by the Shastras. The astrologers, consulting their almanacs, and having fixed upon the year, month, half-month, solar and lunar day, the hour, the rising of the sign and the 27th division of the zodiac, gave the child the name of Anrudru. On that occasion, when Pradyuman had a son, Krishna was so overjoyed, that his body could not contain him, and he could not be surfeited with giving presents and gifts to the Brahmins. O great king! Having received intelligence of the birth of Krishna's grandson, Rukam wrote a letter to his sister and her husband in terms of great affection, proposing a marriage between the grandson and his granddaughter. And mentioning that the match would afford him great delight. And afterwards, he sent for a Brahmin. And, giving him a red mixture for the forehead, unbroken rice, a rupee and a coconut, explained to him and said, Go to Dvarka, and making many supplications, in my name, give the nuptial presents to Anrudru, Krishna's grandson. And my daughter's son. On receiving this order, the Brahmin, taking with him the nuptial gifts and presents, proceeded on his journey, and arrived at Sri Krishna Chand's house at Dvarka. On seeing him, Krishna, treating him with the greatest respect and honor, inquired, What, O divinity, is the occasion of your coming here? The Brahmin replied, O great king! I have been sent by Raja Bhikmak's son, Rukam, and have brought the nuptial gifts and presents for an alliance between his granddaughter, and your grandson. On hearing this message, Sri Krishna ji sent for 10 of his relations. And, having received the nuptial presents, and given many gifts to the Brahmin, allowed him to take leave, and went to his brother, Bulram, to make arrangements for the journey. Afterwards, the two brothers started thence, and went to the Raja Bhikmak, and, having informed him of what had been proposed, took leave. Having come forth, they began to make all necessary arrangements, and collect all things necessary for the marriage procession. When, after some days, these arrangements were completed, and everything was ready, Krishna went in great pomp and splendor, with the marriage procession, from Dvarka to the city of Bajkat. At that time, Sri Rukmini ji sat upon a glittering roof with her son and grandson, and Sri Krishna and Bulram were seated upon another roof. At length, after some days, Krishna arrived at Dvarka with them all. O great king! On arrival of the marriage procession, Rukam, together with the Rajas of Kulling and other countries, went outside the city to meet it. And having invested all composing the procession in honorary dresses, and receiving them with the utmost respect and honor, escorted them to the appointed place of reception at the bride's house. Afterwards, having entertained them, he had them conducted to a hall erected for the occasion adorned with flowers, and he gave away the virgin in the manner prescribed by the Vedas. And he bestowed upon her so rich a marriage portion, that an account of it is impossible. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev ji said, O great king! When the marriage ceremonies had been performed, Raja Bhikmak went to the place of reception at the bride's house, and, joining his hands and using much entreaty, whispered to Sri Krishna Chand, and said, O great king! The marriage has been completed, and everything has gone on well. Be pleased to make arrangements for a speedy departure, because his relations, the Rajas whom Rukam has invited, are all wicked and violent men. Do not let there be any quarreling. I, therefore, have taken an opportunity of speaking to you, Murari. When he had thus spoken, and went away, Rukam came near Sri Rukmini, and then Rukmini exclaimed, How shall we be able to return home? Your guests, the Rajas, are hostile, who are united with you. If you mean well, brother, arrange so that we may quickly reach home, otherwise you will see a pleasant state of affairs, succeeded by an unpleasant one. Rukam replied, Sister, be not at all anxious, I will first of all allow the different Rajas, who have come as my guests, to take leave, and will afterwards do as you wish. With these words Rukam went thence to his royal guests. They all coming in a body, began to say, Rukam, you have given so much wealth to Krishna and Baldio, and they through pride have not acted at all well, this is one subject of regret to us. And we are grieved on another account, which is, that Balram brought dishonor upon you. O great king! Rukam was angry at this speech, when the Raja of Kulling said, I have something to say, which, with your permission, I will mention. Rukam replied, Mention it. The Raja said, We have no concern with Sri Krishna, but send for Balram, and we will play at chupper with him, and win all his money, and great as his pride is, we will send him away hence empty-handed. When Kulling had thus spoken, Rukam, after reflecting for a short time, went to Balram Ji, and said, O great king! All the Rajas send their compliments, and have invited you to play at chupper. On hearing this, Bulbhadra went to accept the challenge, the Rajas rose, and bowed their heads on his coming. The Rajas then said with the greatest politeness to Raja Balram, You have had great practice at the game of chupper, we, therefore, wish to play with you. With these words, they brought out and spread a cloth for playing at chupper. And Rukam and Balram began playing. At first Rukam won 10 times, and then said to Baldio Ji, You have lost all your money, what will you stake now? The Raja of Kulling applauded this speech, and laughed. Observing this, Baldio Ji bent his head, and became thoughtful. Rukam then staked 10 crores of rupees at once, which when Balram had won and taken up, they all began to wrangle and said, Rukam's dice has fallen, that is, he has won, why are you collecting the money? Balram returned the whole sum on hearing this, and staking 100 millions took up the dice. Balram won again, and Rukam lost. The Rajas, cheated a second time, and said, that Rukam had won, and thus exclaimed, What do you know about gambling in dice, you mean villager? Rajas understand war and play, cowherds only understand about cows. On hearing this speech, the anger of Baldio Ji was excited in the same manner, that the waves of the sea are swollen at the full moon. Balram, however, reasoning within himself, contrived to stifle his wrath. And making another stake of 7 millions, played again Baldio won, and then again the Rajas falsely declared that Rukam had gained the game. When they had thus cheated, there was a voice from heaven, Holdher won and Rukam lost. O Rajas! Why have you spoken falsely? O great king! When Rukam and the other Rajas having heard the voice from heaven, pretended not to hear it, Baldio Ji was exceedingly angry, and said, Although you have allied yourself with me by marriage, you have again quarrelled with me. O unjust and dishonest man! I will now put you to death, whatever opinion my brother's wife may form of the deed. I will not now listen to any one on this subject, but will today deprive you of life, you deceitful wretch. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, O king! After some delay, Balram killed Rukam in the sight of all present, and having thrown Kulling down, knocked out all his teeth with blows, and said to him, You also showed your teeth and laughed. After this, having slain and put to flight all the Rajas, Balram came to the place of reception at the bride's house, and mentioned all that had occurred to Sri Krishna Chand. On hearing the account, Huri departed thence with all his party, and had a safe and pleasant journey to Dwarka. Joy was diffused throughout the city on his arrival, and there were festivities in every house. Sri Krishna Ji and Baldio Ji went into the presence of Raja Oagerson, and said, O great king! Through your excellence and glory, we have celebrated Unrudru's marriage, and have destroyed the very wicked Rukam. Chapter 63. Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! If I could obtain the power of the Lord of Dwarka, I would relate the whole history of the taking away of Uka. Listen with attention, and I will explain, how she saw Unrudru in a dream at night, and lost her strength through sorrow, and how Chitreka brought about a meeting between Unrudru and Uka. In the generation of Brahmu was first Kusip, whose son Hiranyakasip was very mighty and renowned, and became immortal. His son Hurajan, a worshipper of Krishna, was named Prahlad, whose son was Raja Bairukan, and Bairukan's son the Raja Bull, whose fame and excellence are still spread abroad on the earth. When Krishna descended upon the earth in the form of a dwarf, he having practiced a stratagem sent Raja Bull to the infernal regions. The eldest son of that bull was Banasur. A very potent and splendid monarch, he dwelt in Shranipur, and went constantly to the mountain Kailas to perform adoration to Shivu. He cherished the profession of Brahmins, spoke the truth, and lived with his passions in complete subjection. O great king! Banasur having gone to the hill Kailas, and performed adoration to Huri, and being absorbed in an intense feeling of affection, began in a state of ecstasy to play upon the hand drum and dance and sing. Hearing him sing and play, Sri Mahadeo Bholanath was delighted, and began to dance with Parvati, and play upon a hand drum. After dancing for some time, Mahadeo was highly pleased, and having called Banasur to him said, "Son, I have been highly gratified with your singing and dancing, ask a boon from me, and I will grant whatever you ask. You have played most agreeably, and my mind has been rejoiced at hearing you." On hearing these words, O great king! Banasur, joining his hands and bending his head, said, with the greatest humility, O Lord of compassion! You have shown me great favor in promising me a boon. I solicit that you will first make me immortal, and confer on me the sovereignty of the whole world, and afterwards make me so powerful that no one will obtain a victory over me. Mahadeo ji replied, I grant you this boon, and release you from all fear. In the three worlds no one shall have power equal to yours. And even Brahma shall have no authority over you. You have played excellent music, and afforded me extreme gratification. Being greatly rejoiced in mind, I have bestowed upon you 1,000 arms. Go home now, and, free from all anxiety, exercise a sovereignty, which cannot be shaken. Banasur, O great king! Having heard this speech of Bholanath, and, having received 1,000 arms, was highly delighted. And, going to the right, by way of adoration, and bowing his head, took leave, and dwelt by permission at Shranipur, afterwards having conquered the three worlds, and having brought all the gods under subjection. He dug a broad deep ditch with water, springing at the bottom, and built castles of fire and air. Being free from all dread or fear of any one, he began to carry on his government happily. After the lapse of some time his arms, in consequence of his not fighting, became very strong. He rubbed them and shook them about. Banasur said to himself, with whom shall I fight, on whom shall I make an attack? I have become infected with itch in consequence of not fighting. Who will fulfill the desires of my mind? Having thus spoken, Banasur went outside his house, and began to root up hills, and dash them to pieces, and wander about different countries. When he had destroyed all the hills, and the irritation and itching of his hands had not left him, Banasur said, with whom shall I now fight, and what shall I do with so many arms? How shall I support the huge weight of my own strength? I will go again to Mahadeo, and speak to him on the subject. O great king! Banasur, having thus reflected, went into the presence of Mahadeo ji, and, joining his hands and bowing his head said, O Lord of the three worlds! In whose hand is the trident, you did me the kindness to bestow upon me 1,000 arms, which I find too heavy for my body. I cannot support the weight of them. Be pleased to remedy this. And point out some one possessed of great strength with whom I may fight. I cannot find any one in the three worlds so powerful as to face me in an encounter. As you have, through compassion, bestowed on me great strength, do me the kindness now to fight with me and satisfy the yearnings of my mind, or else point out some other very strong being with whom I may contend, and dissipate the troubles of my mind. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdeo ji said, O great king! Mahadeo ji was angry at hearing Banasur thus address him, and began to say himself, I granted him a boon, thinking him a holy man, and now he is ready to fight with me. This fool has become proud of his strength and shall not escape with life. He who indulges in pride never lives long. Mahadeo having these thoughts in his mind, said, Banasur. Do not distress yourself, in a short time a fit antagonist for you, Sri Krishna, will descend upon the earth in the family of Jadu, with exception of him there is no one in the three worlds who can contend with you. Banasur was very much pleased when he heard this, and said, Lord, when will that man descend upon the earth, and how shall I know that he has been born? Raja Shivu presenting Banasur with a banner, said to him, Take this flag and place it on the top of your house, and when this flag shall fall of itself and be broken to pieces, then know that your enemy is born. When Muhadio, O great king, had thus explained to him, Banasur took the flag and returned home. On arriving there, he fixed the flag upon his house, and daily offered up prayers that the man might appear, with whom he could fight. When some time had elapsed, his chief queen, named Banawati, became pregnant, and when her time was completed, brought forth a girl. On that occasion Banasur having sent for astrologers, and given them seats, said, Fix upon the name, and point out the mental qualities of this girl. When he had thus spoken, the astrologers determined quickly upon the year, month, half-month, lunar day, day of the week, hour, division of time equal to 48 minutes and the 27th division of the zodiac. And, having considered the proper moment, named the girl Dukkha, and said, O great king, this girl will be a mine of beauty, and good qualities of mind and disposition, and will be very intelligent. We can discover this from her planet and other signs. Banasur was highly gratified at hearing this, and, having bestowed many gifts upon the astrologers, allowed them to take leave. And afterwards, having sent for singers and dancers and musicians, gave a festive entertainment. As the girl grew up, Banasur treated her with the greatest affection. When Ukka was 7 years of age, her father, Banasur, sent her to the mountain Kailas, which is near Shranipur, with many attendants and companions to Shivu and Parvati, for the purpose of learning to read. Ukka, having propitiated Ganeshu and Suroswati, went into the presence of Shivu and Parvati, and, having joined her hands and bending her head, thus submissively spoke, O seas of compassion! Shivu and Devi, grant me, your servant, the gift of knowledge, and acquire for yourselves renown in the world by so doing. O great king! Shivu and Parvati, being pleased with the humility of Ukka's speech, began to impart knowledge to her. She went constantly to them for the purpose of reading, and after some time had been thus spent, she read all the Shastras, and became very proficient in knowledge, and played upon all kinds of musical instruments. One day Ukka played a duet with Parvati on the lute, and sang scientifically, when Shivu ji came and said to Parvati, Beloved, Sri Krishna Chand has restored to life Kamdeo, whom I burnt to death. Having thus spoken, Sri Mahadev went to the banks of the Ganges with Parvati, and bathing both himself and her, became very amorous, and began to assist Parvati in dressing with great affection of manner, and to make love to her. At length, in the ecstasy of his passion, he began to play upon a hand drum, and dance frantically with violent gesticulation, singing according to the science of music, explained in the Shastras, and fondly embracing his wife. Ukka, beholding the mutual joy and fondness of Shivu and Parvati, and feeling a desire to have a husband, began to say to herself, If I had a husband, I would enjoy amorous diversion with him, in the manner of Shivu and Parvati. A woman without a husband is as defective in beauty as night without the moon. When, O great king! Ukka had thus expressed her thoughts to herself, Sri Parvati, acquainted with the secrets of the heart, knowing her thoughts, invited her with the greatest affection to come near, and thus with the most tender regard addressed her, Daughter, suffer not any anxiety of mine, thou shalt obtain a husband in a dream, search for him and enjoy amorous pleasure with him. Having thus given her a bridegroom, the wife of Shivu allowed Ukka to take leave. Having attained a great proficiency in knowledge, and received a promise of a husband, she made a salutation, and went to her father, who gave her a very beautiful house, apart from all others, to live in. And she, taking with her several of her friends and companions, lived there, and increased in stature daily. O great king! When the young maiden had reached the age of 12 years, the full moon hid its diminished rays on beholding the luster of her moonlike countenance. Compared with the blackness of her hair, the darkness of the night at the change of the moon seemed trifling. On seeing her taper locks, snakes cast their skins and fled away, the bow began to palpitate, on beholding the arch of her eyebrows. Deer, fishes and wagtails were abashed at the sight of her large and rolling eyes, the sesamum withered on gazing at the elegance of her nose, the fruit of the bimba tree was restless at the redness of her lips. The breast of the pomegranate was lacerated, on viewing the regularity of her teeth, the rose ceased to blow when she saw the softness of her cheeks, pigeons were fidgety at the roundness of her neck. On taking a side view of her breasts, the buds of the lotus fell into the tank, the lioness retired into the forest when she saw her slim waist, the plantain ate camphor on beholding the smoothness of her thighs. Gold was abashed at the fairness of her body, and the champa hid itself, the lotus lost all its estimation in comparison with her hands and feet. Such was she, with the gait of an elephant, the voice of a kokila, and in the very flower of youth and beauty, and by the splendor of her charms eclipsed all the above-mentioned. On a subsequent day, the maiden, having applied perfumes and paste, and bathed and rubbed herself in pure water, combed her hair, and divided it, and fastening pearls where the hair is divided, made use of antimony in tooth powder. And stained herself with mihadu and lac. And, having eaten pawn and decked herself out in all kinds of jewels and ornaments wearing an elegant, brilliant petticoat, with a border of large pearls, and a cloth round her body with a hem of great splendor, a shining bodice. And a sparkling and perfumed veil, came forth thus adorned and smiling with her female companions and attendants like Lakshmi, and saluted her parents. When Uka stood before them after having made a salutation, Banasur, on beholding the splendor of her beauty, allowed her to take leave, with this thought in his mind, that she was now of a fit age to be married. And he afterward sent many male demons to guard her house, and many females for the protection of her person. The male demons exercised the greatest vigilance night and day, and the females were in constant attendance upon her. O great king! The royal maiden constantly performed penance, bestowed gifts, fasted and offered adoration to Sri Parvati Ji for a husband, saying, "When will my father celebrate my marriage, and how shall I obtain a husband?" Having thus said, she went to sleep, thinking of a husband, and beheld in a dream a being of a childish appearance, black color, a moon-like countenance, lotus eyes, very beautiful and Cupid-like, with an enchanting face, dressed in yellow silk. Wearing a peacock crown on his head, standing awry, decked out with ornaments and jewels, wearing earrings in the shape of an alligator, a garland reaching to his feet, and also one of the gunja seed, and very wanton-looking and playful. On seeing him, she blushed and held down her head. He then addressed her in the language of love, and approached her in an affectionate manner, and laying hold of her hand and embracing her, made her forget all her anxious and perplexing thoughts. Having both got rid of this reserve and hesitation, they sat upon the bed, and engaging in amorous dalliance and glances, and kissing and embracing each other, they reciprocated pleasure, and in a delighted excitement of mind, addressed each other in the accents of love. After some time, when Uka, in the midst of her affection, desired to embrace her husband in her arms, she awoke from sleep, and disappointed and sad, remained fixed in the position she had assumed with her arms extended for the embrace. She was very sorrowful on waking and greatly grieved. Where has he gone, the Lord of my soul? She continued to search for him in every direction. She thought to herself, how shall I meet him again, and how shall I see him? If I had continued sleeping, my beloved would never have gone away. Why should I have been on the point of embracing him, when my sleep was disturbed? When I awoke, the night seemed very tedious. Why did he inflict misery on me by departing? Without my beloved my soul is very wretched, whilst not beholding him, my eyes long for his presence. My ears desire anxiously to hear him speak. Where has my beloved gone, the bestower of pleasure? If I again behold my darling in a dream, I will resign my life to him. O great king! Having thus spoken, Uka was very sad, and thinking upon her husband, sat down upon her bed with her face buried in her hands. When night was succeeded by morning, and about 4 hours and a half of the day had passed, her female friends and attendants began to say to each other, what has happened to Uka, that she has not yet risen from sleep, although the day is so far advanced. Having heard this remark, Chitreka, the daughter of Banasur's minister, Rukbano, went to the picture gallery, and beheld Uka, lying dejected and motionless on her curtained bed, shedding tears and heaving long-drawn sighs. On seeing her in this state, Chitreka said to her with great emotion, "Explain, my dear, to me, why you are so sad today, and have fallen into such a sea of affliction. You are weeping and sighing, why is your mind so disturbed? I will drive away all your griefs, and will do for you whatever you wish. You have no friend so attached as me, nor one who has a greater affection for you. I will wander over all the three worlds to accomplish what you desire. Brahmu has granted me a boon, and subjected all to my authority. Devi will assist me, and, by means of her power I will do whatever you may tell me. Look upon me as possessed of such power of enchantment, as to be able to deceive and bring here Brahmu, Rudru, and Indru. No one knows the secrets of my nature, I therefore, myself explain my own attributes. No one, whosoever he be, whether good or bad, can speak with the same knowledge of them as I can. Mention all your distresses to me, what has happened during the night. Do not deceive me, O beloved. And I will bring about all you hope for." On hearing these words, "O great king," Uka was very much ashamed, and with her head drooping, approached Chitreka, and said to her, in a sweet tone of voice, "O beloved, knowing you to be my friend, I will mention all that occurred during the night. Keep the affair a secret, and if you can apply a remedy, do so. During the night, in a dream, a being of the color of the clouds, a figure brilliant as the moon, with lotus-like eyes, dressed in yellow silk, and with a scarf of the same color, came and sat near me, and displaying great affection for me, captivated my mind, so that I lost all reserve and bashfulness, and conversed with him. At length, when the conversation had continued for some time, and in the eagerness of passion, I extended my arms to lay hold of him, I was awakened from sleep, and his fascinating form remained imprinted on my mind. I have never heard of nor seen anyone like him. How shall I attempt to give you a description? His beauty exceeds the power of language. He has stolen away my affections. When I used to go to the mountain Quailas to acquire knowledge, under the tuition of Sri Mahadevji, Sri Parvati told me, that I should see my husband in a dream, and that I ought to cause search to be made for him. I saw that bridegroom last night in a dream. Where shall I find him again, and to whom shall I reveal the pangs of separation I endure? Whither shall I go, how shall I search for him, not knowing either his name or place of abode? O great king! When Uka having thus spoken, and heaved long-drawn sighs, drooped and pined in thought, Chitreka said to her, "Be not at all anxious, my dear, I will search out your husband wherever he may be, and bring him to you. I have access to the three worlds, wherever he may be I will try and find him out for you. Tell me his name, and allow me permission to start." Uka replied, "Friend, there is a proverb, he is dead, because he cannot breathe. If I knew his name and residence, why should I be sad? Could I not apply some remedy to my distress?" Chitreka replied, "Never mind, dear, about not knowing his name and residence. I will write down and point out to you all the male inhabitants of the three worlds. Amongst whom, show me him, who has stolen your heart, and it will be my business to bring him to you." Uka laughed and assented. O great king! When Chitreka had obtained Uka's consent, she sent for writing materials, and sat down upon the ground, and, having propitiated Ganeshu and Devi, and meditated upon her spiritual preceptor, began to write. She first wrote and showed her a description of the three worlds with their 8 divisions, and 14 subdivisions, the 7 islands, the 9 divisions of the earth, the sky, the 7 seas, and Vishnu as celestial paradise. Afterwards Chitreka showed her a description of the gods, demons, celestial musicians, choristers, demigods, saints, sages, the supporters of the world, the supporters of the 10 quarters and the rajas of all countries. But Uka did not find her beloved amongst them. After this, Chitreka drew separate likenesses of the descendants of Judu. And when she showed them to Uka, Uka said on beholding Unrudru's picture, I have found him, who stole my heart, this is he, who came to me in the night. Arrange some plan now, friend, and search him out, and bring him here. On hearing this, Chitreka replied, how shall he escape me? Chitreka proceeded to say, O friend, you do not know him, but I can tell you who he is of the family of Jadoo, and a grandson of Sri Krishna Chand, and the son of Pradyoman. His name is Unrudru. He lives at Dvarka, a city built in the sea near the shore. By order of Huri, the Quoit, Sudarsan, keeps constant watch over that city in order that no devil, demon or wicked person may annoy the descendants of Jadoo, and if any such come to the city. He cannot obtain entrance without the permission of Rajas Oagerson and Sorsen. O great king! Uka was very sad at these words, and said, O friend! If it be a place so difficult of access, how will you go there and bring my husband thence? Chitreka replied, my dear, set your mind at rest on that point. By the glorious grace of Huri, I will bring your soul's lord to you. Having thus spoken, Chitreka put on garments, imprinted all over with the name of Ramu, and made marks and perpendicular lines on her forehead with sandal wood, such as cowherdesses wear, and stamped impressions of different kinds on her breasts. The upper part of her arms and throat, and wearing a large garland of tulsi on her neck, and carrying rosaries of the large diamonds of the tulsi in her hand, throwing over herself a checkered blanket. She folded under her arm a cloth to sit upon, and assuming the appearance of a chief worshipper of Vishnu, she made an obeisance and started for Dvarka, taking leave of Uka, and saying to her, I will proceed through the air and pursue my journey in the sky, I will bring thy husband, otherwise my name is not Chitreka. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev said, O great king! Chitreka, having brought into play her delusive power, and mounting on a horse of air, started on a dark night in company with a black cloud. And having arrived almost instantaneously at the city of Dvarka, shone forth like lightning and entered the dwelling of Sri Krishna Chand, in such a manner that no one knew of her coming. Prosecuting her search, she came to where Unrudru, sleeping alone on a bed, was diverting himself in a dream with Uka. On beholding this, she quickly took up the sleeper's bed, and went off with it. She carried off the sleeper and his bed on Uka's account, and brought Unrudra to the place, where Uka was sitting thoughtful. O great king! On seeing Unrudra in his bed, Uka was at first in a great flutter, and went and fell at the feet of Chitreka. She afterwards began to speak in terms of the highest praise of her courage and prowess. For having gone to a place of such difficult access, and having brought him away, bed and all. And thereby having done what she agreed to do, for my sake thou hast undergone all this trouble, I am not able to make a fitting return, but must remain a debtor to your goodness. Chitreka replied, in the world it is a very pleasant thing to contribute to the happiness of others, and it is a good act to assist them. This body is of no use with reference to our own selfish advantages, but it is very useful, if it can be made to promote the benefit of others. By such conduct our own objects and the objects of others are accomplished. O great king! Having thus spoken, Chitreka took leave, and went home, saying, Friend! By the glorious favor of Bhagwan I have brought thy husband to thee, awake him now and satisfy thy desires. On the departure of Chitreka the delighted Uka was ashamed and afraid of the first interview, and began to say to herself, What shall I say to awaken my husband, and how shalt I embrace him in my arms? At length she began to play sweet notes on her lute, on hearing the sound of which Unrudra awoke, and, looking round on all sides, began to say to himself, What place is this and whose house? How did I come here, and who has brought me here with my bed, while asleep? O great king! Unrudra was in a state of great astonishment, uttering many expressions of surprise. Whilst Uka, thoughtful and abashed, fearful of the first interview, standing in a corner, and gazing on the countenance of her beloved, feasted her partridge-like eyes. In the meanwhile, Unrudra, on seeing her, was confused, and said, Tell me, fair one, thy history, who art thou, whence hast thou come to me, or hast thou brought me here thyself? Look not upon truth and falsehood as the same. At present I see everything as in a dream. O great king! Uka made no reply to this speech, but became more ashamed, and crept into the corner. Upon this he immediately laid hold of her by the hand, and seated her upon his bed. And, addressing her in the language of affection, dispelled all her anxiety and shame, and alarm. They sat together on the bed and began to exchange amorous glances, and engage in loving dalliance, and relate the history of their love. In the course of conversation Unrudra-ji inquired from Uka, "How didst thou, O beautiful creature, first see me, and afterwards have me brought here? Explain the circumstances fully to me, that my doubts may be all removed." On hearing this Uka, gazing with delight on the face of her husband, said, "You came to me in a dream, and stole away my affections. On awaking my mind was greatly troubled, and I mentioned the subject to Chitreka, who, O Lord, has brought you here, and whose proceedings I do not know." Afterwards Uka said, "O great king! I have mentioned how I first saw, and have since found, you. Be pleased now, O Lord of the Judus, to explain how you first saw me." Unrudra was highly delighted at this request, and replied, smiling, "O beauteous fair! I also saw thee in a dream last night, and someone took me up in my sleep and brought me here. I have not yet discovered who it was, and, on awaking, I beheld thee." Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev-ji said, "O great king!" The two lovers conversed thus with each other, and in the fervor of their affection, indulged in all kinds of voluptuous pleasure and dalliance, and vanished all recollection of the pangs of separation they had endured. Subsequently when Uka found the taste of pawn insipid, the pearl necklace cold to the touch, and the light of the lamp dim, and went outside, she perceived that it was morning. The light of the moon was diminished, the splendor of the stars dimmed, and there was a dark, red color in the sky. The birds were chirping on all sides, the white esculent lotus was withered, and the other lotus blooming, the red goose and its mate were together. O great king! Observing this state of things, Uka immediately shut all the doors, and came in great fright into the house, and, putting her arms most affectionately round her husband's neck, laid down upon the bed. Then having concealed him, and hid him from the sight of her female friends and companions, she began to attend upon him in secret. After some time her friends and companions found out that Unrudra had come there, and that she passed the day and night in amorous enjoyment with her lord. One day Uka's mother came to look after her daughter, and without being observed saw her seated very happily, and playing at chupper in a house with a very handsome young man. On perceiving this, she returned home, without saying a word, on tiptoe, and in profound silence, highly delighted and uttering benedictions. Some days afterwards Uka, seeing her husband asleep, came forth blushing from the house, and thinking to herself, "I hope that no one from not seeing me will imagine, that I remain in the hose for my husband's sake." O great king! Uka, cleaving her husband alone, went off, but could not stay away from him. She returned again to the house, and shutting the doors, engaged in amorous diversion. On observing this act, the doorkeepers said to each other, "Brother, what is the reason of the Raja's daughter having today come out of the house after remaining there so long, and returning again immediately?" One of them remarked, "Brother, for some days past I have observed the doors of Uka's house shut day and night, and there is some man inside, who sometimes laughs and talks with her, and sometimes plays at chupper." Another said, "If this be true, let us go and mention the matter to Banasor. Why should we, knowing these circumstances, remain sitting quietly here?" One of them said, "Let us not mention the matter, remain all of you at some distance from the house, let what will happen. No one can control the future, speak not a word about what the young lady may do, but remain silent spectators of all that happens." O great king! Whilst the doorkeepers were thus conversing with each other, Banasor came wandering about there, accompanied by several strong, powerful men. And as he looked up at the top of the house, not perceiving the flag, which Shivu-ji had given, said, "What has happened to remove the flag hence?" The doorkeepers replied, "O great king! It is now many days since the flag fell, and was broken to pieces." On hearing this, and calling to mind what Shivu-ji had said, Banasor became thoughtful, and exclaimed, "When did the flag fall? Some enemy has come, and carried it off." When Banasor had thus spoken, a doorkeeper came into his presence, and joining his hands, and bending his head, said, "I have an important matter to communicate, which I cannot mention unless I obtain your permission to do so." Banasor, granting permission, told him to communicate what he had to say. The doorkeeper then said, "O great king! Excuse my fault, we have observed for some days past, that a man has come into your daughter's house. Day and night he converses with her, we have not discovered what man he is, and whence he has come, and what he does." On hearing this authentic statement, Banasor was exceedingly angry, and seizing his arms, went silently and alone to Uka's house. Concealing himself, he saw on his arrival a man of a black color, very handsome and dressed in yellow, lying fast asleep with Uka. Banasor thought to himself, it would be a sin to kill a sleeping man. O great king! With these thoughts in his mind, Banasor stationed several guards there, and having told them to inform him when the man awoke, came home, and holding a court, and having summoned all his demons, began to say, "My enemy has arrived, take the whole of your army and go and surround Uka's house, I will come also by and by." On receiving Banasor's order, the demons all came and surrounded Uka's house, whilst in the meanwhile, Unrudru and the Raja's daughter having awoke, began to play again at Chupar. Whilst they were engaged at the game, Uka saw thundering clouds collected from all quarters, lightning began to flash, frogs, peacocks and sparrow-hawks began to utter cries. "O great king!" On hearing the sparrow-hawk's cry, the Raja's daughter said, leaning on the neck of her beloved, "O sparrow-hawk! Do not call out thus, leave off this language of separation." In the meanwhile, someone came and said to Banasor, "O great king! Thy enemy has awoke." On hearing mention made of his enemy, Banasor rose in great wrath, and taking arms with him, went and stood at Uka's door, and began to peep inside. After looking some time, Banasor called out loudly, "Ho! Who are you inside the house, rich in appearance, fascinating as Cupid, with lotus-like eyes, and dressed in yellow? What thief will come forth? How will he possibly escape from me? O great king!" When Banasor had thus bawled out, Uka and Unrudru, on seeing and hearing him were greatly disquieted. The Raja's daughter being perplexed and terrified, heaving deep sighs, said to her husband, "O great king! My father has come to attack us with an army of demons, how will you escape from his hands?" Then Unrudru was angry, and said, "Wife! Be not at all alarmed, I will destroy the whole crowd of evil spirits and demons in a second." Having thus spoken, Unrudru ji read incantations from the Vedas, and sent for a stone 108 hands long, and taking it in his hand, coming forth and joining the army, challenged Banasor. On his coming out to give the challenge, Banasor bent his bow and rushed upon Unrudru ji with his whole forces, just as a swarm of honey bees would rush upon any one. When the demons began to discharge all sorts of weapons, Unrudru ji was enraged, and began to deal about several such forcible blows with the stone, that the whole army of demons became broken and dispersed like the scum upon stagnant pools. Some were killed, others wounded, and all who escaped whole, fled from the field. Banasor afterwards rallied them, and renewed the fight. O great king! All the weapons the demons discharged, fell in every direction, but not one touched Unrudru. The weapons, which would have fallen upon Unrudru, the edge of the stone cut them off halfway. The strokes of the stone could not be endured, inflicting wounds like those inflicted by Indru, the lord of the gods, with a thunderbolt. Heads were split in two by a blow of it, thighs were broken and arms and bodies cut through. When the battle had lasted some time, and Banasor was left alone, the rest of the army having been cut in pieces, he was astonished, and laid hold of and fastened Unrudru with a running noose, saying to himself, "Now shall I conquer this invincible man." Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, "O great king! When Banasor fastened Unrudru in a running noose, and took him to his court, Unrudru thought to himself, whatever troubles may befall me, it is not right to falsify what Brahma has said. For if I were to escape by force from the running noose, he would be dishonored. I ought, therefore, to remain bound. And Banasor kept constantly saying, Youth! I will put thee to death presently. If thou hast any one to assist thee, send for him. Meanwhile, Uka, having heard of her husband's condition, said to Chitreka, Friend, a curse will fall upon me, if I eat, drink and sleep at my ease, whilst my husband remains in affliction. Chitreka replied, Friend, be not at all anxious, no one will be able to do any harm to your husband, banish all care, for Sri Krishna Chand and Bulram Ji will soon come to the attack, accompanied by all the descendants of Judu. And, having exterminated the army of demons, will release and take away with them you and Unrudru. It is their custom to carry off by force and stratagem, in any way they can, all the pretty daughters of Rajas they hear of. This is the grandson of him, who carried off Rukmini, the daughter of Raja Bhikmak, after having fought with the very powerful and renowned Raja Sasupal and Jorasindhu. In like manner, they will take you off also. Be not, therefore, at all apprehensive. Uka said, I cannot endure this affliction. They have bound my husband in a running noose and carried him off. A poisonous flame, in consequence thereof, burns up my body. How shall I be able to enjoy peaceful repose, and how can my eyes behold the grief of my beloved? Why should I live, since he, who is dearest to me, has been plunged in calamity? I will neither eat nor drink now. Banasor, destroy my husband. O grant me, Banasor, an asylum for my husband, that is, spare his life. Whatever is to be, will happen. What can anyone say to prevent it? I will not respect the world or the Vedas, but will consider my husband's grief and happiness as my own. O great king! When Uka had thus spoken to Chitreka, she went to her husband, and sat down near him, without fear or alarm. Someone then went and said to Banasor, O great king! Your daughter has left the house, and gone to that man. When Banasor heard this, he sent for his son, Uskund, saying to him, Son, bring away your sister from the court, and take her into the house, and confine her there, and do not allow her to go out. On receiving his father's order, Uskund went to his sister, and spoke very angrily to her, What is this you have done, you wicked creature, throwing aside all respect for the world, and consideration for your own modesty, you low thing? Why should I kill you, or what death shall I make you die? It will be a crime, and I fear for my own disgrace. Uka replied, Brother, say and do what you please, I have obtained the husband whom Parbhuti Ji gave me, whom else shall I run after, leaving him, and thereby bring disgraceful abuse upon myself? Women of low degree abandon their husbands, this is the common custom of the world, and always has been so. If a woman is disgraced by living with him to whom the deity has united her, she must submit. O great king! On hearing these words, Uskund was enraged, and seizing her by the hand, carried off Uka thence to the house, and did not allow her to leave it. He afterwards took Unrudra Ji also thence to some other place and confined him. At that time Unrudra was in great affliction at being separated from his wife, and the Raja's daughter denied herself all food and drink in the absence of her husband, and began to perform a very severe penance. Some days after this, one day Narad Ji, the sage, went first to Unrudra and explained to him not to be at all anxious, as Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, and Bulram, the abode of happiness, would soon release and take him away thence. After having fought with the evil spirits, he afterwards went to Banasor and said, Raja, he, whom you have fastened in the running noose, is the grandson of Sri Krishna, and the son of Pradyoman, and his name is Unrudra. You know the descendants of Judu well, act according to this knowledge. I have come to put you upon your guard in this matter and have done so. On hearing this, Banasor allowed Narad Ji to take leave, saying to him, Narad Ji, I know all about it. Chapter 64. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O great king! When Unrudra had been 4 months bound, Narad Ji went to the city of Dwarka, and there beheld all the Judus very sad, disconsolate and emaciated with grief. Sri Krishna and Bulram were sitting amongst them, very thoughtful and anxious, and saying, Who has carried off the child hence? They were talking in this strain, and there was such weeping and lamentation in the female apartments, that no one could hear another speaking. On the arrival of Narad Ji, all persons present, both male and female, rose up to meet him, and came and stood in his presence greatly agitated and emaciated with grief, sad and shedding tears and lamenting. They afterwards joined their hands, and bowed their heads with great submissiveness, and, expressing the deepest emotion, began to inquire from Narad Ji, say, "Truly, O sage! In order that we may preserve our sinking lives, where shall we receive intelligence of Unrudru? Say, O holy man! So that we may rely on your words." Sri Narad Ji replied, "Suffer not any anxiety of mind, and banish all sorrow. Unrudra Ji is alive and well at Shranipur. He has gone there, and enjoyed amorous pleasure with the daughter of Banasur, for which reason, he has laid hold of and bound him with a running noose. He will not, on any account, release Unrudru without fighting. I have mentioned this secret to you, form your future plans accordingly. O great king!" Narad Ji departed, when he had given them this intelligence. Afterwards all the descendants of Judu went to the Raja Oagerson, and said, "O great king! We have received exact intelligence that Unrudra Ji is at Shranipur, at the house of Banasur. He has enjoyed the Raja's daughter, and the Raja has, in consequence thereof, kept him bound with a running noose. What are your orders now to us?" On hearing this account, Raja Oagerson said, "Take all my army with you, and use your utmost endeavors to release and bring Unrudra here." When Oagerson had thus spoken, all the Judus, "O great king!" took the Raja's army with them, and accompanied Bulram, and Sri Krishna Chand, and Purdiyoman Ji, mounting on the sovereign of the feathered race, arrived before them all at Shranipur. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king! When Bulram Ji, taking all the army of Oagerson and sounding the large kettle drum, went from the city of Dwarka to Shranipur, it is impossible to describe the splendid appearance of his cavalcade. In front of all were mussed elephants in rows, with huge tusks, on which the large kettle drum was sounded, and flags and banners were waving. Behind these, was another row of elephants with howdahs, on which the bravest, most heroical and the mightiest of the Judus were seated, wearing coats of mail and helmets, and completely armed. Immediately following, were successive lines of chariots, after them troops of horsemen were moving along on horses of all colors with collars, harness, tasseled ornaments and iron armor, making them pace as in the manege. And move in an artificial manner, and dance about and jump and plunge. In the midst of them, panegyrists were singing songs of praise, and bards were singing war songs. Behind them came the foot soldiers, thick as a host of locusts, armed with shields, swords, knives, daggers, spears, javelins, bows, arrows, clubs, quoits and every description of warlike weapon. The sound of the drums and other musical instruments in the midst of this procession, contributed greatly to the fine effect and beauty of the scene. The dust flew up, and spread to the sky, the sun was hid and became like night. The ruddy goose and its mate were separated, wives enjoyed themselves with their lords, the lotus bloomed, and the white esculent lotus withered, nocturnal animals prowled about, supposing that it was night. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king! When Bulram Ji, advancing with great pomp and noise, with a force of 12 complete armies, and destroying all the forts, strongholds and castles of the Raja, and laying waste his country, arrived at Shranipur. And Sri Krishna Chand and Purdiyoman Ji arrived also, some one in great alarm, and distracted with fear, said to Banasur, with joined hands and bowing his head, "O great king! Krishna and Bulram have advanced with their whole army, and they have razed all the strongholds, forts and castles in our country and have encompassed the city on every side. What now are your orders?" Banasur was greatly enraged at these words. And, having summoned all his great demons, said to them, "Take all your armies outside the city, and go and oppose Krishna and Bulram, I will also come by and by." On receiving this order, "O great king!" The demons immediately took with them 12 complete armies, and being fully equipped with arms of all kinds, stood ready to encounter Sri Krishna and Balaram Ji. And in rear of them, Banasur worshipping calling to mind, and meditating upon Sri Mahadev Ji, was also ready for battle. Shukdev, the sage, said, "O great king." Whilst Shiva Ji was meditating, his seat shook, and his meditation was interrupted. On reflecting upon this, he thought to himself, "A worshipper of mine is in a difficulty, I must go now and remove his anxiety." When having formed this resolution, he had assumed half the body of Parvati, fastened his matted hair, rubbed his body over with ashes, eaten a large quantity of hemp, swallowwort and thorn apple, wearing a Brahminical thread composed of white snakes, clad in an elephant's hide, with a necklace of heads and garland of snakes, holding a trident, bow, hand drum and skull. Riding upon the bull Nandya accompanied by ghosts, goblins, specters, witches, female divinities, imps, sprites and evil spirits, and taking an army with him, Bholanath came forth. His splendid appearance baffles all description. In his ear was an ornament, consisting of the elephant pearl, on his forehead was the moon, he placed the Ganges on his head, and his eyes were very red, of a very frightful aspect and appearing in the form of the destroying deity. He proceeded in this manner, with music and singing, and making his army dance. To describe his appearance is impossible to be understood, it must be seen. At length, after some little delay, he came with his army to the place where Banasur was standing with his armies of demons. On seeing Mahadev, Banasur was delighted, and said, "O sea of compassion! Who without you would look after me? Your flaming heat will burn them up, how will the Judus now survive?" He proceeded to say, "O great king! Make this a fair fight, so that each man may have an antagonist opposed to him. O great king!" When Banasur had thus spoken, on one side, the army of the demons was standing in battle array, and on the other, the descendants of Jadu were in a state of preparation. Drums began to sound on both sides. Brave, bold, resolute and mighty heroes began to arrange their weapons, and the irresolute eunuchs and cowards to fly for their lives from the field of battle. At that time Shiva Ji appeared before Sri Krishna Chand in the form of the destroying deity. Banasur was opposed to Balaram Ji, Uskand encountered Pradyuman, and in this manner each man closed with an antagonist. Mahadev held the bow Pinak in his hand, while the lord of the Judus had the bow, Sarang. Shiva discharged the arrows of Brahmu, Sri Krishna Ji cut them off with a weapon of Brahmus also. Rudra then sent forth a mighty wind, which Huri avoided with fire. Mahadev upon this kindled a fire, which Morari extinguished by pouring down rain, and raised an immense flame, which extended to the army of Sudashivu. And burning their beards, mustachios and hair, made all the demons appear of a very terrible aspect. When the army of the demons began to be burnt, and raised a loud cry for deliverance, Bholanath cooled the burnt and half-burnt bodies of the demons, ghosts and goblins, by pouring down rain. And being greatly enraged was on the point of letting fly the arrows of Narayan, but upon reflection, he abstained from doing so, and kept them back. After this, Sri Krishna Ji discharged the arrows of sloth. And having stupefied them all, began to cut down the army of demons, just as a husbandman would cut grain. On beholding this exploit, when Mahadev thought to himself and said, that it would be absolutely necessary to engage in and prolong the battle, so as to involve universal destruction, Uskand mounted a peacock, and ascending into mid-air, began to discharge arrows upon the army of Sri Krishna Ji. Then Pradyuman exclaimed to Huri, "Someone is fighting from above, mounted on a peacock, give the order to fight with energy, and I will kill him now, and he shall fall upon the ground." On hearing this, Krishna gave the order, when Pradyuman discharged an arrow, which hit the peacock, and Uskand fell down. Banasur was highly indignant at the fall of Uskand, and bending 5 bows and placing 2 arrows on each bow, began to shower forth his arrows like rain, and Sri Krishna Chand cut them off midway. O great king! At that time, drums and tambourines resounded on all sides, bards sang chimes in music, streams of blood gushed forth, as though squirted from wounds, in every direction was seen blood, as red as holy powder. In the midst ghosts, goblins and spectres in various frightful forms, wandered about, playing all sorts of antic tricks. Rivers of blood flowed like streams of red color. It could not be called a battle, but seemed to be more like a holy on both sides. When the battle had been raging for some time, Sri Krishna Ji discharged an arrow, so as to kill Banasur's charioteer, and the horses started. On the death of his charioteer, Banasur fled from the field, and Sri Krishna pursued him. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king." On hearing the news of Banasur's flight, his mother, whose name was Kutra, of a hideous appearance, with dishevelled hair, came naked before Sri Krishna Chand, and began to call out. On seeing her, Krishna shut his eyes and turned his back upon her. When she spoke, in the meanwhile Banasur fled, and again rallied his army. O great king! Kutra did not withdraw from the presence of Sri Krishna Ji, until Banasur had returned with a complete army, fully arrayed. Banasur, on his arrival, engaged in a mighty battle, but could not stand before Krishna. And running away again went to Mahadev. Beholding Banasur in a state of fear, Shivaji was greatly enraged, and having summoned a fever of a poisonous and inflammatory nature, caused it to spread in the army of Sri Krishna Ji. The fever, which was very violent and burning, whose heat equalled that of the sun, with 3 heads, 9 feet, 6 hands, 3 eyes, and of a frightful appearance, came and penetrated the army of Sri Krishna Chand. The descendants of Jadu began to be burnt by its heat, and to shake and tremble. At length, after having suffered very great pain, and being alarmed, the descendants of Jadu came to Sri Krishna Ji and said, "O great king! The fever of Shivu has come, and raged violently amongst our whole army, and destroyed many. Be pleased now to save us from its fury, otherwise not a single member of the family of Jadu will escape alive. O great king!" Having heard this request, and seeing that they were all distressed, Hun sent forth the ague, which rushed upon Mahadev's fever. On seeing the ague, Mahadev's fever fled through fear, and continuing his flight, came to Sudashivaji. The inflammatory fever then said to Mahadev, "Afford me an asylum, or the fever of Krishna will destroy me." Mahadev Ji replied, "There is no one in the 3 worlds, except Sri Krishna Chand, who can drive away the fever he has sent. It is therefore most advisable for you to go to Sri Murari, the friend of his worshippers." Having heard of Shivu's speech, and reflected upon it, the inflammatory fever went into the presence of Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy. And joining his hands, beseeching in a most submissive manner and making many entreaties, said, "O sea of compassion, the brother of the poor, the purifier of sinners and kind to the needy. Be pleased to pardon my fault and save me from your fever. O Krishna! You are the Lord of Brahma and all other divinities. Your power, O Lord of the world, is incomprehensible. It was you who created and arranged the world. All the delusive power in the universe belongs to you. O Krishna! I have found out your compassionate nature, and having obtained knowledge, look upon you as the creator of the world." The benignant Huri replied, "You have come to seek protection from me, and have therefore escaped, otherwise you would not have escaped with life. I forgive your present fault. But do not again direct your attacks against my worshippers and servants. This is my order to you." The fever said, "O sea of compassion! Whoever shall hear this history, ague, tertian ague and tertian fever shall never attack him." After this, Sri Krishna Chand said, "Go now to Mahadev, do not stay here, or else my fever will harass you." On receiving this order, the inflammatory fever took leave, and having made an obeisance, went off to Mahadev, and the pain of the fever was entirely subdued. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king! Whoever shall hear this conversation need never be afraid of fever." After this Banasur was very angry, and, taking bows and arrows in all his hands, came opposite to Krishna and bawled out, "I have fought a severe battle with you. But my inclinations are not yet satisfied." When having thus spoken, he began to discharge arrows with all his hands. Sri Krishna Chand Ji let loose the quoit, Sudarsan, and cut off all his hands, except 4, with the same celerity as anyone would cut the boughs of a tree. On his hands being cut off, Banasur fell down stupefied, and a river of blood flowed from his wounds in which his arms appeared like alligators. The heads of the elephants, which had been cut off, seemed like drowning crocodiles. Chariots were carried along the stream, like baskets for irrigating fields and like boats. In different places on the field of battle, dogs, jackals, vultures and other birds and beasts were tearing and rending, and fighting and contending for the dead bodies, and crows were flying off with eyes, which they had picked out from heads. Sri Shukdev said, "O great king." On seeing this state of the battlefield, Banasur was very sad, and began to feel regret, and afterwards, being deprived of all strength, went to Mahadev. Then Rudra, after thinking on the matter, said to him, "You must now endeavor to please and captivate Huri." With these words, Sri Mahadev, taking Banasur with him, and reading the Vedas to him on the road, came to the place where Sri Krishna Chand was standing on the field of battle. Throwing Banasur down at the feet of Krishna, Shivaji said, with joined hands, "O merciful to those who come for sanctuary. This Banasur has now come to you for protection. Be pleased to look upon him with compassion, and do not retain in your mind a recollection of his crime. You repeatedly descend upon the earth, to remove the burthens of the world, and to destroy the wicked, and to save the universe. You are, O Lord, invisible, impenetrable, without end. For the sake of your worshippers, you come, and are manifest in the world, otherwise, you constantly remain in the form of the embodied spirit. The form of the spirit is this. Heaven is his head, the sky, his navel, the earth, his feet, the sea, his belly, Indru, his arms, hills, his nails, clouds, the hair of his head, trees, the hair of his body, the moon and sun, his eyes, Brahma, his mind, Rudra, his pride. The air, his breath, the closing and opening of his eyelids, night and day, thunder, his voice. Such is the form in which you constantly dwell, and no one can comprehend it. And this world is a sea of trouble, the water of which is filled with anxiety and delusion. O Lord! Without the aid of the boat of your name, no one can cross this vast and very difficult sea, and many flounder and are drowned, in attempting it. Whosoever has obtained mortal form, and shall not offer adoration and prayers to you, and shall not keep you in constant remembrance, he shall lose his religion and shall aggravate his sins. He, who has come into the world, and has not called upon your name, has abandoned the water of life and drank poison. In whosoever's breast you dwell, he has obtained pardon on account of his faith by celebrating with songs your good qualities. Again, Sri Mahadev said, O sea of compassion and brother of the poor! Your greatness is boundless. Who has power to describe it, and who can understand your actions? Take compassion upon me now, and forgive this Banasur's transgression. And grant him faith in you. He also possesses a title to be considered your worshipper, because he is a portion of the lineage of Prahlad, your adorer. Sri Krishna Chand replied, Shivaji, there is no difference between you and me. And whoever supposes there is a difference, he will fall into the great hell, and shall never obtain me, that is, gain my favor. Winky face. Whoever has meditated upon you, will, at his latter end, obtain my favor. This Banasur called upon your name without deceit, and, for this reason, I have made him forearmed. I have protected all on whom you have conferred boons, and will protect those also, to whom you may in future grant blessings. O great king! When Krishna had uttered these words, Sudha Shivaji made an obeisance. And, taking leave, went to the mountain Kailas, accompanied by his army, and Sri Krishna remained standing where he was. Banasur then joining his hands and bowing his head, said, submissively, O Lord of the poor! As you have compassionately pardoned me, be pleased now to make pure your servant's house by coming to it, and take away Anurudraji and Uka with you. On hearing this, Sri Bihari, the benefactor of his worshippers, taking Purdiyomanji with him, went to Banasur's abode. O great king! Banasur being then highly delighted, conducted Krishna, with a warm welcome, to his house, spreading silken cloths on the road. Afterwards he washed his feet and took the water with which his feet had been washed, and sipping it in his hand put it on his head. He then began to say, "The water in which his feet have been washed, so difficult to be obtained by all, I have this day obtained by the favor of Huri, and obliterated the sins of each birth. He who has drank of the water of the Ganges will undoubtedly obtain heaven. He who has seen the Bhagavata has gained the whole world. O great king!" Having thus spoken and brought Anrudra ji and Uka, he said in the presence of Krishna, joining his hands, "Be pleased to forgive my fault. What was predestined has happened, I give this Uka as a servant to you." When he had thus spoken, Banasur gave his daughter in marriage, according to the injunctions of the Vedas, and bestowed upon her a boundless dowry. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said, "O great king! On the marriage taking place, Sri Krishna Chand, having restored Banasur's confidence, seated him upon the royal throne. And, accompanied by his grandson and granddaughter, took leave, and sounding the large kettle drum, went thence, with all the descendants of Jadu, to the city of Dwarka. On hearing of their arrival all the inhabitants of Dwarka went outside of the city, and escorted Krishna in musical procession. At that time the inhabitants of the city sang songs of rejoicing, and indulged in festivities in the markets, roads, crossroads, sheds and houses. And in the royal palace Sri Rukmini and all the women sang songs of congratulation, and observed all the ceremonies usual on festive occasions. The gods, seated in their chariots, and raining down flowers from the sky, raised cries of victory. And joy was universally diffused throughout the city, both inside each house and outside. Bulram, the abode of happiness, and Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, having then allowed all the descendants of Jadu to take leave, went to live at their ease and happily at the royal palace, taking Anrudra and Uka with them. The wives of Krishna were delighted at beholding Uka. When she was brought into the palace, her mother-in-law gave her a blessing, and clasped her into her bosom, and being highly pleased at seeing her, adorned her with ornaments. Chapter 65. Sri Shukdev Jee said, "O great king! Raja Nurag, of the family of Ishwak, was very intelligent, liberal, religious and brave. He made innumerable presents of cows. It would be as easy to count the grains of sand of the Ganges, the drops of rain in the month of Bhadar, and the stars of the sky, as to reckon the number of cows Raja Nurag gave away. Although he was so wise and so very liberal a Raja, he was, for a slight transgression, changed into a lizard, and dwelt in a dry well, and Sri Krishna Chandji released him." In this part of the history, the Raja Purichat interrupted Sri Shukdev ji, and inquired, "O great king! For what sin was so pious and liberal a Raja turned into a lizard, and why did he remain in a dry well, and how did Sri Krishna Chandji release him? Explain these circumstances to me, that the perplexities of my mind may be removed." Sri Shukdev replied, "O great king! Be pleased to listen with attention, and I will explain all the circumstances as they occurred. The Raja Nurag was in the constant habit of presenting gifts of cows. One day, having bathed early in the morning, and finished his religious meditations and prayers, he gave in alms 1,000 cows. White, purple, black, yellow, brown and grey, with hoofs of silver, horns of gold, backs of copper, and dressed out in cloths of silk. And in addition to the cows, he gave as a present to Brahmins large quantities of grain, and a great deal of money, all of which they took to their homes. On another day the Raja, in like manner, began to make a present of cows. When, unknown to the Raja, a cow that had been given away on the first day, was mixed up with the cows of the second day, which the Raja gave away with that day's cows, a Brahmin, who received it, was taking it to his house, when another Brahmin, recognizing the cow as his, stopped it on the road and said, "This is my cow, I received it yesterday at the Raja's, brother. Why are you taking it away?" The Brahmin replied, "I have just received this cow from the Raja, and am bringing it thence. How is it yours?" "O great king!" The two Brahmins began thus to dispute, each claiming the cow. After disputing some time they both went to the Raja, who, having heard the statements of both, joining his hands, said, in a very submissive manner, let one receive from me 1,00,000 of rupees, and let the other take the cow. Or let me give the cow to the other. Both the quarrelsome Brahmins were very angry at this proposal, and said, the cow, for which, on receiving, we pronounced a benediction, we will not give up for 1,00,000 of rupees, this is a part of our souls. O great king! The Raja then falling at the feet of those Brahmins, tried every means of coaxing an explanation, but those vindictive Brahmins would not listen to what the Raja said. At length, both the Brahmins went away very angry to their homes, leaving the cow, and saying to the Raja, O great king! The cow, which you gave in alms to us, and which we received, after having extended our hands to pronounce a benediction, is not to be given up for money. If it still remain with you, without our receiving anything, it does not signify, or we have no objection. O great king! On the departure of the Brahmins, the Raja Nurag was at first very sad, and began to say to himself, I have unintentionally committed this act of injustice, and how will it be wiped away? And after this he continued to perform many acts of charity, and gave many gifts. After the lapse of many days, the Raja Nurag died. The attendants of Jum took him to Dhuramraj, who, on seeing him, rising from his throne, stood up. Having afterwards welcomed him, and offered him a seat, he said in the kindest manner, O great king! Your virtues are many, and sins few, what will you first receive, the reward of virtue, or the punishment of crime? On hearing this Nurag said, joining his hands, Do not, O Lord! Let my good acts pass away from your mind, I will first suffer for my sins, and endure affliction in mortal shape. On hearing these words, Dhuramraj said to the Raja Nurag, O great king! For the sin of having unknowingly given away a cow a second time, which you had already once given, you must become a lizard in a forest on the banks of the Gomti, and remain in a dry well. When Sri Krishna Chand shall descend upon the earth at the end of the Dwapar age, he will grant you release. O great king! Having thus spoken, Dhuramraj remained silent, and the Raja Nurag, being then transformed into a lizard, went and fell into a dry well, and feeding on animals, began to abide there. After the lapse of some ages, Sri Krishna Chand Ji descended upon the earth at the end of the Dwapar age, when, having enjoyed sports and diversions at Bruj, he went to Dwarka, and had sons and grandsons. A number of his sons and grandsons went together one day to the forest to hunt, and, whilst engaged in hunting, became thirsty. By chance, as they were searching for water in the forest, they came to the brink of the blind well, in which Raja Nurag, having been born as a lizard, dwelt. As one of them leaned over the well to look into it, he called out to the rest, Brothers! Come and see what a large lizard there is in this well. They all ran to the spot on hearing this, and standing on the raised stone masonry round the mouth of the well, began to fasten their turbans and waistbands together, and suspending them in the air, tried to draw him forth. And to say to each other, Brother! We will not go away from this place until we have drawn the lizard out of the well. O great king! When all their efforts with their turbans and waistbands did not succeed, they procured from the village flax, thread and grass, with which ropes are made, and thick, large thongs of leather. And letting them down the well, and fastening the lizard with them, began to pull forcibly, but the lizard was not even moved thence. Then someone went to Dwarka, and said to Sri Krishna Ji, O great king! There is an enormous lizard inside a dry well in the forest, which all the children have fatigued themselves in trying to pull out, but it will not come forth. On hearing these words, Huri rose and started off. And going along came to the place where all the children were trying to pull the lizard out. On seeing Krishna the children said, Father! See what a large lizard this is, we have for a long time been trying to pull it out, but it will not come. O great king! Having heard this speech, when Sri Krishna Chand Ji descended into the well, and placed his foot on the lizard's body, he relinquished his form, and became a very handsome man. In the form of a Raja, he continued to lay hold of Krishna's feet, joining his hands, and bowing his head, he solicited him, O sea of compassion! You have shown me great favor in having taken thought of me in the midst of this great calamity. Shukdev said Raja. When in the form of a man, he began to address Huri thus, the Jadu's children, and the sons and grandsons of Huri being astonished, inquired from Sri Krishna Chand, O great king. Who is this, and for what crime, being transformed into a lizard, has he remained here? Kindly tell us, in order that the perplexities of our minds may be removed. Then Krishna, without making any reply himself, said to the Raja, Explain your history, so that all may hear it with attention. Who are you, whence have you come, and for what sin have you obtained this body? The Raja replied, joining his hands, You know it all, O Lord of the Jadus. But as you ask me to relate my history, I will do so. My name is Raja Nurag, I gave numberless cows to Brahmins for your sake. It so happened that one day I gave a great many cows in alms to Brahmins, on another day one of those cows came back to me, which, without being aware of this circumstance, I gave away with other cows to another Brahmin. As he took the cow away with him, the first Brahmin recognizing it as his, said to him, This cow is mine, I yesterday received it at the Raja's, why are you taking it away? He replied, I have just received it at the Raja's, and am bringing it thence, how is it yours? O great king! Those two Brahmins came to me, disputing on this matter. I explained to them and said, One of you receive from me 1,00,000 of rupees in compensation for the cow, and one of you give up your claim to the cow. O great king! They both obstinately refused to listen to what I said. At length they both went away angry, leaving the cow with me. I continued to regret, and to be distressed at the circumstance. At the time of my decease, the messenger of Jum took me to Dhuramraj, who said to me, Raja, your virtues are many, and your sins few, say, will you first receive the reward of your virtues, or suffer for your crimes? I replied, I will suffer first for my sins. On hearing this, O great king, Dhuramraj said, Raja, thou hast bestowed upon a Brahmin a cow, which thou hadst already given away, for this fault be transformed into a lizard, and go upon the earth, and remain in a dry well in a forest, on the banks of the Gumti. When, at the end of the Dwapar age, Sri Krishna Chand having descended upon the earth, shall go to you, you will then be released. O great king! From that time I have been lying in this blind well, in the form of a lizard, and have meditated upon your lotus feet. You have now come and delivered me from a great affliction, and carried me across the ocean of existence. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev said to the Raja Purichit, O great king! The Raja Nurag having thus spoken, took leave, and, sitting in a chariot went to Vishnu's paradise. And Sri Krishna Chandji explained to all the cowherd's children, and began to say, Do not any of you commit a crime against a Brahmin, nor seize on a Brahmin's portion. Whatever you may have vowed in your minds to offer, keep back no portion of it, speak the truth to Brahmins. Jum has inflicted this punishment on one, who received back, what had been given to a Brahmin. Continue to be the servants of Brahmins, submit to all the transgressions of Brahmins. Whoever respects a Brahmin respects me, let not any one think a Brahmin and me separate front each other, he, who shall suppose that there is a difference between me and a Brahmin, shall fall into hell. And he who shall treat with consideration and honor a Brahmin, shall obtain my favor, and shall, without doubt, go to heaven. O great king! Having thus spoken, Sri Krishna Ji took them all thence, and returned to the city of Dwarka. Chapter 66. Sri Shukdev said, O great king! On one occasion, Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, and Balaram, the abode of happiness, were sitting in a jeweled house, when Baldev said to Krishna, Brother, when Kund sent to invite us from Vrindavan, and we went off to Mathura, then you and I promised the cowherdesses, and Nand and Jasoda, that we would return quickly. We have not gone there, but taken up our abode at Dwarka. They will be thinking of us. With your permission I will go and see the place of our birth, and will offer them consolation. Krishna gave his consent, and upon this, Balaram took leave of them all, carrying a plowshare and pestle. And mounting his chariot, started off. O great king! The Rajas of all the cities, towns and villages Balaram Ji passed through, came out to welcome him, and escorted him with the greatest politeness, and he offered consolation to each of them. After some days' journey, Balaram Ji arrived at the city of Awantika. He paid his respects to the spiritual preceptor, who had instructed him in knowledge, and stayed about 10 days with him. On taking leave of his preceptor, Baladev Ji went on to Gokul, and beheld the cows everywhere in the jungle with their mouths open, not having eaten any grass, thinking of Sri Krishna Chand, their minds wrapped up in the tones of his lute. Wandering about lowing and panting. And behind them the cowherds' children singing Huri's praises, and imbued with affection for him, were going along, and on all sides the inhabitants of the city were commending Krishna's exploits and sports. Seeing this condition of the inhabitants and of the cows, on arrival at his birthplace, Balaram took compassion upon them, and his eyes filled with tears. All the cowherds' children came running out, when they saw the flag and banner on the chariot, supposing that Sri Krishna Chand and Balaram had come. Balaram descended from his roof at their approach, and embraced and began to make the kindest inquiries from each of them. In the meanwhile, someone told Nand and Jasoda that Baladev had arrived. On hearing the news, Nand and Jasoda, and the cowherds rose and rushed out. Balaram, when he saw them from a distance coming towards him, ran and threw himself at the feet of Nand Ray. Then Nandji, shedding tears of joy, raised Balaram, and embraced him with the utmost affection, and forgot all the pains of separation. Balaram then went and laid hold of Jasoda's feet, who fondly clasped him to her bosom. She embraced and clung to his neck, tears streaming from her eyes. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja, "O great king." After this interview, Nand Ray Ji took Balaram into the house, and began to make kind inquiries, asking if Oagerson and Basudio, and the Jadus, and Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, were all well. "Do they ever think of us?" Balaram said, "Through your favor, they are all well and happy, and constantly sing of your good qualities." Nand Ray was silent when he heard this. Then the Rani Jasoda, tears filling her eyes as she thought of Krishna, said with great emotion, "Baladev Ji, is Sri Krishna, the star of my eyes, well?" Balaram replied, that he was quite well. Jasoda then began to say, "Baladev, since Huri went hence, there has been a darkness before my eyes, and I think of him constantly, day and night, during the 8 pures, and he has entirely forgotten me, and gone and taken up his abode at Dwarka. And behold, my sisters, Devki and Rone, have also relinquished all affection for me. Consider Gokul as near Mathura. You have thought hitherto that we lived at a distance, Huri would come to see us and pay us visit. But they, that is, Rone and Devki, have arranged that he shall not have another interview with us. O great king!" When having thus spoken, Jasoda was in a state of the greatest agitation, and began to weep. Balaram Ji entered into explanations with her, and made her understand how matters really stood, and inspired her with confidence. Afterwards, when he had taken refreshment, and eaten pawn, and came out of the house, he saw that all the women of Bruj were emaciated and desponding with dishevelled hair, a dirty appearance, depressed in spirits, neglecting their domestic affairs. Deeply in love, in the highest excitement of youthful desire, singing the good qualities of Huri, restless at his absence, and going about in every direction like drunken persons. O great king! On seeing Balaram, they came running to him with the greatest delight, and making obeisance, surrounded him on all sides, and with joined hands, began to question him, and say, "Tell us, O Balaram, the abode of happiness, where does our soul, the lovely Krishna, now dwell? Does Bihari ever think of us, or has he forgotten all his former love, since he obtained a throne? Since he went hence, he has once sent us a message through Udo to perform penance, and has taken no further thought of any one, and as he has now gone to take up his abode in the sea, why should he make inquiries about any of us?" On hearing these words, one of the cowherdesses said, "Friend, who would regret the love of Huri, after seeing the manner he has treated us all? He is not beloved by any one, he who has turned his back upon his father and mother. He does not remain an hour without Radha, and it is she, who has made him stay away. Again, what have you and I gained by leaving our homes, sacrificing all respect for our families, and for the world, abandoning our sons and husbands, and fixing our affections upon Huri? Having embarked us on the boat of love, he has altogether left us in the midst of the sea of separation, and we hear that Krishna has now gone to Dvarka, and contracted many marriages. And that he has also married 16,108 Rajas' daughters, whom Bomasur had kept confined. They have had sons and grandsons, why should he leave them and come here? Another cowherdess said, Friend, do not regret in any way on account of the reports about Huri, because Uddhavji came and mentioned all his good qualities. She again said, Friends, act now according to my suggestion. Let us, having been allowed to touch the feet of Balaram, continue to sing in praise of his good qualities. He is fair, and not of black-colored body, he will not practice deceit. Balaram said in reply, I have made this journey for your sakes. I have come here to tell you, and for this purpose Krishna sent me to Bruj. I will stay 2 months with you, and dance the circular dance, and fulfill all your expectations. O great king! Balaram-ji, having thus spoken, gave a command to the women of Bruj, as this is the night of the full moon of Chaitru, adorn yourselves, and go into the forest, and I will engage in festive songs and dance with you. Having thus said, Balaram-ji went in the evening to the forest, and all the women of Bruj followed him, wearing elegant dresses, and ornaments. And adorned from head to foot, came to Buldeo, they all remained bending their heads. The beauty of Buldeo cannot be described, of the color of gold, he was dressed in a blue dress, his moon-like countenance and lotus eyes captivated all hearts, a earring shone with lustrous beauty in one of his ears. As though the sun and moon dwelt together, the other ear had drank of the flavor of the celebrity of Huri, and he did not fasten an earring in it. Jewels in profusion were fastened on all parts of his body, the splendor of which baffles description. The women fell at his feet, saying, Engage in sports and delightful festive songs and dances with us. O great king! On hearing this request, Balaram-ji made the mystical sound of Hoon, on uttering which, all the materials, necessary for the festival were immediately produced. The cowherdesses then abandoning all care and modesty, giving themselves up to the passion of love, began to sing and play upon lutes, drums, cymbals, pipes and other musical instruments of all kinds. And gratify Balaram by their merrymaking, dancing, and blandishments. On hearing them play and sing, and seeing them dance, Buldeo-ji was delighted, and, having drank some spirituous liquor, began to sing and dance, and engage in every kind of sport, and enjoy mutual pleasure. At that time the gods, celestial musicians and choristers, and the demigods, accompanied by their wives, and sitting in chariots, singing the praises of Balaram, rained flowers from the sky. The moon and the assembly of the stars, beholding the happiness of the festive assembly, poured down nectar from their rays, the air became still, and the course of water was stopped. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdeo-ji said, O great king! In this manner Balaram-ji engaged at night in festive songs and dances with the women of Bruj, during the months of Chaitru and Baisakh, and in the daytime made Nand and Jasoda happy by relating the history of Huri. One night, whilst engaging in festivities, Balaram-ji having gone and reposed on the banks of the river, said angrily, Jumna, flow thou here, and forming 1,000 streams, bathe me with thy waters. If thou obeyest not my command, thy waters shall be divided into several portions. When, O great king, the Jumna through pride would not attend to what Balaram-ji said, he drew her towards him with his plough and bathed, and from that day the Jumna has been bent at that spot. Having bathed and got rid of all his fatigue, Balaram-ji made all the cowherdesses happy, and, taking them with him, went from the forest to the city. There the cowherdesses said, O Lord of the Jadus, take us hence with you. Having heard this request, Balaram-ji encouraged the hopes of the cowherdesses, and, having inspired them with confidence, allowed them to take leave, and went himself to take leave of Nand and Jasoda. He then explained to them and gave them comfort also, and after a stay of some days took leave, and set off for Dvarka, where he soon arrived. Chapter 67 Sri Shukdev said, O great king. There was a Raja, named Paunrik, in the city of Kasi, a very powerful and glorious monarch, who assumed the appearance of Vishnu and imposed upon all people by deceit and force. He constantly wore a yellow dress, a necklace composed of 5 jewels, produced from the elements of nature, a garland of pearls, and a garland, composed of various jewels. And carrying about with him a shell, quoit, club and lotus, he made 2 wooden hands for himself, and having placed upon a horse a wooden sovereign of the feathered race, he went about, mounted upon it. He called himself Basudeo Paunrik, and caused himself to be worshipped by all men. Whatsoever Raja did not obey his order, he attacked him, and, having fought, reduced him to subjection. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev said, Raja. Seeing and hearing of his practices, people began to say in every country, city, village and house, one Basudeo has appeared in the country of Bruj, in the family of Jadu, and he dwells in the city of Dwarka, another has now come to Kasi. Which of the 2 shall we look upon and respect as the true one? Such was the talk in every country, when, having made some discovery, Basudeo Paunrik came one day into his own court and said, Who is Krishna that lives at Dwarka, whom the world calls Basudeo? He has come upon the earth for the sake of his worshippers, and has there assumed an appearance like mine. Having thus spoken, he sent for a messenger. And, entering into very minute explanations with him, dispatched him to Dwarka to Sri Krishna Chandji, saying, Tell all persons, who are wandering about in an appearance like mine, to relinquish that appearance, and if they do not relinquish it, prepare to fight with them. On receiving the order, the messenger, taking leave, started from Kasi, and arrived at the city of Dwarka, and appeared in the court of Sri Krishna Chandji. Krishna asked him, who he was, and whence he had come. He replied, I am a messenger of Raja Paunrik, of the city of Kasi. I am come to deliver a message to you from my master, which, with your permission, I will mention. Sri Krishna Chand granted permission. When he had done so, the messenger standing up with joined hands, began to say, O great king. Basudeo Paunrik says, that he is lord of the 3 worlds and creator of the universe, and asks who you are, who having assumed his appearance, and fled from fear of Jarasindhu, have come to live at Dwarka. You must either immediately give over imitating him in outward appearance and seek his protection, or he will come and destroy you, together with all the descendants of Jadu. And, having removed the burthens of the earth, will cherish his own worshippers. I am Paunrik, the unseen, the invisible, the without form. Gods, sages, saints and men offer prayers, penance, sacrifice and gifts continually to me. I, as Brahmu, am the creator, as Vishnu, the preserver, and as Shivu, the destroyer. In the form of a fish I rescued the sinking Vedas, in the form of a tortoise I supported a hill, as a boar I upheld the earth, descending upon the earth as half man and half lion, I destroyed the demon Hiranyakashipu, in the incarnation of a dwarf. I deceived bull, when I descended as ram, I destroyed the great devil, Ravan. This is my occupation, that, whenever demons vex my worshippers, I descend upon the earth, and remove its burthens. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev said to the Raja Purichat, O great king. The messenger of Basudeo Paunrik was thus speaking, and Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, seated on a jeweled throne amidst an assemblage of Jadus was listening and laughing, when one of the descendants of Jadu exclaimed, Has the regent of the dead come to take thee away, that thou speakest thus? We will kill thee, thou low wretch. Thou hast come as the go-between of a deceitful man. If you were not an ambassador, we would certainly put you to death. It is not right to kill a messenger. O great king! When the descendants of Jadu had thus spoken, Sri Krishna Ji, having called that messenger, explained to him and said, Go and tell thy Basudeo, that Krishna says, that he is about to give up imitating thy appearance. And to seek an asylum with thee, be prepared. On hearing these words the messenger made a salutation, and took leave, and Sri Krishna Chandji also set out with his army for the city of Kasi. The messenger went and said to Basudeo Paunrik, O great king! I have been to Dwarka, and delivered the whole of the message you charged me with to Sri Krishna. And on hearing it he said, Go and tell thy master to be prepared, as I am about to give up imitating his appearance, and to seek an asylum with him. O great king! Whilst the ambassador was still speaking, someone came and said, O great king! Why are you sitting thus unconcerned? Sri Krishna has advanced with his army. In hearing this, Vasudeo Paunrik came forth with his whole army in his assumed appearance, and, proceeding onwards, came in front of Sri Krishna Chandji. Another Raja of Kasi came also with him. On both sides the armies were arranged in battle order, the warlike instruments began to sound, the brave, the resolute and the heroical began to fight. And cowards, leaving the field, to run for their lives. At that time Vasudeo Paunrik, continuing to fight and being in the hands of death, went in his assumed form in front of Sri Krishna Chandji, and challenged him. On seeing him in that counterfeit dress, the descendants of Jadu said to Sri Krishna Chand, O great king! How shall we kill him in this likeness? Krishna said, It is no crime to kill a deceitful man in that likeness. Having thus spoken, Huri gave the order to the quoit, Sudarsan, who went and plucked out his 2 wooden arms. The wooden sovereign of the feathered race was broken at the same time, and the horse ran away. When Vasudeo Paunrik fell, Sudarsan cut off his head, and threw it away. On his head being cut off, the Raja Paunrik was released from existence. His head fell in the city of Kasi, where his Siralya was, and his wives saw it. They wept and tore their hair, saying, Who was the author of this deed? You were not subject to decrepitude and were immortal. How has your soul departed in a second? O great king! On hearing the lamentations of the Raja's wives, a son of his, named Sudakak, came there, and seeing his father's head, which had been cut off, was greatly enraged and began to say, I will not rest without revenging myself on him who has slain my father. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdeo Ji said, O great king! Having destroyed Vasudeo Paunrik, Sri Krishna Chandji returned with all his army to Dwarka, and the Raja's son, with a view of revenging his father's death, began to perform a very difficult penance to Mahadeo Ji. When he had been engaged some days in this penance, Mahadeo Bolanath came one day highly delighted, and said, Ask a boon from me. The Raja's son said, O great king! Grant me this boon, that I may be revenged on Sri Krishna for my father's death. Shivu Ji replied, Very good, if you desire revenge, adopt this plan. He said, What plan? Shivu replied, Offer a sacrifice, repeating the incantations of the Vedas backwards, a female devil will come forth from the fire, who will do whatever you tell her. When Shivu Ji had thus spoken, the Raja's son, O great king, sent for Brahmins, and having built an altar, and taking sesamum, ghee, barley, sugar and other requisites for the sacrifice and mixing them up together, began to offer sacrifice, repeating the incantations of the Vedas backwards. At length, whilst he was engaged in the sacrifice, a female devil, named Kritya, came forth from the hole, in which the consecrated fire was received, burning all the cities and villages, and the whole country in rear of Sri Krishna Ji. Arrived at the city of Dwarka, and began to set the city on fire. Seeing the city in flames, all the descendants of Jadul went in consternation to Sri Krishna Chandji, and called out, O great king! How shall we escape from this fire? It is burning down the whole city. Krishna replied, Be not at all alarmed, this is a female devil, named Kritya, who has come from Kasi. I will immediately make arrangements with regard to her. O great king! Having thus spoken, Sri Krishna Ji gave the order to the quoit, Sudarsan, to attack and put her to flight, and to go at once, and set fire to the city of Kasi. On receiving Huri's order, the quoit, Sudarsan, put to flight and destroyed Kritya, and went forthwith, and set Kasi on fire. The inhabitants fled from place to place in great distress, and bitterly abused Sudakak. The quoit returned, after having fired the city, and came, and told Krishna. Chapter 68. Sri Shukdeo Jee said, O great king! I will now relate how Bulram, the the abode of happiness, the receptacle of beauty, killed the monkey. Do bid, listen with attention. One day Do bid, who was the minister of Sugrit, and brother of the monkey Mindri, and the friend of Bomasor, began to say, "There is a thorn in my mind, which always pains me." On hearing this, someone inquired, "What is it?" He replied, "I will kill him, who has destroyed my friend Bomasor, in order that the grief of my mind may depart. O great king!" Having thus spoken, he went, on one occasion, in great wrath, to the city of Dvarka, laying waste the country of Sri Krishna, Chand, and harassing the people. He set some afloat by pouring down rain, he sent down flames and burnt others, some he knocked down with a hill, he dashed hills upon others, some he drowned in the sea, he bound others, and hid them in caves, he ripped open the bellies of some. Some he killed with uprooted trees. He thus constantly vexed the people, and wherever he found sages, holy men and gods sitting, he poured down upon them dung, urine and blood, thus afflicting and oppressing the people. He went at length to the city of Dvarka, and assuming a very small form, sat on the palace of Sri Krishna, Chand. On seeing him, Krishna's wives, shutting all the inner doors, ran off and hid themselves. He, then having obtained intelligence of Bulram, ascended the hill Kyut, thinking to himself, "I will first kill Bulram, and afterwards destroy Krishna's life." At the place, where Buldeo was diverting himself with his wives, Do bid, O great king, who was concealed, saw that Bulram had been drinking, and that he had taken all his wives with him into the middle of a tank, and was engaged in various sports with them, and singing and bathing. On witnessing this scene, Do bid climbed up a tree and chattering, and uttering angry cries, began to leap and jump about the branches, and play all kinds of tricks, and defile a water pot, filled with spirituous liquor, and the clothes of all of them which were lying about. On seeing the monkey, the women were frightened, and exclaimed, "O great king! Whence has this monkey come, who has frightened us, and defiled all our dresses?" When Buldeo heard this speech, he came out of the tank, and laughingly threw a clod of earth at the monkey, who, supposing him to be intoxicated, came down from the tree, chattering and enraged. He first upset the contents of the large earthen vessel, filled with spirituous liquor, which was placed on the bank of the tank, and tore all the clothes into strips. Bulram was then angry, and poised in his hand his plough and pestle, and the monkey, becoming as large as a hill, came in front of Bulram, prepared to fight. Buldeo brought into play his plough and pestle, and the monkey hurled trees and hills. They both closed and had a fierce encounter, and neither moved back at all from his position. O great king! These two mighty beings were contending resolutely with each other, and practicing all kinds of feints and stratagems. But the spectators were ready to die of fright. At length Bulram, perceiving that they were all distressed, threw down and killed Do bid. Gods, men and sages were all rejoiced at his death, and their griefs were dispelled. The delighted gods rained flowers and raised shouts of victory for Bulram. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev said, "O great king! That monkey had existed since the Treta age, which Buldeo killed and released from existence. Bulram, the abode of happiness, having gratified them all, brought them with him thence to the city of Dvarka, and related all the circumstances of the destruction of Do bid to the descendants of Judah." Chapter 69. Sri Shukdev said, "Raja, I will now relate to you the history of the marriage of Lakshmana, the daughter of Duryodhana, how Sambhu went to Hastinapur, and married her. O great king! When the Raja Duryodhana's daughter, Lakshmana, was marriageable, her father sent letters of invitation to Rajas of different countries, and appointed a day for the bride to select her own husband. Having received intelligence of the day that had been appointed, Sri Krishna Chand's son, by Jamwati, named Sambhu, came also to witness the ceremony. On arriving there he beheld Rajas of all countries powerful, possessed of excellent qualities, the receptacles of beauty, very intelligent, wearing elegant dresses and jeweled ornaments, armed and silent, standing in rows in the midst of the assemblage, and the Kuruvus were standing in like manner behind them. Musical instruments resounded here and there outside, and inside musicians and singers were engaged in festivities. In the center of all the Raja's daughter, the beloved of her mother and father, was moving about like a pupil of the eye, with a garland in her hand, and saying to herself, "Whom shall I marry? O great king!" When that sweet dispositioned girl, the abode of beauty, carrying a garland, and blushing, came, in the course of her circling, opposite Sambhu, she laid aside all reserve and bashfulness. And seizing him fearlessly by the hand, and seating him in her chariot, proceeded homewards. All the Rajas looked on in silent surprise, and Kuran, Dran, Sulap, Burisurwa, Dorjidhan and the other Kauravas did not at that time say a word. Afterwards, being very angry, they began to say to each other, "See what he has done, spoiling all our pleasure, and making a happy occasion disagreeable." Kuran said, "It is the constant practice of the descendants of Jadu to do acts of violence on occasions of pleasure and rejoicing." Sudi said, "They are men of low caste, who have lately been exalted. Since they obtained sovereignty, they have become insolent and domineering." On hearing these words, all the Kauravas in great wrath, and seizing their arms, rushed forth, saying, "Let us see what mighty man will take away the girl from before us," and they went and surrounded Sambhu on the road. Warlike weapons were brought into play on both sides, when at length the battle had lasted some time, and Sambhu's charioteer had been killed, and he himself had descended from his chariot, they surrounded and carried him away bound. Making him stand up in the middle of the assembly, they inquired, "Where is thy mighty power now gone?" He was ashamed at hearing this. At this time, Naraji having come, said to Dorjidhan and all the Kauravas, "This is Sri Krishna's son, by name Sambhu. Do not say anything to him, whatever was to happen, has happened. Sri Krishna and Balram will come here with an army, prepared for battle. Immediately they receive intelligence of him, whatever you have to say to him or hear from him, say and hear it. It is not at all becoming to taunt a child, whatever act his boyish understanding may have done. O great king!" Having thus spoken, Naraji took leave and proceeded to the city of Dwarka, and went and stood in the court of the Raja Oagarsan. They all rose at seeing him and bowed their heads, and instantly brought a seat for him. Naraji when seated said, "O great king! The Kauravas have bound Sambhu, and have inflicted, and are still inflicting, great pain upon him. If you wish to take thought of him, do so now, otherwise it will be difficult for Sambhu to escape. The Kauravas have become very proud, and have shown no respect or consideration for you. They have bound the child in a manner that anyone would bind an enemy." Raja Oagarsan was very angry at hearing this, and having summoned the descendants of Jadu, said to them, "Take all my army in advance against Hastinapur, and having killed the Kauravas, release and bring Sambhu here." When the army was ready to set out on receiving the Raja's order, Balram Ji went to explain to the Raja Oagarsan, and said, "O great king! Do not send an army against them. With your permission, I will go and complain to them and will have Sambhu released, and will bring him away with me. I will see why they have bound him. Unless I go, the reason of this act will not appear." Upon this the Raja Oagarsan gave Balram Ji permission to go to Hastinapur, and Buldio Ji went from Dwarka, accompanied by several great pundits, Brahmins, and by Narad, the sage, and arrived at Hastinapur. Balram on his arrival, having encamped on a piece of enclosed ground, said to Narad Ji, "O great king! We have encamped here, please go and inform the Kauravas of my arrival." On receiving this order, Narad Ji went to the city and gave information of Balram's arrival. Having heard this news they all prepared to go out and meet him. Bikram, Kuran and Dran went together, taking handsome cloth dresses as presents. Dorjidhan went hastily forth, saying, "My spiritual preceptor, Sunburkan, has come." Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja, "O great king!" All the Kauravas went to the enclosure where Balram was encamped to visit him, and offered him presents, and, having fallen at his feet, joining their hands, eulogized him highly. After this, having applied perfume and sandal, and putting a garland of flowers upon him, and spreading silken cloths, they conducted him, in musical procession, to the city. They then entertained him with all kinds of delicacies. and, sitting near him, made various inquiries. "O great king! Why have you come here?" Bhagavata Ji replied, "I have been sent by the Raja Oagerson to deliver a message to you." The Kauravas said, "What message?" Bhagavata Ji replied, "The Raja says, that it was not becoming in you to do an act of enmity towards him, you were many and he a single child, you fought with him, abandoning all understanding and discrimination. You intentionally committed a great injustice, and, relinquishing respect for the world, laid hold of Krishna's son, you have now become very proud, and have designedly afflicted him. O great king!" On hearing these words the Kauravas said, very angrily, "Enough! Enough! Bhagavata Ji, do not exalt Oagerson any more, as we will not listen to you. It is scarcely 4 days, since no one knew or respected Oagerson. From the time he connected himself with us he has obtained high rank, and has now sent us a haughty message. Is he not ashamed, considering that he obtained sovereign power sitting quietly at Dwarka, to forget entirely his former condition? And now to say whatever he pleases? Does he forget the day, when he used to associate and eat with cowherds and Gujars at Mathura? We have now reaped the fruits of allowing him to eat with us, and forming an alliance with him, and procuring sovereign power for him. If we had done these good acts to a respectable man, he would have been thankful for them all his life. Someone has said truly, that the friendship of a mean person is like a wall of sand." Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king!" Discoursing much in this strain, Kuran, Dran, Bikam, Dorjadhan and all the Kauravas rose haughtily and went to their homes. Bhagavata Ji, laughing at what they had said, thought to himself, "They are proud of their royal power and strength, and, therefore speak in this strain. Otherwise, would they treat with such disrespect that Oagerson, who is the lord of Brahma, Rudra and Indra, to whom the three bow their heads? As my name is Boldio, I will drown all the Kauravas with their city in the Ganges. O great king!" Having thus said, Boldio Ji in great wrath laid hold of all the Kauravas and their city with his plough, and took them to a bank of the Ganges, and was on the point of drowning them. When all the Kauravas came in the greatest alarm and consternation, with joined hands, bowing their heads, and beseeching earnestly, began to say, in a submissive tone, "O great king! Forgive our fault, we have come to you for protection, save us now, and we will do whatever you may order, and will be always obedient to the commands of Raja Oagerson." When, O great king! They had thus spoken, the wrath of Bhagavata Ji was appeased, and he allowed the city to remain on the site, to which, with his plough, he had drawn it, on the banks of the Ganges. From that day Hastinapur has been on the banks of the Ganges, formerly it was not there. He afterwards released Sambhu, and Raja Dorjadhan, having propitiated his uncle and nephews, and taken them to his house, prepared a festive entertainment. And gave his daughter in marriage to Sambhu according to the prescribed injunctions of the Vedas. And presented her with a very handsome dowry. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king! Thus did Bhagavata Ji go to Hastinapur, lower the pride of the Kauravas, release his nephew and bring him home after his marriage. At that time there was joy in all the city of Dwarka. And Bhagavata Ji went and explained to the Raja Oagerson all the circumstances connected with Hastinapur." Chapter 70. Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king! It occurred once to Narad Ji to go and see how Sri Krishna Chand carried on his domestic affairs with 16,108 wives. With this thought in his mind, he came to Dwarka, and beheld outside the city high, lofty trees. Flourishing, loaded with fruits and flowers, waving in the orchards, on which, pigeons, parrots, peacocks and other birds were sitting, and pouring forth pleasing notes. Lotuses were blooming in elegant tanks, on which swarms of bees buzzed, on the banks geese, cranes and other birds were sporting about. In the flower gardens, the gardeners sang sweet strains, and throwing water high and low, saturated the different beds with it. In some places wheels and leather buckets were brought into play, and on the quays there were crowds of women carrying water on their heads, the beauty of whom cannot be described. To be appreciated, it must have been seen. O great king! Narad-ji, having beheld with delight the beautiful appearance of the forests and groves, saw on going into the city elegant, golden houses, covered with jewels, and shining brilliantly, on which flags and banners were waving. Wreaths and garlands of flowers were fastened upon each gateway, at the doors were placed pillars of plantain and waterpots of gold, filled with sprouts. From the trellis work, windows, and lattices of each house, the smoke of the perfume, burnt at the time of worshipping, came curling forth, like a black cloud, in the midst of which the golden spires shone like lightning. In every dwelling there was worshipping and reading of prayers, and sacrifice and offering of gifts, and in every place people were engaged in adoration and meditation, songs and reading, and hearing the Puranas. Here and there the descendants of Jadoo were seated, forming a court, similar to that of Indru, and joy was diffused throughout the city. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king. Narad-ji, being highly gratified on entering the city, began to say, To what house shall I go first to find Sri Krishna Chand? Saying this, O great king. To himself, Narad-ji went to Sri Rukmini's house, where Sri Krishna Chand was reclining at his ease, and who rose and stood up on seeing him. They brought a ewer of Rukmini's filled with water. Krishna, having washed Narad-ji's feet, and given him a seat, placed before him perfume, lamps and consecrated food, and offering adoration began to say to him with joined hands. Happiness and wealth will follow the man in whose house the feet of good men fall. You have come and paid me, a householder, a visit in my house, for the sake of my salvation. O great king! When Krishna had thus spoken, Narad-ji giving him this blessing, May you long live to protect Sri Rukmini, went to the abode of Jamwati, where he saw Huri playing at Chupar. On seeing Narad-ji, Krishna rose up. When, having given him a blessing, Narad went away again. After this he went to Satbhamas and saw Sri Krishna Chand seated, and having oil and perfumed paste applied to his body, Narad-ji returned thence in silence, because it is written in the Shastras, that at the time of the application of oil, a Raja should not make a salutation, nor a Brahmin pronounce a benediction. Narad-ji then went to Kalindi's house, and there saw Huri asleep. O great king! Kalindi, on seeing Narad-ji, began to rub Huri's feet, and awoke him. Krishna, on awaking, approached the sage, and having made an obeisance, said with joined hands, The feet of holy men are like the waters of places of pilgrimage. Wherever they fall they purify. On hearing this and having given his blessing, Narad-ji rose, and went thence to the residence of Mitrabinda. He there saw Brahmins being fed, and Sri Krishna serving out food to them. Krishna said, on seeing Narad-ji, O great king! As you have done me the favor to come here, please partake of this food, and give me your leavings, and make pure my house. Narad-ji replied, O great king! I will come again, after having gone round to a few other houses. Be pleased to serve out food to the Brahmins, and I will take what is left on my return. With these words, Narad-ji took leave and went to Sutya's house, and there saw Sri Bihari, the benefactor of his worshippers, sitting pleased, and amusing himself. On beholding this state of affairs, Narad-ji went away thence. And having then gone to Budra's abode, saw Huri eating, he returned thence to the house of Lakshmana, and there saw Krishna bathing. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev said, O great king! In this manner the sage, Narad-ji, went about to 16,108 houses, but did not see a single house without Sri Krishna in it, and wherever he beheld him he saw him engaged in some domestic occupation. Having observed this custom, Narad was astonished, that there was not a house without Krishna in it. Wherever I go, there is the beloved Huri. Thus has Krishna spread about his pastimes. In each of the 16,108 houses, the supporter of the hill, Krishna, remains with one of his wives. The delighted sage said, reflecting, the deceptive power, which yogis are supposed to possess, belongs to thee, O Lord of the Jadus. No one can understand this power, and who can escape from it? O great king! When Narad-ji, in a state of astonishment, had thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand, the bestower of happiness said, Narad! Be not all grieved in thy mind, my delusive power is very mighty and has been spread over the whole world. It fascinates even me, who else has ability to escape from its influence, and who that has come into the world is not affected by it. Narad having heard this and bowing his head, said, beseechingly, take compassion on me, O Lord of the Judus. In order that veneration for thee may exist always in my thoughts and that my mind, being under the influence of delusion, may not desire objects of sense. Raja. Narad having thus spoken, took leave of Krishna, and, having made the usual parting salutation, returned to his own dwelling playing on the lute and singing. Sri Krishna Chand ji continued his pastimes at Dwarka. Part 8. Chapter 71. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O great king. On one occasion Sri Krishna Chand was diverting himself with Rukmini during the night, and she was sitting in a state of ecstatic delight, and feasting her partridge-like eyes by gazing on the moonlike countenance of her beloved. When in the meanwhile the night passed away, birds chirped, there was a red color in the sky. The chukur suffered from separation, ruddy geese were in pairs, the lotus bloomed and water lilies withered, the beauty of the moon was diminished, and the splendor of the sun increased. All people were awake and began to occupy themselves with their domestic affairs. At that time Rukmini ji, quitting Huri's side, began to engage thoughtfully and modestly in household matters. And Sri Krishna ji, having performed his ablutions, washed his hands and face, bathed and finished his prayers, meditations, adoration and oblations of water, having given gifts of various kinds to Brahmins, completed his daily work. Received the daily offering presented to him early in the morning, and eaten it with cloves, cardamoms, mace and nutmegs, arrayed himself in elegant clothes and ornaments. And putting on arms, went to the Raja Oagerson, and having afterwards come into the court of the descendants of Jadu, sat upon a jeweled throne. O great king! At that time a Brahmin went and said to the doorkeepers, Go and tell Sri Krishna Chand ji, that a Brahmin is standing at the gate, who is desirous of seeing him, and with his permission, the Brahmin will come in. On hearing what the Brahmin said, a doorkeeper went and informed Bhagwan, O great king! A Brahmin is standing at the gate, desirous of seeing you, and, with your permission, he will come into your presence. Huri replied, Bring him immediately. On Krishna uttering these words the doorkeepers ushered the Brahmin quickly into his presence. And, on seeing him, Sri Krishna Chand descended from his throne, and, having made an obeisance, and advancing and taking him by the hand, brought him into the palace, and having seated him by his side on the jeweled throne, thus addressed him. Say, O divinity! Whence and for what purpose hast thou come? The Brahmin replied, O sea of compassion and brother of the poor! I have come from the Magadh country, and bring a message from 20,000 Rajas. Krishna inquired, What message? The Brahmin replied, O great king! The 20,000 Rajas, whom Jarasindhu has forcibly confined, putting handcuffs and leg irons upon them, have, with the utmost submissiveness, sent this message by me to you. O Lord of the poor! This is your custom that whenever demons vex your worshippers you descend upon the earth and afford them protection. O Lord! In the same manner, that you released Prahlad from Hiranyakasip, and an elephant from the shark, be pleased, compassionately, to release us also now from this great affliction, we are in grievous trouble. And, with exception of you, no one has power to rescue and deliver us from this heavy calamity. O great king! On hearing these words, Krishna being mercifully disposed towards them, said to the Brahmin, O divinity! Do not suffer anxiety any more on their account, it shall now be my office to remove their afflictions. The Brahmin was gratified by this speech of Sri Krishna Chand's, and began to give him a blessing. In the meanwhile Narad ji made his appearance there, and Sri Krishna Chand, having made a salutation to him, inquired, Narad ji! You go and come everywhere, tell me how are Yudhisthira and the other Pandus, my 5 brothers, getting on nowadays, and what are they about? It is long since I heard anything about them, and for this reason my thoughts are occupied with them. Narad ji replied, O great king! I am just come from them, they are quite well, but are much, and anxiously occupied in making preparations for a royal sacrifice, and are saying repeatedly, without Sri Krishna Chand's assistance, our sacrifice will not be complete. For this reason, O great king, be pleased to adopt my suggestion, and first make arrangements for their sacrifice, and afterwards proceed elsewhere. O great king. On hearing this speech of Narad Ji's, Krishna sent for Uddhav Ji, and said to him, Uddhav, you are my friend, never absent from my mind or sight, there is an immense crowd at both places, to which will you go first, O brave warrior? So many Rajas, suffering grievous misfortune, are expecting my approach, and here the Pandus have prepared a sacrifice. Thus did Krishna address Uddhav. Chapter 72. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O great king. Sri Krishna Chand Ji allowed the Brahmin to take leave, who brought the message of the Rajas, having first said to him, O divine being, go and say from me to all the Rajas not to be at all anxious, as I shall come soon and liberate them. With these words, O great king, Sri Krishna Chand dismissed the Brahmin, and having taken Uddhav Ji with him, went into the court of the Rajas Ogarsan and Sorsan, and mentioned all the news he had heard in their presence. On hearing which they were silent. Upon this Uddhav Ji said, O great king, do these two things, first, release the Rajas from the power of Jarasindhu, and afterwards go and make arrangements for the sacrifice, because no one, except a Raja, can take part in a royal sacrifice. And there are 20,000 Rajas collected at that place, if you will set them free, they will, without invitation, assist in the sacrifice, showing you the greatest respect for your favor to them. O great king! If anyone else were to conquer the 10 quarters of the world, he would not find so many Rajas collected together, it is therefore most advisable that you go to Hastinapur. And, uniting and consulting with the Pandavas, do what is necessary to be done. O great king! Uddhav Ji after this again said, Raja Jarasindhu is very liberal, and a great respecter and worshipper of the cow and Brahman. Everyone who asks him for anything receives it, no beggar ever returns disappointed from his presence, he never speaks falsely, and fulfills every promise he makes, and he has the strength of 10,000 elephants. Which strength is equal to that of Bhimsen. Lord! If you go there, take Bhimsen also with you, I have an idea, that he will perish by Bhimsen's hand. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, Raja. When Uddhav Ji had thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand, having taken leave of Rajas Ogarsan and Sorsan, said to the descendants of Jadu, get my army ready, as I shall go to Hastinapur. On hearing this, the descendants of Jadu arranged and brought the whole army, and Krishna accompanied it with his 8 queens. O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand, accompanied by his family and army, and sounding the great kettledrum, proceeded from the city of Dwarka to Hastinapur, the beauty of the scene exceeded all description, in front of all were the castles of the elephants. On the right and left was the protection of chariots and horses, in the center was the seraglio, and in rear of all, accompanied by his army, and affording universal protection, came Sri Krishna Chand Ji. Wherever they encamped, a handsome, elegant city of many kos in extent was formed. The Rajas of different countries came in a state of alarm to pay visits, and offer presents. And Krishna, seeing that they were terrified, consoled them in every way. At length, having proceeded with this great pomp and show, here he arrived with them all in the neighborhood of Hastinapur. Upon this someone went, and said to the Raja Yudhisthira, O great king! Some monarch with a very large army and a great retinue of followers, has advanced into your country, be pleased to take measures quickly for arresting his progress, otherwise he will be here immediately. The Raja Yudhisthira, O great king! Was alarmed at these words and sent his 2 younger brothers, Nukul and Sahdev, to confront Krishna, having given them this instruction, see and come and inform me what Raja is coming to attack us. On receiving the Raja's order, Sahdev and Nukul went to see who had come, and on their return reported to the Raja, O Lord of our lives! Huri has come. On hearing this the Raja banished all anxiety. Raja Yudhisthira, being greatly delighted, sent afterwards for Bhim and Arjun and said to his 4 brothers, "Go all of you in advance to meet Krishna and bring him here with you." Having received, O great king, the Raja's order, and heard of Krishna's arrival, the 4 brothers were very much pleased, and taking with them the necessary presents and materials for offering adoration and accompanied by learned pundits, they went forth with music playing and singing songs to bring Krishna in. At length, having met him with great respect and reverence, and offered presents and adoration in the manner prescribed by the Vedas, the 4 brothers brought Krishna with them into the city in musical procession, spreading silken cloths on the road for him to walk upon, showering down flowers of silver and gold, sprinkling perfumes, sandal and rosewater, and presenting sweet scents, lamps and consecrated food. The Raja Yudhisthira was exceedingly gratified to meet Krishna, and considered that all his wishes in life had been accomplished. After this all persons outside and inside the city had cordial meetings, observing the usual ceremonies, and mutually interchanged civilities and kindnesses, and were in the highest degree pleased. Joy was diffused everywhere, and Sri Krishna Chand, by staying there, made them all happy. Chapter 73. Sri Shukdev Jee said, "O great king! One day Sri Krishna Chand, the sea of compassion, the brother of poor and the benefactor of his worshippers, was sitting in an assembly of wise men, sages, Brahmins and Kshatris, when the Raja Yudhisthira came. And, beseeching earnestly and bowing his head, said to him, with joined hands, O Lord of Shivu and Brahma! Gods, sages, holy men and yogis constantly meditate on you. You are the unseen, invisible and impenetrable. No one understands the secrets of your nature. Holy men and yogis meditate on you with profound attention, but you do not for a moment enter their minds. You appear to us at our home, and have an affection for your worshippers. The sports you engage in, Mohan, no one can comprehend. The world has been deceived by your delusive power. You behave towards us as a mortal. You look upon those as your superiors, who tear you in remembrance, O Lord of the world. You are far from the proud man, and the root of the life of the speaker of truth. O great king!" Having thus spoken, Raja Yudhisthira then said, "O merciful to the poor! Through your compassion, all that I had in view has been accomplished, but I have still one desire." Krishna inquired, "What it is?" The Raja said, "O great king! It is my wish to perform a royal sacrifice, and present it as an offering to you, and thereby cross over the sea of the world." On hearing these words Sri Krishna Chand was delighted, and said, "Raja, you have formed a good wish. By this gods, men, saints and sages will all be gratified. This will be agreeable to all, and it is not at all difficult for you to do this. Because your 4 brothers, Arjun, Bhim, Nukul and Sahadeo are very renowned and powerful, there is not any one in the world now who can oppose them. First send them forth to conquer, and bring under subjection the Rajas of the 10 quarters of the world, and after that perform the sacrifice at your ease." Raja. When Krishna had thus spoken, the Raja Yudhisthira sent for his 4 brothers, and giving them armies, sent them in 4 different directions. Sahadeo went to the south, Nukul to the west, Arjun to the north, and Bhimsen to the east. Some time after this, O great king! The 4 brothers, by the glorious favor of Huri, having conquered the 7 islands and 9 divisions of the earth, and subjugated the Rajas of the 10 quarters, brought them back with them. At that time Raja Yudhisthira, having joined his hands, said to Sri Krishna Chand Ji, "O great king! Through your aid this business has been accomplished. What are your orders now?" Upon this, Uddhav Ji said, "O incarnation of justice! The kings of all countries have come, with exception of the Raja Jarasindhu, of the Magadha country, who is not under your authority, and until he shall be made subject to you, it will not be of advantage to perform the sacrifice. The Raja Jarasindhu, the son of Jayadratha, is very mighty and renowned, and liberal and just. Not every one has power to oppose him." When the Raja Yudhisthira having heard this was sad, Sri Krishna Chand said, "O great king! Be not at all anxious, but give the order to my brothers, Bhim and Arjun, and to me, and we will either by force or stratagem, bring him here bound, or kill him." On hearing these words, Raja Judasthir gave the order to the two brothers. And then Huri, accompanied by the two brothers, took the road to the Magadha country. When they had advanced some distance on their journey, Sri Krishna Chandji said to Arjun and Bhim, "Travel as Brahmins, and let us kill our enemy by stratagem or force. O great king!" Having thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chandji assumed the appearance of a Brahmin, and Bhim and Arjun did the same also. The three having drawn 3 horizontal lines across their foreheads, and taking each a book under his arm, went along assuming the same bright, handsome, elegant and well-arranged appearance, as the 3 properties of humanity, truth, passion and ignorance, would assume, if they put on corporeal form, or as the 3 times, present, past and future, would assume. At length, after some days' journey, they arrived in the Magadha country, and at midday stood at the gate of the Raja Jarasindhu. On seeing their appearance, the gatekeepers went, and said to the Raja, "O great king! 3 Brahmin guests, or beggars, of very splendid appearance, great pundits, and very intelligent are standing at the gate, desirous of something. What are your orders to us? O great king!" At these words, Raja Jarasindhu rose up, and came to where the Brahmins were standing, and having made an obeisance to the 3, conducted them with the greatest respect and deference to his house. Afterwards, having seated them on a throne, he stood in their presence with joined hands, and looking at them, and reflecting said, "The beggar, who being a great Raja, comes to another man's gate, is called a guest. You are not Brahmins, but strong, powerful men of war. Deceit of any kind is wrong. If a thug, or impostor, come as such, he is regarded in his proper character, and not as an honest man. The luster of your Kshatriya appearance cannot be concealed. You seem to be resolute, bold, strong men. You 3 brothers are splendid to behold, bestowers of boons like Shivu, Brahmu and Vishnu. This is what appears probable to me, but do you, O deities, give an explanation yourselves. Whatever you may desire I will do for you, and will not swerve from my agreement. A liberal man never speaks falsely, and will not keep back his wealth, body, or anything else. I will make you any present you ask for, my children, wives, anything I may have, and my life." On hearing these words, Sri Krishna Chandji said, "O great king! Once on a time, there was a very liberal Raja, named Hurchand, whose fame is still spread abroad in the world. On one occasion there was a famine in Raja Hurchand's country. And in consequence of the dearth of grain vast numbers of people began to die. Upon this, the Raja sold all his property, and gave food to his people, when all his country, towns and wealth were gone. And the Raja was left without any money. One evening he was sitting hungry with his family, when Biswamitra came, and, in order to test his truth and sincerity, said, "O great king! Give me wealth, and derive the same advantage from doing so, as you would derive from giving a daughter in marriage." On hearing this speech, the Raja brought out all that was in his house, and gave it him. Then the holy man said, "O great king! My business will not be completed with this much money." After this the Raja sold his male and female servants, and brought the proceeds, and gave them to the sage. And having expended all his wealth, and sold all his servants, he was left without money and without servants, and only with his wives and children. The sage again said, "O form of justice! My business has not been accomplished by the money you have given me. To whom shall I go now, and ask for more? I do not know of anyone in the world, who is wealthier, more virtuous and liberal than you are. Yes, there is a Chandal, named Supuch, who is a vessel of wealth. If you tell me to do so, I will go and ask him for money, but I am ashamed to do so for one reason, that having begged from so liberal a Raja, what should I beg from him? O great king!" On hearing these words, Raja Hurchand took Biswamitra with him, and went to the house of that Chandal, and said to him, "Brother, keep me in pledge for a year, and fulfill his wishes for him." Supuch said, "How will you be able to do my work and banish all pride and passion from your mind? You are a very illustrious and mighty Raja, and the service you will have to perform for me is of a low, menial kind and severe. O great king! My business is to keep watch in a cemetery, and to receive a tax on every corpse that comes there, and afterwards to watch and guard my own house. If you can do this, I will give the rupees required, and keep you in pledge." The Raja said, "Well, I will serve you for a year, give him the money." When the Raja had thus spoken, Supuch counted out the money to Biswamitru, which he took away to his home. And the Raja, remaining at the Chandal's house, began to wait upon him. After some days, Raja Hirchand's son, Rohidas, died, and his mother went with her son's corpse into the burying place. And as she was on the point of lighting the funeral pile she had erected, the Raja came, and asked for the tax. The Rani, being displeased and grieved, said, "Consider and reflect, O Raja. This is your son, Rohidas, and I have nothing wherewith to pay the tax, except this cloth, which I am now wearing." The Raja replied, "I have no option in the matter. I am employed on my master's business, and if I do not do his work, my character for truth will be lost. O great king!" When the Rani, on hearing this, put her hand on the border of the cloth to take it off, the three worlds trembled. Upon this Bhagwan, who had observed the sincerity of the Raja and Rani, first sent a chariot, and afterwards, having appeared himself, liberated all three. O great king! When Brahmu, having restored Rohidas to life, and seated the Raja and Rani, together with their son, on a chariot, gave the order to proceed to the celestial paradise, Raja Hirchand, joining his hands, said to Bhagwan, "O brother of the poor, purifying the guilty and kind to the wretched, how can I go and dwell in paradise without Supuch?" Having heard this speech, and knowing the Raja's secret wishes, Huri, the benefactor of his worshippers, the sea of compassion, granted deliverance to Supuch, together with the city in which he abode, and to the Raja, Rani and their son. Their Hirchand obtained immortality, and here for ages, his fame has been handed down. Having mentioned this account of Hirchand to Jorasindhu, Sri Krishna Chand ji said, "O great king! And besides the above instance, Ratdi performed a penance, during which he remained 48 days without water, and when he sat down to drink, some one, who was thirsty, came to him. He did not drink any water himself, but gave it to the thirsty man, and by the gift of that water, obtained salvation. Again the Raja Buli was very munificent in his gifts, and obtained the government of the infernal regions, and even yet, his great renown is being handed down. Again the sage Udwal ate after 6 months fasting. On one occasion a beggar came to him, when it was his eating time. He did not himself eat any food, but gave it to the beggar, and died from excess of the hunger he then endured, and afterwards, in consequence of having given away his food, he went to Vishnu's celestial paradise, mounted on a chariot. Again, on one occasion, Raja Indru went with all the gods, and said to Dudhich, "O great king! We cannot escape now from the hands of Britasur, unless you give us one of your bones, and then we shall escape, otherwise escape will be difficult, because he can only be destroyed by a weapon, formed of one of your bones." On hearing this, O great king! Dudhich, having had his body licked by a cow, extracted his thigh bone and gave it to the gods, who made it into a thunderbolt, and Dudhich, having sacrificed his life, obtained paradise. Such are instances of men of boundless liberality, whose fame the world celebrates. Raja. Having thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand ji said to Jorasindhu, "O great king! You equal in the present age the just and liberal Rajas, who flourished formerly in other ages, and now satisfy our expectations in the same way, that formerly they fulfilled the desires of those who solicited them. There is a saying, what will not a beggar ask, and what will not a liberal man give? He has no avaricious desire for his house, sons and wives, but will give up his body and head, and obtain celebrity." When Krishna had thus spoken, Jorasindhu said, "A beggar has no sympathy with a donor, but in spite of this the liberal and resolute do not lay aside their usual dispositions, whether they derive pleasure or pain from the exercise of them." Lo! Huri, being disguised as, and transformed into, a dwarf, went to the Raja Buli, and asked for 3 paces of ground. At that time, Shukru cautioned Buli not to give it, but the Raja did not swerve from his promise. He gave the earth together with his body, and has obtained renown in the world by this act. What celebrity has Vishnu acquired by being a beggar, who, having received everything, acted perversely? For this reason, do you first of all explain your names, and your mysterious appearance, and I will then grant whatever you ask. I do not speak falsely. Sri Krishna Chand replied, Raja. We are two trees, Basudeo is my name, you know me very well, and these two, Arjun and Bhim, are my father's sister's children. We have come to fight with you, be pleased to fight with us, we have come here to make this request, and do not ask anything else from you. Having, O great king, heard this speech of Sri Krishna Chand Ji's, Jarasindhu laughed and said, Why should I fight with you, you have already fled from before me. Nor will I fight with Arjun, because he went into the Baidarab country, disguised as a woman. There remains Bhimsen, with whom I will fight, if you wish it, he is my equal, and I am not ashamed to fight with him. First of all refresh yourselves with food, and afterwards wrestle in the Palistra. Having given them refreshments the Raja came out, and sent a message to Bhimsen. He gave him his own club, and took himself one belonging to another man. Morari went and sat where all the spectators were assembled in a circle, Jarasindhu and Bhimsen stood up simultaneously, opposed to each other. They had helmets on their heads, and fastened tight the cloths they wore round their hips, and tucked them in behind, appearing very like jugglers. O great king! When the two heroes striking the upper part of their arms in preparation for the encounter, holding their clubs at arm's length, changing their attitudes, and moving slowly from side to side, confronted each other in the Palistra. They seemed like two musked elephants, rushing upon each other. Before the struggle commenced, Jarasindhu said to Bhimsen, Strike the first blow with your club, because you came to my gate in the appearance of a Brahmin, and I will not, therefore, strike you first. Having heard this, Bhimsen replied, Raja. We will have a fair fight, and the understanding is not necessary, that I should strike first, let who will, strike first. O great king! These two brave men having thus conversed with each other, aimed blows simultaneously, and began to fight. They watched each other's stratagems, inflicting wounds right and left. And jumped about, avoiding blows, and sparred and fought club against club, they struck their clubs violently against each other, making them clash and inflicting wounds. Great noise and tumult were produced by the collision. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king! In this manner those two resolute antagonists had a fair fight during the whole day. And coming in the evening to the house, ate and rested together. They thus spent 27 days, fighting continually. When one day at their fighting time, Sri Krishna Chand Ji thought to himself, that Jarasindhu could not be destroyed by this mode of encounter, because, when he was born in two separate parts. And the female demon, Jura, his mother, closed his mouth and nose, and then the two separate parts were united. Having been informed of this circumstance, his father, Jayadratha, summoned the astrologers, and inquired from them, what the child's name should be, and what would be his future career. The astrologer said, O great king! His name is Jarasindhu, and he shall acquire a very glorious reputation, and shall not be subject to the infirmities of age, and shall be immortal, and shall not be destroyed by any one, until the junction, uniting the two separate parts of his body, shall be rent asunder. Having thus spoken, the astrologers took leave. O great king! Sri Krishna Ji reflected upon these matters in his mind. And, having bestowed his own strength upon Bhimsen, and splitting a straw winked to him, that he must split up Jarasindhu in the same manner. On receiving this hint from Krishna, Bhimsen laid hold of Jarasindhu and threw him down, and having placed his foot on one of his thighs, and laying hold of his other foot with his hand, he tore him asunder. Just as anyone would tear asunder a stick for cleaning the teeth. On the death of Jarasindhu, gods, men and celestial musicians, playing upon drums and other musical instruments, and raining down flowers, began to raise shouts of victory, and grief and calamity having departed, was diffused throughout the city. At that time, the wife of Jarasindhu came and stood, weeping and lamenting in the presence of Krishna, joining her hands, she exclaimed, Bravo! Bravo! You have great reason to exult, O Lord. In having taken away the life of him, who gave you everything. This is the sort of friendship you show to one, who resigns to you his sons, wealth and body. Under a disguised appearance you have practiced deceit and violence, and this is the celebrity you have acquired coming into the world. O great king! When the wife of Jorasindhu, from tenderness for her husband's memory, spoke thus solicitingly, with joined hands in presence of the abode of mercy. Then Krishna, taking compassion on her, first performed the funeral obsequies of Jorasindhu, and having afterwards sent for his son, Sudyo, making the marks of sovereignty on his forehead, and seating him on a throne said, Son, carry on a moral government, and protect sages, holy men, cows, Brahmins and your subjects. Chapter 74. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O great king! Sri Krishna Chandji, having seated Sudyo on the royal throne, and, having given him advice, said to him, Raja, go now and bring those Rajas, whom your father kept shut up in a hill cave. On hearing these words from the mouth of Krishna, Jorasindhu's son, Sudyo, consenting to bring them, went to the cave. And, having removed a stone from the mouth of it, brought forth 20,800 Rajas, and took them to the presence of Huri. On coming there with handcuffs and leg irons, iron collars on their necks, their nails and hair grown long, bodies emaciated, depressed in spirits, and dirty in appearance, all the Rajas stood in rows before Krishna, joining their hands. They submissively said, O sea of compassion and brother of the poor! You have thought of us in good time, otherwise we should have died. By seeing you our lives have been restored, and our former griefs have been obliterated. On hearing these words, O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand, the sea of favor, looked upon them, Sudyo immediately took them away. And, having had their handcuffs, leg irons, and the rings with which their fetters were fastened, cut off, causing them to be shaved and bathed, and washed, entertaining them with all sorts of delicacies, giving them clothes and ornaments. And furnishing them with arms, brought them again into Huri's presence. At that time Sri Krishna Chandji appeared to them in a form with 4 arms, and holding a shell, quoit, club and lotus. On beholding the form Krishna had assumed, the Rajas joining their hands said, Lord, you liberate mortals from the difficult bonds of the world. What difficulty was there to you to release us from the imprisonment of Jorasindhu? As you have compassionately released us from this severe confinement, release us also from this well in the form of a dwelling, free us from desire, anger, avarice and inordinate affection. In order that we may sit down in retirement and meditate on you, and cross over the sea of the world. Sri Shukdev Ji said, Raja. When all the Rajas had spoken these words, so full of knowledge and devotion, Sri Krishna Chandji was delighted and said, They who worship me with sincerity of mind, shall certainly obtain deliverance and salvation. Bondage and release are trials of the mind. To him whose mind is firm, the house and forest are alike. Have no other anxiety in your minds, than living happily at your homes, carry on a well-regulated government, protect the subject. Attend upon the cow and Brahmin, do not speak falsely, avoid lust, anger, avarice and pride, worship Huri with sentiments of religion, and you will certainly obtain eternal happiness. Whoever, coming into the world, has indulged in pride, has not lived long. Behold, how many pride has brought to destruction. His strength destroyed Persuram, celebrated as being very powerful, and having 1,000 arms. Raja Bainu became Rawan, and was ruined by his pride. Bomasor and Banasor, and Kunz were all exterminated through pride. Let no one be intoxicated with prosperity, or indulge in pride. He who shuns pride may live without fear. Having thus spoken, Sri Krishna Chand said to all the Rajas, Go now to your homes, have meetings with your relations, arrange the affairs of your kingdoms and settle yourselves upon your thrones, and come quickly. About the time of my own arrival, to Hastinapur, to the Raja Judisthars, to assist at the royal sacrifice. O great king! When Sri Krishna Chandji had thus spoken, Sudyo instantly procured all things necessary for the departure of the Rajas. They received them. And, taking leave of Krishna, went each to his own country, and Sri Krishna Chand-ji also travelled thence joyfully, accompanied by Sudyo and Bhim and Arjun, and came to Hastinapur. Krishna having gone, after his arrival, to the Raja Yudhisthira, explained to him all the circumstances attending the death of Jarasindhu, and the release of the Rajas. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichat, O great king. About the time of the arrival of Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, at Hastinapur, the Rajas arrived also with their armies, and with presents. And, having had an interview with Raja Yudhisthira, and offered their presents, they encamped on all sides of Hastinapur by order of Sri Krishna Chand ji, and prepared to assist in the sacrifice. Chapter 75. Sri Shukdev Jee said, Raja. Listen with attention, and I will now relate how Raja Yudhisthira performed the sacrifice, and Sisupal was slain, when the 20,800 Rajas went there, all the other Rajas from the surrounding countries, and from every quarter. Whether descendants of the sun, or descendants of the moon, came also, and were ready at Hastinapur. Then Sri Krishna Chand and Raja Yudhisthira together behaved with the utmost affability to all the Rajas, and made all the arrangements, and entrusted each with a specific duty in the sacrifice. After this, Sri Krishna Chand ji said to the Raja Yudhisthira, O great king. We 5 brothers, Bhim, Arjun, Nukul, Sudyo and myself, together with the other Rajas, will do all the extraneous work, and do you be so good as to send for the sages, priests and Brahmins, and begin the sacrifice. O great king! On hearing these words, Raja Yudhisthira, having summoned all the priests, sages, and Brahmins, said, O great kings! Order all things necessary for the sacrifice. At these words, the priests, sages and Brahmins, having consulted their holy books, wrote down on a paper a list of all the articles required, and the Raja caused them to be procured immediately, and placed before them. The priests, sages and Brahmins together erected an altar for the sacrifice. The priests, sages and Brahmins, of the 4 Vedas, having spread their seats, sat down in the middle of the altar. Then Raja Yudhisthira, having purified himself, came and sat down there also with his wife, the skirts of their mantles, being tied together as at a bridle. And Dronakaraj, Kripacharaj, Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana, Sisupal and all the other mighty men, and great Rajas came and sat there also. The Brahmins, having strewed boiled rice, and prayed for the blessings of the gods on the ceremony about to be performed. And, having caused Ganesh to be worshipped, made an offering of a jar of water, with the twigs of 5 sacred trees placed in it, and invoked the 9 planets. The Raja hired for the performance of the religious ceremonies Burdwaj, Gudam, Bisist, Biswamitru, Bamdeo, Purasar, Bias, Kusip and other great priests, sages and Brahmins, who, having repeated incantations from the Vedas, summoned all the gods. And, having caused the Raja to make a vow of giving alms of the sacrifice, they began to prepare the burnt offerings. O great king! Having repeated the incantations, the priests, sages and Brahmins began to offer oblations with fire to the deities. And the gods, openly extending their hands began to receive them. At that time the Brahmins were reading the Vedas, and all the Rajas brought the different materials of the burnt offerings, and presented them to the Brahmins, and the Raja Yudhisthira was engaged with the burnt offerings. When the sacrifice was peaceably completed, and the Raja gave the final oblation. At that time, gods, men and sages began to utter exclamations of praise of all the Rajas. And the demigods, celestial musicians, and choristers began to play upon musical instruments, celebrate their fame in songs, and rain down flowers. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichat, O great king! Being free from all the business of the sacrifice, Raja Yudhisthira, having sent for Sudyo ji, inquired, whose adoration shall we perform first, to whom shall we give unbroken rice and marks upon the forehead? Who is the great Lord of the gods, to whom we may bow the head, and offer worship? Sudyo ji said, O great king! Vasudeo is the god of all the gods, no one understands his nature, he is the lord of Brahmu, Rudru and Indru. But be pleased to worship and bow the head to him first, as by giving water to the root of a tree, all the branches become green, so all the gods are gratified by adoration being offered to Huri. He is the Lord of the universe, and he creates, preserves and destroys. His pastimes are endless, no one knows the end of them. He is the unseen, invisible and impenetrable Lord. Lakshmi, having become a servant, constantly attends upon his lotus feet. He descends upon the earth continually for the sake of his worshippers, and, assuming corporeal form, appears and acts like a mortal. He comes and sits in our houses, and calls us brothers, and fascinates us with his delusive power. We, being deluded by great fascination and affection, consider the deity as a brother. We have not seen anyone so great as him. Let him be first worshipped. O great king! On hearing this speech, all the saints, sages and rajas exclaimed, Raja! Satyoji has spoken truly. Huri is worthy of our first adoration. Then Raja Judasthir, having seated Sri Krishna Chandji upon a throne, together with his 8 queens, offered adoration to him, presenting sandal, unbroken rice, flowers, perfume, lamps and consecrated food. After this he worshipped all the gods, saints, sages, Brahmins and Rajas, arrayed them in dresses of different colors, made marks upon their foreheads with sandal and saffron, decorated them with garlands of flowers, and sprinkling perfume. The Raja, with due observance of what was right and fitting, behaved to them all with the most engaging politeness. Sri Shukdev Ji said, Raja. All were pleased with the adoration of Huri, except Sisupal, who hung down his head for a long time. He kept his head bent towards the ground, and remained thoughtful and reflecting. At length, being in the hands of death, he descended very angrily from his throne into the middle of the assembly. And, laying aside all reserve and fear, said, In this assembly are Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana, Bhikam, Kuran, Dronakaraj and others, men of great knowledge and dignity of character. But their rank and understanding have, on this occasion, been entirely overlooked. Great chiefs of saints and sages have been sitting here, whilst adoration has been offered to the son of the cowherd, Nund, and no one has said anything. He who was born in Bruj, and has eaten the leavings of the cowherd's children's prepared food, has, in this assembly, received high honor and exaltation. All here thoughtlessly call him great. They bestow the strength of the Lord of the gods upon a crow. They have in this assembly made him the most holy of men, who fixed his affections on cowherdesses and herdsmen's wives. All in a body have celebrated the praises of him, who stole from every house, and ate milk, curds, buttermilk and butter. Respect has here been paid to him, who received alms on the roads, and ghats. All have advisedly made the honorary marks first on his forehead, who, by force and stratagem, has enjoyed himself with other men's wives. This is he, who abolished the worship of Indra in Bruj and established the worship of a mountain. And afterwards he was not ashamed to play off a trick, and eat up all the different confections and things he had caused to be brought near the mountain for the worship of Indra. All have here regarded, as invisible and immortal, him, whose pedigree, parentage and family are certainly known. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev Ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king! In this manner Raja Sisupal, being in the power of death, was casting many reproaches upon Sri Krishna Chandji, who, seated on a throne in the midst of the assembly, listened, and drew a line for every reproach that was uttered. In the meanwhile Bhikam, Kuran, Dron and other great Rajas, having heard Huri spoken of disparagingly, were very angry, and said to Sisupal, Fool! Dost thou in the midst of this assembly in our presence speak disparagingly of Krishna? O mean, low-caste wretch! Be silent, otherwise we will immediately throw you down, and put you to death. O great king! Having thus spoken, all the Rajas seizing their weapons, rose up and rushed towards Sisupal to kill him. Sri Krishna Chand, the root of joy, then prevented them, and said, Do not use your arms against him, stand here and look on, he will bring destruction on himself presently. I will tolerate 100 offences in him, because I have agreed to do so. But I will not tolerate more than 100, and therefore I have been drawing these lines. O great king! On hearing this speech, all, having joined their hands, inquired from Sri Krishna Chand, O Lord of compassion, what is the reason that you will pardon 100 faults on his part? Be pleased kindly to explain to us, that the doubts of our minds may be removed. Krishna said, when he, Sisupal, was born, he had 3 eyes and 4 arms. When his father, Raja Dumadhak, was informed of this, he sent for astrologers and great pundits and inquired, what sort of child will this be? Consider and give me your answer. On hearing what the Raja said, the pundits and astrologers, having consulted the Shastras, replied, O great king, this child will be possessed of great strength, and will be highly renowned, and we are also of opinion that this child will be destroyed by him, at meeting with whom 1 of his eyes and 2 of his arms shall fall down. Having heard this, his mother, Mahadwi, the daughter of Sursan, the sister of Basudeo, my maternal aunt, was very sad, and passed day and night in anxious thought about her child. After some days, she came on one occasion with her son to her father's house at Dvarka, and presented her son to every one. When the child and I met, 1 of its eyes, and 2 of its arms fell upon the ground, then my aunt, having bound me by a promise, said, the child's death is in your hands, please do not kill it, I ask this as an alms from you. I replied, very good, I will not reckon 100 faults he may commit, should he commit any in excess of this number, I will destroy him. Having received this promise from me, my aunt took leave of us all with these words, how can the child commit 100 offences against Krishna and perish by his hand, and returned home with her son. O great king! Having mentioned this account of Sisupal, and obliterated the doubts of all the Raja's minds, Sri Krishna ji counted the lines he had drawn separately for each offence, which amounted to more than 100. Krishna then gave an order to the quoit, Sudarsan, who instantly cut off Sisupal's head. The brilliant light, which came forth from his body, went at once to the sky, and returning then settled in the sight of all, on the mouth of Sri Krishna Chand. On beholding this exploit, gods, men and sages began to raise cries of exultation and rain flowers. On that occasion, Sri Murari, the benefactor of his worshippers, gave him a 3rd deliverance, and performed his funeral obsequies. Having heard thus much of the narrative, Raja Purichit inquired from Sri Shukdeo ji, O great king, please explain to me, how Krishna gave Sisupal a 3rd deliverance. Shukdeo ji replied, Raja, once he appeared as Hiranyakasip, and then Krishna, having descended upon the earth as half lion, half man, released him. On the 2nd occasion he became Ravan, when Huri, having descended as Ram, liberated him. The present is the 3rd occasion, and therefore the present is the 3rd release. Having heard this, the Raja said to the sage, O great king, be pleased now to proceed with the narrative. Sri Shukdeo ji, said Raja. When the sacrifice was finished, Raja Yudhisthira bestowed dresses on all the Rajas and their wives, and numberless gifts on Brahmins. It was the business of Raja Duryodhana to distribute during the sacrifice, who, in place of distributing once, distributed many times, and thereby acquired celebrity, but was still dissatisfied. Having narrated thus much, Sri Shukdeo ji said to the Raja Purichit, O great king, on the completion of the sacrifice, Sri Krishna ji took leave of the Raja Yudhisthira, accompanied by his army and relatives, and went from Hastinapur to the city of Dvarka. On the arrival of Krishna, there were festive rejoicings in every house, and joy was diffused throughout the city. Chapter 76. Raja Purichit said, O great king, explain to me the reason, why all were delighted with the royal sacrifice, and Duryodhana alone dissatisfied, that the perplexities of my mind may be removed. Sri Shukdeo ji said, Raja, your paternal grandfather was a man of great wisdom, and apportioned the business of the sacrifice to each, according to his observation of the character of each. He made Bhim superintendent of the victualling department. He appointed Sudeo to look after the religious ceremonies, Nukul's office was to bring money, Arjun was appointed to be in constant attendance. Sri Krishna Chand ji took the duties of washing feet and clearing away what food was left, and the treachers, formed of leaves, to Duryodhana, the Raja assigned the business of distributing money. And every one of the Rajas received each some separate work. O great king! All did their work fairly, with exception of Raja Dorjidhan, who practiced the deceit of distributing many times in place of only distributing once. Thinking, and having determined in his mind, to break their bank, and thereby destroy their respectability. But by the favor of Bhagwan, their respectability was not destroyed. On the contrary, their character was enchanted, and therefore he was displeased, and he did not know that there were lines in his hand, so that if he gave 1 rupee, 4 would be collected. Having recited thus much of the narrative, Sri Shukdev ji said, Raja, be pleased now to listen to what follows in the narrative. On the departure of Sri Krishna Chand ji, Raja Yudhisthira, having entertained the Rajas, bestowed dresses of honor upon them, and behaved to them with the utmost complaisance, allowed them to take leave. And they arranged their several armies, and set out for their own countries. After this, Raja Yudhisthira, taking the Pandavas and Kauravas with him, went, in musical procession, to bathe in the Ganges. Having arrived on the banks of the river, he made an obeisance, and, having rubbed dust on his body and sipping water in his hands, he entered the stream with his wife. All the party bathed at the same time with them. Then, when they had bathed and washed, and finished their meditations and prayers, and adoration, and had put on their clothes and ornaments, Raja Yudhisthira, accompanied by them all, came to where the demon Mai had built a most elegant house of gold, studded with jewels. O great king! Having gone there, Raja Yudhisthira sat upon a throne. At that time, celestial musicians sang of his good qualities, bards and panegyrists recited his celebrated deeds, in the midst of the assembly, dancing girls danced. Inside and outside the house, musicians and singers played and sang songs of festivity and rejoicing, and the court of the Raja Yudhisthira appeared like the court of Indra. In the meanwhile, when the Raja Dorjidhan heard of the Raja Yudhisthira's arrival, he pretended friendship, and went there with great pomp and parade to meet him. Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev ji said to the Raja Purichat, O great king! The demon Mai had contrived in the midst of a square enclosure, that whoever entered it, should mistake dry land for water, and water for dry land. O great king! When the Raja Dorjidhan entered the enclosure, on seeing dry land, he thought that it was water, and pulled off all his clothes. Having then gone a little further and seeing water, he mistook it for dry land. And, as he advanced, his clothes wetted. On observing this mistake of his, all the courtiers burst out laughing, and Raja Yudhisthira turned his head aside to prevent himself from laughing. O great king! Having heard them all laughing, Raja Dorjidhan was very much ashamed and went away in great wrath. Having sat down in the court, he began to say, since Yudhisthira has obtained the support of Krishna's strength, he has become very proud. Today, while he was sitting in the court, he made all the courtiers laugh at me. I will revenge myself on him for this, and chastise his pride, otherwise my name is not Dorjidhan. Chapter 77. Sri Shukdev ji said, O great king! When Sri Krishna Chand and Balram ji were at Hastinapur, a demon, named Salab, a follower of Sisupal, who, at the marriage of Rukmini, had been wounded by Sri Krishna Chand ji, and had run away, began to perform a penance in honor of Mahadev ji, saying to himself, I will now take revenge upon the descendants of Judu. He conquered and brought under subjection his 11 organs of action and perception. He endured hunger, thirst and all changes of season. In this manner he began to perform penance, keeping in remembrance the feet of Mahadev. He constantly rose up and ate a handful of sand, and performed difficult penance, fixing his thoughts upon Shivu. 1 year passed away thus, then Mahadev granted him a boon. From today, thou shalt not be subject to the infirmities of age, and shalt not die. And the demon Mai shall make for you a ruth of delusive power, which shall carry you wherever you wish. It shall have power, through the efficacy of my blessing, to go everywhere like a chariot in the 3 worlds. O great king! As Sudashivu ji granted this boon, a Ruth came and stood before Salab, who, having made a salutation to Shivu ji and mounted upon the Ruth, proceeded with tumultuous haste to the city of Dwarka. Having gone there, he began to occasion all sorts of troubles to the inhabitants of the city. Sometimes he used to pour down fire upon them, sometimes water, he sometimes uprooted trees, and threw them upon the city, and sometimes hills. From dread of him, all the inhabitants running off in great alarm, went to Raja Oagerson, and called out to him for mercy and protection. O great king! A demon has come into the city, and caused the greatest confusion. And if he continue to commit the same acts of violence he has already committed, not a soul will be left alive. O great king! On hearing these words, Raja Oagerson sent for Purdiyoman-ji and Sambhu, and said, Behold! This demon has come to watch Huri, and to vex the inhabitants, form some plan for remedying the distresses he has caused. On receiving the Raja's orders, Purdiyoman-ji took all his army. And, having gone in a chariot outside the city, was ready for battle. Seeing that Sambhu was terrified, he said, Be not at all anxious, I will, by the glorious favor of Huri, destroy this demon in a second. Having thus spoken, when Purdiyoman-ji taking his army with him, and seizing his weapons, came opposite to the demon exercised his delusive power in such a manner, that the day was changed into a very dark night. Purdiyoman, upon this, discharged arrows of fire, and dissipated the thick darkness, just as the rays of the sun would disperse a fog. After this he discharged several arrows with such force, that the demon's roof was sent helter-skelter. And he, being frightened, sometimes ran off, and sometimes returning, fought, exercising delusive power in various demoniacal ways, and gave great annoyance to the subjects of Purdiyoman. Having narrated thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev-ji said to the Raja Purichet, O great king! There was a great battle raging on both sides. In the midst of which, Dubid, the minister of Salab, came all at once, and struck Purdiyoman with such violence on the chest with a club, that he fell senseless. On his falling, Dubid screamed out, I have killed Sri Krishna's son, Purdiyoman. O great king! While the descendants of Jadoo were carrying on a mighty contest with the demons, the son of the charioteer, Derek. Seeing that Purdiyoman-ji had fainted, threw him into a chariot, and ran off with him from the field of battle, and brought him into the city. On recovering his senses, Purdiyoman-ji was greatly enraged, and said to the charioteer, It was not right in you, knowing me to be senseless, to make me run from the field of battle. You left the field, and brought me home, this is not the act of a brave man. There is not in the family of Jadoo a single member, who would abandon, and run from the field of battle. What? Didst thou ever see me fly, that thou hast today brought me away, and made me leave the battle? Whoever hears of this, will laugh at, and reproach me. You have not done well, in fixing a stain upon my reputation without necessity. On hearing these words, O great king! The charioteer, having descended from the chariot, stood up in the presence of Purdiyoman, and with joined hands, and bowing his head, said, Lord! You know all customs and usages. And there is not in the world a right practice, with which you are not acquainted. It is said, when a brave warrior in a chariot falls wounded, his charioteer will carry him off from the field of battle. If the charioteer should be wounded and fall, the warrior in the chariot ought to save and take him away. You received a very severe blow from a powerful club, and fainted, and were senseless. I, then, went off with you from the battle. I feared lest my master might be injured, or dishonored. You have taken about an hour's rest, now go, and fight again. You know what is right and proper, do not cast a thought upon the laughter and jeering of the world. Destroy all the evil spirits immediately, and seize forcibly upon the delusive power of the demon. O great king! Having thus spoken, the charioteer took some water to Purdiyoman-ji, who, having washed his hands and face, and being fully recovered, putting on a coat of mail and helmet, and taking in his hand his bow and arrows, said to the charioteer, Well, what has happened, has happened. But take me now to the spot, where Dubid has continued to fight with the descendants of Jadoo. On hearing this, the charioteer instantly took him to where Dubid was fighting. On going there, Purdiyoman called out to him, and said, Why are you fighting here and there? Come and confront me, that I may send you to Sisupal. When, on hearing this challenge, Dubid rushed upon Pradyuman Ji. Pradyuman discharged several arrows, which struck, and brought him to the ground, and Sambhu, having also cut into pieces the army of the demons, filled the sea with them. Having proceeded thus far in the narrative, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! When the descendants of Jadu had been engaged 27 days in fighting at Dwarka with the army of the demons, Sri Krishna Chand Ji, acquainted with the secrets of the heart, remaining at Hastinapur, and beholding the condition of Dwarka, said to Raja Yudhisthira, O great king! I beheld in a dream, during the night, that great violence was being perpetrated at Dwarka, and that all the descendants of Jadu were grievously afflicted. I will, therefore, with your permission, take my departure for Dwarka. On hearing this Raja Yudhisthira, having joined his hands, said, Do as you please. When the Raja had thus spoken, Sri Krishna and Balram took leave of all. And when they came outside the city, beheld a doe running towards them on the left hand, and a dog standing in front of them shaking his head. When Huri had seen these bad omens, he said to Balram, Brother, come after me with all the rest of the party, and I will go on in advance. Raja Sri Krishna Chand, after thus speaking to his brother, went on to the field of battle, and there saw, that the demons had, in every direction, committed great slaughter on the descendants of Jadu, who were carrying on the contest in very great confusion. Whilst Huri was standing there, and reflecting thoughtfully on this state of affairs, Baldeo Ji also arrived. At that time Sri Krishna said to Balram, Brother, go and protect the city and the inhabitants, I will come after I have destroyed these demons. Having received Krishna's order, Baldeo Ji went into the city, and Huri to the field of battle, where Pradyuman was contending with Salab. The shell was sounded on the arrival of the Lord of the Jadus, when all knew that Sri Krishna Chand had come. O great king! When Krishna went upon the field of battle, Salab flew off with his chariot to the sky, and began to pour down arrows of fire from thence like rain. Then Sri Krishna Chand Ji counted 16 arrows, and discharged them with such force, that Salab's chariot and driver were utterly destroyed, and he fell reeling down. Recovering himself after his fall, Salab struck Huri on the left arm with an arrow, and called out, O Krishna! I wish to make trial of your strength, and fight with you. You have by fraud or force killed Sankasur, Bomasur, Sisupal and other very powerful men, but it will be a difficult matter for you to escape now from my hands. You have now to deal with me, lay aside deceit and begin the contest. The powerful Banasur and Bomasur are expecting you, Huri. I will send you where you will not be able to come back from. If you run away, you will not gain greatness. When Krishna, in reply to this speech, had said, O stupid, proud, cowardly fool! Chutris and firm, resolute, brave men do not begin with talking in a high-sounding strain to any one. The demon rushed upon Huri, and aimed a very furious blow with a club at him, which Krishna easily warded off. Then Sri Krishna Chand Ji struck him with a club. And on receiving the blow, he remained senseless for 2 hours under the protection of his delusive power. He afterwards assumed a disguise, and coming into the presence of Krishna said, Your mother, Devaki, who is in a state of great agitation, has sent me here. Your enemy Salab has seized and carried off Basudeo. O great king! The demon having thus spoken, went thence, and having made an illusory Basudeo, brought it bound into the presence of Sri Krishna and said, Behold, Krishna, I have brought your father bound, and I will now cut off his head, and destroy all the descendants of Jadu, and fill the sea with them. Afterwards I will kill you and hold universal dominion. O great king! When he had thus spoken, he abased the head of the imaginary Basudeo and cut it off in sight of Sri Krishna Ji, and having placed it upon the point of a spear, showed it publicly. On beholding this act of the delusive power, Krishna at first became faint, but afterwards recovering, began to say to himself, How has it happened that he has seized and brought Basudeo Ji from Dwarka, whilst Balram was there? What? Is he more powerful than Balram, that he should have carried off Basudeo from before him and brought him here? O great king! Many thoughts of this kind passed for a long time through the mind of Krishna, whilst he was under the influence of the demon's delusive power, and he was absorbed in reflection. At length, whilst Huri was considering and looking at the demon's illusory apparition, he found out the secret of the contrivance, and called out to Salab. On hearing Krishnu's challenge, he mounted into the air, and began to discharge weapons thence upon Krishnu. In the meanwhile Sri Krishna Chandji struck him with several arrows with such force, that the demon fell with his ruth into the sea. Recovering from the fall, he rushed upon Huri with a club, upon which Krishnu was greatly enraged and killed and brought him to the ground with the quoit, Sudarshan, just as the Lord of the gods killed and brought down Britasur. O great king! On the fall of the demon, the jewel of his head fell out upon the ground, and the splendor of it was concentrated in the mouth of Sri Krishna Chand. Chapter 78. Sri Shukdev Jee said, Raja. I will now narrate how Sisupal's brothers, Bukradant and Baidoruth, were slain. From the time Sisupal was killed, the two brothers constantly thought, how they might revenge themselves on Sri Krishna Chand for their brother's death. At length, on the death of Salab and Dubid, they advanced against the city of Dwarka with all their army, and having encompassed it on all sides, began to discharge all kinds of engines and weapons of war against it. There was great commotion in the city. On hearing the clamor Murari ascended his chariot. Sri Krishna Chandji went, after this, outside the city, and stood where the two demons in great wrath, and with arms in their hands, were prepared for battle. On seeing Krishnu, Bukradant said, with great haughtiness, Ho Krishnu! First bring into play all thy warlike weapons, and afterwards I will slay thee. My reason for telling thee this is, that at the time of death thou mayest not have to regret not having attacked Bukradant. Thou hast destroyed very mighty men, but shall not now escape alive from me. O great king! Having made many such wicked speeches, Bukradant threw a club at Krishnu, which Huri easily cut off and brought to the ground. Then, taking another club, he engaged in a severe contest with Huri, when Bhagwan killed and brought him to the ground, and his life issuing forth went into the mouth of Krishnu. When Baidoruth beheld the death of Bukradant, he advanced to the attack, and Sri Krishna Ji sent forth the quoit, Sudarshan, who cut off his head, and brought it to the ground, with the crown and earrings. He afterwards slew and put to flight the whole army of the demons. At that time, the delighted gods rained down flowers, celestial choristers and bards celebrated with songs the renown of Huri. All the demigods, holy men and celestial dancers, ascending chariots, raised cries of exultation and victory. They then all said to Krishnu, Your pastimes are infinite, no one can understand the secret of them. First, Hiranyakasip and Hiranyakuz were born, afterwards Rawan and Kumbhakarna, and now Dantbakru and Sisupal. You have killed them 3 times, and granted them the highest release. For this reason your state and nature are not understood by any one. O great king! Having thus spoken, the gods made an obeisance to Krishnu, and departed. And Huri began to say to Balram Ji, Brother, the Kauravas and Pandavas have fought, what shall we do? Baldio Ji replied, O abode of kindness! Please do me the favor to go to Hastinapur, and I will come there by and by, after having gone on pilgrimage to holy places. Having proceeded thus far in the narration, Sri Shukdev Ji said, O great king! Sri Krishna Chand Ji, having heard this suggestion, went to Korchatru, the country about Delhi, where the Kauravas and Pandavas were carrying on a great war, and Balram Ji went forth on pilgrimage. Whilst engaged in visiting the places of pilgrimage, Baldio arrived at Neemkar. He there beheld that on one side holy men and sages were engaged in sacrifices. And on another side in an assembly of sages and holy Sut Ji, seated on a throne, was reading histories. On beholding Balram, Saunak and all the sages, and saints rose up and made obeisance, and Sut Ji remained looking at him, seated on a cushion on the throne. O great king! On Sut Ji's not rising, Balram Ji said to Saunak and all the sages, and saints, Who has made this fool a speaker, and given him the seat of bias? A speaker should be religious, a man of discrimination and of wisdom. This man is without good qualities, avaricious and proud. Again, it is necessary, that he should be free from covetousness, and be virtuous. This man is very greedy and selfish. The seat of bias does not become one, who is devoid of intellect and judgment. It would not much matter, if we were to kill him, but we must have him removed hence. On hearing this Saunak and all the great sages and saints, said most submissively, O great king! You are brave, resolute, acquainted with all observances and usages. Whilst this man is a coward, irresolute, without discretion, proud and without intelligence, be pleased to forgive his fault, that he is sitting upon the cushion of bias, and because Brahma has placed him here for the business of the sacrifice. The fool was puffed up with pride, because he was seated, and did not rise to make a salutation to you. This, O Lord, is his fault. He has committed an error, but is a good man. It would be a sin to kill Sutji, no one in the world would call it a good act. What you have said to him will not be without advantage. Think of this in your mind. O great king! When Bulram Ji heard these words, he took up a blade of grass, and struck Sutji lightly, who died from the touch of it. On beholding this act, Saunak and all the sages, uttering expressions of grief, and being very sad, said, O great king! What was to be, has come to pass, but be pleased now to favor us by removing our anxiety. Bulram replied, Tell me what your desire is, and I will satisfy it. The sages said, O great king! Let there be no interruption in the performance of our sacrifice, this is our desire, be pleased to fulfill it, and gain celebrity in the world. When the sages had thus spoken, Bulram Ji, acquainted with the secrets of the heart, caused Sutji's son to be sent for. And having seated him on the cushion of bias, said, He will be more eloquent than his father, and I have conferred undying dignity upon him, and made him long-lived. Perform your sacrifice now, free from all anxiety. Chapter 79. Sri Shukdev Jee said, O great king! When Saunak and all the saints and sages having received Bulram Ji's order, and, being highly delighted, began to perform sacrifice, a demon, named Jalab, the son of Lub, came. And, having collected masses of clouds, thundering and sending forth a very terrible and black storm, began to rain down from the sky blood and excrement, and urine and commit many acts of violence. O great king! When Buldeo Ji beheld this tyranny on the part of the demon, he summoned his plough and wooden pestle, they came, and were ready. Then Buldeo in great wrath, having laid hold of Jalab with his plough, struck him a blow on the head with his wooden pestle with such force that his head was split, and his soul escaped, there was a stream of blood on the spot. His eyes came out of their sockets, and his hair was dyed with blood. The sages, being very much pleased at the death of Jalab, performed adoration to Buldeo Ji, and glorifying him greatly, offered presents. Bulram, the abode of happiness, after this departed thence, and proceeded on his pilgrimage. O great king! Having visited all holy places of pilgrimage, and made a circuit of the earth, he arrived at the country about Delhi, where Dorjidhan and Bhimsen were carrying on a great war. And Sri Krishna Chand and great Rajas, together with the descendants of Pandu, were standing looking on. On Bulram Ji's arrival, the two heroes, Dorjidhan and Bhimsen, made him a salutation. The one regarding him as his spiritual preceptor, the other as his brother. When, O great king! Buldeo Ji saw them fighting, he said, Both of you are powerful, brave warriors, O resolute heroes. Refrain now from war, preserve the progeny of Kuru and Pandu, brothers, friends, have all been exterminated. Both said, when they heard this, bowing their heads, we cannot now give up fighting. Then Dorjidhan said, O divine preceptor! I will not speak falsely in your presence, be pleased to listen with careful attention to what I am about to say. This great war, which is now being carried on, in which people have been killed, and will be killed, is carried on by the advice of your brother, Sri Krishna Chand Ji. These poor helpless creatures, who are now fighting, are as much under the power of Huri, as a wooden puppet is in the power of a juggler, who can make it move in any direction he pleases. It was not right in him to assist the Pandavas, and act with such enmity towards us. He has caused the shoulder of Dusasan to be torn from its socket by beam, and has caused me to be wounded in the thigh by a club. What more need I now say to you? Whatever Huri may wish will now be done, this everyone knows. When Dorjidhan had thus spoken, Balram Ji approached Sri Krishna Chand, having first said to Dorjidhan, "You, of course, have not practiced any stratagem or treachery to cause violence." And he said to his brother, "What have you done in causing this war to be waged, and Dusasan's shoulder to be torn from its socket, and Dorjidhan's thigh to be wounded? This is not a custom of fair fighting, that a powerful man should pluck out another's shoulder from the socket, or direct weapons, and aim below the loins. It is a fair fight when one challenges the other, and fights opposite him." Sri Krishna Chand replied, "O brother! You do not know the circumstances. These Kauravas are very unjust and tyrannical, their tyranny is beyond description. They first, at the suggestion of Dusasan, Shugun and Bugdunt, cheated at play, and won everything belonging to Raja Judhisthira. Dusasan laid hold of Draupadi by the hand, and for that reason Bhimsen pulled his arm out of the socket. Dorjidhan, in the midst of the court, told Draupadi to sit upon his thigh, and for this reason his thigh was wounded." Sri Krishna Chand proceeded to say, "Brother, you do not know what injustice the Kauravas have shown towards the Pandavas, and I cannot describe it. The fire of this war will not, therefore, be now extinguished. Do not attempt any remedy." When Krishna, O great king, had thus spoken, Balram Ji came from the country in the neighborhood of Delhi to the city of Dwarka, and, having an interview with Rajas Oagerson and Sorsen, began to say to them with joined hands, "O great kings! Through your excellence and glory I have made a pilgrimage to all holy places, but I have been guilty of a fault." Raja Oagerson said, "What fault?" Balram Ji replied, "O great king! Having gone to Neemkar, I killed Sut Ji, the sin of whose murder attaches to me. With your permission I will now go again to Neemkar, and, having seen the sacrifice, and bathed at the holy place, will obliterate the sin of the murder. After that I will give food to Brahmins and give an entertainment to all persons of my own caste, in order that I may obtain renown in the world." Raja Oagerson consented, and told him to proceed on his journey, and return to him. "O great king! Having obtained the Raja's leave, Balram Ji, accompanied by several of the descendants of Jadu, went to Neemkar, and having bathed and offered gifts, was purified, and returned. Afterwards, having sent for his family priest, and caused burnt offerings to be offered up to the gods, he fed and entertained Brahmins, and his own caste, and, having observed all the customs usual in the world, was made clean." Having recited thus much of the history, Sri Shukdev Ji said, "O great king! Whoever shall hear this history with attention, all his sins shall be annihilated."